Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. The Soul Lock Warden, Lin Luo. You need not accompany me today to deliver the coffin. Your uncle will take you to the Martial Soul Hall at noon for your awakening. He might arrive early, so just wait at home. Understood, father. Lin Luo watched as the tall figure of the man departed, then turned to begin polishing the coffins in the shop. It has been 3 years since I arrived in this world, and the moment to awaken my martial soul has finally come. Lin Luo gazed into a bronze mirror within the shop, reflecting the visage of a 6-year-old boy, slightly chubby, yet charming, clad in plain gray cloth. If it were not for my accidental arrival in this world, you would have perished at the age of 3. However, had you not died, my existence would have been improbable. Lin Luo was not originally from this realm. He hailed from Blue Star and had traversed dimensions due to a car accident while attempting to save another. A rather click trope of transmigration, yet it unfolded in Lin Luo's life. Currently, he assumed the identity of the sole heir to the Lin family coffin shop in the western part of Notting City, sharing the same name, Lin Luo, with his counterpart. The Lin Luo of this world had been beset by illness since birth and succumbed at the age of 3, feeling that this world lacked beauty, thus opting to depart. Coincidentally, the arrival of the Lin Luo from Blue Star revived his counterpart, liberating him from the clutches of illness, unbeknownst to all that within this fragile form resided a soul in its 20s. During his 3 years in this world, Lin Luo unraveled many mysteries. This realm is the Douluo world, more precisely, the first generation of Douluo. Remarkably, he existed concurrently with Tang San. Lin Luo was able to ascertain the temporal context of Douluo because, on one occasion while accompanying his parents to deliver a coffin, they fortuitously passed by Holy Spirit Village, inadvertently encountering Tang San's home. He and Tang San were of similar age, however. Lin Luo enjoyed the love of his parents, whereas Tang San endured the burden of an alcoholic father who merely begets but does not nurture. That moment marked their first and only encounter in 3 years. Not that Lin Luo harbored intentions of befriending Tang San. Given his age, his parents would never permit him to venture out. Only during coffin deliveries could he glimpse the world beyond. "Hey kid, what are you daydreaming about? Where are your parents?" As Lin Luo reminisced, a coarse voice suddenly echoed from outside the shop. Following the sound, Lin Luo observed a gaunt middle-aged man standing outside, bearing the weight of another man upon his back. The man he carried was in his 20s, pallid, with purple lips, and his body appeared somewhat stiff. A corpse. Lin Luo had long grown accustomed to the sight of the deceased and felt no fear. "Are you here to purchase a coffin?" Lin Luo inquired calmly. The slender man chuckled. "What else would one do at a coffin shop? Of course, to buy a coffin. You little brat, don't understand, hurry and call your parents out." Lin Luo nodded. "Please wait a moment. I shall fetch my mother." After Lin Luo finished speaking, he made his way to the backyard, where numerous pieces of timber lay scattered about. A young woman in her 30s was tidying up the scraps. She was Lin Luo's mother, Zhao Cicui. Zhao Cicui possessed a charming appearance, characterized by a beauty mark on her face and long hair elegantly gathered into a bun secured with a wooden hairpin. Her figure was somewhat plump, and she wore a light blue garment, exuding an overall gentle demeanor. "Mother, someone has come to purchase a coffin." "Wonderful." Zhao Cicui promptly gathered the scraps into the woodshed, brushed off the dust from her attire, and then accompanied Lin Luo into the shop. "You must be the proprietress. I am interested in this coffin. What price do you propose?" A gaunt man had already entered the shop, stopping in front of an ordinary coffin. Zhao Cicui glanced at it and smiled. 50 silver soul coins. In this world, soul coins serve as the primary currency, with 1 gold soul coin equating to 100 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 10,000 copper soul coins. This system differs somewhat from the currency structure in the Douluo novel, but is clearer and less chaotic. The purchasing power of 1 copper soul coin is roughly equivalent to 1 unit of currency in Lin Luo's original world. Without a hint of hesitation, the lean man nodded as if he had anticipated this moment. "All right, here is 1 gold soul coin. However, I would like to leave my companion here for a couple of days." "Is that feasible?" "That may not be possible. We only sell coffins. However, you might consider the mortuary at the corner of this street. We can assist in contacting them, and the rates should be more favorable." Zhao Cicui replied with a smile, discreetly assessing the gaunt man and the deceased behind him, before adding, "The mortuary has a cold storage facility that can preserve the body for a longer duration." The lean man nodded. "Understood. Here is the money. You can handle the arrangements. 1 gold soul coin should suffice, correct?" "Absolutely." With that, Zhao Cicui smiled as she accepted the gold soul coin and urged Lin Luo, "Hurry over and greet them." Lin Luo nodded and quickly set off, briskly making his way to the mortuary. The street was quite desolate, with few inhabitants apart from its remoteness. Most people were reluctant to dwell in close proximity to the deceased. "Aunt, we have business." Upon reaching the mortuary, Lin Luo called out loudly. Coming, a robust woman emerged, her face aglow with excitement. She was Lin Luo's aunt, Imo Xiaoyu, and this mortuary was run by his uncle Lin Dahai. The two hastily returned to the coffin shop, and on their way, Imo Xiaoyu called upon two laborers with whom she frequently collaborated. After exchanging pleasantries with the lean man, Imo Xiaoyu took charge of the subsequent proceedings. With the lean man's consent, the body was placed directly into the coffin before being transported to the mortuary. Lin Luo had witnessed such transactions before, but experiencing one as prosperous as today was a first for him. After deducting costs, "We have covered this month's expenses." A faint smile graced Zhao Quicua's face in contrast to Imo Xiaoyu's exuberance. Her demeanor appeared notably calm after the profitable venture. "Mother, that man seemed unfamiliar. He must not be from Notting City, right? How did he manage to bring a corpse into the city?" Lin Luo inquired. Zhao Quicuo remarked. "Notting City is quite large, and there are many whom I do not know. How many have you actually met?" Lin Luo nodded gently, refraining from further inquiries. "I could tea that moment." Zhao added, "If I have time this afternoon, I shall go and investigate. Upon my return, I will ascertain the identity of that individual. All right, I will return to tidying the backyard. Should any guests arrive, please summon me. I anticipate that your uncle will be here shortly, and we can settle the accounts with him then." Lin Luo nodded, understood. The morning swiftly passed without any new customers visiting the shop, and Lin Luo's uncle, Lin Dahai, had yet to arrive. Everything unfolded as Lin Luo had anticipated. Aside from his duties at the charity temple, Lin Dahai was engaged in various other enterprises and would not arrive promptly. Zhao Quicuo spent considerable time organizing the backyard and was now preparing lunch. During her tidying, exclamations of frustration occasionally erupted, such as, "Lin Dashin, you are well into your 30s. How can you still be so careless with your belongings?" Zhao Quicuo maintained a gentle demeanor in front of most, yet transformed into a fierce figure when addressing Lin Dashin. Lin Luo had grown accustomed to hearing his father's scolding daily. As noon approached, Uncle Lin Dahai finally arrived. Lin Dahai, like Lin Dashin, was tall, and the resemblance between the two brothers was striking, although Lin Dahai appeared several years younger. A prominent scar marred Lin Dahai's neck, a remnant from his adventurous youth at the age of 17 or 18 at Uncle Dat. Lin Dahai affectionately ruffled Lin Luo's hair and called out to the backyard, "Sister-in-law, I am taking my nephew for his martial spirit awakening. All right, come back with your younger siblings for lunch." Zhao Quicua's voice echoed from the backyard. "Certainly. You know, your parents truly should have accompanied you. Your martial spirit awakening is a momentous occasion." As they walked along the streets of Notting City, Lin Dahai expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Luo replied, "They are busy." Lin Dahai continued, "Even so, they must carve out time for such an important day." "Uncle, what do you think my martial spirit will be? And what might my innate soul power level be?" Lin Luo suddenly inquired. Lin Dahai fell silent. The Lin family's martial spirits were all mere scythes, exceedingly ordinary, with innate soul power levels of 0. In truth, the martial spirit awakening of most individuals was rather predictable. Those with even a modicum of knowledge regarding martial spirits understood a rather harsh reality. The quality of one's martial spirit is fundamentally determined by that of one's parents. The odds of a genius emerging from the common populace are exceedingly slim. While Lin Luo held a flicker of hope for his martial spirit awakening, he did not harbor excessive expectations. He continually reassured himself that a simple, peaceful existence was rather pleasant. Lin Dahai swiftly led Lin Luo to the branch of the Martial Spirit Hall in Notting City. After registering the necessary information, Lin Luo was escorted by a young man in his 20s to a designated martial spirit awakening chamber. After Lin Luo entered, Lin Dahai stood outside the door, his hands clasped in prayer, beseeching, "Ancestors of the Lin family, grant your blessings upon Lin Luo. It is time for our family to produce a soul master." Inside the spirit awakening chamber, a young man displayed a gentle smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master." Upon hearing this, Lin Luo's expression brightened, and he suddenly felt a renewed sense of hope regarding his own soul awakening. Su Yuntao, mistakenly believing that Lin Luo was astonished by his prowess as a soul master, smiled and said, "If you awaken your soul and possess soul power, you too can become a soul master." In his heart, Lin Luo thought, "Brother Tao, you need not be so kind. You will surely declare my soul to be a worthless one soon." Su Yuntao briefly explained the process of awakening a soul, then gestured towards the 6 meticulously arranged black stones beside him. Step inside, he instructed. Lin Luo complied without hesitation. Su Yuntao refrained from unnecessary chatter and infused his soul power into the stones, initiating Lin Luo's soul awakening. Golden light surged forth from the black stones, swiftly forming a radiant golden barrier that enveloped Lin Luo. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of warmth emanating from his limbs and bones, causing him to relax completely. However, this comforting sensation was short-lived, quickly replaced by an indescribable chill that seemed to freeze his very soul. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, and all the cold rapidly coalesced in his palm, gradually forming a massive scythe that shimmered with a green light. The tail end of the scythe was connected to a chain, the other end of which was tethered to a lantern emanating a green glow, exuding an eerie aura. Before Lin Luo could fully comprehend the situation, a series of chilling voices erupted in his mind. The divine selection system is now binding. System binding successful. You have successfully awakened the soul of the Soul Lock Warden. Innate soul power level 20. You have acquired the passive ability of the Soul Lock Warden. Hell's Curse. Your innate soul power level is about to be revealed. You are faced with a choice. Choice 1. Remain true to yourself and reveal your genuine innate soul power level reward. A cultivation technique. Choice 2. Choose discretion and conceal your innate soul power level reward. A spatial soul guide. P.S. A reading guide, mandatory. First and foremost, the question of apprenticing under Ghost Douluo is the most frequently posed doubt. Why apprentice under Ghost Douluo? From the protagonist's perspective, a pinnacle Douluo of level 95 wishes to take you as a disciple. Do you possess the right to refuse? Refusal does not merely offend the other party, it could very well lead to life-threatening consequences. Who would dare to take that gamble? Even if you possess an innate level 20 divine soul, you're merely 6 years old and lack any background. What leverage do you have to negotiate with others? It is naive to assume everything will unfold as expected. Let us treat my words as if they were never spoken. Moreover, why should Ghost Douluo have the authority to take the protagonist as a disciple? Naturally, everything is meticulously orchestrated are the questions that arise, not ones the author has contemplated as well. Merely serves as a pawn of the spirit hall, bearing the title of a master without any substantial authority, with the underlying interests thoroughly detailed in the subsequent chapters of the narrative. I had initially intended to refrain from revealing too much, yet I find myself compelled to share, as it seems some readers are intent on undermining my intellect. Furthermore, there exists the matter of the protagonist accumulating passive abilities. These passives continually stack, and while readers may conceive various methods for such accumulation, the author has also contemplated these possibilities, including places like the City of Slaughter, which will be addressed later on. The reason for not mindlessly stacking passives primarily stems from considerations of life and freedom. To possess extraordinary abilities yet reveal them prematurely invites one of two fates: annihilation or becoming a mere tool. To progress further, one must adopt a cautious approach, developing one's strength until reaching a point where one can act without restraint. Rest assured, the protagonist will remain formidable. This story inherently follows a path of gratification, albeit one that is not devoid of cerebral engagement. Lastly, regarding the system, it serves merely as an auxiliary tool, exerting no undue influence over the protagonist's judgment, nor does it impose system tasks. Those who hastily label the protagonist as a puppet merely upon encountering the term system should reconsider their stance. In conclusion, no book is without its imperfections, and this one certainly possesses its share of shortcomings. I kindly ask for the understanding of my fellow readers. Reading is ultimately a source of enjoyment. Let us not dwell too heavily on trivialities. A kind word warms in the depths of winter, while harsh words can chill in the heat of summer. I sincerely thank those who appreciate this work for their unwavering support. Should it not suit your taste, there are countless other wonderful books to explore. May you all find joy in your reading. 002. A natural soul power of level 20, astonishing all system. Isn't the martial spirit, the Soul Lock Warden, akin to Thresh? A natural soul power of level 20. And I've even acquired Thresh's passive, Hell's Curse. Goodness, am I about to soar to new heights? Lines of information materialized before Lin Luo's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. After absorbing all the information, Lin Luo was overwhelmed with astonishment. Emotions of joy and excitement threatened to engulf him entirely. Upon his arrival in this world, Lin Luo had fantasized daily about the advent of a system, even going so far as to investigate whether his parents or uncles and aunts might be hidden title Douluos. The disappointing discovery that his family were all ordinary individuals left him despondent. He had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity. Yet on the day of his martial spirit awakening, a plethora of extraordinary powers presented themselves unexpectedly. Gazing down at the scythe and lantern in his hands, Lin Luo's heart swelled with elation. Moreover, he could sense a unique force coursing through his body, which must surely be the soul power. The martial spirit has awakened. The next step is to test the soul power. A voice echoed, pulling Lin Luo back to reality. The information that had floated before him vanished, clearly imperceptible to Su Yuntao. A blue crystal ball rested upon a nearby table, and Su Yuntao gestured for Lin Luo to approach, to which he promptly complied, the chains clinking softly with each step. Withdraw your martial spirit using your will. Then release it again. Repeat this several times, Su Yuntao advised, a look of unexpected astonishment crossing his face as his gaze fell upon the scythe and lantern in Lin Luo's hands. Lin Luo promptly complied, effortlessly withdrawing and releasing his spirit, experimenting several times with remarkable ease, thoroughly relishing the sensation of possessing both a martial spirit and soul power. All right, now store your martial spirit away and place your hand upon it, Su Yuntao instructed. Based on my extensive experience in awakening others' martial spirits, yours is quite extraordinary. It should possess innate soul power, and I suspect it is of considerable strength. Feigning surprise and anticipation, Lin Luo's inner thoughts echoed. Ah, Brother Tao, you ought to say my martial spirit is a worthless one, but it matters little now. Everything has already been set in motion. Lin Luo placed his hand on the blue crystal ball, and Su Yuntao also placed his hand on it. The innate soul power test for Lin Luo then began. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before Lin Luo, once again presenting the choice of whether to reveal his innate soul power. Lin Luo did not hesitate much and chose to stay true to himself, showcasing his real innate soul power level. There was no way around it. The allure of the cultivation technique was too tempting, and there would be plenty of opportunities to obtain spatial soul guiding devices in the future. Besides, how long could he hide with an innate soul power level of 20? It was impossible to keep delaying the acquisition of soul rings. So it was better to reveal himself early. You have successfully made a choice. Lin Luo felt a powerful coming from the blue crystal ball, as if the soul power within him had found an outlet and surged out. Following that, the blue crystal ball began to radiate light, becoming incredibly dazzling in an instant. Su Yuntao was completely stunned. He had never seen such a situation before. According to traditional testing, as long as the crystal ball showed any reaction, even a glimmer of light, it would prove that the tested individual had soul power. The brilliant light shining from the blue crystal ball could only mean one thing: innate full soul power. Before Su Yuntao could reach a conclusion in his mind, he suddenly heard a crack. The blue crystal ball actually developed cracks, which quickly spread and then shattered under the pressure, falling onto the table. Su Yuntao's heartbeat gradually quickened. His eyes widened involuntarily, and his mouth slightly opened. Lin Luo immediately put on a shocked expression and looked at Su Yuntao with a confused and innocent face, whispering, "Did I break your thing?" No, it's fine. It's nothing." Su Yuntao came back to his senses, his speech a bit incoherent. He glanced at the blue crystal ball fragments on the table, swallowed hard, then took a deep breath and looked at Lin Luo seriously. "You wait here for me. I'll be back soon." After saying that, Su Yuntao hurriedly left the martial soul awakening room. The moment the door opened, Lin Luo could hear his uncle Hi's questioning voice outside. The soundproofing of the martial soul awakening room was quite good. As soon as the door closed, Lin Luo could no longer hear any sound. The conversation between his uncle Hi and Su Yuntao was likely just Su Yuntao giving a perfunctory response before quickly leaving. Is Brother Tao going to report to the branch hall leaders? Lin Luo thought to himself. This was understandable. Having innate soul power at the maximum level would already attract significant attention from the martial soul hall, and having innate soul power at level 20 was even more noteworthy. There was no way to hide it. Innate soul power at level 20 couldn't be concealed, and the sooner it was exposed, the sooner one could be free. Lin Luo sighed lightly, and then remembered something. I've already tested my innate soul power level. Where's the system reward? Where's my cultivation technique? The system did not respond at all, and Lin Luo couldn't help but furrow his brows. Just as Lin Luo was about to have a friendly conversation with the system, the door to the soul awakening room suddenly opened. Brother Tao is so efficient. Lin Luo looked over in surprise, and indeed saw Su Yuntao returning. followed by 4 or 5 elderly men dressed in spirit hall uniforms, all appearing anxious and excited. At the moment the door opened, Lin Luo could glimpse his uncle, Lin Dahai, peering inside. Upon seeing that Lin Luo was fine, Lin Dahai showed a relieved expression. Bang! The door closed again, and all eyes turned to Lin Luo. It was him. Su Yuntao began to identify him. The elderly men hurriedly approached Lin Luo, each looking at him as if he were a monster. Where's the spirit power testing orb? One elder suddenly asked, their gaze fixed on Lin Luo since entering. Su Yuntao pointed to a nearby table and said, it's here. Only then did the elders shift their attention from Lin Luo to the blue crystal ball fragments on the table. Could it be that the spirit power testing crystal ball had a problem? One elder inquired. Another elder provided a very certain answer. No, this spirit power testing crystal ball can still be used for at least another 10 years. It's all shattered. How can you tell? There is relevant information recorded here. The elder pointed at a fragment, and everyone looked over. Indeed, there were fine texts recording information on it. Is it really innate spirit power level 20? Yes. The limit that the spirit power testing orb can withstand is indeed 20. Hurry up and report it. 003 retest. Rewards to be given. Dark spirit technique. These people came in too suddenly, and each one was so excited that Lin Luo was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, an old man with silver hair came to Lin Luo's front, seemingly trying to suppress his immense excitement, and comforted him in the gentlest voice. Child, we scared you, didn't we? As he got closer, Lin Luo noticed that one of the silver-haired elder's eyes was white, seemingly blind. Innate spirit power level 20. It's truly unheard of and unseen. Isn't. This matter will be reported, and I estimate someone from above will come soon. This time we can finally prove that our Notting City branch can also produce geniuses. This is no longer a genius. It's a monster. The other elders were still excitedly expressing their feelings, and their emotions seemed to be reaching a point of losing control. To describe it with a phenomenon from Lin Luo's original world, it was like hitting the jackpot with a random lottery ticket. The silver-haired elder was the calmest among them, seeing that Lin Luo did not respond. He thought it was too noisy in here and immediately shouted in a deep voice, everyone quiet down. Those who need to report, hurry and report. Don't scare the child. All the elders instantly fell silent, with 2 elderly men hurriedly exiting, along with Su Yuntao, who was responsible for awakening Lin Luo. The remaining 2 elders stood silently to the side. Child, your name is Lin Luo, right? The silver-haired elder squatted down, displaying a gentle smile. Lin Luo nodded gently. At this moment, he noticed the emblem on the silver-haired old man's Wuhuan temple uniform, which featured 6 long swords crossed to form a symbol. The 6 long swords corresponded to the ranks of Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Emperor, and Soul King, with the long sword representing a Battle Soul Master. This silver-haired old man was a Battle Soul King. In a small place like Notting City, a Soul King was likely to be a branch hall master. Sure enough, the silver-haired old man's subsequent self-introduction confirmed Lin Luo's thoughts. My name is Lan Hanxue, and I am a master of the Wuhuan Temple branch in Notting City. If you like, you can call me Grandpa Lan. Lin Luo nodded and pretended to be obedient as she spoke. Grandpa Lan. A bright smile blossomed on the wrinkled face of Lan Hanxue. The 2 elderly men beside him showed expressions of envy. They seemed to want to approach Lin Luo and introduce themselves. Lin Luo, would you like to do another soul power test with Grandpa Lan? Lan Hanxue asked with a smile. Lin Luo nodded. He was well aware that this was just a notification from Lanhan Academy, and whether or not to go was not up to him. Lin Luo himself also wanted to test it one more time to see if there was an issue with the system. The soul power test had already concluded, and his innate soul power of level 20 had already been revealed, yet the system rewards had not been issued to him. Then come with me. Lanhan Academy reached out and took Lin Luo's hand. Lin Luo felt like he had grasped a piece of withered tree bark and under its influence. He left the room. When he reached the door, Lin Luo saw his uncle, Lin Dahai. Uncle, Lin Luo called softly, wanting to reassure Lin Dahai. Upon hearing Lin Luo address him, Lan Hanxue took a closer look at Lin Dahai and then said to the 2 elderly men following behind, how can we let Lin Luo's uncle stand here? Let's treat him well and discuss some matters. Yes, the 2 elderly men nodded. One of the older men merely glanced lightly, while the other immediately took action, warmly greeting Lin Luo's uncle, Lin Dahai. The older man continued to follow behind Lan Hanxue, his gaze lingering more on Lin Luo beside him. The 3 soon entered another room, which was much larger than the martial soul awakening room. Lin Luo hadn't had the chance to observe the layout of the entire room before being led by Lan Huan to a black table. On that black table sat a yellow crystal ball, which was noticeably larger than the previous blue one, clearly a specialized tool for testing soul power. Lin Luo, place your hand on it, Lan Huan said to Lin Luo, speaking in a very gentle manner, devoid of the authority he held over the other elders. Lin Luo immediately followed suit and placed his hand on it. Lan Huanxue did not place his hand on the crystal ball like Su Yuntao did when testing Lin Luo's soul power. He simply extended a finger and lightly tapped it, causing the yellow crystal ball to glow instantly. The suction he had experienced once before reappeared, and Lin Luo's soul power, which had just stabilized, was once again drawn out. As the soul power test proceeded, the yellow crystal ball became increasingly bright, and the expression on Lan Huanxue's face grew more and more wonderful, as did the expression of the slightly older elder standing behind him. In just a moment, the yellow crystal ball was already radiating an incredibly dazzling light. At this point, Lin Luo's second soul power test came to an end. It's truly innate soul power level 20, unbelievable. Lan Huanxue spoke with some disbelief. His eyes, which had become somewhat sunken due to age, were almost bulging out, especially the white eye that looked somewhat blind, which was quite frightening. At this moment, Lin Luo finally received the system prompt he had been waiting for. You have successfully made a choice to remain true to yourself, showcasing your true innate soul power level, and receive the reward. Dark Spirit Method. The reward had finally arrived. It turned out that making a choice did not directly grant a reward. There were so many troublesome things to deal with, and the troubles following this choice would only multiply. There was no way out. I had no choice after all. I am just a commoner. The only thing I can show off is that I am the son of a coffin shop owner. The fact that I have innate soul power level 20 is impossible to hide. It's only a matter of time. Even if Lin Luo could keep it hidden for a moment, it would be exposed when it came time to obtain a soul ring. His parents are not hidden title Douluo big shots. Even having a certain level of ordinary soul master would help. But the key is that they cannot provide any assistance in obtaining a soul ring. He would definitely need to find others, and information spreads quickly. Secrets cannot be kept. Knock, knock, knock. Palace Master. A knocking sound came, followed by an older voice from outside, which sounded somewhat familiar. It should be the elder who went to handle the matter. Come in. Lan Huanxue had by now collected his emotions and regained his calmness. The door opened, and the elder who went to handle the matter had arrived. Is everything taken care of? Lan Huanxue asked with authority. The elders all nodded in unison. Lan Huanxue then looked at Lin Luo and returned to a gentle demeanor. Child, do you want to go home? You're facing a new choice. 004. Your life is about to change. Find opportunities to stack passives. You're facing a new choice about whether to go home. Choice 1. Follow your heart. Choose to go home. Reward 1 gold soul coin. Choice 2. Read the room. Choose not to go back. Reward 1 silver soul coin. Lin Luo really didn't expect that whether or not to go home could actually involve a choice. However, judging from the rewards of this choice, it should be inconsequential. It's just a difference between a gold soul coin and a silver soul coin. Is there even need to choose? Lin Luo immediately responded to the system. Choose to go home. At the same time he replied to the system, Lin Luo looked at Lan Huanxue with an expression of anticipation and nodded. All right, we'll take you back right away. Lan Huanxue agreed very readily, as if he could fulfill any request Lin Luo had at that moment. Lin Luo also caught some information from the words of Lan Han. Sending you back and going back are two completely different concepts. This seems understandable, as Lin Luo is a monster with an innate soul power of level 20. So it certainly needs to be guarded well. Lin Luo didn't expect that Lan Huanxue would agree so readily. Looking at the posture of these people, he originally thought he wouldn't be able to go back. Thank you, Grandpa Lan, Lin Luo said with a smile, as basic politeness still needed to be maintained, even if it was just for show. Master, the several old men seemed to have some objections. Lan Huanxue merely glanced at them lightly, and they immediately fell silent. Then, Lin Luo set off on the way home accompanied by Lan Huanxue, and not just Lan Huanxue, but those old men were also by Lin Luo's side. Lin Luo did not see his uncle Lin Dahai and immediately asked, Grandpa Lan, where's my uncle? An old man behind him immediately replied, he has already gone back. Lan Huanxue had turned back to take a look, and the old man immediately fell silent, clearly not aware of the order of speaking. A few old men were on the street with a child, and not many people noticed them, but if there were a few old men dressed in spirit hall uniforms, it was likely that many people's eyes would be on them. It seemed they had anticipated this, as the old men changed into casual clothes before leaving the spirit hall. To be honest, their speed in changing clothes was really impressive. Lin Luo didn't even have time to react. Accompanied by these big shots, Lin Luo felt an unprecedented sense of security and smoothly arrived at his doorstep. Originally, the street where Lin Luo's house was located was very quiet, but he strangely noticed that many new residents had suddenly moved in. The few neighbors who were originally there had inexplicably moved away, replaced by unfamiliar faces. This place was already quite remote, especially with some inauspicious shops around. How could it suddenly become popular? When Lin Luo noticed that those new neighbors were nodding towards the old man, he instantly understood everything. Wow, everyone living next door were from the spirit hall. Speaking of which, the efficiency of the spirit hall is too high. It seems his uncle also returned with a few companions. Grandpa Lan, this is my home. Would you like to come in for some tea? Lin Luo pointed to his family's coffin shop and said, Sure. Lan Huanxue replied with a smile, and the other old men followed suit. Lin Luo felt a bit helpless. I was just asking casually, did you all take it seriously? Who would actually like to drink tea in a coffin shop? There's nothing I can do. Lin Luo could only warmly greet these elderly gentlemen, earning unanimous praise for being such a sensible child. After greeting the old gentleman, Lin Luo began to search for her mother's figure. However, after searching for quite a while, she still couldn't find her. Could she have gone to her uncle's place? Lin Luo deliberately asked aloud. Lan Hanxue immediately looked at an old man beside him, who then spoke up. Maybe so. Lin Luo finally felt relieved, knowing that all of this was arranged by the spirit hall. Sometimes, overly attentive care can really be quite uncomfortable. However, there is nothing to be done. After all, he currently has no options at all. Not being locked up is already the best outcome, even though the current situation is not much different from being confined. When will I be able to see the cultivation techniques? After Lin Luo made the choice to go home, he received a reward from the system the moment he arrived home. The golden soul coin awarded by the system seemed to be stored in a very special space. And as long as Lin Luo focused his thoughts, he could take out that golden soul coin. The reward he previously obtained, the dark spirit mental method, was also stored in that special space, and Lin Luo was eager to take a look at it, but now was clearly not the right time. Why weren't these friendly old gentlemen leaving yet? Did they really want to choose their future house in my shop ahead of time? Lin Luo felt quite helpless. Wan Han and the others would occasionally chat with him about trivial matters, but he really wasn't in the mood for conversation right now. Besides, with such a large age gap, there really wasn't much to talk about. It was purely awkward small talk. Wan Han and the others didn't mention anything about soul master knowledge, nor did they say a word about Lin Luo's innate soul power being at level 20. As if nothing had happened at all. Lin Luo had also asked tentatively, but they didn't say much about it. Regarding this, Lin Luo had his own speculation. It seemed that Lan Hanxue's main task now was to keep an eye on him, and everything else was not within their responsibility. Gulu, it was mealtime, and Lin Luo's stomach had started to signal. Are you hungry? Grandpa will go buy you something to eat. Lan Hanxue said with great concern. Lin Luo shook his head and said, No need, there should still be food at home. Do you want some? Lan Han and the others were about to agree. But Lin Luo didn't finish his sentence and directly walked into the backyard, heading straight for the kitchen. Sure enough, his mother had already prepared delicious dishes. After serving himself a bowl of rice, Lin Luo found himself lost in thought, savoring the exquisite meal his mother had cooked. In less than an hour, his life had undergone a dramatic change. An hour ago, he was just the son of a coffin shop owner, and now, he had become a monster with an innate soul power of level 20, a key protected target of the spirit hall. Before leaving, Lin Luo had actually thought through all the possible scenarios for his martial soul awakening. Either he would inherit the scythe of the Lin family, which was still untrainable, and return home to have lunch with his family as if nothing had happened, with his uncle Lin Hai sighing a few words of lamentation. Or he would have an innate soul power of 1 or 2 levels, at most not exceeding 5 levels, and the family would celebrate, perhaps even beating drums and gongs, as the Lin family finally produced a soul master. At that time, Lin Luo believed that the former scenario was more likely. However, the outcome was this unexpected situation. If he were to describe the martial soul awakening using certain concepts from his original world, it seems similar to taking a college entrance exam, where the amount of innate soul power determined the quality of the university one could attend. Once in college, as long as he didn't slack off, he could see what the future held. As for having 0 innate soul power, that would mean failing the exam and having to find another path. Lin Luo, without a doubt, has been accepted into the top-tier university, and has directly obtained a passport to success. In contrast to getting into university, the awakening of one's martial soul is evidently much more brutal. It has nothing to do with hard work, but is entirely about one's birth and luck. The result of the martial soul awakening directly determines a person's entire life. Lin Luo was completely an exception. He didn't rely on reincarnation or luck, but on hacks. It seemed I was destined to never be an ordinary person. After reflecting for a moment, Lin Luo began to enjoy the delicious food. After a hearty meal, Lin Luo returned to the shop, where Lan Hanxue and the others had been waiting, showing no intention of leaving. "Grandpa Lan, you're so busy. Why don't you head back first?" Lin Luo finally couldn't hold back and issued the guest dismissal. The elderly men all looked at Lan Hanxue, who paused briefly before nodding. "Yes, we should go back now." Lan Hanxue stood up, and the other elderly men followed suit. Before leaving, Lan Hanxue reminded, "Child, be obedient at home. We'll come to see you tomorrow." Lin Luo wanted to say, "Why don't you not come tomorrow? And don't come again in the future," but he held back. In the end, Lin Luo gently nodded and watched as Lan Hanxue and the others left. After they departed, Lin Luo immediately went to the residence next to his uncle Lin Luo's funeral home. His uncle's family did not live in the funeral home itself, as they also had their own house. Lin Luo was fine at the coffin shop, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was stared at by many pairs of eyes. With so many people watching, it was hard to misbehave. Fortunately, Lin Luo still had some privacy. For example, when he was having lunch earlier, Lan Han and the others did not follow him. When he went to his uncle's house, those enthusiastic new neighbors only gave him a curious glance. Upon arriving at Uncle Lin Luo's home, his mother Zhao Zitsui was indeed there, and not just her. His father Lin Dashin, who was originally supposed to deliver the coffin, was also present. Uncle Lin Luo and Aunt Mo Xiaoyu were preparing food, and everyone was very happy, to the point of being ecstatic. When they saw Lin Luo, they welcomed him as if he were a victorious general returning home. Strangely, none of them asked about Lin Luo's martial soul awakening, which likely meant that the martial soul hall had already informed them. Lin Luo had originally planned to show his martial soul to his family on the way here, but he has since abandoned that idea, fearing that his sharing might bring harm to them. The people from the spirit hall could care for his family meticulously, but they could also do some ruthless things. Compared to those extreme situations, Lin Luo would rather be lost in his own thoughts. After reuniting with his family, his previously chaotic mind gradually settled down. Everyone was just as cheerful as before, very harmonious, directly skipping over the matter of Lin Luo's martial soul awakening. After lunch, having eaten a meal at his uncle's house after having one at home, Lin Luo felt a bit stuffed and went outside for a walk. His family did not stop him at all. In fact, they even started calculating the earnings of 1 gold spirit coin made in the morning. This was quite nice, but it still felt like something was missing. The spirit hall was indeed powerful. In front of soul masters, commoners without a background could only cooperate as much as possible. The impact of having innate soul power at level 20 was not just affecting him alone. His family was inevitably involved as well. Turning left after leaving his uncle's house, Lin Luo glanced up and then walked into a place he usually preferred not to linger in. Upon entering the funeral home, a wave of cold air greeted him, causing goosebumps all over, while the scent of incense and paper money wafted in. Looking around, he could see more than 10 coffins neatly arranged, including some newcomers who had just arrived that morning. Lin Luo felt no fear towards the sleeping customers. He had been trained from a young age, groomed by his father to be his successor, and had seen all kinds of customer scenarios. His parents were quite extreme individuals. Once they set their minds on something, it would not change. Sometimes Lin Luo wondered if the previous version of himself had been scared to death. Should he first study the cultivation technique, or should he try the hell curse first? Lin Luo came to the funeral home with his own purpose, under the care of the spirit hall. The time that would belong to him in the future would only become less and less. The system reward of the dark spirit technique and a gold soul coin were still lying in a special storage space. Lin Luo was unsure about what would happen if he took out the dark spirit technique, so he decided to temporarily set it aside. For now, he would try to stack some passives. Lin Luo looked around, confirming that there were no living people before activating his martial soul. Even if someone was still watching him in the dark, he could explain that his martial soul had been sensed, with innate soul power reaching level 20. What did it matter if his martial soul had some connection to the eerie, like the souls of the dead? A massive scythe appeared in Lin Luo's hand, along with a lantern connected by a chain. Lin Luo could feel a slight chill from the scythe. while the lantern at the other end of the chain always gave him a sense that someone was calling out to him. Since my martial soul is the Soul Lock Warden Thresh, why does the release of my martial soul not manifest as a beast martial soul attachment, but rather as directly wielding the weapon of Thresh? Lin Luo felt a bit confused. During his time at the Spirit Hall, various events kept happening one after another, leaving him no time to think about so many things. At this moment, he remembered this point. Forget about other things for now. Stack the passives, stack the passives, stack the passives. When Lin Luo activated his martial soul, holding a scythe and a lantern, an incredibly profound and complex stream of information unconsciously surfaced in his mind. He did not need to understand it. He could go straight to the result. Ultimately, a piece of information appeared in Lin Luo's mind. Hell's curse. Reap souls provide defense, and soul power can be stacked infinitely. At this moment, when Lin Luo looked at the guests in the mortuary, the scene was completely different. Above each coffin, a green light orb floated. Some orbs were relatively dim, while others were slightly brighter, showing minimal difference. However, one of the orbs was exceptionally dazzling, at least among all the light orbs present here. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on the coffin, he immediately recognized the person as the guest who had arrived in the morning and then walked towards him. Since he was going to experiment with the passive skill Hell's Curse, he would definitely start with the brightest light cluster. In just a few steps, Lin Luo reached the front of his target. He slightly raised the lantern, and with just a thought, the green light cluster quietly floated into the lantern. Not only that one light cluster, but several others around it also floated in. Lin Luo immediately felt a strange sensation, a stream of coolness rising from within his body, which not only did not make him feel uncomfortable, but was actually quite pleasant. Soon after, Lin Luo received several system notifications. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 10 defense and 2 soul power. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 1 defense and 0 soul power. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 75 defense and 0 soul power. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 1 defense and 0.005 soul power. Different guests, soul masters? It feels like my body has become stronger. Lin Luo glanced at the surface of his skin. Although he didn't notice anything particularly special, it gave him a feeling of becoming stronger. The defense seemed to directly affect his body. As the defense continuously improved, his body would become more solid and resilient. As for soul power, the amount he gained was too little to feel much difference. All right, soul power. Lin Luo's gaze suddenly fell on the coffin of the guest who had been delivered in the morning. It seemed that only this guest had provided soul power, while the others had not. Moreover, the defense provided by this guest was also the highest, a full 10 points, while the other guests were too stingy, almost as if they were financially constrained. Together, they didn't contribute as much as this one guest. Could it be that this guest was a soul master? Lin Luo felt a bit more puzzled. To verify the uniqueness of this guest, Lin Luo continued to collect souls, walking through the entire cemetery with a lantern. But the results were the same. None of the subsequent guests provided soul power, and the defense they offered was pitifully low. Am I being foolish? Only soul masters have soul power. Where would ordinary people get soul power? Why am I only realizing this now? Lin Luo self-deprecatingly thought to himself that he was increasingly certain that the guest who came in the morning was a soul master, and the person who paid was likely also a soul master. Their identities were somewhat mysterious. Just when he was having lunch, he heard his aunt discussing dividing the money with his mother, but he didn't hear them talk about the information regarding the morning guest. Should he go back and ask them later? Lin Luo secretly pondered. Lin Luo took one last glance at all the guests, ensuring he hadn't missed anyone, then admired his scythe and lantern for a moment before putting away his martial soul. The feeling of stacking passives was quite enjoyable, though the efficiency was a bit low. The ordinary guest could provide very little, with pitiful defenses and not a trace of soul power. It seemed that if he wanted to quickly stack passives in the future, he would have to specifically seek out soul master guests. However, where could he find so many soul master guests? Now that the passives were stacked, and he couldn't find a new target for the time being, perhaps he should look into practicing his cultivation techniques. Lin Luo thought of this and looked around to confirm that no one was present before contacting the system. Soon, Lin Luo's consciousness entered that special storage space, which resembled an item inventory in an online game. In the first 2 slots, there were a gold coin and a scroll. This place seemed to be specifically for storing quest items, and it was estimated that ordinary items couldn't be stored here. In the future, Lin Luo would still need to get a spatial soul guide device. Lin Luo's attention finally fell on the scroll. and he immediately saw the relevant information prompt. Dark Spirit Technique. Divine Level, the most suitable cultivation technique for the Soul Lock Warden. The introduction was very plain and unadorned. Just as Lin Luo wanted to learn more about the Dark Spirit Technique, he suddenly received a system prompt. Would you like to use the Dark Spirit Technique? Wow, this cultivation technique can be used directly? I was worried about this and that before, and I held back from looking. No big deal. It's my first time getting a system, so I don't have much experience. Use. Lin Luo responded. The Dark Spirit Technique, lying in the item slot, instantly transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Immediately after, Lin Luo felt a throbbing pain in his head. Damn, is this going to make me smarter? Of course. That's not the reason. Lin Luo could clearly sense that his memory contained some mysterious and complex information, which he could use directly without needing to understand it. It was precisely the Dark Spirit Mind method. Fortunately, that information didn't require understanding, because Lin Luo realized that his brain might not be sufficient. Lin Luo only needed a thought to enter a state of cultivation. The soul power in the world was attracted to his body, rushing in one after another. After a filtering process, some of the soul power permanently remained in his body, enhancing his strength. It was indeed a divine-level cultivation method. He could enter the cultivation state with just a thought and improve his strength while standing still. He could even level up passively as cultivation was ongoing. It was only the efficiency of cultivation that would be affected by whether his attention was focused on it. Wow, take off. I just wonder if others can see that I am in a cultivation state. There is so much soul power in the world. Surely no one would notice this blank sheet of paper that is as white as can be. Those people from the Spirit Hall are really something. Even if they are waiting for the leader to arrive, they could at least teach me how to cultivate first. Being in passive mode should be fine. With this speed of improvement, even I can't sense it without putting in effort, let alone others. Successfully using the Hell Curse to stack a wave of passives. And then obtaining the divine-level cultivation method, the Dark Spirit Heart method, Lin Luo felt a wave of joy. Although he was in a charity hall surrounded by guests, Lin Luo felt a very comfortable and relaxed sensation. Lin Luo does not plan to go back for the time being. While idly training, he began to study the system. After a moment, Lin Luo had a basic understanding of the system. He opened his personal panel. Lin Luo's thoughts stirred, and relevant information about himself gradually emerged before his eyes. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul, Soul Lock Warden Thresh. Soul Power Level, Level 20. Soul Rings, not acquired. Soul Bones, not acquired. Domain, not acquired. Points, 2. According to Lin Luo's understanding, the system has two persistent interfaces, the personal interface and the lottery interface, which can be opened at any time according to Lin Luo's will. The points in the personal interface are used for the lottery, and the way to earn points is by making choices. As long as a choice is made, regardless of the outcome, 1 point will be accumulated. 5 points can be used to draw once. Lin Luo then opened the lottery interface, and in front of him appeared a huge spinning wheel, which was currently shrouded in gray mist. A prompt displayed on it read, "Insufficient points, unable to start the lottery." Besides the personal interface and the lottery interface, the next most important one was the choice interface. The choice interface appeared probabilistically, and once it appeared, a choice had to be made, with each choice corresponding to completely different outcomes. Lin Luo speculated that the next choice interface would likely appear when the higher-ups from the Spirit Hall came. In his view, the probability of the choice interface appearing during critical moments was higher. Those trivial choices were probably encountered only occasionally. A faint sound of footsteps came from outside the ancestral hall, seemingly approaching the direction of the hall. Lin Luo felt that after awakening his martial soul, his perception in all aspects had greatly improved. Lin Luo. The voice of his uncle Lin Dahai came from outside the ancestral hall. Lin Luo immediately replied, "Hey." The footsteps outside suddenly became much more hurried, and soon Lin Dahai's figure stepped into the funeral home. "What are you doing here, kid?" Lin Dahai asked with a smile. Lin Dahai is usually very gentle towards Lin Luo, and today he seems even more so. It appears that whenever he sees Lin Luo, a smile inevitably rises on his face, revealing an undeniable joy. Lin Luo Dao just came over to take a look at this morning's guest. What's so interesting about it? But that person's identity is indeed somewhat special. Lin Dahai glanced at the relatively new coffin. What's special about it? Lin Luo immediately asked. Lin Dahai did not hide it and stroked his chin, saying, "He is a soul master." I found it hard to understand why a soul master would be sent to our ordinary funeral home. Finally, there was news. Someone from Spirit City had arrived. There's a significant difference between soul masters and ordinary people. Not only in life, but also in death, there are different arrangements. In this small city of Notting, the Lin family is not the only one in the funeral business. There are quite a few competitors, including coffin shops and funeral homes run by soul masters. After a soul master dies, they usually go to the shops run by other soul masters. At least for the Lin family, who has been in this line of work for so many years, it is the first time they are receiving a soul master as a guest. Uncle Lin Luo's words also awakened Lin Luo. He realized that the soul master guest he longed for seemed to be seeking out those competitor shops. Of course, this was just an idea that Lin Luo quickly dismissed, as it was unlikely to become a reality. Not to mention that Lin Luo is currently under strict protection. Even if he regained his freedom and entered someone else's shop, using his martial soul everywhere, he would either be considered an outcast and killed, or regarded as a madman and immediately kicked out. Lin Luo could also choose to go secretly, but the risks and rewards are completely disproportionate. The number of soul masters is still relatively small, and not many people would store corpses in a charity cemetery. Most have the capability to handle funerals themselves. It is not worth taking huge risks for limited goals. Lin Luo and his nephew Lin Luo did not stay long at the charity hall. Lin Luo quickly led Lin Luo out and, quite unusually, took him for a stroll around streets. Lin Luo was very aware of his uncle's intentions. After disappearing for a while, he needed to come out and ensure his safety. Sometimes what he considered safe was not truly safe. It had to be recognized by others to count. This feeling of being meticulously cared for by others made Lin Luo feel somewhat unaccustomed, but he had no choice but to cooperate. Fortunately, the people from Spirit Hall still knew to give Lin Luo some personal space and did not monitor him without any blind spots. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy. The next 2 days were spent in such an environment. Lin Luo also wanted to go out for a walk, but what he received was the enthusiastic response of the neighbors. What do you need? Lin Luo, I need to go out for a walk. Neighbor, no way. Lin Luo, there's no way out. Lin Luo can only continue to stay in this almost remote street in Nottingham. Fortunately, there is still the company of family members by their side. Lin Luo also practices when he is alone, but he spends more time with his family. Additionally, he has to stroll around the streets from time to time to ensure his safety. Lan Han and a few others come by every day, but they only talk about trivial matters. Over the past couple of days, Lin Luo has already greeted the Spirit Hall in his mind countless times. Even though he has innate soul power at level 20, does he really need to be treated so specially? Also, can the Spirit Hall improve its efficiency? Why hasn't there been any news from them yet? Lin Luo even thought about whether things would have been different if he had chosen to hide his innate soul power level from the beginning. In addition, he also wondered why the system didn't present him with an option to escape from here. However, the result was that for the past 2 days, not a single choice had appeared. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, Lan Han came over with a big smile on his face, looking particularly cheerful. Lin Luo knew that the Spirit Hall finally had some movement. The Lin family's coffin shop opens its doors even when there's no business, as the neighbors are just too enthusiastic and occasionally come to visit. Only they could visit a coffin shop like this. Lin Luo poured a cup of tea for Lan Huanxue and said with a smile, Grandpa Lan, you seem to be in a good mood today. Although Lin Luo felt quite unhappy about being taken care of, he always maintained his politeness, perfectly fitting the image of an obedient and sensible child. Lan Huanxue nodded and replied, yes, there is news from above. Lin Luo didn't expect Lan Huanxue to be so direct, but he still pretended to look confused as he stared at Lan Huanxue. Lan Huanxue continued, at the current speed, they will come to pick you up in 2 days at the latest. Pick me up? Where to? Lin Luo asked in confusion. Lan Huanxue smiled, to Wuhuan City, the holy land of soul masters. Sure enough, he couldn't escape the fate of being cultivated as a key talent. Really? He was already cursing inside, but had to keep a smile on his face. Lan Huanxue nodded, of course it's true. With your innate soul power of level 20, you will definitely be taken to Wuhuan City for training. If it weren't for the lack of communication soul guidance devices in our Notting City, you would probably already be on your way to Wuhuan City. Communication soul guidance device? Lin Luo openly displayed his curiosity. A child's curiosity about the unknown is always understandable. Lan Huanxue smiled slightly. It's a special object used to convey messages, very rare, only available at the main hall level, and can directly communicate with Wuhuan City. Like a phone or a telegram. Wow, it turns out the soul guidance devices in this world are so advanced. We need to report your situation to the main hall, and then the main hall will communicate with Wuhuan City before a decision can be made, Lan Huanxue said. So reporting the message is this complicated. No wonder he has to wait 2 days. I wonder what kind of people will come from Wuhuan City. Lan Hanshue's gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo, seemingly more pleased the longer he looked, with a faint smile always on his wrinkled face. When you get to Wuhuan City, you must work hard. Your future is limitless. If you have the chance in the future, remember to come back and visit this place that raised you, Lan Hanshue smiled. Is this the beginning of a farewell? Lin Luo nodded gently. Yes, I will definitely come back. Lan Hanshue suddenly retracted his smile and became serious. Lin Luo thought he was about to fight, but it turned out to be his final advice. Remember this, Lin, in life, if you are too bad, they will destroy you. If you're too timid, they will trample you. If you're too good or too strong, they will also be wary of you, suppressing and distancing themselves from you. Only if you are about the same as them will they accept you with ease. A tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. If you walk above others, you will be rejected. Lin Luo was stunned in place, feeling that this sentence was inexplicably familiar. After a moment, Lin Luo suddenly remembered that this seemed to be a line from certain anime. Wow, could this Grandpa Lan in front of him also be a traveler? After Lan Han finished speaking, a smile appeared on his face again. It's normal that you don't understand it now. You'll gradually come to understand it later. Lin Luo nodded slightly, and her gaze towards Lan Hanshue changed slightly. At that moment, a sudden loud argument broke out on the street outside. Lin Luo immediately went out to take a look. It was a middle-aged man arguing with the neighbors. The middle-aged man seemed to be the one who had bought a coffin 2 days ago, and the guest lying in the mortuary was still a soul master. 007, shocked. The elder came to pick me up? I really just came to collect the body. Please let me in, the middle-aged man pleaded desperately. The neighbors still refused to let the middle-aged man enter, all of them having a firm attitude. Brother, come back in a few days. I've already waited for several days. What I say few more days? Can your family also wait a few more days for the burial? How can you curse? I'm just speaking the truth. Even if you're the Notting City Guard, you can't be so overbearing, right? We are from the Spirit Hall, executing a mission, please understand. Forced into a corner, a middle-aged neighbor in his 40s finally revealed the true identity of his group. However, the middle-aged man was not convinced. What can the Spirit Hall do? Is there still any law in this world? Noticing the commotion, Lan Huanxue and Lin Luo had already walked over. On their way, they had heard a rough outline of the situation. Lan Huanxue looked at the members of the Spirit Hall. Step aside. Except for maintaining a gentle smile when facing Lin Luo, Lan Huanxue was extremely serious towards everyone else. The members of the Spirit Hall immediately stepped aside, allowing Lan Huanxue to see the middle-aged man's appearance clearly. At that moment, a member of the Spirit Hall immediately came to Lan Huanxue's side and whispered, Duan Ming, from Muyang City, engaged in body transportation, stored a body in a mortuary 2 days ago, came today to collect it. Lan Huanxue nodded, then looked at Lin Luo and asked, Is he a customer from your shop? Lin Luo nodded. Yes, he came 2 days ago. Lan Hanshue's gaze returned to the middle-aged man, and he said in a deep voice, Let's go, to identify the body. The middle-aged man immediately nodded. Okay. Then Lin Luo walked ahead to lead the way. Lan Hanshue walked in the middle, and the middle-aged man followed at the end. In no time, they arrived at the mortuary, and Lin Luo brought the middle-aged man in front of the guest. It's this guest, right? Lin Luo asked. Yes, it's him. The middle-aged man nodded. Lin Luo asked, So how do you plan to take him away next? This coffin is made of solid materials, but it has a certain weight. Do you need moving services? Lan Hanshu looked at Lin Luo with some confusion, and Lin Luo realized he had spoken too casually. I'm used to it. The middle-aged man said, No need, I don't want a coffin. As he spoke, the middle-aged man skillfully lifted the young corpse out of the coffin, as if he had done similar actions countless times before. Is there a registration for the identity of the corpse? Lan Hanshu inquired. Lin Luo immediately said, There is a registration. The name is Duan Ming. Age 27, he is a soul master, with an unknown martial soul and an unknown soul power level. A soul master? Lan Hanshue was only slightly surprised, but did not ask further, quietly watching the middle-aged man carry the corpse away. Just let him go like that? Even if that uncle really is a corpse mover. Some of his actions are too strange, right? If he simply wanted to save money by coming to an ordinary funeral home, why would he buy a coffin and spend so lavishly? 1 gold soul coin is not a small amount. Even going to a shop specially prepared for soul masters would be more than enough, and the coffin is the most expensive part. Yet he left without even taking the coffin? Isn't that strange? As the branch master of the Martial Soul Palace, it is understandable that Lan Hanshue doesn't care about ordinary matters, but the key point is that the corpse's identity is a soul master. Shouldn't he inquire about that? Forget it. Thinking too much is useless. If the branch master beside me doesn't care, why should I think so much? Watching the middle-aged man leave, Lan Hanxue slowly spoke. Duanming. Lin Luo, who originally planned not to think about those matters anymore, couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity upon hearing Lan Hanxue's whisper. Grandpa Lan. Do you know Duanming? Lan Hanxue replied calmly. I don't know him. He is probably not a soul master from our Notting City branch. Lin Luo? Then what are you mumbling about? Just to confirm again that it's not your subordinate? Lan Hanxue Dao. Many things don't need to be made too clear. A person's energy is ultimately limited, and it's enough to do well in one's own responsibilities. Lin Luo was taken aback for a moment. Well, there's a reason why the Eye of God King from the Notting City branch is blind. Duanming's arrival was a small episode, and it's unclear whether it was because of this small episode that Lan Hanxue left shortly afterward. After Lin Luo left, he didn't return to the coffin shop, but went to his uncle's house where the family was gathered. As soon as he entered, Lin Luo heard his aunt's complaints and his uncle's scolding. How much longer are we going to be locked up? If this goes on, we're all going to go crazy. Can you keep your mouth shut? Stop talking so much. Have you thought about the consequences if the spirit hall hears you? I just can't take it anymore. Is it not allowed to complain a little? It's really too torturous. The spirit hall will compensate us. Compensate? Can a person's freedom be bought with soul coins? 1 gold soul coin a day. Oh, then just keep us locked up here. 1 or 2 years is fine. 10 or 8 years is okay. A woman who only sees money. When Lin Luo returned, his uncle and aunt immediately interrupted their previous conversation, both wearing smiles. Lin Luo is back. Come sit down and rest for a while. What do you want to eat? Auntie will go make it for you. Auntie, Mo, Xiaoyu greeted warmly. Lin Luo shook his head. No need, thank you, Aunt. Uncle and aunt have always been very good to him, but now they are even better. Lin Luo looked at his parents, who were both seated by the window. His father, Lin Dashin, was reading a book about woodworking, while his mother, Zhao Cuicui, was doing some needlework. Lin Luo returned, and they only glanced up at him. Compared to the enthusiasm of their uncle and aunt, they appeared much calmer. 2 days ago, they were very excited, but as time passed, that excitement gradually faded away. Lin Luo noticed a hint of fatigue on his parents' faces. They were the kind of people who couldn't stay idle. Resting for too long would only worsen their mental state. In fact, they seemed to be in better spirits when they were busy. The special treatment from the spirit hall was not only difficult for Lin Luo to bear, but the entire Lin family felt the same way. But what could they do? Even if they couldn't stand it, they had to endure. The spirit hall was in charge, and even the Lord of Notting City had to cooperate, let alone the common people like them. This street was relatively remote in Notting City, but after being sealed off for 2 or 3 days, there wasn't even a shadow of a guard from the Notting City defense team, which clearly indicated that the spirit hall had already made arrangements. Some future events could actually be foreseen now. The strength of the spirit hall was destined to grow. The next morning, Lin Luo gang just got out of bed and opened the door of the coffin shop, only to see Lan Hanxue walking over slowly. So early? Although Lan Hanxue comes every day, this is the first time he has come this early. Could it be that the people from Spirit City have arrived? Lin Luo thought to himself, seeing Lan Hanxue's slightly hurried footsteps and beaming smile. It was almost certain. This day had finally arrived. Lan Hanxue quickly arrived at the coffin shop, and after seeing Lin Luo, directly grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go. Hurry up. The elder wants to see you." Lin Luo could clearly hear the voice of Lan Hanxue trembling slightly, and when he heard the word elder, his body also trembled slightly. Elder? It can't possibly be the elder from the Notting City branch, right? Do branch elders have such an occasion? Calling the branch master to summon someone? Besides, it seems that only the elder hall in the spirit hall has the title of elder. Others are just referred to as stewards and bishops. Lan Hanxue's title of branch master is probably just an alias. If that's the case, then the elder Lan Hanxue mentioned must be from the elder hall in Spirit City. Goodness, the title Douluo is here to pick me up? Lin Luo was extremely shocked. Before long, under the guidance of Lan Hanxue, Lin Luo arrived at the Notting City branch. 008, choice, take the Ghost Douluo as my master. As soon as he stepped into the branch, Lin Luo instantly felt an enormous invisible pressure that made his chest feel tight and breathing slightly difficult. Looking around, all the spirit hall staff were working with utmost seriousness, giving off a feeling as if they were preparing for an inspection. Passing through the first floor hall, Lin Luo followed Lan Hanxue up to the second floor, ultimately arriving at Lan Hanxue's office. Standing by the window in the office was a person, or rather, more like a phantom, making one involuntarily wonder if they were hallucinating. "Elder, Lin Luo has arrived," Lan Hanxue said respectfully. You may leave. The hoarse voice seemed to come from all directions, exuding great authority. Yes, elder. Lan Hanxue glanced at Lin Luo and immediately left. Carefully closing the door, Lan Hanxue finally let out a sigh of relief. It was his first time meeting such a big shot, and he was so nervous during the conversation that he didn't even dare to breathe. My task is considered complete. Lan Hanxue did not linger outside the door, fearing it would annoy the big figure inside, and went to another vacant office to start his day's work. Inside the room, Lin Luo's gaze remained fixed on that phantom. Under his watch, the phantom slowly turned around. It was a tall man shrouded in a black robe, his entire body covered in black mist. One could see the general outline of his body beneath the black mist, but his face was unclear. Even so, Lin Luo could distinctly sense the other person's gaze resting on him. Just being looked at by the other party made Lin Luo feel as if his heart had stopped, as if an invisible, terrifying pressure was gathering on him, truly embodying the saying that one more glance would cause an explosion. Is this the power of a title Douluo? Even without releasing any imposing aura, they can bring an incredibly terrifying pressure. Coming from Spirit City, identified as an elder, and in this form, it is highly likely that he is the Ghost Douluo from the Elder Hall. Unleash your martial spirit. The hoarse voice echoed, and the pressure on Lin Luo instantly dissipated. His back already soaked with cold sweat. Lin Luo quickly nodded. Okay. Following that, Lin Luo focused his thoughts and activated his martial soul. A giant scythe, glowing with green light, appeared in his hand. The tail of the scythe connected to a chain. The other end of the chain tied to a lantern emitting green light, filling the air with a strange aura. Upon seeing Lin Luo's martial soul, Ghost Douluo paused slightly. The black mist swirling around him seemed to thicken a bit, but it quickly returned to normal. All right, put it away. Lin Luo immediately retracted his martial soul. Under the authoritative voice of Ghost Douluo, his mind was filled with only two words: obedience. Do you know what your martial soul is called? Ghost Douluo asked. You don't even know. How could a little kid like me possibly know? To avoid any strange names for his martial soul, Lin Luo started to make up a story. When my martial soul awakened, I heard a voice in my mind. It seemed to be calling me Soul Lock Warden. Actually, it wasn't entirely made up. When he awakened his martial soul, there really was a voice that told him what it was called. But that voice came from a system. Soul Lock Warden? Ghost Douluo's voice finally carried a hint of amusement. Interesting. Your martial soul is a divine-level martial soul. Only divine-level martial souls will have innate soul power of level 20 at the time of awakening and will carry martial soul information with them, Ghost Douluo slowly said, his demeanor changing from the earlier coldness and authority, his voice finally sounding a bit softer, but perhaps due to the special nature of the martial soul. Ghost Douluo's voice still sounded quite eerie. Lin Luo was a bit surprised upon hearing this, and he immediately understood why the Ghost Douluo had asked him about his martial spirit earlier. He didn't expect that a spontaneous answer would match perfectly. Divine-level martial spirits are extremely rare. In my knowledge, there have only been two, and you are one of them. The other one is Qianren Xue, if I remember correctly. She also has innate soul power at level 20. Your martial spirit is very special, and the aura it displays is very close to my own martial spirit. I would like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Huh? Lin Luo was stunned. On his way here, he had imagined various scenarios for meeting the elder, but he never expected the other party to directly ask to take him as a disciple. Ghost Douluo did not care about Lin Luo's confused and surprised expression, but continued to say, my name is Gue Mei, and my martial soul is also called Gue Mei. I am a level 95 agility attack type title Douluo, known as Title Ghost, and I am currently an elder in the Spirit Hall. As long as you are willing to take me as your master, I will teach you everything I know. Lin Luo's confusion was not feigned. He didn't quite understand why Ghost Douluo wanted to take him as a disciple right upon their first meeting. After all, he was a title Douluo and a peak Douluo at level 95, so is it really that hasty to take on a disciple? Shouldn't there be some sort of test or trial involved? Or was it that a divine martial soul with innate soul power of level 20 was even more attractive than he had imagined? Ding! Just as Lin Luo was lost in thought, he suddenly received a familiar prompt sound, followed by the system's message. You are faced with a new choice. Will you agree to be taken as a disciple by Ghost Douluo? Option 1. This is a great opportunity. Choose to agree to Ghost Douluo, and you will be rewarded with a red crystal. Option 2. Perhaps there are better teachers. Choose to refuse Ghost Douluo, and you will be rewarded with a blue crystal. What the heck are red and blue crystals? I'm not forcing you. But you need to tell me your choice before we return to Soul Land. Ghost Douluo's voice had turned much colder. Master, please allow Lin Luo to pay his respects. Lin Luo cupped his fists and bowed, knowing that in the Douluo world, there was no need to kneel to pay respects to a master. Was there even a choice to be made? Faced with this sudden situation, he might be confused, but when it came time to make a decision, he didn't need to think twice. A 95th level title Duo, an elder of the spirit hall, and his martial soul was a ghost. Strength, status, and expertise, all of them were impeccable. There was no need to consider anything else. Wasn't it a tremendous blessing to have such a teacher come to him? If it were those so-called great masters wanting to take him as a disciple, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. Without comparison, there would be no difference. Furthermore, and most importantly, the disparity in identity and strength between him and the Ghost Douluo was too great. Did he have the right to refuse when a peak Douluo wanted to take him as a disciple? Even if he awakened a divine-level martial soul, he was still just an ordinary commoner with no identity or background. Refusing would be tantamount to offending someone, which could greatly endanger his life. On the other hand, accepting meant having a peak Douluo as a backing, at least for the time being. Though it was called a choice, there really was no choice at all. Even if there were more options within the spirit hall, Lin Luo was not willing to gamble with his life. Seeing Lin Luo agree, the Ghost Douluo was very pleased. Good. Gui may have finally found a suitable disciple. Lin Luo felt a cool breeze brush past him, and his body was lifted by an invisible special force. A ghostly laughter echoed. You are still young, and there are many things here that you don't need yet. I'll give you this skull ring as a gift for our meeting. A black ring floated out from the black mist and came before Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately accepted it and bowed. Thank you, teacher. 009. Obtain the soul ring. Arrive at the soul hunting forest. You have successfully made the choice to accept Ghost Douluo as your master and receive the reward of a red crystal. Almost at the same time Lin Luo received the skull ring gifted by Ghost Douluo, he received a prompt from the system in his mind. He didn't expect the reward to come so quickly. Gaining 2 treasures at once made him incredibly happy. Teacher, what is this thing? Although Lin Luo knew that the skull ring was most likely a storage soul guide, a little kid should maintain a certain curiosity and ask if he didn't know. This is a storage soul guide. As long as you inject a bit of soul power, you can access and store items. The storage space is about 90 cubic units. Ghost Douluo explained. It really has that function. By the way, is it common for masters in the Douluo world to gift storage soul guides? That is quite nice. Having this treasure will make accessing items very convenient. 90 cubic units. Lin Luo felt that this space was even larger than the rental house he lived in during his previous life. A title Douluo level teacher really is generous. You can now try injecting soul power to access items. Inside that skull ring, I have specially selected a few books on the basics of soul masters for you. Ghost Douluo said calmly. Lin Luo nodded and immediately conducted the experiment. During the process, Lin Luo felt something was off. With Ghost Douluo's experience, he should be above looking at so-called soul master knowledge, right? This means that these few books were specially prepared for him, as if he had already decided to take him as his master. The soul power required to use the storage soul guide was very minimal. Basically, just a thought was enough to communicate with it and sense the items inside. In that 90 cubic meter super large space, there were indeed a few books. Lin Luo took out all the books, a total of 3, which are the basics of Soul Master Knowledge Volumes 1, 2, and 3. All were authored by the Spirit Hall, not by any particular master. Under the watchful gaze of the Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo accessed the books several times in succession and quickly became proficient. After a moment, the Ghost Douluo nodded in satisfaction. That's good. You're learning quickly. I'll give you half a day to say goodbye to your family. After that, I'll take you back to Soul City, and on the way, we'll also get your first and second soul rings. Lin Luo tentatively asked, Teacher, can I take my family to Spirit City? Ghost Douluo replied calmly. You need to ask for their opinion. Furthermore, going to Spirit City may not necessarily be a good thing for them. Lin Luo had already prepared for rejection and never expected Ghost Douluo to say such words. This seemed somewhat inconsistent with Ghost Douluo's incredibly cold and ruthless image. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo bowed in gratitude. After that, Lin Luo left the room. As soon as he stepped out the door, Wan Hanxue approached him, saying he would accompany him back, as if everything had already been arranged. Before long, Lin Luo returned to his family's coffin shop, where his family was surprisingly waiting for him. They seemed as if they had been mentally prepared by the Wuhuan temple in advance, and upon seeing Lin Luo return, they all smiled and said, Be obedient over there, and remember to write letters back often. Lin Luo's imagined scene of a tearful farewell did not occur. Was it that her family was too optimistic, or was she too sentimental? Father, mother, uncle, aunt, why don't you all come to Spirit City with me? I can't bear to leave you, Lin Luo said. Her father, Lin Dashin, replied, we have long been accustomed to living here. Going to another place would only make us uncomfortable. You just go ahead and don't worry about us. Although her mother, Zhao Cuizue, had a smile on her face. Her eyes were already red. Child, once you get there, you must take good care of yourself. If possible, ride home as often as you can. Parents are always reluctant to let their children leave their side, but when the child has a better future ahead, they must face the parting, no matter how reluctant they feel. Her uncle, Lin Hai, said, Lin Luo, you are the hope of our Lin family. Once you get there, you must work twice as hard and never let down the talent that heaven has bestowed upon you. Her aunt, Xiaoyu, added, once you get there, you must be happy every day. If life isn't filled with joy and happiness, it doesn't matter how strong your abilities are. Lin Hai immediately glared at Xiaoyu and said, that's a woman's perspective. He then smiled at Lin Luo and continued, dear nephew, you must not listen to your aunt's nonsense. All happiness and joy are built on a certain foundation of strength. As long as you work hard to become strong, you will definitely be able to be happy and joyful. Lin Luo nodded vigorously, remembering his family's words in his heart. He had experienced many separations in his previous life, but for some reason, this current separation made him feel very distressed. Lin Luo was very clear that this parting was likely to be a permanent farewell. No one knew when they would meet again. Once he stepped into the world of soul masters, it was destined to be difficult to reintegrate into the life of ordinary people. After having a simple lunch with his family and saying a very brief goodbye, Lin Luo followed Lan Han back to the spirit hall, and his family did not come to see him off. In the same room where he met Ghost Douluo that morning, Ghost Douluo seemed to have been waiting for him there all along. We should go, Ghost Douluo said. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. Ghost Douluo came to Lin Luo's side, and a chill swept over him, but did not make Lin Luo feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, it brought him a very pleasant sensation. The mist drifted in, and Lin Luo could clearly sense a large hand resting on his shoulder. Before Lin Luo could react, his whole body was enveloped by the mist, and his vision was obscured. When Lin Luo's vision returned, he and Ghost Douluo had already arrived outside Notting City. Let's first take you to get your soul ring, Ghost Douluo said. An hour later, at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, when Lin Luo's feet touched the ground, there was still a feeling of being in a dream. The speed of Ghost Douluo was incredibly fast, so fast that Lin Luo couldn't appreciate the scenery along the way. He could only see colorful flashes rushing past his eyes or a gray mist. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he simply closed his eyes. However, Lin Luo did not suffer any physical harm due to this terrifying speed, with Ghost Douluo's soul power surrounding him. He was completely unaffected and remained in a highly comfortable state throughout. Perhaps, as Ghost Douluo said, their martial souls really seemed to be very close. Ghost Douluo gave off an aura that made others feel distant, yet Lin Luo felt very comfortable being with him. However, this seemed understandable. The Soul Lock Warden would certainly feel comfortable around Ghost. From a certain perspective, they belonged to the same category. Let's go, Ghost Douluo said, moving forward. Lin Luo only felt a gentle breeze pass by, and he instantly regained his calm, quickly catching up with Ghost Douluo's pace. Is the teacher going to take the main entrance? Lin Luo felt a bit puzzled in his heart. With Ghost Douluo's strength, he could easily enter without anyone noticing. 010. First soul ring choice. 1,000 years. This is the first thing I want to teach you. Follow the rules. Ghost Douluo's voice rang out, and a token floated in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo took the token and looked at it. Wow, it was indeed the Elder's token. The Elder's token consists of 6 patterns, one of which is the martial soul of his teacher. His teacher really knows what he's talking about. The first thing he taught him wasn't about following the rules, but rather about showing off, right? Jokes aside, Lin Luo understood the meaning behind Ghost Douluo's words. Following the rules is indeed a very important matter. If one does not have enough strength to break the rules, then one must adhere to them. Teacher, what is this token? Even though he knew the origin and purpose of the token, Lin Luo still had to pretend to be an innocent, curious child. Ghost Douluo said, it's in a few books I gave you. Read it yourself later. At this point, Ghost Douluo and Lin Luo had arrived at the entrance of the soul hunting forest, and the soldiers guarding the area immediately approached to verify the token. Ghost Douluo calmly said, hand your token to them. Okay, teacher. The show-off is about to begin. Lin Luo handed over the token, and the soldier, upon seeing it, immediately collapsed to the ground, quickly adjusting his posture to kneel down, trembling as he held up the token and respectfully exclaimed, "Greetings, elder." Upon hearing this, the others immediately followed suit, all kneeling on the ground and respectfully calling out, "Greetings, elder." When they lifted their heads, Ghost Douluo and Lin Luo had already vanished, along with the elder token. When Ghost Douluo and Lin Luo reappeared, they were already in the soul hunting forest. Ghost Douluo said, "Keep the token safe. It will be useful in the future." "All right, thank you, teacher." Lin Luo bowed in gratitude. "By the way, don't those soldiers verify the authenticity of the token? Or is it that fake tokens simply don't exist? When certain matters are tied to life, the so-called fakes disappear. Even if there are any, they would be extremely rare." Walking through the soul beast forest, Lin Luo saw many uniquely shaped soul beasts, but he did not know their names, and Ghost Douluo had no intention of explaining. It seemed that Ghost noticed Lin Luo's gaze often falling on him, and he said, "These ordinary soul beasts, even if you understand them, won't be of much help to you in the future. If you're interested, you can look them up in books later." "Understood, teacher." Lin Luo nodded. Ghost Douluo then added, "You might feel some pain later, so just bear with it a little." Lin Luo was slightly puzzled upon hearing this, but he instinctively nodded. However, before he could fully nod, he felt a chilling aura penetrating his back and into his body. In that instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, his heart stopping suddenly. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long, and soon the voice of Ghost Douluo echoed again. "Your physical strength is much better than I expected, even stronger than that one. This may be the benefit brought by your divine-level martial soul, with its inherent powerful traits allowing you to start off much higher than others." Ghost Douluo's voice carried a hint of emotion, and then he got to the point. "You can try to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring, although it is somewhat risky. If you fail, you might die." "A 1,000-year spirit ring?" Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise. Ghost Douluo said, "You don't understand this knowledge yet, but that's okay. You will in the future. You just need to know one thing. I have already examined your body, and you can definitely attempt to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring. But the risk is unavoidable. It's up to you to decide. If I fail, will I die?" "Yes." In Lin Luo's impression, the first spirit ring for spirit masters was usually at most a 100-year spirit ring, as there were no examples of a 1,000-year spirit ring in the original plot of duty. Ghost Douluo suddenly bringing this up made Lin Luo feel somewhat conflicted. Is it really okay to let a 6-year-old child, who knows nothing, choose something that could be life or death? However, Ghost Douluo had been quite polite, even asking for his opinion. It was already quite good that he hadn't directly turned into a tool for the spirit hall. While Lin Luo was battling with his thoughts, the system timely reappeared. "You are facing a new choice, whether to choose a 1,000-year spirit ring as your first spirit ring. Choice 1, a risky attempt. Though it carries certain risks, it could also bring you a better future. Choose the 1,000-year spirit ring, and you will be rewarded with a red crystal. Choice 2, an unheard of attempt. Your life is important. To hell with the 1,000-year spirit ring. Do not choose the 1,000-year spirit ring, and you will be rewarded with a blue crystal." Rewards again being a red crystal and a blue crystal. He and T even had the chance to check the red crystal he got from the last choice. "I trust my teacher." Lin Luo made his choice. From Ghost Douluo's words, it wasn't hard to hear that he had a certain level of confidence in this matter. In addition, Lin Luo also had some confidence in his own body. After the awakening of his martial soul, Lin Luo could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. Moreover, he had gained some defense points from harvesting souls in the charity graveyard, and his physical strength had significantly improved. These were his assets. With an opportunity in front of him, it was impossible for Lin Luo not to strive for it. Hearing Lin Luo's response, Ghost Douluo smiled with satisfaction. "Good. As expected of my ghostly disciple, you have successfully made a choice and received the reward of a red crystal." The reward quickly arrived once again, and Lin Luo was unsure whether it was due to the system's efficiency improving or if these choices and rewards were just quite ordinary. The mist surrounding Ghost Douluo enveloped them again, and Lin Luo knew that Ghost Douluo was about to speed up the search for spirit beasts. He had just mentioned that even if they understood these ordinary spirit beasts, it wouldn't help much in the future. Clearly, he didn't want to waste time on these aspects. After determining the basic target range, they would go directly to find them. In the mist, Lin Luo focused his thoughts, and his consciousness entered the special storage space that came with the system. 2 red crystals lay quietly in the grid, and a gold soul coin seemed out of place. When Lin Luo concentrated on the red crystals, he immediately saw the relevant information. Red crystal increases 15 health points. Increase health points? Lin Luo's attention shifted away from the information introduction and returned to the exterior of the red crystal, an oval-shaped blood-red gem. No wonder it looked so familiar. Wasn't this just the basic equipment in the League? Could those two red crystals actually be synthesized into Bambi's molten residue? Ding! Would you like to use 2 red crystals to synthesize Bambi's molten residue? Holy crap, it really can. Whatever, let's synthesize it and see. Synthesize. Synthesis successful. You have obtained Bambi's molten residue. The 2 red crystals in the item slot disappeared, replaced by a fire-red gem wrapped in flames. Bambi's molten residue increases 30 health points when used, grants basic fire attribute. Found it. The voice of Ghost Douluo sounded, pulling Lin Luo's thoughts back. Lin Luo had just regained his vision when he saw a cloud of white mist flying towards him. As it got closer, he realized it was a soul beast with a white appearance similar to that of a slime, and the white mist was merely its method of attack. Activate your martial soul and kill it. The special soul beast was heavily smashed to the ground by Ghost Douluo, having already lost its combat ability. One must say that Ghost Douluo's control over soul power was truly impressive. With his strength, just a slight release of soul power would likely cause the soul beast to die on the spot. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback, immediately activating his martial soul. Holding the giant scythe, he delivered the final blow to the special soul beast. With a soft sound, the blade penetrated the body of the special soul beast, taking away its last breath of life, followed by a circle of purple soul rings slowly rising. Ghost Douluo looked a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to have some courage, to kill a soul beast for the first time and be so composed. Lin Luo showed a bewildered expression. Teacher, would you believe me if I said I'm extremely scared? Ghost Douluo's voice rarely carried a hint of laughter. Hurry up and absorb the soul ring. Use your mind to guide it. 011. First soul skill, Death Judgment. Absorbing the soul ring doesn't require much operation. You just need to use your mind to guide the power within the soul ring into your body. Under the guidance of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo quickly entered the state of absorbing the soul ring. The initial phase of absorbing the soul ring was very wonderful. Lin Luo could clearly feel a continuous flow of power entering his body, helping him become stronger. However, as time passed, this pleasant feeling gradually disappeared, replaced by pain. A stinging sensation coursed through his entire body, which soon turned into excruciating pain that was almost unbearable. Even before absorbing the soul ring, Lin Luo had mentally prepared himself. But he still did not expect the process to be such torment. This not only tested a person's physical strength, but also their willpower. Fortunately, Lin Luo had a decent willpower. He could clearly feel that his body had not yet reached its limit, so he persevered through the suffering. He didn't know how long this process lasted, but just when he felt he could no longer hold on, the pain suddenly vanished. Following, that was an incredibly comfortable feeling. His whole body was enveloped in warmth, and a sense of power filled every part of his body, making him feel that he had significantly strengthened. Have I successfully absorbed the soul ring? The comfortable feeling did not last long and soon disappeared, and Lin Luo's mind returned to reality. You have successfully obtained your first soul skill, Death Judgment. The system's notification sounded suddenly in Lin Luo's mind. With the system's notification, Lin Luo was even more certain of his success. At that moment, he felt a bit euphoric, thinking that absorbing the soul ring was not such a difficult task, and that this 1,000-year soul ring was nothing special. If possible, he felt he could even challenge a higher age limit. People often become inflated and blindly confident after success. But this is only temporary. Reflecting on the pain during the soul ring absorption process, Lin Luo really did not want to experience it a second time. But he was about to face it again. Indeed, I was successful. My judgment was not wrong. Ghost Douluo's voice echoed. Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes at this moment and could clearly see a circle of purple soul rings surrounding him. The 1,000-year soul ring has really been obtained. Lin Luo could sense that the soul power within him had received a tremendous boost, as if he had crossed into a new level. Indeed, he had stepped into a new realm. He was now a true soul master. What is your first soul skill? Ghost Douluo asked. It's not bad. Lin Luo thought that Ghost Douluo would ask him about his feelings on absorbing the soul ring. But he didn't expect Ghost Douluo to skip that part and quickly replied, My first soul skill is called Death Judgment. Lin Luo was not very clear whether other soul masters automatically announced the names of the soul skills they obtained after acquiring new soul rings, or if the names were completely made up by themselves. He thought he needed to read more books about soul masters. Death Judgment? Hearing the somewhat confused voice of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo realized that his soul skill was quite different from what his teacher had imagined. Being sensible, he directly asked, "Teacher, what do you think my soul skill should be called? Didn't you say it should be called Death Judgment? I'm just a bit curious." This Millennium-level Ghost Beast actually provides you with a soul skill I've never heard of. "Show me your first soul skill," Ghost Douluo said. "Okay, teacher." Lin Luo acted immediately, releasing his soul skill without needing guidance from the Ghost Douluo. With just a thought, the soul skill could be unleashed, though it felt a bit unfamiliar during the first release. Suddenly, the soul rings on Lin Luo's body brightened, emitting a purple glow. Lin Luo could clearly sense the soul power within him surging, and an action flashed through his mind. His body began to replicate it involuntarily. The massive scythe held tightly in his right hand was thrown forward. The chain connected to the end of the scythe made no sound as it extended, emitting a faint green light, appearing extremely eerie. The scythe moved quickly, reaching the targeted large tree in the blink of an eye. As it flew past the side of the tree, just as it was about to completely miss it, the massive scythe bizarrely changed direction, rapidly pulling the chain to bind the tree tightly. Ultimately, the scythe blade was deeply embedded in the trunk, causing the entire tree to wither at a visibly noticeable speed. Lin Luo tightened his grip on the chain and pulled hard, instantly causing the entire tree to shatter like decayed wood, splinters scattering everywhere and wood chips swirling in the air. "Teacher, this isn't comprehensive enough. Let me try again." Under Lin Luo's mental control, the chain vanished, along with the enormous sickle radiating green light. Following that, green shadows flickered, and the giant sickle reappeared in Lin Luo's hand. Lin Liao can also control the chains to pull back the scythe, but that's not flashy enough. "Death sentence," Lin Luo secretly thought to himself, and the purple soul ring on his body shone brightly again. The huge scythe was thrown out once more, accurately hitting another big tree. The same scene repeated itself, and in the end, the giant scythe pulled the chain, binding the tree tightly. However, this time Lin Luo did not apply more force to the chain. With just a gentle pull, the chain brought Lin Luo flying towards a tree. Lin Luo was not very skilled at this operation for the first time and nearly bumped his head against the tree. Fortunately, he adjusted in time and landed smoothly, looking somewhat disheveled, but still cool. He pulled the chain with force again, and the tree broke apart directly. Lin Luo was very satisfied with his operation. This was the correct way to use the death sentence. Without the Ghost Douluo asking, Lin Luo took the initiative to talk about the effects of death sentence. He swung the scythe, using the binding chains to restrain the target and inflict a certain amount of damage. "I can also quickly reach the target's side through the chains. This is the effect of death sentence." The Ghost Douluo said, "Not bad, but it also surprised me." "What's wrong, teacher?" Lin Luo asked. The Ghost Douluo replied, "Your first soul skill has nothing to do with the soul beast you killed." "That seems to be the case." Lin Luo glanced at the ghost beast that resembled a slime, looking confused. His confusion was not feigned. He was also puzzled about how he obtained death sentence as his first soul skill. "Isn't this just like Thresh's Q skill?" The Ghost Douluo's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of relief. "The ghost beast has a characteristic of being changeable. Perhaps this changeable trait acted on your chains, thus forming your first soul skill." "That's a good explanation, but it's a bit forced." Lin Luo, "What the teacher said is true." Ghost Douluo didn't dwell too much on this topic, and his voice had returned to calm. "Let's go. It's time to take you to get your second spirit ring." "Teacher, do you want to test my body again? I feel like I've become much stronger after obtaining the first spirit ring," Lin Luo suggested. Ghost Douluo said indifferently, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Lin Luo, although that's what you said, Ghost Douluo still gave Lin Luo a physical examination. 012, that's right, the second soul skill is the soul guiding lantern. A 2,000-year soul ring should be fine. Your martial soul should theoretically be considered in, but for some reason, the enhancement to your body is so significant. Ghost Douluo said slowly. Then, as if he had captured a key piece of information, he continued. "Soul Lock Warden, this doesn't sound like in... But why is there no manifestation of the martial soul attachment?" After the examination, Lin Luo's body was still a bit unaccustomed. The cold aura released by Ghost Douluo was quite uncomfortable. Hearing his teacher mumbling to himself, Lin Luo expressed his thoughts without much consideration. "Maybe I'm just not strong enough." "That could be possible," Ghost Douluo replied. His voice was clearly a bit excited. "Do you have some knowledge about soul masters?" Lin Luo, "I was just talking nonsense." Ghost Douluo, "That's true. Even if you can understand some knowledge about soul masters, it is definitely not deep or comprehensive enough." "Teacher, is my knowledge really as shallow as you say?" "Well, it seems you're not entirely wrong. Without further ado, the mist around Ghost Douluo once again enveloped Lin Luo, and the two of them vanished from their original spot. Moments later, bang! A black wolf, around 2,000 years old, crashed heavily to the ground, and Ghost Douluo's voice followed. The soul beast resources in this soul-hunting forest are too poor, but I still found you a relatively suitable soul beast. The black wolf is over 3 meters long, covered in pitch-black fur, and shows no signs of injury, yet is now on the brink of death. Is this thing really suitable for me? Did the spirit hall also pull off some Master S trick? Or is it that the Master S trick was stolen from the spirit hall? Noticing Lin Luo's puzzled gaze, Ghost Douluo exceptionally introduced the soul beast to Lin Luo. The black wolf is a dark attribute soul beast, suitable for our kind of special spiritual weapon. Although I have never seen your martial spirit, the aura it exudes is highly compatible with my martial spirit. If it weren't for the fact that you are still holding a sickle and a lantern, I would suspect your martial spirit is also a ghostly entity. Pretty much, the Hammerstone itself is undead. Lin nodded. Got it, teacher. Lin Luo activated his martial soul, holding a scythe as he approached the black wolf. With a swift motion, he struck down, and the black wolf met its end. From its limp body, it seemed that death was a release for it. A purple soul ring slowly rose from the black wolf, and compared to the previous soul ring contributed by the ghost beast, this one was a deeper color. Having gained experience from absorbing a soul ring before, Lin Luo directly began to absorb the soul ring contributed by the black wolf, quickly getting into the state. The process was similar to absorbing the first soul ring. At first, there was little sensation, even a bit of comfort, but soon he was engulfed in pain. The agony produced by this 2,000-year soul ring was evidently more intense. If this soul ring were his first, Lin Luo was certain he would have collapsed on the spot. However, Lin Luo was now a powerful being with a 1,000-year soul ring. After obtaining the soul ring, his body truly experienced a significant enhancement, not just empty words. With a sufficient physical foundation, although the pain brought by the 2,000-year soul ring approached his limits, it had not yet exceeded them. Lin Luo's willpower is strong enough. Within the body of a 6-year-old child resides the soul of someone in their 20s. So how could he easily give up? It was an incredibly long ordeal. And after an unknown amount of time, Lin Luo finally experienced a brief comfort after successfully absorbing the soul ring. When this incredibly pleasant feeling of power filled his entire body, it seemed that all the pain he had endured before was worth it. He had finally succeeded. Lin sighed in relief and couldn't help but think, could my second soul skill be the W skill of Thresh, the soul lantern? At this moment, the system's prompt timely sounded. You have successfully obtained the second soul skill, Soul Lantern. Good heavens, it really is the Soul Lantern. I seem to have discovered a huge secret. If nothing goes wrong, my third and fourth soul skills will be the Doomsday Pendulum and the Nether Prison, respectively. Lin laughed inwardly, and he was quite satisfied with Thresh skills. The effect of the first soul skill, Death Sentence, had exceeded his expectations, and the second soul skill, Lantern of Souls, wouldn't be too far off either. Lin Luo opened his eyes, and the soul rings on his body had turned into two, both purple, dazzling, and eye-catching. If they were red, they would look even better. His teacher, Ghost Douluo, was already standing in front of him. This time, Lin Luo had experience, and, teacher, my second soul skill is called Soul Guiding Lantern. Let me show it to you. Ghost Douluo replied, how does it feel after absorbing the second soul ring? Goodness. The teacher is not following the usual script. It's okay, Lin Luo said. Ghost Douluo, then go ahead and release your second soul skill. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. Then, Lin Luo's second soul ring lit up, and he threw the lantern in his hand into the sky. The lantern instantly enlarged, enveloping both Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Is it just for defense? Lin Luo shook her head and smiled. There's more, teacher. Lin Luo reached out and grabbed, and the lantern reappeared in his hand. The huge lantern that enveloped Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo still existed, but at this moment, the color of the lantern was gradually fading. With a flash of his second soul ring, Lin Luo made another move, this time throwing the lantern far away, covering a patch of thicket. A strange thing happened. The lantern, which originally provided defense, unexpectedly displayed extremely strong destructive power. The thicket, which was lush green just a second ago, instantly wilted and fell apart the next second, as if all life had been drained away. Ghost Douluo's voice carried some surprise. It can actually be converted into a damage effect? Lin Luo had a smile on his face, still saying the same thing. Teacher, is there more? More? Ghost Douluo said in surprise. Lin Luo has already begun to take action. First, he called back his lantern, then distanced himself from Ghost Douluo, and once again used his second soul skill to accurately throw the lantern in front of Ghost Douluo. Teacher, step into the lantern. Ghost Douluo immediately took a step forward, and as he entered the lantern, a voice of surprise echoed again. You also possess special spatial power? Before he could finish speaking, Ghost Douluo's figure had already reached Lin Luo's side. Ghost Douluo asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you only gained one soul skill? Lin Luo innocently said, Yes. Teacher, the soul guiding lantern has two effects. The first effect can provide defense for our team and quickly pull our teammates back to our side. The second effect is to deal a certain amount of damage to the target. As the mist swirled, Ghost Douluo's gaze fell on Lin Luo's scythe and lantern, and he even took a lingering look at the chains, ultimately coming to his own conclusion. The soul skill should only be one. But the powerful characteristics of the martial soul allowed the soul skill to unleash those traits. Even after finding an answer for himself, Ghost Douluo still found it somewhat hard to believe, muttering to himself, Is this the power of a god level of a martial soul? Lin Luo, who was nearby, could clearly hear Ghost Douluo's murmurs and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's nice to have a teacher who likes to puzzle things out by themselves, saving us from staring at each other blankly. No, I'm staring at the mist, and I still haven't seen what the teacher looks like. 013, Arrival at Soul City. Soul City. Lin Luo followed Ghost Douluo, walking on the bustling street, his eyes unconsciously scanning the surroundings. The level of prosperity here was unknown to be how many times that of Notting City. Looking up into the distance, he could see a large mountain, with two buildings faintly visible atop it. The Spirit City was built against the mountain, and its city walls had a somewhat unique hexagonal shape. Ghost Douluo was currently wearing a black cloak and a white mask, appearing much more normal compared to his usual misty aura. After walking a short distance on the street, Ghost Douluo led Lin Luo into a restaurant. It was noon, and the restaurant was doing great business. The enticing aroma of various dishes could be smelled from outside, and once inside, one would be even more captivated. Ghost Douluo took Lin Luo directly to the second floor of the restaurant and found a window-side table to sit down. Soon, a waiter came over, and Ghost ordered many dishes, all of which Lin Luo had never heard of. This meal is to welcome you to Spirit City, Ghost Douluo said. Lin Luo smiled and said, Thank you, teacher. Ghost Douluo then fell silent, while Lin Luo quietly took out the Soul Master Basic Knowledge 2 from the skeleton ring to study. This was their interaction mode throughout the journey. They talked the most when acquiring soul rings. Occasionally, Ghost Douluo would ask Lin Luo to release his martial soul to study the characteristics of the Soul Lock Warden. And to be honest, he noticed a few things. The chain connecting the scythe and the lantern could continuously extend, but it was somewhat difficult to control. The structure of the lantern was also extremely unique. Even Ghost Douluo couldn't see through it. Even without considering the chain and the lantern, that huge scythe alone could be considered a top-tier weapon, martial soul. In Ghost Douluo's words, it seemed to be even stronger than the Haotian hammer. Of course, a divine-level martial soul was stronger than the Haotian hammer, even if it was just a part of a divine-level martial soul. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the first dish was served, resembling braised pork ribs, but with ribs that were somewhat oversized, almost twice the size of normal ribs. This is braised pork ribs made from the ribs of the red-eyed demon pig. Please enjoy. The waiter introduced with a smile. Red-eyed demon pig? That sounds like a soul beast. Ghost Douluo said. Let's eat. Try the taste first. There are many other dishes. Okay, teacher. Lin Luo nodded and began to savor the food. The meat of the red-eyed demon pig's ribs was very tender, with a texture much better than ordinary pork ribs. And the taste was significantly improved. Even with many seasonings, the original meat flavor still existed, and taking a bite left a lingering taste. Ghost Douluo's voice sounded. There are many resources to be obtained from soul beasts. Most of the meat from soul beasts is a tonic, but it requires a skilled chef, as handling soul beast meat is more challenging. Ghost Douluo took off his mask, mist covering his face, and picked up a small piece of meat to send into the mist. After a moment, he expressed his dissatisfaction. I won't come to this place again. The taste has actually worsened. Lin Luo was stunned. It turned out that even the titled Douluo had to eat, and it was hard to tell that his teacher might actually be a foodie. It seems he really found the right person. Teacher, from now on, you can give me anything you think doesn't taste good. Lin Luo then took a few more bites of the pork ribs and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If this taste is considered bad, then the pork ribs I ate before were all trash. Soon, dish after dish of delicacies were served on the table. They all had the names of home-cooked dishes, But the ingredients were all sourced from soul beasts, each with its own unique flavor, and Lin Luo was enjoying himself immensely. On the way to Soul Master City, he had only eaten dry rations and had never seen Ghost Douluo eat anything, thinking that the title Douluo had given up on grains. And those dry rations couldn't compare to the delicious food in front of him. The most crucial point was that these dishes were nourishing. After more than half an hour of feasting, Lin Luo contentedly rubbed his full belly and let out a burp. Lin Luo did not deliberately try to appear refined. In his opinion, no one could resist the temptation of delicious food. Ghost Douluo only took a bite of the rib meat from the red-eyed demon pig at the beginning and then did not touch his chopsticks again. Lin Luo also asked, but Ghost Douluo only said he had no appetite, as if the food from this restaurant had already been blacklisted by him. Have you eaten enough? Ghost Douluo asked. Lin Luo had a smile on his face and nodded. I'm full. We should go. Okay, teacher. Ghost Douluo took Lin Luo out of the restaurant and walked along the main street of Wuhuan City. Looking up, the mountains in the distance seemed to draw closer, and the two buildings constructed on the mountain became increasingly prominent. After a moment, Ghost Douluo introduced to Lin Luo. The building halfway up the mountain is the Hall of the Pope, and the one at the top is the Douluo Hall. It was a very simple introduction, so simple that it only mentioned the names. Lin Luo nodded and seriously glanced at the Hall of the Pope and the Douluo Hall. The two magnificent buildings indeed felt somewhat different. Perhaps the faith of soul masters really existed. After passing through the bustling streets, Lin Luo quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain under Ghost Douluo's guidance. This area was much quieter. Upon stepping onto the stairs, Ghost Douluo's mist immediately enveloped Lin Luo, allowing him to enjoy a speed akin to teleportation. If Ghost Douluo didn't take action, Lin Luo would almost suspect that he had transformed his legs into soul power. Perhaps after the meal, his teacher wanted to help him understand the basic situation of Wuhuan City and recognize the route. Otherwise, with his strength, there would be no need to walk slowly in Wuhuan City. Lin Luo thought to himself. In just a few breaths, Lin Luo experienced a rapid flight. His feet touched the ground, and the mist around him dissipated, bringing him into a resplendent hall. This truly was a palace and a work of art. Just the golden carvings on a huge stone pillar nearby could dazzle a person, not to mention the other details. This is the Hall of the Pope. I will take you to meet the Pope. Ghost Douluo's voice rang out as he moved forward. Lin Luo immediately withdrew his gaze, nodded lightly, and followed closely behind Ghost Douluo. After a short while, Lin Luo arrived at a place arranged like a conference hall with Ghost Douluo. In front of him, on a high platform, there was a huge throne, seemingly made of crystal, adorned with some special metals. Ghost Douluo slightly bent his body and said, Your Holiness the Pope, I have returned. Lin Luo bowed upon seeing her. No need for excessive courtesy. A very pleasant female voice sounded, with a mature tone. Ghost Douluo straightened up, and Lin Luo immediately stood tall as well, directing his gaze straight ahead. He saw that another woman had appeared on the throne, wearing a long purple gauze dress adorned with purple gemstones and silver decorations. Her fair skin, nearly perfect features, and impeccable graceful figure made her stand out. Especially the intangible nobility and sanctity she exuded, which evoked an irresistible feeling of reverence. Was she Bibi Dong? She did resemble the character from the anime, to some extent. But no, the one in front of him was even more beautiful. Lin Luo's eyes were almost glazed over. As a 6-year-old child, it was quite normal for him to admire beautiful older sisters. You are Lin Luo? Bibi Dong slowly asked. 014, Enrollment, Wuhuan Academy. Hearing Bibi Dong's inquiry, Lin Luo finally snapped back to reality and quickly replied, Yes, Your Holiness. In fact, Lin Luo preferred to call Bibi Dong's sister, as she looked no older than 30. So beautiful and with such a perfect figure. However, he was afraid that if he said it out loud, he would be immediately silenced. Awaken your Wuhuan, Bibi Dong said. Lin Luo immediately followed suit. With a wave of his soul power, a scythe and a lantern glowing with green light appeared in his hands, connected by a chain. At the same time, 2 purple soul rings slowly rose from beneath Lin Luo's feet, causing his entire aura to undergo a tremendous change, giving off a chilling, unapproachable vibe. When Bibi Dong's gaze landed on the 2 purple soul rings on Lin Luo, a hint of surprise flashed across her calm face. But it was only for a moment before she returned to her usual composure. Elder Ghost, he is indeed quite suitable to be your disciple, Bibi Dong said with a smile. Even the simplest smile from her was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Luo felt for the first time that his willpower was not strong enough. As he was so quickly swayed by beauty, He must have not seen such a beautiful woman for too long. Ghost Douluo said, he has already become my disciple. Good, very good. Bibidon nodded gently. Ghost Douluo hesitated to speak about the Elder Hall. Bibidon smiled indifferently. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to train your disciple well. Ghost Douluo, thank you, your holiness. Then, Ghost Douluo turned to Lin Luo and said solemnly, I swear to be loyal to the Spirit Hall. I swear to be loyal to your holiness. Lin Luo is not foolish. He immediately followed suit and loudly repeated, I swear to be loyal to the Spirit Hall. I swear to be loyal to His Holiness the Pope. At this moment, Lin Luo also understood why Ghost Douluo was sent to Notting City to find him, and confirmed that their martial souls had similar auras, so he directly offered to take him as a disciple. It turned out that all of this had been arranged long ago. All right, take him to the Spirit Academy. Some systematic learning is still very necessary. And by the way, we need to clarify his identity completely. Bibidong said, Yes, your holiness. Ghost Douluo responded. Bibidong's gaze then fell back on Lin Luo. Your future is limitless. You must work hard and not waste the talent that heaven has bestowed upon you. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Yes, your holiness. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Bibidong stood up and then disappeared. Lin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, is the title Douluo so elusive? Put away your martial soul. The voice of Ghost Douluo echoed. Lin Luo immediately complied, and soon found himself enveloped in mist. He had grown accustomed to it, even enjoying it a bit. When Lin Luo regained his vision, he was in front of a 2-story small building. Ghost Douluo said, From now on, this will be your residence. Just follow the path on the left and go straight ahead to reach the Soul Master Academy. I will take you there now. The mist once again enveloped Lin Luo's body, but this time, unusually, it did not cover his head. Ghost Douluo also clearly controlled the speed of their advance, allowing Lin Luo to see the surroundings along the way. In no time, they arrived at the Soul Master Academy. This academy was not located within Soul City, but on the other side of the mountain where the Pope's Palace and Douluo Palace were situated. From here, one could clearly see the 2 magnificent buildings of the Pope's Palace and Douluo Palace. Under Ghost Douluo's guidance, Lin Luo moved smoothly and soon reached the administrative building of the Soul Master Academy, heading straight for the principal's office. The principal of the Soul Master Academy was a tall, thin middle-aged man with a square face and small eyes, who always gave a cunning impression. Yet, this very person possessed the strength of a Soul Douluo. Upon seeing him, Ghost Douluo got straight to the point and said, Good Junming, help him complete the enrollment procedures as quickly as possible, and also take care of his identity information. Good Junming nodded and said, All right, Elder. Good Junming's efficiency was also quite fast. He immediately brought a piece of white paper and a pen and placed them on the table in front of Lin Luo, smiling warmly and saying, Child, please write down your name, age, soul, and soul power level. Everything else will be taken care of by me. Lin nodded and then wrote down his information. Lin Luo, 6 years old, Soul Lock Warden. When he reached the level of soul power, Lin Luo paused and looked at his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo calmly said, Level 25. Lin Luo nodded gently, then quickly wrote down the information, put the pen away, and looked at Good Junming. Dean, I'm done. Good Junming did not respond. At this moment, he had a stunned expression. His eyes fixed on the soul power level Lin Luo had written. 222, level 25? Good Junming looked at Lin Luo as if he had seen a ghost, then turned to Ghost Douluo to confirm again. Ghost Douluo simply said indifferently, It's level 25. No mistake. Good Junming swallowed hard, then mechanically nodded. All right, Elder. He then looked at Lin Luo with a ghostly expression before taking the completed paper to get busy. Yes, gone, Ghost Douluo's voice sounded. Lin Luo immediately responded, Okay, teacher. The mist enveloped Lin Luo's body, and their figures gradually disappeared. When Lin Luo and the Ghost Douluo reappeared, they had already returned to the 2-story small building. Everything is here. You can rest well. Tomorrow morning, go report to the academy, and in the afternoon, you'll officially start classes. After you've studied for a while, I'll come find you again. After saying this, the Ghost Douluo's figure dissipated. Lin Luo discovered that his teacher truly values efficiency, handling all matters in the quickest way possible. Perhaps the lunch they had was the most time-consuming part of the day. Lin Luo glanced back at the direction of the Soul Master Academy, then walked into the small building. The first floor consisted of a living room, kitchen, and dining area, while the second floor had 3 bedrooms. The entire building was very clean and tidy, and as Ghost Douluo had said, it had everything. Here, it was not just suitable for one person to live. Even 3 to 5 people could live comfortably, right? Compared to the backyard of the coffin shop in Notting City. Lin Luo felt that his quality of life had greatly improved. Lin Luo did not believe that everyone was treated this well. It was highly likely because he had a good teacher. After wandering around the small building, Lin Luo went to the second floor, casually found a room, and lay down on the bed. Feeling the soft and comfortable bed, Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Life, indeed, is unpredictable. In just a few short days, my life has undergone a tremendous change. I thought I would only be busy in a coffin shop for the rest of my life. But unexpectedly, I smoothly became a soul master, and a soul master with a divine-level martial soul at that. After the moment of reflection, sleepiness came over him. Continuous travel, even with the care of the Ghost Douluo, had left him physically and mentally exhausted. Lin Luo slowly closed his eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. 015. 5 choices, start the lottery. Lin Luo had a very comfortable sleep and even dreamed a dream. He dreamt of his parents and uncles and aunts looking incredibly happy, with the whole family cheering and celebrating his becoming a soul master. Unfortunately, this dream was too short. Lin Luo didn't have the chance to fully enjoy the happiness within it before waking up. Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes. It was already dark. He had slept until the evening. At that moment, his stomach also protested with a rumble. Lin Luo sat up, rubbing his somewhat dizzy head, and quickly became clear-headed. Speaking of which, does the teacher really feel at ease leaving a 6-year-old child here alone? Lin Luo couldn't help but complain, and then activated his soul power, causing the lights in the room to come on. Lin Luo looked up at the light and sighed to himself. It seems that I have truly stepped into the life of a soul master. First, I should take a shower. I'm all sticky. Lin went to take a shower and changed into a clean set of clothes. The clothes he wore now were no longer the rough and cheap fabric he used to wear. We said goodbye to his parents in Notting City. His mother Zhao Suitsue had prepared many new clothes for him. This was the first time he had traveled so far from home, and they must have been reluctant to part, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Luo took out some simple dry food from the skeleton ring and casually filled his stomach. Then he went to the balcony to enjoy the breeze for a while. From his current residence, he could vaguely see the locations of the Douluo Palace and the Wuhuan Palace, where the lights were bright and painted the night sky with brilliant colors. However, he couldn't see what was happening at the Wuhuan Academy, as there was still some distance from here to the academy. Since he was here, he decided to settle down, work hard on his cultivation, and make himself stronger. Only by becoming strong enough could he avoid going with the flow, protect what he wanted to protect, and do what he wanted to do. It was only by becoming strong enough that he could change the course of certain events. After enjoying the breeze for a while, Lin Luo returned to his room and laid down on the bed. He wasn't going to sleep. He was preparing to cultivate. Before he started his training, Lin Luo fell into a dilemma. Lin Luo previously acquired the God-level cultivation technique, the Dark Spirit Heart method, through the system. On the way to Soul Master City, his teacher, Ghost Douluo, imparted his own cultivation method, the Spectral Shadow method. While Ghost Douluo's Spectral Shadow method is naturally not as powerful as the Dark Spirit Heart method, it has been continuously refined by Ghost Douluo over decades and can definitely be considered a top-tier cultivation technique. Indeed, there are different tiers of cultivation methods for soul masters. Ordinary soul masters only possess the most basic cultivation techniques, while various powerful families and individuals typically have their own unique cultivation methods. There is certainly a gap in the quality of these methods, which will also affect the speed at which soul masters can cultivate. The gap between soul masters can be perceived as either small or large, as differences can exist in many aspects. Hence, resources are truly important. However, not everyone is like Tang San, who possesses the Xintian skill by default. You are now faced with a new choice regarding your cultivation method. Option 1. Continue using the God-level cultivation method, the Dark Spirit Heart method. It will help you cultivate faster and easier, but it may also raise Ghost Douluo's suspicions. Reward: a piece of cloth armor. Option 2. To avoid complications, stop using the God-level cultivation method, the Dark Spirit Heart method, and instead choose the Spectral Shadow method. Reward: a long sword. Can this also trigger a choice? And these rewards, wow, do they really bring the Alliance's equipment vault here? If you only consider the rewards, the long sword is definitely worth more than the cloth armor. If Lin Luo remembers correctly, the long sword is 350, while the cloth armor is 300. There's only a 50-point difference, which doesn't seem too significant and won't have a big impact. In terms of choice, it is definitely better to select the God-level method. One's future is obviously the most important. As for the potential troubles that may arise, that can be dealt with later. Finding excuses should not be too difficult. After all, the Dark Spirit Heart method is a god-level technique, and the system has stated it is the most suitable cultivation method for the Soul Lock Warden. Lin Luo was only briefly conflicted in his heart. In fact, the answer had already appeared within him. What he didn't expect was that this could also trigger a choice, and it seemed he could reap another wave of rewards for free. He chose to continue using the Dark Spirit Mind technique. Lin Luo responded, "You have successfully made a choice and received the reward of cloth armor." The system prompt sounded, and the feeling of instant rewards was truly pleasing. Lin Luo immediately entered the system space to check the attributes of the cloth armor. Cloth armor increases defense by 30 after use. The attributes have indeed changed. Lin Luo remembers that the cloth armor provided armor, while the current cloth armor directly offers defense. The red crystal obtained earlier and the melted remnants of the fused Bambi both provided health points. But it seems that the values have been reduced by a factor of 10 compared to the original data. Defense makes my body stronger and more resilient, while health allows me to endure longer. This understanding should be correct, right? Lin Luo has already experienced the increase in defense. After using the passive skill Hell Curse from the Soul Lock Warden to harvest souls, he could clearly feel his body becoming much stronger. Lin Luo even felt that his first and second soul rings could absorb 1,000-year soul rings, in addition to the significant physical enhancement brought by his martial soul. The defense provided by harvesting souls should also play a certain role. As for the health points, that can be tried later. It is obvious that these equipment can be synthesized, since Bambi slag and armor are already available. It would be better to wait for a few more choices to gather a full set of Sunfire for more comfort. Mainly, these equipment are used directly and do not need to be placed in the inventory, allowing for immediate enjoyment of the attribute boosts. Since they are consumables, it is definitely better to wait for the synthesis of higher-level equipment, as the attributes attached will also be stronger, as can be seen from Bambi slag. Counting this choice, it seems I have made 5 choices already, so I should be able to draw a lottery, right? Lin Luo thought to himself as he opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul. Soul Lock Warden, Thresh. Soul Power Level, Level 25. Soul Rings, 1,000 years, 1089. 1,000 years, 2005. Soul Bones, not acquired. Domain, not acquired. Points, 5. Indeed, there are 5 points, and with the acquisition of Soul Rings, the personal interface has also changed with the data becoming clearer. Even the years of the Soul Rings are accurately indicated. Whether to reveal innate soul power, whether to go home, whether to apprentice under Ghost Douluo, whether to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring, whether to continue choosing the Dark Spirit technique. There are exactly 5 choices. Lin Luo then opened the lottery interface, and in front of him appeared a huge spinning wheel. At that moment, the wheel was no longer covered in gray mist, and there was a prompt on it. Consume 5 points to draw once. Current points, 5. Lin Luo could see the color distribution on the wheel, but there was no specific information provided. The white section had the most area, while the gold section was just a thin line. It was clear that the prizes in the white area were the least valuable, while the gold area was definitely the highest tier, possibly even related to divine-level items. In the middle of the upper part of the wheel, there was a thin gray pointer that could easily land on the narrow gold area. Should he spend 5 points to draw once? Or perhaps noticing Lin Luo's gaze, the lottery wheel actively provide a prompt. Draw. Lin Luo did not hesitate. The lottery was in progress, and the spinning wheel in front of her began to rotate rapidly. Lin Luo kept chanting in her heart, "Gold, gold, gold." The speed of the wheel soon slowed down, like a crazily plowing ox finally reaching its rest time. Under Lin Luo's gaze, the wheel eventually stopped, and the gray pointer landed in the yellow area next to the white area. There wasn't much surprise. The yellow area was the second most common section. You have obtained an item evolution device. An item evolution device? Lin Luo immediately entered the system space and saw a red forging hammer occupying a slot, with information that was clear at a glance. Item Evolver. After use, it can help an item level up by 1 tier. For example, Cloth Armor Chainmail, Red Crystal Giant Belt Burning Gem. Note, item evolution has randomness, and there is a possibility of failure. If the evolution fails, the item will disappear immediately. It was indeed not a good treasure. However, it seemed quite crucial for me at the moment. Lin Luo immediately used the item evolution device on the newly obtained cloth armor. The next second, the system prompt sounded. Cloth armor chain, mail successful. It worked. Lin Luo then synthesized the chainmail and the Bambi's molten slag. Synthesis successful. You have obtained a Sunfire Holy Shield. Nice. Lin Luo was overjoyed and quickly checked the attributes of the Sunfire Sacred Shield. Sunfire Sacred Shield increases 50 health, 100 defense, and grants advanced fire attribute after use. Use. The Sunfire Sacred Shield can no longer be evolved and has reached its final form. It is also unlikely that Lin Luo could bring Orn over to help him further enhance the equipment. Use successful. Health increased by 50, defense increased by 100. An advanced fire attribute acquired. Lin Luo suddenly felt a powerful force descend into his body. He could clearly sense that his body was becoming stronger, and his life force was becoming more vigorous. Additionally, there was a burning sensation in his chest that he could release with the control of his mind. Unfortunately, there were no knives or similar objects here, and the floor was too low. Otherwise, he would have to test just how abnormal his body had become. Stay rational. Do not imitate. Lin Luo felt a bit lightheaded, and then, as if he thought of something, his eyes brightened. He activated his martial soul and then stabbed his arm with the sickle. The sharpness of the sickle was unquestionable. However, no matter how hard Lin Luo tried, he couldn't pierce his skin. In the end, he had to fully unleash his power to barely make a cut, and strangely, the wound quickly healed on its own, not even giving him a chance to bleed. Wow, is it really that abnormal? Lin Luo was extremely shocked. An invincible feeling involuntarily arose from the depths of his heart. I feel that my third soul ring can challenge 10,000-year soul rings now. 016, Hulaina, don't pinch my face. The next morning, Lin Luo finished his training, tidied himself up, and then headed towards the Soul Master Academy. The journey was neither too long nor too short. It took Lin Luo a full 20 minutes to arrive. Of course, Lin Luo didn't rush, as this was going to school, not escaping for his life. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Soul Master Academy, the two guards simply inquired about Lin Luo's information and then let him through, reminding him to go directly to the office building. Clearly, Dean Ge had already given a heads up. Upon reaching the office building, Lin Luo successfully met Ge Junming. Lin Luo, you're here so early. Ge Junming was very enthusiastic towards Lin Luo, as if Lin Luo were a relative of his. Perhaps even an ordinary relative wouldn't receive such friendliness from him. Good morning, Dean. Lin Luo greeted, still maintaining the necessary politeness. Ge Junming smiled slightly. All right, follow me. Lin Luo nodded and was then brought to an office by Ge Junming, where a teacher was waiting. The teacher was short and stocky, dressed in the uniform of the Soul Master Academy, with stubble on his face and a somewhat disheveled appearance. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man with severe dark circles under his eyes, giving off a feeling of not having woken up. Mo Shanyan, I'm leaving Lin Luo in your care, Ge Junming said, clearly adopting a more authoritative tone in front of the teacher. Mo Shanyan quickly nodded. All right, Dean. You can rest assured. When Ge Junming looked at Lin Luo again, he smiled once more, his demeanor kind and gentle, showcasing a remarkable ability to change expressions. Lin Luo, from now on, you'll follow Teacher Mo. He will take you to your class. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, Dean. Ge Junming smiled and praised. What a polite child. Then Lin Luo followed Mo Shanyan to the teaching building. Along the way, they encountered other teachers and students who, upon seeing a 6-year-old child appear in the academy, cast unusual glances at Lin Luo. Lin Luo appeared very calm. In order to avoid being too composed, he pretended to be curious and looked at the older students. Most of the students in the Spirit Martial Academy were over 12 years old, and occasionally there were a few younger ones, but they were around 10. It was hard not to attract attention, with Lin Luo being only 6 years old. On the way to the teaching building, Mo Shanyan was briefly introducing the environment of the academy to Lin Luo. The front half of the academy was the office and teaching area, while the back half was the training and combat spirit area. In our Spirit Martial Academy, there was a sufficient simulated training environment, and a combat arena was specially built for students to conduct practical training. Lin Luo nodded gently. The environment of the Martial Soul Academy must be excellent, and all of this was within his expectations. When he has time, he can explore the academy. Since you came so early, you might as well go to class directly, Mo Shanyan said, with a hint of inquiry in his tone. After saying that, Mo Shanyan immediately added, it's up to you. If you don't want to attend class in the morning, you can come back in the afternoon. Lin Luo Dao, let's go to class. Lin Luo was also eager to quickly embrace the teachings of the academy. The academy itself is a place for learning. If everything could be understood just by reading books, there would be no need for the academy to exist. All right, Mo Shanyan nodded. At this moment, Mo Shanyan had already brought Lin Luo to the bottom of a teaching building. As if recalling something, Mo Shanyan immediately looked at Lin Luo and said, "Lin Luo, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go get some things, and we'll be back soon." Lin Luo nodded and said, "Okay, teacher." Watching Mo Shanyan leave quickly, Lin Luo began to survey the surrounding environment. There were 7 teaching buildings, each 3 stories high, with a typical architectural style, a mix of white and gray. Each teaching building was spaced apart at a certain distance, not interfering with one another. Among all the teaching buildings, one had a slightly golden exterior, which was the building Lin Luo was currently in. It was still early, probably not even 8 o'clock in the morning, but students were already arriving one after another. Along the way, Lin Luo had received a lot of attention, and now standing under the teaching building, most passing students would look at him with some confusion. I admit I am a bit handsome, which might be a kind of curse. I've been troubled by it, but do I really need everyone to look at me? Fortunately, they all restrained themselves and did not come over to bother me. Lin Luo sighed inwardly. Why is there a child here? A girl's voice sounded, filled with a hint of surprise. Lin Luo followed the sound and saw a beautiful girl over 6 meters tall walking towards him. The girl had short golden hair and looked about 12 years old. At first glance, she seemed quite ordinary, but the more you looked, the more attractive she became. The kind that grows on you. With a slender waist and long legs, her figure was already eye-catching even though she hadn't fully developed yet. The girl smiled and pinched Lin Luo's cheek, her beautiful big eyes turning into crescent moons. What a cute little brother. Come on, Hulaina, class is starting soon. A slightly deep voice rang out as a boy over 75 meters tall walked towards the teaching building. He had neatly combed short silver hair, an ordinary appearance, and a stern expression resembling the girl to some extent. Hulaina? Lin Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. When he looked at the girl in front of him again, he had to admit that she bore a slight resemblance to the character Hulaina from the anime, albeit a bit more youthful. "Don't pinch my face," Lin Luo said calmly. "No matter what Nai you are, you can't pinch my handsome face. What if you ruin it?" Lin Luo didn't say much, but once he did, Hulaina, who was originally about to leave, pinched him again and then left with a smile. "Damn it, I must get back at her," Lin Luo thought fiercely in his heart. At that moment, Mo Shanyan finally returned and smiled at Lin Luo, saying, "Let's go. We're going up." They ended up in the same teaching building as Hulaina. Lin Luo was already praying in his heart, hoping to be in the same class as Hulaina, making it convenient for revenge. Mo Shanyan took Lin Luo to the 3rd floor and entered the classroom on the far right. Lin Luo's gaze searched around and indeed found Hulaina's figure. It was unexpected yet reasonable. It seemed normal for a genius with a soul power of level 20 to be in the same class as the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall. After all, geniuses are gathered together. At this moment, Hulaina also saw Lin Luo, her pretty face showing surprise and confusion. "Isn't that the kid from downstairs? How'd he get here?" Mo Shanyan began to introduce Lin Luo, the Wuhuan Soul Lock Warden, soul power level 25, our new classmate. Let's give him a warm welcome. After finishing the introduction, Mo Shanyan was the first to applaud. The other students, however, did not cooperate at all, each showing an expression of extreme shock. 017, Practical Training, Strength Assessment. Mo Shanyan appeared to have anticipated this scene, as his reaction was similar to that of the students below when he heard Lin Luo's information yesterday. 6 years old, level 25 Great Soul Master. This information was truly shocking. Even without seeing Lin Luo unleash his Wuhan, there was no doubt about the authenticity of the information. No one here would joke about such matters, especially when it involves someone brought by an elder. "Lin Luo, you can sit in the first seat of the middle row," said Mo Shanyan. That seat was empty, seemingly reserved specifically for Lin Luo. Lin nodded. "Okay, teacher." Lin Luo sat down under the gaze of everyone looking at him like a monster, and those eyes did not shift away, still lingering on him. Mo Shanyan spoke up, "Prepare for class." Only then did the students retract their gazes, but there were still quite a few who occasionally looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo did not pay attention to those gazes. He only focused on the situation in the classroom. The classroom was spacious, but there were less than 30 students in total. On his way to this classroom, Lin Luo noticed that other classrooms had around 40 or 50 students. The comparison in numbers revealed quite a bit. Those who could attend classes in this room were presumably students with certain talents. "These are the books I specially prepared for you. If you find the lecture hard to understand, just look at the books. If there is anything you don't understand while reading, feel free to ask me anytime. If you don't want to read, that's fine too. I will quickly develop a better teaching plan for you. Emo Shanyan's voice entered Lin Luo's ears, seemingly processed by soul power, as it appeared that other students did not hear it. Then Lin Luo saw Emo Shanyan take out 5 thick books and place them on his desk, along with a pen, and then said with great concern, "If there are any unfamiliar words, it's okay. Just mark them." Lin Luo couldn't help but feel amazed in his heart. Even the issue of literacy has been taken into consideration. This teacher is really too meticulous in taking care of him, right? His own teacher, Ghost Douluo, never worried about whether he could read or write, although it is true that his outstanding disciple is a genius. Is there any problem? Seeing that Lin Luo did not respond, Emo Shanyan asked. Lin Luo shook his head. "No, thank you, teacher," Emo Shanyan said. "Then you can read." Lin Luo nodded. At this moment, other students also took out their books and placed them on the table. After a moment, a very soft bell rang throughout the academy, and Lin Luo instantly felt energized. That bell was released by a soul master. After hearing the bell, one spirit would become better. It's no wonder it's a martial soul academy. It actually has such a configuration, completely surpassing other soul master academies. Although Lin Luo had never been to other soul master academies, the bell not only helps students to perk up, but also announces the arrival of class time. Emo Shanyan immediately entered the class state, and the topic of this lesson was the development route of martial souls. As it was Lin Luo's first day, he clearly couldn't keep up with Emo Shanyan's teaching pace, so he chose to bury himself in his book. There was quite a lot of knowledge that soul masters needed to learn. While he might not master it all, he at least needed to understand some of it. Learning these things was all for a better understanding of martial souls, not just his own, but also those of others. As long as one was a soul master, they would basically face battles, and having a solid knowledge foundation would give them more confidence during combat. In the academy, students learned not only theoretical knowledge, but also practical skills. The combination of both would yield the best results. The proportion of theoretical classes was quite small. For example, this class Lin Luo attended lasted only about 40 minutes, which was the entire day's theoretical class. If students had any questions, they could choose to ask the teacher or seek additional tutoring. The remaining time would be allocated for practical training, and then it would all be for cultivation. Naturally, the cultivation of soul masters took up the most time. With sufficient strength, they could discuss further progress. If their strength stagnated, that would be another matter altogether. After the theoretical class ended, it was time for the practical class. After class, Emo Shanyan immediately came to Lin Luo's side. "Is there anything you don't understand?" Lin Luo shook his head. "No, it's all very basic knowledge, and even the slightly difficult topics have detailed explanations and annotations, so it's not hard to understand." Emo Shanyan was not surprised by this. After all, this 6-year-old child with a soul power level of 25 could be understood and accepted if something special happened. "Let's go. Let's have a practical class." Emo Shanyan smiled and said, "By the way, we will also conduct a strength assessment to facilitate better teaching arrangements for you." "All right." Lin Luo nodded. Since he was in the academy, he would just follow the teacher's arrangements. After the theory class ended, the other students in the classroom had already left as quickly as possible. It was evident that most students were not particularly interested in the theory class. However, despite their lack of interest, they were quite serious during the learning process, and Lin Luo had observed this about other students. Outstanding students not only possess excellent talent, but their habits in various aspects are also very good, making it difficult to find faults. Under the guidance of Emo Shanyan, Lin Luo arrived at the academy's soul fighting arena. The arena is quite large, featuring a main arena and 7 sub-arena. At this time, students were already present in all 7 sub-arena. Not all students are keen on practical combat classes. After the theoretical classes, students arrange their own study schedules. Those who wish to practice directly can do so, allowing for a high degree of freedom for students. They essentially manage their own time, and even theoretical classes can be adjusted. This shows that the teaching at the Soul Master Academy is not fixed but varies from person to person. Lin Luo appreciates this aspect. Once inside the soul fighting arena, Lin Luo was quickly arranged for practical training. This is not only practical training, but also a simple assessment of his strength. Before this, Lin Luo had seen other students engage in battles and witnessed the release of soul skills and the scenes of combat between soul masters, igniting his own desire to test his current combat power. Even in the sub-arena, the space is spacious enough to accommodate several battles simultaneously. Students conduct their practical training independently, without interference, and some students' battles are arranged by teachers. Generally, each soul fighting arena has 3 to 5 teachers present, whose roles are not only to provide practical teaching, but also to ensure the safety of the students. Under emotionsweaves arrangement, Lin Luo's opponent is a boy about 12 or 13 years old. He is tall and thin, with an ordinary appearance, named Awakens. His martial soul is a mountain cat, and his soul power level is 25. 018, a meaningless battle, complete domination. Awakens, martial soul mountain cat, soul power level 25. Standing about 1.7 meters tall, he introduced himself after stepping into the combat area. Lin Luo also spoke up. Lin Luo, Soul Master Wuhan Soul Lock Warden. Soul power level 25. Lin Luo arrived at the soul fighting arena and immediately received many unusual gazes. When he revealed his martial soul and soul power level, it caused an uproar. Continuously receiving such attention, even Lin Luo, who had a very good mindset, couldn't help but complain in his heart. Shouldn't this innate talent with a soul power level of 20 be cultivated in secret? It's not a good thing to be so eye-catching wherever I go. Or is this also a kind of training for me? Lin Luo was not worried about his safety. Perhaps his teacher was quietly watching him from the shadows. However, he did have some doubts about such an arrangement. Was it really suitable for a 6-year-old child? Or perhaps they had other purposes. After Awakens revealed his martial soul and soul power level, he immediately activated his martial soul. A wave of soul power surged, and 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose from beneath Awakens' feet. At that moment, Awakens had also completed the martial soul possession. Gray fur sprouted from his body. His nails elongated and sharpened, his eyes transformed into eerie cat-like eyes, and his slightly open mouth revealed sharp fangs. Lin Luo appeared very calm, and then activated his martial soul. Although his martial soul was the Soul Lock Warden, it did not have the effect of martial soul possession. After a wave of soul power, a huge scythe and lantern glowing with green light appeared in his hands, connected by a chain. This strange martial soul did not attract too much attention. All the onlookers' gazes were focused on the 2 purple soul rings surrounding Lin Luo. 1,000-year soul rings. It was actually a 1,000-year soul ring. Without exception, everyone once again showed a look of shock, including the teachers who were looking over, especially Emotionsweaves, who was closest and was already dumbfounded. Lin Luo had gradually gotten used to such scenes and had become somewhat numb to them, but he couldn't help but silently complain. Is this arrangement really good for me? Moreover, Lin Luo had his own thoughts in his mind. Since the freedom at the Martial Soul Academy was very high, he might as well study at home and come to the teachers for questions if he had any problems, or he could just stay in that simulated training environment for his cultivation, avoiding the need to expose himself everywhere. Can we start now? Lin Luo calmly spoke. He had already given Awakens a long buffer time, but Awakens remained indifferent, and he could only remind him with words. Hearing Lin Luo's voice, Awakens finally came back to his senses, and the others gradually did the same. Awakens nodded somewhat woodenly. Let the battle begin. This was also the first time Awakens faced the existence of a first spirit ring and a second spirit ring, both being 1,000-year spirit rings. However, he was not deterred. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation for the battle to come. After Awakens finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack, while Lin Luo calmly adjusted his stance. Seeing Lin Luo's extremely casual demeanor, a smile appeared on Awakens' face. Even if you have these 2,000-year spirit rings, what does it matter? After all, you're just at the same spirit power level as me, being so careless. Watch me knock you down to the ground later. Such thoughts emerged in Awakens' mind, but he also felt a bit guilty. After all, he was just a 6-year-old child, and this was likely his first battle, with little experience. Should I? While Awakens' heart was in turmoil, Lin Luo calmly used his second spirit skill, Soul Lantern. The second spirit ring on Lin Luo's body flickered with purple light, and then he threw the lantern into the air, causing it to instantly enlarge and envelop him. That's right, Lin Luo chose not to attack, but to defend, mainly because he was not particularly confident in his control over his own power. He feared that if he accidentally went too far, he might take his opponent down, whether it was Death Judgment or Soul Lantern. As long as it was aimed at the opponent, it had terrifying lethality that was not something of the same level could withstand. Moreover, Lin Luo had only recently acquired these 2 spirit skills and had been rushing along the way without having the chance to practice them properly, let alone control their power accurately. Since he couldn't achieve such precise manipulation, he simply chose to defend himself. Seeing Lin Luo enter a defensive state, Awakens immediately threw aside his distracting thoughts and launched an attack on Lin Luo. He also wanted to see how powerful the defensive spirit skill brought by the thousand-year spirit ring was. Swish! Zhuo Kaiying's sharp claws reached for Lin Luo, easily penetrating the lantern, but after moving forward a short distance, they stopped in midair, unable to advance any further. Zhuo Kaiying withdrew his claws and attacked again, but after several attempts, the result remained the same. He couldn't even break the shield. Zhuo Kaiying found it hard to accept this result and immediately activated his spirit skill. 2 yellow spirit rings lit up one after the other, greatly enhancing Zhuo Kaiying's power. Indeed, both Zhuo Kaiying's first and second spirit skills were power-enhancing skills. However, even after Zhuo Kaiying boosted his power, the result was still the same. His claws could easily penetrate the lantern, but after advancing a short distance, they could no longer move forward at all. The shield still couldn't be broken. However, it was evident that the lantern enveloping Lin Luo had dimmed somewhat. Lin Luo felt that he could let his opponent unleash another set of attacks. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Even with the Millennium Spirit Ring's Millennium Spirit ability, it shouldn't be this powerful, right? Spirit masters of the same level couldn't even break through the shield. To be honest, Lin Luo was also a bit shocked. He didn't expect the defense of the spirit lamp to be so outrageous. However, thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. After all, this was a spirit ability brought by a 2,000-year spirit ring, which seemed incredibly fierce in this level of battle, and it was quite normal. If Lin Luo remembered correctly, a 2,000-year spirit ring was generally difficult for ordinary spirit ancestors to absorb. He recalled that someone who had a cheat was nearly killed in the process of absorption and was lucky enough to obtain an external spirit bone. Forget it. It's better to end the battle quickly. This kind of fight really has no meaning. Lin Luo swung the giant scythe in his hand, but did not activate his first soul skill, Death Judgment. The chains continued to extend outward, ultimately stopping at Zhuo Kaiying's neck, leaving him frozen in place. You lost, Lin Luo said calmly. 019, still overwhelming, and the face is back. I lost, Zhuo Kaiying said tremblingly. He didn't dare to move an inch. The coldness from his neck told him that if he shifted even slightly, he would likely bleed. The sharpness of the scythe's blade was beyond question, and he did not dare to doubt it. Lin Luo nodded gently and immediately retracted his scythe, appearing calm. The others, however, were not as composed as Lin Luo. Zhuo Kaiying collapsed to the ground, having felt death approaching, as if that enormous scythe could easily sever his head. The onlookers were shocked to see Lin Luo overpower Zhuo Kaiying, unable to contain their astonishment. Is the 1,000-year spirit ring really that powerful? No. I think that kid's martial soul is impressive. Yeah, I've never seen such a strange martial soul before. In that fight, just now, he felt invincible at his level. How old is he? He looks only 6 or 7. At the same level, I feel like he could even challenge a soul sovereign. While the crowd expressed their amazement, Emotionsweaves' gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo, silently thinking, I definitely underestimated Lin Luo's abilities. I must customize his training at the fastest speed possible, as ordinary teaching is no longer suitable for him. Among the spectators, Hulaina and Xie Yu were also present, standing next to a tall boy with a handsome face, a hint of coldness and fiery red hair. Yin, it looks like our Martial Soul Academy is gaining another monster, Xie Yu remarked. Hulaina glanced at Yin and asked, if you fought him, what are your chances of winning? I don't know, Yin replied nonchalantly. Hulaina looked at Yin with a hint of boredom before her gaze returned to Lin Luo in front of her. I didn't expect this little brother to be so powerful. Lin Luo had already walked up to Zhuo Kaiying and reached out to pull him up. Big brother, are you okay? I'm sorry about just now. Zhuo Kaiying was slightly taken aback, but did not refuse. After standing up, he revealed an admiring smile. I didn't expect your strength to be so strong. I'm fine. We can spar again if we get the chance. Zhuo Kaiying laughed. I feel like there's no need to spar anymore. I'm completely no match for you. At that moment, Emotionsweaves' voice rang out. Zhuo Kaiying stepped back. Xie Yu, come up. The previous battle was of little significance. Although Lin Luo displayed astonishing strength, it was evident that he had not used his full power. Emotionsweaves needed to see another battle to make a more accurate judgment and teaching plan. Upon hearing this, Xie Yu immediately stepped forward. However, at that moment, Hulaina stepped up. Teacher, I'll give it a try. Is that okay? Emotionsweaves nodded gently. That's fine. The strength difference among Hulaina, Xie Yu, and Yin was not particularly large, so anyone could take the stage. Subsequently, under everyone's watch, Hulaina entered the arena as Lin Luo's new opponent. At 6 years old and 12 years old, the size difference was still quite significant. Lin Luo had developed fairly well, standing close to 1 meter 3, but he still looked like a little kid standing here. Lin Luo and Hulaina exchange a glance, and Hulaina's beautiful big eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled. Little brother, we met this morning, and I never expected us to be standing here fighting. Lin Luoping calmly said, I'm not a little brother. Please call me Lin Luo. Where am I small? Even if I'm still developing, I'm not small, okay? Hee hee. I didn't expect you to be so interesting. Hulaina laughed. At only 12 years old, her every frown and smile already exuded charm, making people unable to help but steal a few more glances at her. It's no wonder she would possess a bewitching soul skill when she grows up. Let's get started, Lin Luo said. Hulaina smiled slightly and then activated her martial soul. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, slowly rose from beneath Hulaina's feet, symbolizing her soul sovereign strength. After Hulaina's martial soul was activated, she became even more beautiful, growing a fluffy pink tail. And just standing there seemed to release a bewitching soul skill. Seeing Hulaina activate her martial soul, Lin Luo said, I'm going to make my move. Hulaina laughed and said, come on, little brother, let me see your strength. As she spoke, Hulaina even beckoned to Lin Luo with her finger. Lin Luo smiled faintly and thought to himself, first soul skill, death judgment. The first soul ring on Lin Luo's body flickered with purple light, and he immediately swung the giant scythe in his hand. The soul power within him automatically operated, endowing the scythe and chain with extraordinary strength. The scythe advanced quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Hulaina's side. Hulaina didn't have time to react before the scythe circled around her at an incredible speed, ultimately entangling her tightly with the chain, while the blade rested against her neck. What incredible speed! Not only did Hulaina fail to react, but most of the people present were also unable to see the scene clearly, and Shanyin couldn't help but feel amazed in his heart. Hulaina tried to break free from the chains, but found it impossible, especially with the cold sensation on her neck, which seemed to warn her not to move recklessly, or else her throat would be cut. At this moment, Lin Luo only needed to pull the chain to achieve the same effect. With the sharpness of the giant scythe, it could easily sink into Hulaina's neck. That's right, the battle was over. Even Hulaina, with her soul sage strength, was subdued by Lin Luo in one move. Of course, this was mainly because Hulaina was too careless. The judgment of death still tested skills, especially since Lin Luo's current proficiency wasn't very high. However, if the opponent cooperated, it could still hit the mark every time. Seeing Hulaina wanting to struggle, Lin Luo's mind moved, and his body was pulled in front of Hulaina. He casually placed the lantern aside and reached out to pinch Hulaina's face. It was very soft and comfortable. The battle was over, Lin Luo said calmly. Hulaina's face immediately turned red, and she gritted her teeth, saying, that's not necessarily the case. As she spoke, Hulaina's eyes sparkled with purple light as she looked at Lin Luo, causing his mind to spin and leaving him frozen in place. The fox charm skill had indeed come. Lin Luo was already prepared for this and had tightened the chains before the dizziness hit. Even if Hulaina successfully controlled Lin Luo, she herself was unable to move, and the scythe resting on her neck was getting closer and closer. I lost. In the end, Hulaina could not endure the cold sensation on her neck, and Lin Luo, smiled lightly, retracting the chains and sickle. I didn't expect you to be so impressive, little brother. Hulaina retracted her own martial spirit and exclaimed. Lin Luo smiled faintly and thought to himself, it's mainly because you were too careless. If I had been the one to strike first, the outcome would have been completely different. 020, Fighting Yin triple kill. Douluo Palace. A tall man suddenly appeared in the hall, dressed in a golden robe with silver embroidery. His hair and beard all white, yet he had the face of a middle-aged man. The golden robe represented his status as a high-ranking offering, distinguishing him from the black robes worn by Soul Douluos and the red robes worn by elders. The high offering said, BB Dawn's actions are truly excessive. She discovered a god-level martial soul with innate soul power of level 20, but didn't report it to the Elder Hall immediately, and secretly took that kid Gui Mei as her disciple. The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of anger. A cold voice then rang out. I know about this. Did you approve of this as well? The middle-aged man's voice grew louder, filled with confusion. The cold voice replied again. As long as the person is from our spirit hall, it's fine. The middle-aged man sighed. You always say that. Jin, go fetch Xiao Shui. The somewhat disappointed Jin was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with surprise. All right. Jin Douluo transformed into a golden light and slowly dissipated. At the Spirit Hall Academy, in the battle arena, Hulaina's defeat surprised more people regarding Lin Luo's strength, and Shangyun was one of them. Shangyun could see that the main reason for Hulaina's defeat was her own carelessness. But Lin Luo's combat power was also commendable. At 6 years old, with a soul power level of 25 and 2,000-year soul rings, he was indeed a monster. Should we let Xie Yu and the others give a try? Shangyun thought to himself. The insights gained from 1 or 2 battles are too limited, especially in such fast-paced fights. Teacher, I want to give it a try. A relatively low voice sounded, and Shangyun immediately looked over. It was Yin. A smile appeared on Shangyun's face, as he had just been planning to arrange a battle. He then looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo, can you still accept a challenge? Lin Luo seemed indifferent. Sure. So, the battle between Lin Luo and Yin was quickly arranged, once again attracting the attention of everyone around. Even people from other fighting soul arenas received the news and came over to join in the fun and watch the spectacle. Noticing the unusual gazes from others, Lin Luo sighed inwardly. Indeed, handsome people attract attention wherever they go. In the days to come, I must eat seriously and exercise diligently. This current childlike body really limits my ability to showcase my looks. Lin Luo certainly knows why he's being eyed by so many people, and he can only face it with an optimistic attitude. Yin, the martial soul flame lord, has a soul power level of 32. Yin spoke with a cold expression. You are somewhat handsome, and I can temporarily give you the title of the Martial Soul Academy's campus heartthrob, but you seem a bit too aloof. Just look at others like Hulaina. How cute she is with her cheerful smile. Lin Luo commented in his heart, and then reiterated his name and information about his martial soul. This is a polite gesture before the soul master duel. It seemed that Hulaina had omitted this step earlier, indicating that Yin still pays attention to these details. Let the battle begin. This time it was announced by Shangyun. Lin Luo knew that Yin was not easy to deal with, so he immediately activated his second soul skill, Soul Guide Lantern, to ensure his own safety. He then quickly unleashed Death Judgment, preparing to control Yin. Yin had seen Lin Luo use soul skills before and was aware of some of their characteristics. Almost the moment Lin Luo made his move, Yin quickly adjusted his position. However, a strange scene occurred. The giant scythe, dragging its chain, seemed to have locked onto Yin, preparing to follow his direction as he changed his stance. Yin immediately realized that this soul skill was hard to evade, so he chose to take it head-on. He activated his second soul ring, causing his entire right arm to rapidly enlarge, covered in lava, to block the incoming attack of the giant scythe. Clang! The giant scythe struck Yan's right arm, emitting a sound like metal clashing. Although it did not cause Yin any substantial harm, it firmly latched onto him, and the chain connecting to the scythe quickly wrapped around Yan's body, not needing the scythe to adjust its direction. This brother is too aggressive. If I can't dodge this time, I can dodge next time. I currently only have one chance to adjust the blade's direction. Seeing that his death judgment successfully hit Yin, Lin Luo suddenly felt more confident. He forcefully pulled on the chain, tightening its bindings, and the scythe blade sank deeper, but still failed to break through Yan's defenses. Lin Luo can currently be considered a control-type soul master, and as long as a control-type soul master successfully controls their target, they have essentially won half the battle. At the same time, what control-type soul masters dislike the most are tanks. Even if you manage to control them, it's still difficult to deal significant damage. My death judgment is not weak either, yet it still fails to inflict substantial harm on him. This guy is indeed tough. I can only try the soul guiding lantern again. Lin Luo reached out and grabbed the lantern, which then appeared in his hand. He threw it again, and the second soul ring on him lit up once more. However, this time the lantern was not thrown directly into the air above him, but rather towards Yin. It seemed that Yin was waiting for Lin Luo to retrieve the lantern and immediately activated his first soul skill, Hell Lava Rush. A wave of scorching heat surged from the ground, and Lin Luo immediately sensed something was off. But he remained completely calm because the soul guiding lantern was still providing him with defense. Whoosh! The intense heat turned the floor red-hot and surged out, enveloping Lin Luo. However, it did not harm Lin Luo in the slightest. It only caused the massive lantern surrounding him to dim continuously. Until the assault of the scorching heat ended, the lantern still existed, though it was nearly transparent, while Lin Luo inside the lantern remained unscathed. The damage was still insufficient as Lin Luo calmly gazed at Yin in front of him. As Yan's soul skill reached its peak, Lin Luo released the soul guiding lantern again, which had now reached above Yin, transforming into a gigantic lantern that enveloped him and unleashed destructive power. It was clear to see the lava on Yan's body beginning to disintegrate, and Yan let out a painful low roar. Lin Luo, stop. The battle is over. Emotionsweaves' voice rang out. Lin Luo immediately retracted his lantern, as well as his scythe and chains. Yan suddenly felt weak, kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. Lin Luo won again, and once again enjoyed everyone's attention. He glanced at his lantern and then at Yan, thinking to himself, I didn't expect the soul-guiding lantern to be quite powerful, but it might be a bit difficult to kill an opponent of a higher rank. The duration of the damage it can sustain isn't very long. By the way, why didn't Yin use his third soul skill just now? Or was my movement too fast for him to react? Seiyu stepped forward to help Yin up and then looked at Lin Luo. Let me give it a try. Coming again? Lin Luo was slightly surprised. Did he really take him as a sparring partner? 021. Are there any places like a mass grave? All right, Seiyu. Lin Luo has already fought 3 battles in a row. After all, he is just a great soul master, so you need to consider the consumption of his soul power. Emotionsweaves stepped up at a critical moment and did not let the battle continue. While speaking, Emotionsweaves' gaze also fell on Lin Luo. Lin Luo, the strength you have displayed is truly remarkable, and everyone is shocked by it. Lin Luo showed a somewhat shy expression and said, It's okay. My soul power consumption is manageable. I could actually fight another round. Acting like a child is really tiring. You can understand things in certain aspects, but you can't understand everything, otherwise you wouldn't be a child anymore. Lin Luo had enough experience in this matter, but his heart was truly weary. After the battle with Yin, Lin Luo's practical training came to an end, and Emotionsweaves allowed him to rest for a while before not letting him continue fighting. After briefly arranging the battles of others, Emotionsweaves took Lin Luo and left the soul fighting arena under the gaze of everyone. Even as Lin Luo was leaving, many people were still discussing him, including Hulaina and her companions. Hulaina sighed, I always thought the 3 of us were geniuses, but now it seems we need to redefine what genius means. Seiyu said, how many people like him can there be? Don't think too much. Yin said, his combat power is really strong. Seiyu replied, you 2 have fought him before, but I didn't get the chance when I was called out first. I must find an opportunity to fight him in the future. After leaving the soul fighting arena, Emotionsweaves led Lin Luo towards the Academy's simulated training environment area. During their walk, Emotionsweaves spoke about the follow-up arrangements for Lin Luo and the Academy's original plans for him. First, I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the simulated training environment area, then I'll show you around the Academy. After lunch, you can start your training in the simulated training environment. The Academy's original plan was just for you to get acquainted with the Academy today, but it seems their arrangement was indeed mistaken. For a genius like you, every minute and every second must be utilized wisely. If it weren't for your future convenience in living at the Academy, we could even skip this step of getting to know the environment. You're a very smart and sensible child, so I won't waste extra words. If you can adapt, try to stick with it. It will only benefit you. If you can't adapt, let me know as soon as possible. That's also okay, and I will make new arrangements. After Emotionsweaves finished speaking, he looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded. I can adapt. You've already said that I'm a very smart and sensible child, so I must meet the standards you have in mind. Besides, I don't want to waste too much time on meaningless things. Under Emotionsweaves' guidance, Lin Luo quickly arrived at the Academy's simulated training environment area and smoothly entered it. In this area, there are various simulated environments, and besides the basic environment construction, there are also some special materials used as core components. Lin Luo noticed that in every simulated training environment, there were some special crystals present, and those crystals could emit faint fluctuations of soul power. It seems that the simulated training environment is not that simple. It's not just about constructing the environment, but those crystals are equally important. After wandering around, Lin Luo saw no fewer than 20 simulated training environments, but still could not find a suitable training location for himself, even though he hadn't found a suitable training venue. Lin Luo still had to admire the foundation of the Martial Soul Academy. Setting up so many simulated training environments is definitely not an easy task. Even the basic environmental setup is quite particular. Just looking at it would consume a lot of time and energy, not to mention the many special crystals used. Lin Luo also noticed that the placement, types, and sizes of those special crystals varied, which seemed to contain knowledge and intricacies within. Although Lin Luo had not made a choice, Emotionsweaves was very patient and kept reminding and comforting Lin Luo, emphasizing that it was crucial not to rush into a decision and that finding the right one was the most important thing. Perhaps the next one would be even more suitable. After searching for a while, Imo Shangyun remained patient, but Lin Luo's patience had run out. Teacher, are there any places in this simulated training environment area that resemble a coffin shop, a cemetery, or a mass grave? Lin Luo certainly knows that the places he mentioned cannot be found within this simulated training environment. It is precisely because they cannot be found that he needs to bring them up for creation. Lin Luo was very clear about what kind of simulated environment was most suitable for his cultivation. And Imo Shangyun also mentioned that one must cultivate in the environment that is most suitable for oneself. Otherwise, it would not help at all and might even lead to wasted efforts. Rather than continuing to waste time, it would be better to take the initiative. The simulated environments within the simulated cultivation area were all created, so the environment Lin Luo wanted could be created as well. After hearing this, Imo Shangyun did not show the thoughtful expression Lin Luo had imagined. Instead, he revealed a look of sudden realization. Coffin shop, charity graveyard, and mass grave? Why didn't I think of that? You are a disciple of the Ghost Elder. Your martial soul is very special in itself, and the cold aura it emits is somewhat similar to those special spiritual martial souls. The Ghost Elder took you as a disciple not just because of your talent, but more importantly, because of the compatibility of your martial soul. Upon hearing Imo Shangyun's low analysis, Lin Luo suddenly had an illusion that the teachers at the Martial Soul Academy were all masters. Given his teacher's personality, he surely wouldn't leave too much information for the Martial Soul Academy. The fact that Imo Shangyun could analyze it so clearly indicated that he had some knowledge. Special spiritual martial souls? It seemed that the Martial Soul Academy had a more detailed classification of martial souls. Indeed, the Martial Soul Hall was the place that truly possessed the most detailed top-level knowledge of soul masters. Imo Shangyun looked at Lin Luo and said, I'll arrange it for you right away. There's still some time in the morning. I'll take you to explore other parts of the academy. In the afternoon, you can cultivate in the simulated environment that suits you. After saying this, Imo Shangyun took Lin Luo out of the academy's simulated cultivation area and headed to the office building. After that, Imo Shangyun quickly familiarized Lin Luo with the academy's environment, visiting some important places. As noon approached, Imo Shangyun took Lin Luo to the academy's cafeteria. 022, I like this place. I have to say, the food in the Martial Soul Academy's cafeteria is really good. The mix of meat and vegetables is extremely balanced, and importantly, they even use the meat of soul beasts as ingredients. And most importantly, it tastes really good. Moreover, it's free. Lin Luo felt that just in terms of the cafeteria, the Wuhuan Academy could already surpass all other Soul Master Academies, especially one particular academy. Whenever Lin Luo sensed the strengths of the Wuhuan Academy, a rather outrageous academy would inevitably come to mind. The admission requirements of that academy were absurdly high, the environment was extremely poor, and there were serious issues in some educational aspects. In comparison, the Wuhuan Academy was many times better. Indeed, without comparison, there is no harm. Is it delicious? Imo Shangyun asked with a smile. Lin Luo was happily devouring the food while nodding. Delicious. Imo Shangyun chuckled. It's all earned with our lives. Imo Shangyun continued. The requirements of the Martial Soul Academy for the cafeteria are extremely strict. Those who had issues before have already left this world with their problems. Good heavens. Lin Luo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Goodness, indeed. Only under strict control can we achieve the results everyone desires. Otherwise, it all comes down to so-called benefits. After having his fill, Lin Luo followed Imo Shangyun to the specially customized simulated training environment. This surprised Lin Luo. He truly didn't expect the efficiency of the Soul Master Academy to be so high. Of course, this was likely also due to his special circumstances. So he received special treatment. Following Imo Shangyun, Lin Luo eventually arrived at the undeveloped area at the back of the academy. This place was overgrown with weeds, resembling a wild mountain forest at first glance. In such an unremarkable spot, Lin Luo felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Not far ahead, a simple platform had been constructed, and around that platform he saw some crystal stones, which were undoubtedly the training area. Before Lin Luo could ask any questions, Imo Shangyun began to introduce the place. Originally, this area was a mass grave, but a portion was developed for the needs of the Soul Master Academy. The remaining part may be further developed as the academy grows, or it may remain untouched. This place will definitely meet your needs. Some special spirit-type soul masters from the academy have trained here before. Lin Luo subconsciously asked, what about them now? They graduated. A very simple 3 words. Imo Shangyun did not reveal too much information. This was also quite rare for Emotionsweaves, who did not provide a very detailed introduction to something that interested Lin Luo. Okay, thank you, teacher. Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. Emotionsweaves smiled slightly. As long as you can make use of it, it gives it meaning to exist. You can cultivate here this afternoon, and after you're done, you can go straight back without needing to find me. Come back to the academy tomorrow. If you encounter any problems along the way, feel free to contact me at any time. Saying this, Emotionsweaves handed Lin Luo a special jade stone. When you want to find me, just infuse a bit of soul power into the jade stone, and I will come to you immediately. Lin Luo took it and could feel the icy touch coming from the jade. The jade was milky white with some special patterns visible on it. A soul guide? But it seemed like it wasn't. Noticing Lin Luo's curious gaze, Emotionsweaves smiled and began to introduce the jade. This is a product created by my martial soul. A martial soul that can create jade? Lin Luo's confusion deepened. However, Emotionsweaves did not provide further explanations and smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I'll take my leave now. If there's anything, contact me through the jade." Lin Luo watched the departing figure of Emotionsweaves and couldn't help but think to herself, "Aren't you going to ask if I'm scared here?" But soon, Lin Luo scolded herself for being foolish. After all, she was the one who had voluntarily chosen to cultivate in such an environment. How could she possibly be afraid? Had she been pretending to be a child for so long that her intelligence had regressed to that of a child? Lin Luo discarded the distractions in his heart and went up to the platform. To practice like a normal soul master, he chose to sit cross-legged and silently operate the Enling heart method. In fact, he was not affected by any specific postures for cultivation. He could have chosen any comfortable position he liked. However, compared to being unique, it was better to be ordinary. If something was already special, it should continue to be special, but what needed to be normal should still be normal. After a while, Lin Luo entered a state of cultivation. The soul power between heaven and earth was guided by him, entering his body and passing through layers of filtration by the Enling heart method, ultimately leaving behind the most refined part to help him gradually enhance his strength. Lin Luo could clearly sense that the crystals beside the cultivation platform also had the effect of attracting the soul power from the heavens and the earth. In this comfortable environment, cultivation seemed to become much easier. This simulated cultivation environment was indeed extraordinary and provided significant assistance to soul masters in their training. Once he entered the cultivation state, Lin Luo began to endure the monotony of cultivation while also enjoying the feeling of increasing his strength. The only hope in cultivation was to enhance one's power. Even though Lin Luo could persist, he still had to say that cultivation was truly an extremely tedious task. Before he knew it, the entire afternoon had passed. It wasn't until evening that Lin Luo finished his training, marking the first time he had cultivated for such a long duration. Lin Luo couldn't help but admire his own perseverance for managing to hold on for so long. At the same time, he felt a bit emotional, realizing that those with greater strength are often the toughest, especially the powerful ones who have completely relied on cultivation to enhance their abilities. True tough characters among tough characters. Their willpower must be incredibly strong to persist like that. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Luo could clearly feel that his strength had improved to a certain extent. This made him even more satisfied with his divine-level cultivation technique, as it guaranteed absolute efficiency in his training. After doing some simple stretches, Lin Luo prepared to leave. If he continued to cultivate for another hour or two, he would likely have to spend the night in this desolate graveyard. This place was indeed nice, very comfortable to be in, but lacked something. Lin thought to himself. Indeed, what was missing were the dead. To be precise, fresh corpses. This mass grave had clearly been out of use for a long time. Even though there were many skeletons hidden beneath the vegetation and soil, they had long lost their value with the passage of time. Lin Luo sighed inwardly. It seems that stacking passives is not an easy task after all. While feeling this way, Lin Luo's gaze turned towards the positions of the Pope's Palace and the Douluo Palace, ultimately landing on the Douluo Palace. If only he could go there to stack passives, it would be much more comfortable. Just as Lin Luo was lost in thought, the figure of the Ghost Douluo suddenly appeared in front of him. 023. Ghost Douluo's teaching, mystification. Teacher. Upon seeing Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo immediately greeted him respectfully. Ghost Douluo said, "It seems you are adapting very well." Lin Luo smiled and said, "My family runs a coffin shop, and my uncle runs a funeral home, so I'm already used to it." Ghost Douluo said, "It's not just about cultivation." Lin Luo. He knew that his teacher couldn't possibly not pay attention to him. "Don't be nervous. Being adaptable is a good thing." Ghost Douluo said, Hearing this, Lin Luo felt relieved and nodded gently. He had already found an excuse in his mind and didn't expect that he was overthinking it. Teacher, are you here to take me back? Lin Luo asked with some anticipation. However, Ghost Douluo shook his head. No, I'm here to teach you some things. You can go back by yourself later. Upon hearing that there was something to learn, Lin Luo's eyes immediately brightened. Okay, teacher. Ghost Douluo still preferred to pursue efficiency, not saying another word of nonsense, and directly got to the point. This is a soul skill I created myself, called mystification. It can conceal one's whereabouts and cast soul skills at a faster speed, Ghost Douluo said. As soon as Lin Luo heard the term vaporization, he roughly guessed what Ghost Douluo was going to teach. The mist surrounding Ghost Douluo was closely related to the word vaporization, so it was very likely this was it. Lin Luo has yet to see the true appearance of their teacher, who has likely been shrouded in mist all this time. Then teacher, let's begin, Lin Luo said eagerly. Ghost Douluo nodded gently, then reached out and placed a hand on Lin Luo's head. Lin Luo had not yet had time to react when a cold, eerie aura directly penetrated into his mind. Immediately, a segment of unfamiliar information appeared in his brain, mysterious and complex. If he wanted to understand the processes and principles behind it, it would likely take a long time. However, at that moment, he directly grasped the method of use. Bypassing those complicated steps, I've already taught you the essentials of misting. From now on, you just need to practice more on your own. If you still have any questions, just ask me the next time we meet. Before Ghost Douluo's words had even finished, his body had already begun to slowly disappear. Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that my teacher is really busy, but I'm very grateful that he took the time out of his busy schedule to come and see me and even taught me his self-created soul skill, mist transformation. Lin Luo thought to himself and directly used it. The soul power within him continuously surged out, slowly transforming into mist that enveloped him. With the concealment of the mist, his presence could be hidden, and when he wanted to use soul power, he could directly utilize the mist formed by it, which seemed to enhance the conversion efficiency. If he reached a certain level of strength in the future and became proficient enough in mist manipulation, he could even use this mist to launch attacks. However, since it was his first time using it, Lin Luo couldn't control the soul power very well, and the conversion efficiency of the mist was too low, causing him to expend too much energy, resulting in his face turning pale instantly. He involuntarily activated his martial soul. Otherwise, he would have struggled to maintain it. After just a few breaths, Lin Luo ended the mist state. Feeling the profundity and power of the mist, Lin Luo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder those who have their martial soul engraved on the martial soul token are so formidable. Their abilities are truly impressive, capable of creating such a unique soul skill. It's easy to talk about creating your own soul skill, but it's much harder to actually do it. It's not something that can be accomplished easily. Lin Luo didn't dare to peek at the process of vaporization. He felt that even if all the steps were laid out in front of him, it would still take him several years, if not more than a decade, to fully comprehend it. If learning this was so difficult, then the difficulty of creating it was even greater. Not only does it require a certain level of strength as a foundation, but talent is also particularly important. Because of this, Lin Luo felt even more grateful to Ghost Douluo. This method of directly pouring knowledge into his mind was truly effective. However, this method is likely only something that a powerhouse of Ghost Douluo's caliber could accomplish. And what could be taught must also be self-created soul skills that they have fully comprehended. After decades of effort to just give it away like this, Lin Luo felt nothing but gratitude. He knew he had to practice a lot after vaporization, but to reach the state of maintaining vaporization without using his martial soul like his teacher would likely take him several years. Vaporization greatly tests a soul master's control over their soul power, and in the process of learning vaporization, his ability to control soul power would definitely improve continuously, killing two birds with one stone without needing to specifically practice controlling soul power. Having a good teacher is truly comfortable. As the sun set, a warm glow fell on Lin Luo's youthful face, and he left with a beaming smile. Before leaving the academy, Lin Luo also went to the cafeteria for a free dinner. It was too troublesome to cook for himself, and it was difficult to make dishes as nutritious and tasty as those in the cafeteria. If it weren't for his teacher specifically arranging accommodation for him, Lin Luo would even have considered living in the academy, as the conditions there were truly good. When Lin Luo returned to the two-story building, the sky was gradually darkening. If he had left half an hour later, he would probably have to rely on the moonlight to get home. Living in the academy has its conveniences, while living at home has its comforts. After taking a shower and sorting out all the trivial matters, when he lay on the soft and comfortable big bed, the thought of living in the academy faded away. This was the second day since I arrived in Wuhuan City. Today, I successfully enrolled in Wuhuan Academy, met the future golden generation of the Wuhuan Palace, and had a spar with Ulaina and Yen. In the afternoon, I found a suitable environment for mimicry training, which slightly improved my strength. However, the biggest gain today was undoubtedly the self-created soul skill, mist, generously taught by my teacher. Lying on the bed, Lin Luo quickly reviewed what had happened today. Summarizing daily events had become his habit, allowing him to clarify his recent plans and developments. According to teacher Emotionsweaves, I will likely face specially customized teaching when I go to school tomorrow. Being able to enjoy privileges is a good thing under the academy's care. I can maximize my talents. Tomorrow, I'll follow teacher Emotionsweaves' arrangements and practice mist whenever I have free time. However, with a clearer plan, Lin Luo still felt that something was missing. That's right, my passive ability can't be activated. Why not take a look around the graveyard of the dead tomorrow? There might be surprises. When I obtained the passive ability of Hell's Curse, Lin Luo was ambitious, setting a grand goal in his heart to stack the passives to become invincible. However, reality made him understand what cruelty meant. Harvesting souls was relatively easy, but the key was to successfully complete the harvest. Harvesting souls was inherently sinister. If someone noticed and labeled him as a heretic, even with innate level 20, he would die quickly or become someone else's puppet. It would be great if my teacher also had soul harvesting traits, then I could naturally continue to stack the passives. For now, I'll just take it one step at a time and not rush. Lin Luo tucked away his thoughts and practiced a bit of mismanipulation before drifting off to sleep. Soul masters can substitute meditation for sleep, but Lin Luo was still quite young and needed to ensure he got enough sleep. The next morning, Lin Luo set off for school. Upon arriving at the academy and enjoying a comfortable breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Luo headed to the classroom. To his surprise, Emotionsweaves was already in the classroom. So early? Emotionsweaves looked at Lin Luo with some surprise. This was the question Lin Luo wanted to ask Emotionsweaves, but he ultimately held back, simply greeting politely. "Good morning, teacher. Since you're already here, let's get started," Emotionsweaves said with a smile. While speaking, Emotionsweaves handed Lin Luo a thick book and introduced it. "This is some relevant information about special spirit body martial souls. You can take a look when you have time. You can also review the basic knowledge about soul masters. It's always good to learn more. However, your situation is quite special, so you can focus more on combat and cultivation and just allocate some spare time to study gradually." Lin Luo nodded and then asked, "Teacher, should I study the same way as yesterday?" Emotionsweaves shook his head. "No, not today. You can go directly to the simulated training environment to practice and just visit the soul fighting arena around noon." Indeed, his teaching arrangements had changed. "All right, teacher." Lin Luo nodded. For him, it didn't matter where he studied. There wasn't much difference. If he had to stay in the classroom all the time, that would be truly uncomfortable. How could a soul in his 20s blend in with a group of teenagers? Fortunately, these kids were relatively mature, which helped Lin Luo avoid some social interactions he didn't want to face. "Then I'll head straight to the simulated training environment. Okay, if you encounter any problems, feel free to use the Jade Stone to contact me, and I'll come right over." After Lin Luo greeted Emotionsweaves, he directly headed to the simulated training environment area. The Academy's simulated training environment area is located near the graveyard, and Lin Luo had to pass through this area to reach his destination. It was clear that Emotionsweaves had already spoken to the staff in charge of the simulated training environment. Otherwise, Lin Luo wouldn't have been able to leave so smoothly yesterday. Following his memory, Lin Luo quickly arrived at the simulated training environment area and smoothly entered, reaching his destination without any issues. Once he arrived, Lin Luo did not immediately begin his training, but instead took out some books and started browsing through them. It was necessary to have the required knowledge, so Lin Luo first looked at some basic knowledge about soul masters, and then he read the information about special spirit body martial souls that Emotionsweaves had given him that morning. In that information, he could see various introductions of soul masters with special spirit body martial souls. Jing Jitong, martial soul, dream spirit, soul power level 37, deceased. Dream spirit, a martial soul that can manipulate dreams. Cheng Yuanming, martial soul, shadow, soul power level 11, deceased. Shadow, just a shadow. Zhu Wendong, martial soul, cat soul, soul power level 49, whereabouts, unknown. Cat soul, a spirit that resembles a spotted cat. Lin Luo saw various strange martial souls in that information, and he was puzzled that most of these soul masters were already deceased, with only a few marked as missing. Those marked as missing had relatively high soul power levels, with the lowest being at the soul zone level. After reading for a while, Lin Luo gained a deeper understanding of special spirit body martial souls. These martial souls are basically intangible spirits, and there are some special cases, such as a martial soul called Deadpool, which is classified as a special spirit body martial soul. For example, his own martial soul, Soul Lock Warden, looks just like a tool martial soul on the surface. Special spirit body martial souls share a common characteristic. They emit a particularly cold aura. This is especially true for soul masters with special spirit body martial souls, who are more sensitive to it. It was after reading the book that Lin Luo understood why Ghost Douluo wanted to accept him as a disciple right after he awakened his martial soul in Notting City. It was precisely because of the certainty he had that he was so resolute. Moreover, Lin Luo also understood why he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort when he was near Ghost Douluo. Perhaps it was the influence between their martial souls. In addition to emitting a particularly cold aura, special spirit body martial souls have another notable characteristic. Soul masters with special spirit body martial souls are prone to dying young. This is the information Lin Luo saw as he flipped to the next page. In fact, he had already anticipated this when he saw the information about those soul masters. But when he saw this passage, he couldn't help but think of himself. Am I also a special spirit body martial soul? Am I going to die young too? But thinking of his divine level martial soul, Lin Luo dismissed his worries. He continued to check the information, and the next section explained the reasons for dying young. Most special spirit body martial souls are formed under special circumstances, and many soul masters with special spirit body martial souls had very poor health before their martial soul awakening, which might be one of the reasons for the formation of special spirit body martial souls. Lin Luo agreed with this point because, in his memories, the book's plot about his teacher, Ghost Douluo, was just like that. Ghost Douluo's martial soul is extremely peculiar. He had died once in his childhood, but by chance, his soul was able to reattach to his body, leading to the awakening of his martial soul, which is a very special case, the ghost. In a sense, his soul is his martial soul, while he himself is a living dead person. He wondered if the real situation was like this. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely verify it. The information about special spirit body martial souls was also quite rigorous, with most conclusions marked as for reference only. After reading for about an hour, Lin Luo gradually lost interest in the books. The knowledge presented was mostly dry conclusions and introductions. Although he had some interest at first, over time, it became increasingly tedious. While reading these books, Lin Luo felt as if he had returned to his past life as a student, knowing that these books could improve him, but finding it hard to absorb the information. Occasionally, he could read for a while when inspired, but it was very difficult to maintain that over the long term. After putting all the books away, Lin Luo prepared to start his training. Just as he was about to enter a training state, he suddenly thought of something. Since it was still early, why not take a stroll around the graveyard? For his own safety, activating his martial soul wouldn't be excessive, right? Lin Luo thought of this and immediately began to act, activating his martial soul, holding a sickle and carrying a lantern, starting his journey through the mass grave. After searching in this area for about half an hour, Lin Luo found nothing. At this moment, he was in an extremely desolate thicket where there was originally no path. But he had forcefully trampled a path out. Just as he was about to give up, his lantern suddenly reacted. It was underground. This mass grave indeed had surprises. 025, dead for many years, yet there's still a lingering soul? It didn't seem too far away. He decided to try and see if he could absorb it. Lin Luo silently used the hell curse in his heart, and to his surprise, he actually succeeded. Under Lin Luo's gaze, a green orb of light, visible only to him, slowly floated up from the ground and ultimately merged into his lantern. Immediately after, Lin Luo received a system notification. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining Defense 5 and Soul Power 1. It is the soul of a soul master. Ordinary people cannot provide soul power, and the defense provided is very limited. Lin Luo glanced at the ground, slightly puzzled. It was obvious that this place had been abandoned for a long time, and it didn't look like the soil had been disturbed recently. Why could the bodies buried underground still provide souls? This was quite strange. Although he had doubts in his heart, Lin Luo's passive thoughts did not stop there. He continued to search for new targets. After advancing for a while, Lin Luo collected another soul. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 7 defense and 1 soul power. Subsequently, Lin Luo ventured further into the mountains and forests, gradually collecting a considerable number of souls. At this time, he had also summarized some characteristics of these souls. The defense they provided varied, but the soul power was uniformly 1. Moreover, Lin Luo faintly sensed that these souls seemed to be incomplete, each having some missing parts. All were the souls of soul masters, and all were broken versions. He had yet to find a single complete one. Lin Luo had his own speculation in his heart. Could it be that the time a soul master's soul could be preserved is a bit longer? But as time passes, the soul slowly dissipates until it disappears completely? Let's stop here for today and go back to cultivate. If I keep wandering around here, I'm afraid something might go wrong. Lin Luo returned along the original path and soon arrived back at his training platform, summarizing his gains in his heart. Just now, Lin Luo had collected a total of 20 souls, gaining a little over 100 in defense and 20 points of soul power. Previously, during his first passive stacking of the cemetery, perhaps due to the small amount of attributes gained, Lin Luo did not have a significant feeling. This time, he clearly felt that his body had become tougher, and his soul power had also seen a certain improvement, bringing him closer to level 26. Furthermore, Lin Luo discovered something special. The defense and soul power gained from collecting souls through the Hell Curse did not fully transfer to his body. Instead, part of the attributes were stacked onto the scythe and lantern, roughly in a 60-40 distribution. If the attributes were obtained through the use of equipment like the Sunfire Holy Shield, they would fully convert to the body. Regardless, being able to stack passives felt really good. If he could continue stacking like this, even with a 60-40 attribute distribution, given enough time and resources, he could become invincible. Moreover, the attributes gained from the scythe and lantern also equated to an increase in his combat power, with the scythe being more offensive and the lantern providing stronger defense. Not to mention, with over 100,000 in defense, even a Ghost Douluo would struggle to make an impact, and perhaps even the shield of the soul-devouring lantern would be hard to break through. Unfortunately, there weren't enough souls to absorb. The bonus provided by ordinary souls was too little, and the souls of soul masters could only be found in the cemetery of the Wuhuan city in such numbers. Additionally, the resources in the cemetery had mostly been collected. The remaining areas could provide at most 50 souls, which was already quite good. There are many quick methods to collect souls, and killing is the fastest. However, if one kills just to collect souls, it is no different from being an evil soul master, and probably before stacking any passives, one will be taken out as a heretic. Even if someone values this special ability and is willing to invest resources for training, in the end, one would only become a puppet, a killing machine for others. The safest way is to develop quietly like this. Only after truly growing strong can one stop hiding. But it's best to continue hiding. No one knows that he can stack passives, and the reason he is so strong is all due to his divine level martial soul. As long as he doesn't act recklessly and is a little careful, it's hard to expose this ability. Collecting souls is inherently a very special operation. What others can see is just him wandering around with a lantern. Entities that are very sensitive to souls or soul power fluctuations might catch a hint, but they need to be in front of him to do so. Moreover, the improvements gained from each soul collected are very small. Unless the number of souls collected accumulates to a terrifying number, it's hard to notice any changes. Even the strongest Ghost Douluo is still not a god and cannot accurately perceive everything. Even the 99th level Qian Daolu is not that abnormal. Although I possess a divine level martial soul and attract the attention of many powerful figures from the spirit hall, they likely do not focus all their thoughts on me. At most, my teacher will be more concerned. Perhaps he is secretly observing me. If he could detect something unusual, he would have appeared long ago. Though there is also the possibility that he is not here. Regardless of the situation, one must be cautious when necessary, but should not be overly timid. Otherwise, wouldn't his hell curse become just a decoration? After a simple analysis of his passive hell curse in his mind, Lin Luo began his training. Training may be tedious, but it must be done. At present, it is the most stable way to enhance his strength. After practicing until noon, Lin Luo suddenly remembered that he needed to go to the soul fighting arena, so he hurried over. If it weren't for the need to maintain the image of a compliant student as a food lover, he would have probably gone to the cafeteria right on time to eat meat and drink soup. Of all the times to choose, he picked mealtime. He would find an opportunity to talk to teacher Mo about it later. Lin Luo, feeling a bit emotional, quickly arrived at the academy's soul fighting arena and successfully found Mo Shanyan. Even though it was close to noon, the arena was still bustling with people, all engaged in practical training, some resting after exhausting sessions. For Soul Masters, combat was indeed very important. "Teacher, I'm here." Lin Luo greeted Emo Shanyan. Emo Shanyan smiled and said, "Great, I thought you weren't coming. We've all been waiting for you." Besides Emo Shanyan, there were also Hulaina, Xieyu, and Yin, but the other students from the class were nowhere to be seen. "Let's start the practical training. Today, you'll be fighting Xieyu first," Emo Shanyan said with a smile. 026, another day of easy wins. "All right, teacher." Lin nodded. He had always been a sensible and good student. When the teacher asked him to practice on weak opponents, he had no choice but to comply. Coincidentally, he also wanted to see how much harder he had become after gaining a defense boost. However, it was probably difficult to test it, as with the current combat power of Xieyu, even breaking through defenses was quite challenging. Lin Luo was confident in his own strength. Soon, the arena was cleared, and Lin Luo and Xieyu became the main characters of the battle. Xieyu, with the martial soul moonblade, had a soul power level of 32. As Xieyu spoke, he activated his martial soul, accompanied by a wave of soul power. A large moon blade appeared in Xieyu's hand, and 3 soul rings that were the best match slowly rose beneath his feet. He was another polite soul master, who knew to announce his information. Lin Luo thought to himself, and then reported his own information. To his surprise, he only mentioned a name. Lin Luo said, "All right, I understand. Let's start the battle directly." Lin Luo retracted the words he had just said in his heart, and then activated his martial soul, entering a battle state. 2 purple soul rings circled around Lin Luo, and even though it was his second time in the soul fighting arena, he remained the center of attention. From the moment he entered the arena until now, as he was about to fight, there were always people watching him. Compared to yesterday, today the students and teachers were not just focused on Lin Luo's childlike appearance, but more on his strength. Although Lin Luo had appeared in public only a few times yesterday, and had only showcased his abilities in the soul fighting arena, he had already become a hot topic at the Martial Soul Academy. He is Lin Luo, looking so young, probably not even 10 years old, yet he is already a great soul master and possesses 2,000-year soul rings. Indeed, he is too strong. He cannot simply be described as a genius. The term monster is more fitting for him. With an audience present, the atmosphere group was bound to appear. Lin Luo also heard others discussing him. He had gradually gotten used to his celebrity status, but when he heard some outrageous phrases like "I want to marry you," he nearly couldn't hold it together. "I'm still just a kid, please don't go too far. Let's start." As Lin Luo and Xieyu activated their martial souls, Emo Shanyan's voice rang out. Compared to Hulaina and Yin, Xieyu took the battle much more seriously, likely because he had Hulaina and Yin as examples. Suddenly, the first soul ring on Xieyu's body lit up, and the moon blade in his hand was instantly covered with a layer of fiery red energy, clearly indicating a stronger destructive power. Almost simultaneously with the activation of his first soul skill, Xieyu charged towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly set up the soul guiding lantern for himself, then calmly assessed the position of Evil Moon. After finding a suitable moment, he immediately activated his first soul skill, Death Judgment. The side shot out towards Evil Moon at high speed. However, Evil Moon seemed to be well prepared. At the instant Lin Luo made his move, he adjusted his position. Even as Lin Luo controlled the scythe to change direction, Evil Moon successfully adjusted his position again, evading Lin Luo's Death Judgment. Lin was secretly exclaiming in his heart, "How impressive!" His 100% hit rate was broken just like that by Xieyu. Lin Luo controlled the chains, intending to use them to manipulate the scythe to attack the Evil Moon, regardless of whether it would have any offensive effect. At the very least, it could disrupt the rhythm of the Evil Moon's movements. Clang! Lin Luo swung his scythe towards Xieyu, but Xieyu easily blocked it with a moonblade. Although only in his teens, Xieyu already possessed ample combat experience. After deflecting Lin Luo's scythe, Xieyu charged toward him, and just as he was about to get close, he suddenly swung the moonblade in his hand, sending a blood-red light blade flying toward Lin Luo. Thud! The blood-red light blade entered the massive lantern, slowing down abruptly, but soon its color faded until it vanished completely. As expected, it still couldn't break through the defense. Lin Luo had already retracted his scythe, feeling a bit emotional about how many times the Death Judgment had missed. But that was all. He had only used Death Judgment a few times, and his lack of proficiency was a significant flaw. Death Judgment was not so easy to hit. Previously, he had been able to land every shot because he caught his opponents off guard. Those opponents, besides being unfamiliar with his soul skill, were also quite careless, making it easy to control them. Today, Xiaoyu was clearly well prepared and took this battle very seriously. The blood-red light blade failed to break through the lantern, and Xiaoyu seemed to have anticipated the situation, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation on his face, as if everything was under his control. At that moment, the third soul ring on Xiaoyu suddenly lit up, and the moon blade in his hand was once again enveloped in blood-red energy. Even his hands were covered in blood-red energy, greatly enhancing his aura. Just by looking, one could sense an extremely sharp feeling. The moment the blood-red energy was fully covered, Xiaoyu immediately launched an attack, rushing towards Lin Luo with the moon blade in hand. In that instant, it seemed as if he had transformed into a moon blade himself, incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through everything. Poof! The shield provided by Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern is not a one-time use. It is continuous. Xiaoyu charged into the lantern with his moon blade, but he still couldn't completely break through. Just under 2 meters away from Lin Luo, victory was within reach, yet Xiaoyu could not advance even a little further. Soon after, Xiaoyu began to feel a sense of weakness spreading through his body, which quickly turned into pain. He felt as if his body was about to be destroyed, and his facial expression twisted in response. "I've been waiting for you to charge in." Meanwhile, Lin Luo, under the lantern, was completely unharmed, and seizing the opportunity while Xiaoyu was in a weakened state, he immediately launched Death Sentence again, this time successfully hitting the target. The scythe tugged at the chains, binding Xiaoyu tightly, and ultimately, the scythe blade was placed against Xiaoyu's neck, marking the end of the battle. Without needing Shanyan's reminder, Lin Luo immediately retracted the scythe and deactivated the soul guiding lantern. Xiaoyu knelt on one knee, his face somewhat pale, just like yesterday's Yan, but his condition was worse than Yan's. After all, his body couldn't compare to Yan's. Lin Luo calmly looked at Xiaoyu, while secretly thinking, "It seems I need to train my death judgment well. If I miss in a real battle, I won't have many lives to spare." The recent battle was quite dangerous for Lin Luo. He could also be affected by the soul guiding lantern's damage, but his body was strong enough to be immune to its negative effects, allowing him to execute the previous moves. Otherwise, if Xiaoyu charged again, he might have been the one to lose. 027, Meet Shield, No More Desires. After the battle, Xiaoyu's defeat once again surprised everyone, as it was clear from the recent fight that Xiaoyu had made ample preparations, yet ultimately still lost. Everyone was shocked by Lin Luo's combat power. It seemed that there was no soul power suppression against him. At least in their witness, Lin Luo had already defeated 3 Soul Emperors. These 3 Soul Emperors were well-known genius students in the Martial Soul Academy. Xiaoyu, Hu Laina, and Yan were all extremely famous figures in the academy, with top-tier talent in both cultivation and combat. However, Lin Luo's appearance completely shattered this, giving them a new understanding of what it means to be a genius. So, it turns out that a Grand Soul Master can be this strong, that a Grand Soul Master can possess 2,000-year soul rings, and that someone so young can become a Grand Soul Master. They all understood that Lin Luo was unique, but that didn't stop them from relating to the situation, feeling both surprised and a bit pleased. Xiaoyu lost too. It felt like Lin Luo was invincible at the Martial Soul Academy. But don't say that. Where do you place those seniors who have already graduated? You know they're graduated seniors, right? Can graduates really be counted in this? It's ridiculous. In my view, some graduated seniors might not even be able to compare to Lin Luo. He is just too strong. After Lin Luo defeated the Evil Moon, the atmosphere among the spectators became lively again, as they excitedly discussed Lin Luo's fighting ability. Of course, there were still some who remained unconvinced, the type who would say, "You may have knocked me out with one punch, but I still don't accept it." There were also individuals who engaged in malicious taunting, spewing disgusting remarks. But they spoke very quietly, mostly expressing their dissatisfaction internally, knowing that once they voiced their thoughts, they could very well be beaten up. Absurd comments came from absurd people, and they were aware of how ridiculous their words were, yet they still chose to act that way. Of course, some individuals were very confident, believing that what they said was the truth. Lin Luo had gradually become accustomed to the mixed reviews. As long as they weren't the shocking comments about marrying him or having his children, he was fine with it. Take a break, adjust your state, and then continue the new battle. Your next opponent is Yan, Shanyan said with a smile to Lin Luo. Lin Luo nodded gently. "Okay, teacher." In fact, he could still continue fighting. The soul power within him was sufficient. But since the teacher suggested he take a break, he would adjust his condition to the best state. Lin Luo was also unsure why his soul power storage was so abundant. It could be due to the benefits of his divine-level martial soul, or it might be the result of the divine-level cultivation method, the dark spirit heart technique. His current soul power level was only 25, making him a great soul master, but he vaguely felt that his soul power storage seemed to be greater than that of an average soul venerable. He noticed this from the members of the Evil Moon. After using a set of soul skills, they would show signs of fatigue. When passing by other soul fighting arenas, Lin Luo also observed that other students, who were also great soul masters, despite having a good grasp of soul power, still needed to rest and adjust immediately after a not particularly intense battle. However, he was different. He felt that his soul power was very sufficient. Although both of his soul skills were thousand-year soul skills and consumed a lot of soul power, he still had more than enough. Lin Luo felt quite impressive about this. After a brief rest, he quickly returned to his best condition. Noticing that Shanyan didn't remind him, he waited a bit longer before proactively stating that he was ready to fight. Even so, Shanyan and the others were somewhat surprised. Their expressions seemed to say, "You recovered so quickly." In fact, Lin Luo wanted to retort that he hadn't even used many soul skills just now. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Luo returned to the battle arena, and this time his opponent changed from Evil Moon to Yin. Lin Luo and Yin have fought together before, so there was no need for polite introductions. At Shanyan's command, they directly began to fight. Both of their soul skills were limited, and there were no overly flashy moves. It was a fairly conventional start. Lin Luo was as cautious as ever, first putting on the soul guiding lantern for protection, feeling secure only when he had a shield. As long as the shield wasn't broken, he dared to take any action. On the other side, Yin took the lead in activating his third soul skill. It seemed he hadn't had the chance to use it in the previous battle, but this time he used it directly, seemingly wanting to avoid any regrets in his operations. As soon as Yan's third soul ring lit up, a fiery red energy rose around him, enhancing his momentum and making him appear more substantial. Indeed, although he was just one person, he gave off a heavy feeling, like a mountain standing firm and unshakable, almost simultaneously with Yin completing his third soul skill. Lin Luo unleashed his death judgment. It seemed that Lin Luo's speed in releasing his soul skill was even faster than that of an average soul master. The massive scythe pulled the chains and howled towards Yan. With this newfound heaviness, Yan's body seemed to become somewhat clumsy, and instead of executing the flowing movements of the Evil Moon, he chose to take the hit directly. Clang! Lin Luo's scythe quickly landed on Yan, producing a sound like metal clashing, but it didn't harm Yan. The chains swiftly wrapped around, successfully restraining Yan. Goodness, I just attacked a stone golem. Looking at Yan's indomitable stance, Lin Luo momentarily lost the desire to attack and couldn't help but complain inwardly. Lin Luo did not attempt to pull himself in front of Yan, as that would be equivalent to handing his head over to Yan. However, Lin Luo still tried his best to maximize his output. He gripped the chain tightly and pulled hard, tightening the chains around Yan. While the massive scythe continued to deal damage to Yan's body, but there was still no sign of breaking through his defenses. Both the chain and the scythe emitted a faint green glow, carrying a chilling aura to harm Yan, but this level of damage was clearly insufficient to breach his defenses. Lin Luo felt somewhat helpless. Meat shields are indeed the most annoying existence. When Lin Luo did not achieve any offensive results, Yan's counterattack followed. 028 still won, but it was a bit messy. Lin Luo could clearly sense the sudden surge of Yan's power, and then he was pulled towards him by the chain. Goodness, did you steal my keyboard? I haven't even pressed the second cue. Jokes aside, Lin Luo immediately took action. If it was just a contest of strength, Lin Luo was well aware that he couldn't compete with Yan at the moment, so he decisively chose to retract his chains and scythe. Even though his speed was fast enough, his body was still dragged forward several steps, revealing Yan's power. Just as Lin Luo retracted the chains and scythe, Yan's body moved, charging towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately understood that the three members of the Golden Generation were well prepared. However, Lin Luo did not panic because of this. Holding a sickle in his hand, he was ready to clash with Yan first. While others were empty-handed, he at least had a sharp sickle in his hand. So there was no need to panic, right? Besides, he still had a shield. What was there to be afraid of? Compared to Xieyu's speed, Yan's speed was significantly slower, giving Lin Luo plenty of maneuvering space. There was no need to go head-to-head. Lin Luo wielded the scythe again, but this time it was not to unleash a death sentence, but to carry out a regular attack. Who said that a scythe must be swung by hand to launch an effective attack? It can also be controlled using chains. Lin Luo controlled the chains to swing the scythe towards Yan. At that moment, the second soul ring on Yan's body suddenly lit up, and his arms instantly grew enormous. As if made of rock, extremely hard and full of power. Clang! Yan directly blocked Lin Luo's scythe, and the immense force made the scythe tremble slightly, pulling the chains along with it. After blocking the scythe, Yan took steady steps and continued to charge towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly manipulated the chains to continue the assault, but each attack was blocked by Yan. Well, is being tough enough to act recklessly? Lin Luo watched the approaching Yan and couldn't help but shout in his heart, "Don't come over." But he wasn't actually panicking. After all, he still had a shield. The Soul Guiding Lantern had both defensive and offensive effects, and it was currently maintaining the defensive effect. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could keep the shield up indefinitely, unless it was directly broken. Puff! Yan finally reached Lin Luo, swinging his massive fist to smash down on him. But the first thing that was hit was still the lantern in front of Lin Luo. With the continuous enhancement from his soul skills, Yan's power had become terrifying. This punch actually created a hole in the Soul Guiding Lantern. He then continued to swing his fist down. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The color of the lantern was fading more and more, symbolizing that the shield was about to break. Lin Luo certainly did not just stand by and watch Yan's performance. He was also manipulating his scythe to attack Yan. However, Yan's current state was simply too tough to break through. With each successive attack from the scythe, Lin Luo finally managed to breach Yan's defense. But the result was merely the severing of a portion of the stone-like material on Yan's right arm. Lin Luo felt very helpless and somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, he did not give up. While maintaining the shield of the Soul Lantern, he released the Judgment of Death to control Yan and immediately followed up with the attack form of the Soul Lantern. The continuous release of soul techniques made Lin Luo feel for the first time that his soul power consumption was quite terrifying, but there was no other choice. If he didn't struggle a bit more, Yan's fist would soon be smashing into his face. Although, it was likely that his body was even tougher than the Soul Lantern. The renewed control of the Judgment of Death only slightly hindered Yan. Yan was not as clumsy as he appeared. His reactions were very quick. When controlled by the Judgment of Death, he immediately used his power to try to pull Lin Luo over. Lin Luo struggled, but he found that his strength was simply no match for Yan's. And in the end, he could only give up and retract his chains and scythe. At that moment, the attacking form of the Soul Lantern fell onto Yan. But compared to the previous battle, this time the damage inflicted on Yan by the Soul Lantern was quite average. Yan was even able to continue attacking under the corrosive effect of the Soul Lantern. This scene left Lin Luo dumbfounded with his limited knowledge. 2 words suddenly sprang to his mind. Impressive. He truly did not expect Yan's body to be so formidable. It should be noted that his Soul Lantern had previously been effective multiple times and had achieved certain results against Yan. He didn't expect to be at a disadvantage this time. It was likely that the absurd toughness of Yan was due to the enhancement from his third soul technique. I don't believe you can maintain this state forever. With no other options, Lin Luo finally decided to engage in a war of attrition. Ample soul power was his last capital. He could deduce that after receiving such a perverse enhancement, Yan would definitely fall into a weakened state. As long as he could endure this period, victory would surely belong to him. If it weren't for the fact that the effects of the Soul Lantern could not continue to stack, and that consecutive uses would severely weaken both offensive and defensive effects, Lin Luo would have kept using the Soul Lantern on himself, competing with Yan to see who could be more annoying. This was also the reason Lin Luo had just used the attacking effect of the Soul Lantern against Yan. Otherwise, he would have just kept applying the shield to himself and become invincible. Boom! Yan's fist struck the lantern again, creating another gap. And this time the gap did not automatically repair itself, and the lantern had already dimmed to a dull glow. The shield was finally broken. Yan seemed to see a glimmer of hope for success. However, just as he raised his fist to smash Lin Luo's face and claim victory, the annoying chains and scythe appeared once more, entangling him again. At this point, Yan's strength was nearly depleted, and he could no longer use his power to pull Lin Luo over. He can still use soul techniques. Yan felt a sense of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Luo appeared very cautious. After controlling Yan, he continuously retreated, clearly wanting to pull Yan further. Thud! Before the pulling process was fully completed, Yan collapsed from exhaustion. There was no doubt that Lin Luo had once again won the battle. However, this round of combat was not as easy and poetic as before. It even seemed somewhat awkward, and he ultimately won by competing with soul power. Nevertheless, Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Luo still emerged victorious. His terrifying reserve of soul power was thoroughly showcased to all the spectators, who once again gathered around Lin Luo with incredulous gazes. Their mouths were agape, seemingly saying, "Wow." Lin Luo experienced the feeling of being drained for the first time, his face slightly pale. 029, Hulaina, I concede. Compared to the other spectators, Mo Shangyun appeared somewhat calmer, as if he had anticipated this situation. A satisfied smile appeared on Mo Shangyun's face. Lin Luo wins. First, recover your soul power through cultivation. The next target is Hulaina. Lin Luo nodded gently. Okay. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Luo entered a state of cultivation. After a moment of silence, everyone began to get excited again. He was actually able to use so many thousand-year soul skills in such a short time. Was he still a great soul master? The soul power he possessed was terrifying. It felt like even ordinary soul kings didn't have as much as he did. As expected of Yan, the man I have the most faith in, he almost won against that monster. I didn't expect to witness such an exciting battle today. It seems that delaying my meal was the right choice. These discussions no longer reached Lin Luo's ears, as he was in a state of intense concentration, fully immersed in his cultivation, automatically blocking out the external noise. At this moment, Yin had already stood up with the support of Xiaoyu. His gaze fixed on Lin Luo, filled with a mix of unwillingness and more shock, and Xiaoyu felt the same. What are you all sulking about? Aren't I still here? I'll help you win it back. Hulaina's voice rang out, but it did not change the expressions on Yin and Xiaoyu's faces. Xiaoyu said, "We've all lost. You're destined to lose as well. Who do you look down on? I'm not worse than you." Hulaina retorted, somewhat unconvinced. At this moment, Yin spoke up, his voice sounding a bit weak. "Please don't be overly confident. I'm serious." Although Hulaina was a bit unhappy, she did not refute Yan's words. She knew that Yin was not someone who liked to joke, and the combat power Lin Luo displayed indeed carried many unknown dangers. After finishing his cultivation, Lin Luo slowly opened his eyes. "It feels like my cultivation speed has become even faster. Could it be that cultivating in a state of being emptied out speeds up the process?" Lin Luo was very satisfied with his recent training state and had his own guesses in mind. Otherwise, when he fought with Hulaina later, should he also let her exhaust her body? "Teacher, I have recovered and can fight now." Lin Luo didn't want to waste time and directly spoke to Mo Shangyun. Mo Shangyun originally had a confident expression, but upon hearing Lin Luo's words, a look of shock appeared on his face. "You recovered so quickly?" Mo Shangyun instinctively asked. Hearing this, Lin Luo realized that he might have been a bit too hasty. Since it had come to this, he might as well put on a show. Lin Luo pretended to respond calmly. "Yes, teacher, is this still called fast? I feel like a long time has passed." It was precisely because his cultivation state was quite good that Lin Luo had just recovered and practiced for a moment. Lin Luo originally thought that he had already spent a lot of time, but he didn't expect Mo Shangyun to still have this shocked expression. It seems he has a misunderstanding of the passage of time while in a state of cultivation. After hearing this, Mo Shangyun fell silent, but a smile appeared on his face. "All right, since you have already recovered, let's fight with Hulaina. It's getting late, so let's finish the battle early and go eat." "Good." Lin Luo was already a bit impatient to start eating and couldn't wait to end the battle with Hulaina. But one should never doubt a person's spirit for food. This time, Hulaina still did not introduce her information, but Lin Luo didn't care about that detail anymore, and their battle quickly began. Lin Luo still performed the same unchanging moves, using the soul guiding lamp and death judgment. In fact, even if Lin Luo wanted to try other moves, his strength didn't allow it. He currently only had these two soul skills. No matter how he tried to change, he couldn't come up with anything more flashy. The scythe pulled the chain towards Hulaina, who moved as nimbly as Xiaoyu, dodging with precise positioning. In the end, she managed to avoid Lin Luo's death judgment thanks to her agile movements. Lin Luo's regained confidence in Yin has now vanished again. Goodness, does having good positioning mean you can do whatever you want? Lin Luo did not become panicked due to the absence of his death sentence. Instead, he became even calmer. If everything went too smoothly, he would gradually become arrogant. It was necessary to face some setbacks to maintain his best fighting condition. Lin Luo manipulated the chains to control the scythe, attacking Hulaina. Just as the attack was about to hit, Lin Luo suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, and he immediately realized that he had fallen victim to Hulaina's fox charm skill. This kind of hard-to-evade control soul skill was really quite bothersome, but Hulaina was only strong in terms of control. Her offensive capability was not as strong as Xieyu's, and her defensive ability was not as good as Yan's. Fortunately, Hulaina, Yan, and Xieyu's abilities had not combined, otherwise it would have been truly invincible. When Lin Luo regained his clarity, he could distinctly sense that his lantern was under attack. What surprised Lin Luo was that the color of the lantern had already become very faint. When did Hulaina's offensive ability become so strong? Lin Luo could clearly see a pink glow emanating from Hulaina, as if she had entered some kind of enhanced state. On Hulaina's hands were claws formed from fiery red flames, and each strike made the lantern dimmer. With a flurry of fierce attacks, the damage seemed acceptable, but still hadn't broken the shield, right? Lin Luo immediately manipulated his scythe to launch another attack on Hulaina, who stopped her actions and chose to evade. It must be said that Hulaina's positioning is truly excellent, seemingly even stronger than Yan's, but her movement is more defensive, while Yan's is more offensive. The fact that she can dodge even basic attacks makes one wonder whether her positioning is too strong or if my control over the chains and scythe is just too poor. Lin Luo questioned his abilities, but it was only for a moment. Just as Lin Luo was about to continue the pursuit, Hulaina suddenly spoke up. "I lost." "Huh?" Lin Luo controlled the chains, and the scythe hovered in midair, ready to strike at Hulaina. Hulaina appeared calm. There is no point in continuing the fight. "I admit, your soul skills are very impressive." Lin Luo retracted the chains and the sickle. Although he achieved victory, he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. When he witnessed Hulaina's agile movements, he thought he could have an exhilarating battle with her. But unexpectedly, Hulaina admitted defeat. "No need to thank me. It's all according to the orders of the Elder Ghost." Emotionsweaves seemed to have anticipated this situation, showing little change in expression. Lightly nodding before announcing the result of the battle, Lin Luo wins. However, the other spectators found it hard to accept this outcome. They had originally placed their hopes on Hulaina, but she chose to concede instead. Yet, some rational viewers could see the signs. Hulaina had exhausted all her abilities but had not achieved substantial offensive results. Not admitting defeat would only lead to a more disgraceful loss. So it was better to end the subsequent torment early. Just as Hulaina said, continuing the fight held no meaning. Lin Luo felt a bit unhappy inside. He didn't want Hulaina to acknowledge the so-called prowess, especially since what she recognized as impressive wasn't his own strength, but rather the power of his soul skills. Although, in fact, it seemed to be true. He really didn't have any remarkable techniques. His precision with the death judgment had issues, and even his ordinary attacks appeared somewhat clumsy. He could only achieve victory continuously due to the strength of his two soul skills. However, Lin Luo still felt somewhat dissatisfied. If possible, he hoped to fight Hulaina until the very last moment. "Lin Luo, you should go eat first. After you finish your meal, you can take a good rest or go back to the simulated training area to practice. I'll come find you in the afternoon," Emotionsweaves said with a smile. Seemingly more and more satisfied with Lin Luo, Lin Luo retracted his martial soul, nodded, and then left under the gaze of the crowd. Although he didn't feel satisfied with the last battle, it did not affect his appetite at all. After Lin Luo left, the audience gradually exited as well. They had come specifically for Lin Luo, and, as they left, they couldn't help but excitedly discuss. Lin Luo is indeed impressive, having already won against Xieyou and the others in the second round. From today on, Lin Luo is my new goal. Strength truly knows no age, even if young. One can still possess incredible power and combat ability. Hulaina is really disappointing. I was hoping she could take down that arrogant kid. What is so impressive about Lin Luo anyway? I really don't understand why you all like to hype him up so much. He only has 2,000-year spirit rings. If I had 2,000-year spirit rings, I could easily defeat Xieyou and the others too. So, are Lin Luo's 1,000-year spirit rings a gift from you? I've seen outrageous things, but never something as outrageous as this. Yeah, I guess Lin Luo's spirit power level is also something he cultivated himself. Lin Luo naturally could not hear the discussions around him. He had already arrived at the academy's cafeteria. He quickly served himself a meal and then sat in a corner, diving into his food. Delicious food always provides the best healing for the soul, and Lin Luo felt that his happiest moments each day were during mealtime. While he was enjoying his meal, he was also reflecting on the battles in the soul fighting arena. He would not let victory blind him. Through the fights, he could see many of his shortcomings that he needed to improve in the future. He had to spend time practicing the death judgment technique, as well as mastering the control of the chains to enhance the scythe's attack. These were fundamental skills that he needed to perfect as much as possible. The soul guiding lamp didn't require much operation, so for now, he would focus on the first two tasks. One had to admit that teacher Mo Shanyan was truly impressive. Just a few simple battles allowed him to further understand his own strength. And it seemed that Xiaoyu and the others had also made some progress. 2 days, 2 rounds of battles with the same 3 people. The first round was about building confidence. The second round was about recognizing oneself. Xiaoyu's positioning and attacks made Lin Luo realize how ineffective his death judgment was. And the soul guiding lamp was not truly invincible. Yan's defense and strength made Lin Luo aware of the weaknesses of the death judgment. It was difficult to effectively control a tank-type soul master, and if the opponent was strong enough, they might even pull him over. The offensive and defensive capabilities of the soul guiding lamp also appeared somewhat ineffective. In situations where strength was comparable, he could only choose to tug of war. And a direct clash was sure to yield poor results. Gulaina's fox charm control made Lin Luo realize the terror of control-type soul masters. During the time when his brain was dizzy, if it weren't for the protection of the soul guiding lamp, he would have already lost. The main issue was still the accuracy of his death judgment. His control was ineffective, while the opponent's control hit, making it hard not to fall into a disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely that teacher Mo Shanyan will conduct special training targeting these shortcomings of mine in the coming period. After lunch, Lin Luo had no intention of wandering around and went straight to the simulated training environment of the mass grave. However, he didn't start training directly. Instead, he focused on improving his proficiency with the chain scythe. There were no suitable live targets here. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have preferred to practice his death judgment. Activating his martial soul, Lin Luo held the scythe and waved it for a while before starting to manipulate the chains to control the scythe's attacks. The trees and bushes served as his practice targets, and the sharpness of the scythe was unquestionable, easily slicing through all targets. He felt that live targets were still necessary for better practice. Lin Luo practiced for a while, and the surrounding trees were all cut down cleanly by him, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied. He retracted his martial soul and prepared to cultivate. Just then, Mo Shanyan arrived. Seeing that Lin Luo had not yet started his training, Mo Shanyan immediately approached with a smile. Lin Luo, I have devised targeted training for you. If you think it's all right, we can start tomorrow, Mo Shanyan said. Lin Luo Dao. Teacher, please speak. He knows that Mo Shanyan won't let him down. Mo Shanyan said, your proficiency in your first soul skill and ordinary attack methods is obviously lacking. I will be your practice partner to help you improve these abilities. You can arrange the time and place, and we will use that piece of jade to communicate. If you're not planning to cultivate yet, we can start training right now. Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. He had thought that his sparring partners would be the 3 of Xiaoyu, and that he could also become their sparring partner. He never expected that Mo Shanyan would personally step in to spar with him. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. Mo Shanyan smiled and replied, no need to thank me. This is all instructed by Elder Gui. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Mo Shanyan continued. Additionally, there is something I need to inform you in advance. 031. Mutated martial soul, spirit pattern jade Rui. What is it? Teacher, please tell me. Lin Luo looked at Mo Shanyan with some surprise. Mo Shanyan said, as long as your strength reaches Soul Master, you can graduate from the Martial Soul Academy. But graduation is just the beginning. You don't need to ask too much about the specifics, as I won't say more. You will understand when the time comes. Lin Luo couldn't help but complain inwardly. What a tease, it's better to say nothing at all. At the same time, Lin Luo felt a bit puzzled. Is reaching soul respect enough to graduate? Are the graduation requirements of the Martial Soul Academy really that simple? No, there was another sentence. Graduation is just the beginning. Mo Shanyan suddenly laughed. This is something said to students whose soul power level has reached level 25 or above, and you have just enrolled not long ago. It's the first time I've said this to someone like you. Lin Luo also felt a bit strange in his heart. Indeed, just starting school and already talking about graduation. Moreover, he still couldn't understand the college's arrangements. Listening to the current teacher Mo, it seemed that students with graduation potential would be notified in advance. What is the significance of giving such a notification? All right, I've said everything I needed to say. Whenever you need to train, feel free to contact me. Mo Shanyan said with a smile. Lin Luo Dao said, Teacher, why don't we start training now? I've been left in suspense and can't calm down to practice for a while. So it's better to have some intensive training. Mo Shanyan smiled and nodded. Sure, everything will be based on your arrangement. Lin Luo politely said, sorry to trouble you. Teacher, my martial soul is the spirit pattern jade Rui. a mutated martial soul that can create jade stones engraved with spirit patterns. As Mo Shangyun introduced his martial soul, he activated it. Suddenly, the surrounding soul power surged violently. Under Lin Luo's gaze, a jade rui appeared in Mo Shangyun's hand, and even from a distance, one could see the many mysterious patterns carved on the jade rui. Lin Luo's gaze did not linger too long on Mo Shangyun's jade rui, but rather fell on Mo Shangyun's soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Good heavens, this seemingly unremarkable teacher is actually a soul sage. The faculty strength of the Martial Soul Academy is truly beyond doubt. Activate your martial soul, and let us begin training your death judgment. As he spoke, Mo Shangyun's third soul ring lit up, and he waved the jade rui in the air at will, eventually forming a special magic array. A milky white hand reached out from the array, followed by a humanoid jade figure that closely resembled Mo Shangyun appearing. Once the humanoid jade figure emerged, it stood still like a jade sculpture. At this moment, Mo Shangyun's first and second soul rings lit up again, and he waved the jade figure once more. The next second, the humanoid jade figure glowed slightly all over, as if it had received activating energy and began to move flexibly. After completing this operation, Mo Shangyun smiled and said, "Your target is him." Lin Luo was dumbfounded by Mo Shangyun's series of actions, realizing that there were such special martial souls in the world. Seeing Lin Luo's surprised expression, Mo Shangyun still wore a faint smile. Variant martial souls can be quite strange. I'm considered a relatively lucky existence. My martial soul mutation has developed in a positive direction, granting me better talents. Unfortunately, my martial soul isn't very suitable for combat. It's more geared towards being a tool. Anyway, you'll encounter more variant martial souls in the future. There are quite a few in our Martial Soul Academy alone. However, I don't recommend you waste too much time on useless socializing. Those variant martial souls are insignificant compared to you, and my martial soul is the same. What you need to do is focus on improving your own strength. As long as you become strong enough, you won't lack so-called friends around you. Let's get started. Lin Luo nodded and immediately activated his martial soul. Mo Shangyun's voice echoed. Let's start from a distance of 2 meters and gradually increase it. Okay, teacher. Lin Luo nodded. Lin Luo and the humanoid jade stone arrived at a relatively flat area, maintaining a distance of 2 meters between them. At Mo Shangyun's gesture, Lin Luo swung out his scythe. With just a 2-meter distance, Lin Luo was quite confident in his death sentence. The scythe was already fast, and at such a short distance, it was difficult for the target to dodge unless they were far stronger than him or focused on speed. In fact, as soon as Lin Luo threw the scythe, the humanoid jade stone moved, but its speed was nowhere near fast enough to outpace the scythe, and it was instantly bound tightly. 3 meters, Mo Shangyun said. Lin Luo then took a step back and once again made a hook shot, this time scoring effortlessly. 4 meters. He scored just as easily. This time, Mo Shangyun asked with concern, "Do you need a rest?" Lin Luo said, "It's fine, we can continue." The distance was reduced to 5 meters. This time, the humanoid jade statue was able to perform dodging movements, but Lin Luo still managed to control it relatively easily. The distance was reduced to 6 meters. Lin Luo's death sentence somewhat forcefully hit the humanoid jade stone at a distance of 7 meters. After a brief rest, Lin Luo took action again, this time directly controlling a mass of air. He then tried a few more times, but still couldn't hit the humanoid jade stone. 6 meters and 5. Mo Shangyun said. Lin Luo's scythe could barely touch the body of the humanoid jade, but it was still difficult to achieve control. Don't be quick to think that Lin Luo's death sentence is too garbage. A distance of 6 to 7 meters is not too far, but the hit rate is starting to become a bit mysterious. That's because Lin Luo is challenging a hell-level difficulty under Mo Shangyun's control. The humanoid jade keeps testing the limits of Lin Luo's manipulation. About an hour later, Lin Luo can already hit humanoid jade stones accurately at a distance of 5 meters. Mo Shangyun showed a satisfied smile. Let's stop here for today. Your progress has been significant. Cultivation must always come first. Everything else can come gradually. Lin Luo felt a bit exhausted and thanked. Thank you, teacher. Mo Shangyun nodded lightly and then left, indicating that there was no need to thank her again. Basic politeness should still be acknowledged and responded to. After watching Mo Shangyun leave, Lin Luo adjusted his state and immediately entered into cultivation. After nearly an hour of intensive training, Lin Luo continuously consumed and restored his soul power. His body had become somewhat fatigued, but it was still within an acceptable range. While training the accuracy of his death judgment, Lin Luo also improved his control over the chains, gaining quite a bit. In this state of exhaustion, Lin Luo felt that his cultivation speed seemed to have increased. At this training rate, it feels like I won't need much longer for my soul power level to reach level 26. 032, 7 years old, Soul Master. 1 year later, behind the Martial Soul Academy, simulated training environment, the Graveyard of Chaos. As the sun set, Lin Luo finished his training as usual. He admired the beautiful sunset for half a second and then immediately rushed towards the academy's cafeteria. A year had passed, and he had grown taller, but his enthusiasm for eating had never changed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Luo served himself a delicious and nutritious meal, then went to his usual window-side seat. With an excited smile, he glanced at the food and then immediately started eating. While Lin Luo was enjoying his meal, 3 figures approached him. It was none other than the future golden generation of the Martial Soul Hall, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. Lin Luo, do you eat this much every day? Hulaina asked, sitting down beside Lin Luo with a smile as she looked him over. Lin Luo didn't even glance at Hulaina, still focused on eating, and replied vaguely, if you don't eat more, how can you grow up quickly? Haha, growing up takes time. Being anxious is useless. Trying to force growth will only make your seedlings fall over faster, Hulaina said with a smile. This seedling is not the same as that seedling. Lin Luo paused slightly upon hearing this. He always felt that some of the things Hulaina said to him were a bit strange. Xiaoyu's gaze was also fixed on Lin Luo, but his focus was not on Lin Luo's eating habits. Instead, it was on Lin Luo's soul power level. You should be about to break through during this period, right? Lin Luo nodded gently. It's almost done. Just a matter of these few days, at most no more than a week. Xiaoyu's expression became somewhat complex as he sighed. It seems that the Soul Master records of the Soul Master Academy will be refreshed, and for many years to come. They won't be broken. Don't be so conservative, okay? It definitely won't be broken. Who can reach the Soul Master level at the age of 7? There's probably only Lin Luo in this world who can do it. Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim, I really don't know how you, Lin Luo, this monster, have cultivated. In just a short year, you've managed to improve so much. Among the 3, only Yin appeared slightly calm, improving 5 levels in 1 year. Even though soul masters who use abnormal means to increase their soul power can't achieve such a speed, right? Soul masters who use abnormal means to increase their soul power? Lin Luo was just stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, chewing while looking at Yin with some confusion. What do you mean? Yin replied calmly, evil. At this moment, Hulaina shot Yin a glare, and Yin quickly changed his words. You will understand when your strength truly reaches the Soul Sage level. Do I even need to reach the Soul Sage level? I already know it. Hearing that one word is equivalent to hearing all the answers. It seems that the task the 3 of them were carrying out was mostly related to that aspect. Over the past year, Lin Luo had spent the most time with Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin. They were each other's training partners, engaging in practical training every day. Occasionally, some new faces would join in, but Xiaoyu and the other 2 were Lin Luo's regular opponents in daily practical training. After a year of interaction, their relationship was quite good. Lin Luo also learned some information about life after graduation from Xiaoyu and the others. It turned out that Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin had already graduated from the Soul Master Academy long ago and were on the path of a new beginning as mentioned by Emotionsweaves. Here, graduation is more about aligning with a new start rather than a true graduation. The 3 of them can still enjoy the Academy's resources and are still considered students of the Soul Master Academy in name. This is also why Lin Luo is able to train with them in practical combat every day. Xiaoyu and the others are very tight-lipped. Lin Luo had tried to inquire about their situation after graduation, but only received a vague answer of missions without any more detailed information. All right, you can continue eating. After you finish, come find us at the Soul Fighting Arena. Xiaoyu and the others didn't linger for long. It seemed they just happened to run into Lin Luo, exchanged simple greetings, and then left. Lin Luo continued to eat while reflecting on his experiences over the past year. During this year, he had basically been repeating the same daily routine. He studied theoretical knowledge about martial souls and then engaged in practical training. Every day, he would also seek special training from Emotionsweaves, although he spent most of his time on cultivation. Lin Luo was somewhat surprised by his rapid cultivation speed. Leveling up 5 levels in a year was indeed a bit exaggerated. However, upon careful consideration, it seemed understandable. After all, he had absorbed 2,000-year spirit rings. At that time, his surface spirit power level was indeed 25, but in reality, he had already made significant progress towards level 26. Therefore, after a short period of cultivation, his spirit power level had already broken through to 26, and he had yet to reach level 30. All in all, he had only increased 4 levels in a year. Although this speed was already terrifying and would astonish most spirit masters, one must not forget that Lin Luo possessed a divine martial soul and divine techniques. If his cultivation speed were the same as an ordinary spirit master, would it still be worthy of the term divine? Additionally, Lin Luo had found some opportunities to stack passive abilities over the year, enhancing his defense while also increasing his spirit power. He constantly pushed himself in practical training and special training, never stopping the use of the mist technique taught by his teacher. He would exhaust himself almost every day, and the cultivation effects in that state were somewhat better. Even if he only gained a tiny bit of help, the cumulative effect would lead to considerable improvement. The simulated training environment also provided some assistance, though not significantly. He had no interest in hobbies like blacksmithing. His biggest hobby was eating, which didn't take much time. He typically enjoyed 3 meals a day at the academy cafeteria, arranging his time quite reasonably. Under these various conditions, Lin Luo's speed of spirit power level increase was not outrageous. If he didn't improve quickly, that would be strange. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Luo got up and headed to the academy's soul fighting arena. Just in time, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin had finished their warm-up, and practical training was about to begin. Lin Luo's death sentence hit 100, completely crushing Xiaoyu and the other 3, with all 3 battles being a total domination. Before nightfall, the practical training ended, and Lin Luo didn't want to bully the newcomers every day, but since Xiaoyu and the others were so proactive, he couldn't bear to refuse. Over the course of this year, Lin Luo had never lost. Although everyone made progress every day, Lin Luo's improvement was just a bit more than that of Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin, allowing him to precisely grasp their abilities. As time passed, what was once a precise grasp became an easy one, and now it had turned into complete domination. Some gaps exist from the very beginning, and, as time goes on, they become increasingly difficult to close. More often than not, the gap widens, making it forever impossible to catch up. After the practical training ended, Lin Luo returned home. That night, Lin Luo completed a breakthrough, raising his soul power level to 30. 033, help you obtain a soul ring, is the new task. It happened quicker than I expected. I originally thought it would take at least 3 days to complete the breakthrough, but I didn't expect to achieve it tonight. It seems my luck is really good. Lin Luo finished his training, and it was currently early morning. He was filled with excitement and joy. For Lin Luo, the process of training was relatively easy, although it could be somewhat tedious. His soul power level had been rising very smoothly, only encountering a bottleneck when he reached level 29. All soul masters go through this stage, and the transition from level 29 to level 30 is particularly important. It is the first significant test of a soul master's talent. Many soul masters can only remain at level 29 for their entire lives, unable to achieve a breakthrough. However, for talented soul masters, everything goes smoothly, though the time taken may vary. In Lin Luo's view, when a soul master faces the barrier of soul power levels, it requires not just hard work, but also tests a person's comprehension, with luck playing a certain role as well. Lin Luo's comprehension is beyond doubt. Even if he cannot achieve a breakthrough tonight, it will only take a few days for him to reach the next level. To further confirm whether he has truly completed the breakthrough, Lin Luo opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Luo Martial Soul, Soul Lock Warden, Thresh Soul Power Level, Level 30 Soul Rings, 1000 Years, 1089. 1000 Years, 2005, Soul Bones, Not Acquired Domain, Not Acquired Points, 0 indeed, he has reached level 30. Unlike other soul masters who rely on their instincts to roughly gauge their soul power levels, Lin Luo can directly see his strength accurately through the system. After confirming this once again, the smile on Lin Luo's face grew even more pronounced. However, when his gaze landed on the points line, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. It has been a whole year, and he hasn't received a single choice. His points have remained at 0 since the last lottery. If it weren't for the smooth operation of the personal panel, Lin Luo would even suspect that his system had run away. Not receiving any choices in the past year seems quite normal, mainly because he hasn't faced any significant choices and has been living very peacefully every day. However, he still feels that the system is not particularly reliable. Even if it doesn't provide important choices, it could at least offer some trivial ones. He isn't solely after rewards. It would be nice to increase his points as well. He estimates that when he acquires the third soul ring, he might face a choice. But that will be addressed when the time comes. He quickly decided to go to sleep, planning to find teacher Emotionsweaves early the next morning. Closing the personal panel, Lin Luo fell asleep immediately. The next morning, Lin Luo woke up, tidied himself up after washing up, and set off for the Soul Master Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Lin Luo went to the cafeteria, as usual, to have a free, nutritious breakfast. Normally, after breakfast, he would head straight to the simulated training environment to start a new day of study. But today was different. He went to the office building. Following his memory, Lin Luo arrived at the door of Emotionsweaves' office. Lin Luo can also contact Emotionsweaves through the Jade Stone given by Emotionsweaves. But Lin Luo feels that there is no need to make something that can be done casually so special. Lin Luo, have you successfully broken through? Lin Luo was about to knock on the door when he unexpectedly heard Emotionsweaves' voice coming from behind. He turned around immediately and saw Emotionsweaves approaching with a smile, holding a document in hand. Lin nodded. Yes, teacher. All right. Emotionsweaves did not show any overly surprised expression, but the smile on his face became even more pronounced. With a wave of soul power, the materials in Emotionsweaves' hand disappeared and were stored in his storage soul guide. He originally planned to go to the office, but he no longer had that intention. Let's go. We'll set off to obtain the soul ring immediately, Emotionsweaves said with a smile. Lin Luo paused slightly, then gently nodded. Is it really that smooth? We're setting off directly? Lin Luo knew that his teacher, Ghost Douluo, was very busy and didn't have extra time to accompany him to obtain the third spirit ring. So he came to find Emotionsweaves. He also knew that Emotionsweaves would surely not refuse him. But he never expected that Emotionsweaves seemed to have been waiting for this day to come. Are the teachers at the Wuhuan Academy always this straightforward? Is there no need to go through the so-called process? Or is it because his identity is rather special, so he is treated specially? Under Lin Luo's gaze, Emotionsweaves took out a piece of jade and infused it with soul power. You three gather at the academy gate. The jade seemed to have become a walkie-talkie. After Emotionsweaves finished speaking, he put away. Emotionsweaves looked at Lin Luo with a smile. Let's go. After a moment, Emotionsweaves and Lin Luo arrived at the academy gate. Lin Luo saw three familiar figures, which were Xiaoyu, Ulaina, and Yen. Lin Luo had guessed that the three people Emotionsweaves called were indeed them, but he was still a bit surprised when he actually saw them. Aren't you guys on a mission today? Lin Luo subconsciously asked a rather silly question. Ulaina's beautiful eyes smiled like a crescent moon. Helping you obtain the third spirit ring is our new mission. All right. It seems that the difficulty of me obtaining the third spirit ring is going to increase again, Lin Luo said. Upon hearing this, Ulaina couldn't help but roll her eyes. What are you talking about? Are we going to hold you back? Lin Luo smiled and said, no, just kidding. Many hands make light work. Huh. Ulaina snorted coldly. Xiaoyu and Yen, on the other hand, maintained a relatively aloof demeanor. Lin Luo certainly would not place his hopes on Xiaoyu and the others. He was also aware that for them, this was merely a training exercise. The so-called mission was just a title. His second spirit ring had already been 2,000 years old, and the third spirit ring was approaching 10,000 years. What could three spirit masters do? The real fighting power had to come from a spirit saint level, like Emotionsweaves. Moreover, perhaps his teacher, Ghost Douluo, would have time to come along today as well. The few of them did not waste any time and immediately set off, their destination being the Stardew Forest, the closest to Spirit City. As one of the three major gathering places for soul beasts, the Stardew Forest was vast, nearly equal in area to an ordinary kingdom, spanning the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Spirit City was located at the junction of the two empires, just half a day's journey from the Stardew Forest. Emotionsweaves led the team, with Lin Luo and Xiaoyu, a total of 4 people following. They all valued efficiency, rarely speaking along the way. The journey that was originally planned to take half a day was completed in about 4 hours. After entering the forest, they began searching for suitable soul beasts. 034, the first target was the flame spirit. The sunlight was dappled, and the shadows of the trees danced as several figures flashed by. Lin Luo and his team of 5 were moving forward in the forest, all maintaining their martial souls in an activated state, including Emotionsweaves. Emotionsweaves held a spirit pattern jade rui in his hand, surrounded by 7 soul rings. There was an additional person in the team, a humanoid jade figure summoned by Emotionsweaves, responsible for scouting ahead. The Soul Beast Forest is a treasure trove of resources for soul masters, but is also very dangerous. Most soul beasts harbor varying degrees of malice towards humans, and no one can guarantee that a monstrous soul beast won't suddenly charge out and attack indiscriminately. Although Mo Shangyun possesses the strength of a soul sage, he himself has stated that he is not skilled in combat. Therefore, being cautious is essential for ensuring safety. In the activated state of their martial souls, both Mo Shangyun and the humanoid jade figure he summoned exude a powerful aura, which can help deter low-level soul beasts from causing disturbances. After advancing in the forest for about half an hour, Mo Shangyun signaled everyone to stop and take a break. It was already noon by this time. Lin Luo casually sat on a piece of dry wood, took out the packed meal from the academy cafeteria from his skeleton ring, and began his eating time. Seeing him munching on the dry food, Hulaina and the others were almost drooling with envy. Lin Luo is not a stingy person. He generously invited everyone, saying, "There's plenty of food, come over and eat together, no need to be polite." However, Hulaina and the others didn't come over. They just had a few bites of dry rations as a meal. Mo Shangyun didn't eat all, only sipping a few mouthfuls of water. After all, at the level of Soul Saint, going a few days without food or drink shouldn't be a big deal. But even if no one was willing to help, Lin Luo still finished all the food by himself. Hulaina and the others were already used to this scene, though they would occasionally tease him. "Lin Luo, it seems that the three of us can eat as much as you can," Hulaina said with a hint of admiration in her smile. Lin Luo quickly packed up the trash and stuffed it into his skeletal ring. No matter which world he was in, he lacked the quality of littering. He had long since grown accustomed to Hulaina's teasing, but he still glanced in her direction. Hulaina was sitting on a giant tree root, her long, beautiful legs gently swinging. The silver battle outfit accentuated her figure perfectly. In just a year, she had blossomed further, becoming more voluptuous and exuding a hint of maturity. Hulaina noticed Lin Luo's gaze and asked with a smile, "Do you think your sister is very beautiful?" Lin Luo instinctively nodded, but quickly shook his head stubbornly. "No, you're overthinking it." Hulaina was amused by Lin Luo's little gesture and beckoned him closer. "Come on, get a little closer to see better." "No." Lin Luo decisively shook his head. "I won't fall for it." But it must be said that Hulaina had become increasingly beautiful. The word's ordinary appearance no longer suited her at all. The unique charm she exuded was also becoming more powerful, possessing an alluring skill that made people unable to help but take a few more glances. Even he, with his unwavering willpower, had fallen for it. After resting for a moment, under Mo Shangyun's signal, everyone continued on their way. Mo Shangyun maintained the form of a humanoid jade statue. And whenever Lin Luo's gaze fell on that humanoid jade statue, he couldn't help but suspect that it was Mo Shangyun's true spirit, while that jade Rui was merely an accessory. Through a year of interaction, Lin Luo had gained some understanding of Mo Shangyun. Mo Shangyun's martial soul leaned more toward support, but also possessed summoning abilities. His first and second soul skills were used to enhance attributes, which could affect not only the jade but also other soul masters, although the effect would be doubled when used on the jade. Starting from the third soul skill, Mo Shangyun's soul skills involve summoning various forms of jade to fight, with the humanoid jade statue ahead being just the most basic form. However, Lin Luo had only learned some related information and had not seen Mo Shangyun release other soul skills. The one he'd seen the most was that humanoid jade statue. Additionally, Mo Shangyun had a unique ability to create a small piece of jade for simple communication, but it had a certain distance limitation. Lin Luo didn't know if others in the Martial Soul Academy had such jade, but at least he and the three from the Golden Generation all had Mo Shangyun's jade, which was quite convenient to use. Lin Luo and the others crossed a relatively open area and then entered a place with denser trees. As soon as they arrived here, they immediately heard strange sounds. Lin Luo and the three from the Golden Generation immediately perked up, while Mo Shangyun appeared very calm and introduced, "There's no need to panic. It's just a millennium-level white-tailed snake." The perception of a soul sage is evidently stronger than that of a soul master and a quasi-soul master who has yet to acquire a third spirit ring. While Lin Luo and the others were still somewhat confused, Mo Shangyun had already locked onto the target. A white-tailed snake? Upon hearing the name of the soul beast, the image of the soul beast involuntarily surfaced in Lin Luo's mind. It looks very similar to a rattlesnake, but is somewhat larger in size, making it a relatively common soul beast, with a detailed introduction in the Soul Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia. There it is. Mo Shangyun's smile pointed the way for Lin Luo and the others. In a thicket to the left front, they could vaguely see a large snake coiled there, its tail white and relatively conspicuous, while the rest of its body perfectly blended into the surrounding environment. Emotionsweaves controlled the humanoid jade stone and stood beside the thicket to prevent the white-tailed snake from launching a sudden attack. Then continued to move forward with Lin Luo and the others without disturbing the white-tailed snake too much. Most soul beasts are quite fearful of death, and that strange sound earlier was emitted due to the extreme fear of the white-tailed snake. Lin Luo and the others encountered some soul beasts along the way, but they did not engage in any major confrontations. Some extremely aggressive and foolish soul beasts that seemed eager for death were easily subdued by Emotionsweaves' humanoid jade stone, which was then tossed far away, adhering to the principle of sustainable development of soul beast resources. Most soul masters have a strong awareness of cherishing soul beast resources, especially in Notting City, where these concepts have been well maintained. After passing through a densely wooded area, Lin Luo and the others entered a rocky region. Within this vast and boundless forest, various environments seemed to coexist. Before they fully entered the rocky area, Lin Luo and the others felt waves of heat approaching them. Emotionsweaves spoke. "If we're lucky, we can find a suitable soul beast for Lin Luo here." As he spoke, the fourth soul ring on Emotionsweaves' body glowed, and he waved the jade rui in his hand, sketching special patterns in the air. The humanoid jade stone in front of them immediately transformed, becoming a giant over 3 meters tall in an instant. The giant moved ahead to clear the way, with Lin Luo and the others following behind. "Teacher, the soul beast that should appear here and be suitable for me should be the flame spirit, right?" Lin Luo asked. Emotionsweaves nodded. "Exactly. 035, yes. I want that 10,000-year flame spirit, a relatively special humanoid spiritual soul beast, entirely fire red." To describe it in Lin Luo's words, it's a fire red ghost. This type of soul beast is often found in rocky areas, and how it forms is unknown, with ages starting from 100 years and peaking at 20,000 years. According to the Soul Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia, there have yet to be any recorded flame spirits older than 20,000 years. Lin Luo's martial soul is the Soul Lock Warden, which has been classified into the special spiritual body martial soul category. Most soul masters choose soul beasts that are closely related to their martial souls for their soul rings, as the benefits gained from such choices are relatively greater. As for the so-called top 10 core competencies of martial souls, the Spirit Hall has long researched this and found too many loopholes, which is why it has not been made public. Choosing a snake-type soul beast as a soul ring for the blue-silver grass martial soul is also acceptable, but whether it is truly the optimal choice is debatable. The choice of soul rings is always diverse, and taking a unique development route may lead to unexpected surprises. However, since there are numerous mediocre but reliable choices tested by countless predecessors, why take those seemingly meaningless risks? Before Lin Luo and the others set out from the Spirit City, Emotionsweaves had already discussed Lin Luo's soul ring selection with him. In the end, both reached a unanimous decision, choosing targets that were special spiritual body soul beasts. Among them, the flame spirit was Lin Luo's most preferred target. The Jadestone giant cleared the way in front, with Lin Luo and the others following behind, and soon they delved deep into the rocky area. Here, towering boulders, some taller than a person, could be seen everywhere, most of which exhibited a faint red color. Seeing this characteristic, Lin Luo became more certain that he would be able to find the target he desired here. The rocky area is not only home to the flame spirit, but also several other types of soul beasts, such as lizards. Those soul beasts were not among Lin Luo's targets and were too weak. Because they were too weak, Lin Luo and his companions faced no disturbances during their journey. Rather, those soul beasts were so frightened that they curled up in their nests, trembling in fear. After approximately 5 minutes of advancing through the rocky area, Lin Luo and his group finally encountered the first flame spirit. Seeing the real flame spirit compared to the illustrations in the Soul Beast Knowledge Database offered a completely different feeling. The flame spirit before them was around 300 years old, hovering above the ground, about 2 meters tall, with a fiery red body, a somewhat basic human face, and arms, but its legs merged together and floated like smoke. Its body was transparent, revealing the flowing red energy within. Even just a 300-year-old flame spirit already gave off a scorching sensation, making one instinctively want to steer clear of it. If it were winter, this type of soul beast would indeed be quite suitable as a heater. Flame spirits generally do not possess high intelligence. Even when encountering human soul masters, they do not evade unless attacked, which would trigger their instinct of anger or fear. These soul beasts can be considered gentle At least they do not actively attack humans. Nor do they attack other soul beasts, primarily feeding on the soul power of the world to grow slowly. However, if angered, that would be another matter. This flame spirit is so ugly, Hulaina couldn't help but comment after seeing the flame spirit. This was not because Hulaina was inherently sharp-tongued, but because the flame spirit truly looked rather unattractive. Their basic human face resembled a four-dimensional ultrasound of a baby, which was the most concrete description Lin Luo could think of. A 300-year-old flame spirit clearly was not in Lin Luo's consideration, and they continued forward, subsequently encountering more flame spirits one after another. All the flame spirits looked similar, with only slight variations in size and color. For example, the 1,000-year level flame spirits were about 2.5 meters tall and had a deeper red color. The higher the age of the flame spirit, the larger its size and the darker its color would be. But compared to the exaggerated growth in size of other soul beasts, the growth of flame spirits was relatively slow, with more specific changes reflected in color. After another 5 minutes of advancement, Lin Luo and his group had completely entered the central area of the rocky region. Here, they could sporadically see flame spirits over 2,000 years old, but their numbers were very few. Lin Luo, there's a flame spirit over 5,000 years old ahead. Do you have any thoughts? After searching for a moment, Emotionsweaves quickly locked onto the target, but still chose to ask Lin Luo for his opinion. The three of them, including Hulaina, showed some surprise at the mention of a 5,000-year level, but considering that Lin Luo's first and second soul rings were already at the 1,000-year level, they quickly returned to normal. The data on the limit of soul rings that soul masters can bear corresponding to their level should be more authoritative than what the Spirit Hall has collected, even though the data can only represent the vast majority and not all, as it is impossible to account for every soul master. It is still more than sufficient for reference. A soul ring of around 5,000 years is generally the choice for a soul master's fourth soul ring. Moreover, it should be noted that although a soul master's body undergoes certain changes after gaining strength before reaching the soul sovereign level, it is far from comparable to the enhancements gained after reaching the soul sovereign level. According to certain statistical data, most soul masters' third soul rings are only around 1,800 years. Even if there are exceptions, they do not exceed 2,500 years. As for more special exceptions, such as twin martial souls, they are not considered here. It's no wonder that Hulaina and the others were surprised. However, Lin Luo has always been an exception since his first soul ring, and it seems acceptable for him to be an exception again. When Emotionsweaves inquired about Lin Luo, everyone's gaze fell on him, waiting for his answer. To their surprise, Lin Luo shook his head. Is the age too high? Then let's choose again, Emotionsweaves immediately said, seemingly expecting this outcome. But at this moment, Lin Luo suddenly pointed ahead. I think that flame spirit looks pretty good. Everyone followed Lin Luo's, and their eyes ultimately landed on a flame spirit over 3 meters tall. Emotionsweaves instinctively furrowed his brow. Lin Luo, the choice of soul rings is a very serious matter. Please don't joke about it. That flame spirit is at least 10,000 years old. At this time, Hulaina said, Teacher, Lin Luo should be referring to the flame spirit over 3,000 years old behind that 10,000-year flame spirit, right? Emotionsweaves took a serious look and indeed saw it, gently nodding. Over 3,000 years is also feasible, but I think Lin Luo, you could choose one with a higher age. Lin Luo said calmly. No need to choose, just that one from 10,000 years. 036, I am the Soul Lock Warden. Am I still afraid of soul impact? Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin all looked at Lin Luo with incredulous expressions, while Emotionsweaves' brows furrowed once again. Lin Luo, I just said, don't joke about this matter. Emotionsweaves said to Lin Luo with a rare, serious expression. Lin Luo still insisted on his choice. I want that 1,000-year one. I believe I can do it. Emotionsweaves, seeing Lin Luo's indifferent expression, felt a surge of anger for a moment, but ultimately did not let it out. At that moment, Lin Luo also spoke up. I wonder if Teacher Mo can help me check the capacity limit for soul rings like my teacher. Emotionsweaves nodded gently, then shook his head. I can do it too, but I can't do it as precisely as your teacher. That's enough. A rough reference is all I need. Lin Luo said with a smile. Emotionsweaves asked in a deep voice, Are you serious? Lin Luo retracted his smile and nodded seriously. Of course, I believe I understand my own physical condition quite well. Emotionsweaves fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke. Then I'll give it a try. With that, Emotionsweaves placed his hand on Lin Luo's arm. Immediately, Lin Luo felt a gentle force entering his body. Compared to the cold aura of his teacher, the Ghost Douluo's probing, this force was much more pleasant, but it was also much slower, possibly related to emotionsweaves strength. Lin Luo was very curious about this method of probing the Spirit Master's soul ring endurance limit. If all the teachers at the Martial Soul Academy knew this method, wouldn't all the students be able to choose their own limit soul rings? There must be certain limitations, though. Besides, most Spirit Masters have similar endurance limits for their soul rings, and the Martial Soul Academy wouldn't go through the trouble of testing each student individually. This probing process lasted a full 5 minutes, which was vastly different from the Ghost Douluo's instant probe, and Emotionsweaves himself said he couldn't be that precise. After the probing, Emotionsweaves looked at Lin Luo with a ghost-like expression. It seems your body can really endure a 10,000-year soul ring. After saying that, Emotionsweaves conducted another probe. 5 minutes later, Emotionsweaves received a positive result. It's truly incredible. Emotionsweaves was astonished, and the three beside him, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yen, were left dumbfounded. The third soul ring, 10,000 years? Hulaina said in disbelief. The usually quiet Yen couldn't help but speak. Could it be that his body is even stronger than mine? Yan's third soul ring is about 2,200 years old, and the reason he can endure such a high soul ring age is due to the powerful body granted by his special flame, Lord Martial Soul. Yan's third soul ring age is also an exceptional reference point in the selection of third soul ring ages for Spirit Masters, something he has always been proud of. Yet, this child, who looks so frail that a single punch could crush him, can actually endure a 10,000-year soul ring? This was hard for Yen to accept. At this moment, Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, Lin Luo, are you really still human? Saying this, Xiaoyu looked at Emotionsweaves. Teacher, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could a person's third soul ring endure 10,000 years? Emotionsweaves had calmed down a lot, but he responded with a helpless tone. Previously, there were no Spirit Masters whose first and second soul rings could endure 1,000 years either. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately fell silent, looking at Lin Luo with eyes full of wonder. Emotionsweaves then regained his serious expression and looked at Lin Luo earnestly. Lin Luo, this method of probing the soul ring limit can only be used as a reference, and it only applies to the first 3 soul rings of a Spirit Master. Your situation is too special. I cannot give a definitive answer. Whether to choose a 10,000-year soul ring is up to you, but it will be best to consult your teacher before making a decision. Are you saying we should go back the same way and report to my teacher first? Lin Luo didn't want to make things so complicated, so he immediately said, I'm not a child anymore. I can make some decisions on my own. But you're only 7. To make his words more convincing, Lin Luo immediately started to lie. My teacher also said that many things can be decided by me. When Emotionsweaves heard the first half of Lin Luo's statement, he wanted to refute it, but upon hearing the second half, he fell silent again. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin clearly had no decision-making power, standing quietly by and watching, their faces still showing disbelief. After a while, Emotionsweaves finally spoke. Let's give it a try. Seeing that Emotionsweaves finally agreed, Lin Luo instantly smiled. It seemed that invoking the name of his teacher, Ghost Douluo, was indeed effective. Emotionsweaves agreed, but he didn't fully commit and reminded him. When a soul beast reaches the 10,000-year level, soul masters face the soul impact of the soul beast when absorbing the soul ring, which is the main reason why most soul masters perish when absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. I need to remind you that although your body seems to meet the conditions, your soul may not be able to withstand the soul impact of a 10,000-year soul beast. My advice is that you should not attempt it lightly. Even if you really have this idea, it's best to consult your teacher before making a decision. I knew you would mention the soul impact. Lin Luo thought to himself, am I, the Soul Lock Warden, still afraid of soul impacts? Lin Luo was very confident in his abilities regarding his soul. When he absorbed the first and second soul rings, he vaguely felt that he might have triggered a passive hell curse, but he did not receive a system prompt. The attribute bonuses he gained directly affected his body. He couldn't be sure if this was a benefit from absorbing soul rings that others didn't have, or if all soul masters experienced the same. However, he was certain that his passive ability, the hell curse, had absolute dominance over all souls. What could the soul impact of a mere 10,000-year soul beast amount to? It was this confidence that led Lin Luo to directly choose a 10,000-year soul beast. No one would joke with their own life, and Lin Luo was no exception. In response to Emotionsweaves' reminder, Lin Luo said, Teacher, have you forgotten that my martial soul is a special spirit martial soul? I should have a certain advantage when facing soul impacts, right? Upon hearing this, Shanyan finally stopped saying more and nodded lightly. Then let's begin. 037, easily taken down. So this is what it means to be unskilled in battle. The target was the 10,000-year soul beast. And Shanyan clearly wouldn't let Lin Luo and the others take action. Training was one thing, but sending them to their deaths was another. Shanyan had a very clear understanding of this. With their strength, Lin Luo and the others would only be heading for certain death against a 10,000-year soul beast. Just stay close to me. The upcoming battle will be handled by the big guy, and you can pay attention to the fight with the 10,000-year soul beast. You might learn something, Shanyan said calmly, then directed the Jade Giant to charge towards the 10,000-year flame spirit. Almost the moment the Jade Giant moved, Shanyan summoned 3 ordinary humanoid Jade Guardians to protect the group. Seeing Shanyan's miraculous actions, Lin Luo realized how limited his understanding of soul masters had been. It seemed that there were still many special soul masters in this world. Under Lin Luo and the others' watch, the Jade Giant quickly collided with the 10,000-year flame spirit. The combat style of the Jade Giant was very straightforward. It just swung its fists and smashed. Although the flame spirit was a special spirit body. When the Jade Giant's fist struck it, ripples appeared, causing substantial damage. As the Jade Giant's first punch landed, the flame spirit entered a combat state. Though their minds were relatively simple, they knew to fight back when attacked. Flames rose from the flame spirit's body, and with a similarly simple punch, it struck the Jade Giant, instantly leaving a charred mark. Lin Luo clearly remembered that the Jade Giant ahead was Shanyan's 4th soul skill. Even though Shanyan was a soul sage level powerhouse, relying solely on his 4th soul skill to defeat a 10,000-year soul beast was still somewhat difficult, especially since Shanyan was not particularly skilled in combat. After just one round of confrontation, Shanyan launched another attack. His 5th soul skill activated, and he quickly waved the Jade Rui in his hand, drawing extremely complex and dazzling array patterns. The array patterns flew directly toward the Jade Giant and ultimately merged into its body. With the enhancement of the array patterns, the Jade Giant's momentum significantly increased, and at the same time, its body grew larger. A hint of blue light appeared on its limbs, emanating a slight chill. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound. The Jade Giant's fist struck Yanling once again. This time, Yanling was knocked back 2 or 3 meters, and the flames on his body diminished considerably. The combat power was enhanced, and an ice attribute was added. Lin Luo thought to himself that he had already seen the effect of Shanyan's 5th soul skill. Well, anyone could see that. The battle continued, and both the Jade Giant and the Flame Spirit fought in a very straightforward manner, making it difficult to determine a winner for a while. What Lin Luo didn't expect was that Shanyan also did not use any other soul skills, as if he was quietly waiting for a certain moment to arrive. The battle lasted for almost 5 minutes, and Lin Luo could clearly see that the flames on the Flame Spirit were becoming increasingly powerful, eventually coalescing into a set of battle armor. The Flame Spirit's attacks began to move accompanied by flames, becoming even more formidable. This was the Flame Spirit's unique ability, the Flame Armor. In the state of Flame Armor, the Flame Spirit's abilities in all aspects would receive a tremendous boost. Furthermore, the Flame Spirit's attacks would also create fire blades to attack simultaneously. Shanyan slowly explained that he was waiting for this moment. Reading a book was no match for witnessing the scene live, and, as a teacher, Shanyan was not willing to miss such a great teaching opportunity. Lin Luo and the others had actually seen information about the Flame Spirit in the Soul Beast Knowledge Encyclopedia, but witnessing it in person was a completely different experience. Even from a considerable distance, they could still feel the intense heat radiating from the Flame Spirit. They could also clearly see the shape of its fiery battle armor, which, though quite rudimentary, was impressive. At this moment, the Flame Spirit swung its fist, accompanied by a fiery blade that attacked simultaneously, automatically formed from the flames on its body. With the fiery battle armor, the Flame Spirit's combat power increased tremendously, and in just a short time, it had battered the Jade Giant, leaving it covered in wounds, with many serious injuries visible. The Flame Spirit's fist left cracks and charred marks on the Jade Giant's body, while the fiery blade left deep dents, shocking to behold. Fortunately, the Jade Giant was merely a giant made of jade, possessing incredible vitality. It seemed capable of fighting on unless its body was completely destroyed. If it were an ordinary soul master, suffering such severe attacks, they would have already lost their combat ability and been at the mercy of the flame spirit. Alright, you've all seen what you needed to see. It's time to resolve this battle. If there's an opportunity later, you could choose a flame spirit of suitable age for combat training. Seeing the jade giant wobbling, Mo Shanyun felt that his teaching was nearly complete and began to take the battle seriously. Suddenly, the sixth spirit ring on Mo Shanyun lit up, and this time, he was not seen drawing formations with the jade rui. Instead, the jade giant collapsed with a loud crash, turning into rubble. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Luo immediately understood that Mo Shanyun was about to take the stage. Almost the moment the jade giant shattered, Mo Shanyun's figure shot out like lightning, leaving behind afterimages in midair. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the flame spirit, and the jade rui in his hand suddenly enlarged significantly, transforming from a paintbrush into a weapon. Bang! With Mo Shanyun's swing, the jade rui came crashing down, striking the flame spirit's head hard. Cracks visibly appeared on the fiery battle armor on Mo Shanyun, and the flame spirit staggered back a few steps. The flame spirit attempted to counterattack, but Mo Shanyun's assault followed in quick succession, with the enlarged jade rui striking the flame spirit repeatedly. In just a short time, the fiery battle armor on the flame spirit shattered into flames and disappeared. After that, Mo Shanyun's attacks landed squarely on the flame spirit, and in less than a minute, the flame spirit had become incredibly dim, struggling to maintain its floating form. Bang! Mo Shanyun delivered another blow, nearly causing the flame spirit to dissipate entirely. At this moment, Mo Shanyun's voice rang out. Lin Luo, come over and deliver the final blow. Lin Luo was still immersed in the battle scene moments ago and didn't come to his senses for a while. After a second, he replied, Okay, teacher. So this is what teacher Mo meant by not being good at fighting? Dealing with a Millennium Soul beast was like child's play. 038, third soul skill, Doom Pendulum. Lin Luo maintained a state of activating his martial soul and quickly went to the side of Mo Shanyun and Yanling. With his scythe in hand, he easily dealt with the severely weakened Yanling. At this moment, Xieyu, Hulaina, and Yan also rushed over, and a humanoid jade stone that Mo Shanyun had summoned earlier to protect everyone followed closely behind. Under everyone's gaze, a circle of black soul rings slowly rose, symbolizing the end of the life of a 10,000-year soul beast. Are you really confident? Mo Shanyun asked once again. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Trust me. Mo Shanyun was still a bit uneasy, even though the flame spirit in front of them had already become a soul ring. No, your identity is too special. I need to confirm it once more. As he spoke, Mo Shanyun's seventh soul ring shone brightly, activating his martial soul's true form. In an instant, the jade rui in Mo Shanyun's hand radiated brilliant light, enveloping him completely. Lin Luo and the others couldn't see the specific scene because the light was too dazzling. It was likely that Mo Shanyun had intentionally held back. Otherwise, just a glance could have blinded them. Although they couldn't clearly see the scene, Lin Luo and the others could hear some voices. The other words were fragmented and unclear, but the last sentence was very clear, and they could also identify the voice's owner. Let him absorb it. Yes, it was indeed the voice of the Ghost Douluo. Understood, Mo Shanyun replied. And then the light faded, returning everything to normal. Seeing Mo Shanyun's actions, Lin Luo redefined his own importance. After Mo Shanyun activated his martial soul's true form, there wasn't much change in his state. The situation described in the book where one enters a weakened state after activating their martial soul's true form did not occur. And Lin Luo had not seen any introduction to martial soul true forms in the Soul Master Knowledge Compendium. It seemed that after returning this time, he would need to brush up on his knowledge of soul masters. After a brief rest, he finally agreed to proceed with the matter. This couldn't be blamed on Mo Shanyun. Mainly, Lin Luo's identity was too special and without approval from the higher-ups. Mo Shanyun really didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Although Lin Luo was understanding, he was still just a child, and some choices had to be confirmed by the higher-ups before a final decision could be made. Lin Luo nodded and then directly began to absorb the soul ring. He had been preparing for this moment, so there was no need to waste any more time. Once he entered the state of absorbing the soul ring, Lin Luo realized that absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring was indeed worlds apart from a 1,000-year soul ring. When he absorbed the first and second soul rings, both of which were 1,000-year rings, the feeling of pain had some build-up, but the 10,000-year soul ring was straightforward and brutally painful from the very start. Right at the beginning, Lin Luo felt as if his body was about to be exploded by the extremely powerful energy. It seemed like the meridians in his body were constantly being torn apart and then restructured, and the sensation was simply overwhelming. If Lin Luo had to describe this pain in a more specific way, he might compare it to the agony he experienced after his previous life ended. It would not be an exaggeration to say it felt 100 or 1,000 times worse. Fortunately, this pain was still within the range his body could endure, and his willpower was undeniable. Having lived again, besides wanting to become stronger, his desire for life naturally surpassed that of ordinary people. Additionally, the help from his martial spirit was significant. After all, it was a divine-level martial spirit, providing an all-around enhancement, not just limited to his physical body. After an unknown duration of enduring such pain, Lin Luo finally welcomed something new. Yes, the soul impact from the 10,000-year-soul beast had finally arrived. Lin Luo could feel an extremely strong sense of anger and hatred within his consciousness, wanting to devour his soul. If an ordinary soul master were to face such a situation, most would only fall into fear and panic, needing to constantly adjust their mindset to cope, while some braver soul masters might choose to confront it head-on. However, when Lin Luo felt the soul impact, he not only showed no fear, but had no intention of fighting desperately. All he felt was an inner joy. It's here. The supplies have arrived. Finally here. Damn it. I've been waiting for you for half a day. The soul impact is somewhat mixed with soul elements, and what Lin Luo was waiting for was this very essence of the soul. How familiar this aura is to him. Hell's Curse. Lin Luo didn't need to use too much thought to control it. The passive ability of the Hell Curse activated automatically. All the negative emotions like anger and hatred disappeared without a trace in an instant. Immediately after, Lin Luo felt his body become stronger. It seemed that the pain he was currently enduring was easier to accept. Is there a soul shock? I want another one. Lin Luo originally thought that the Hell Curse merely transformed a portion of the souls impacted into his own use, and that those negative entities could not be completely exempted, leaving him to endure a wave of torment from these negative presences. To his surprise, the power of the Hell Curse exceeded his imagination. While converting the attributes of the souls, it also dealt with all the negative entities at the same time, essentially providing a one-stop service. After the soul impact, there followed a long period of waiting. Lin Luo didn't know how long the process of absorbing the soul ring lasted until all the painful sensations disappeared, followed by a surge of comfortable feelings. He felt that his strength had greatly increased. The current him could easily crush his former self and even felt as if he was nearing invincibility. This damned sense of confidence seemed to appear every time he absorbed his soul ring. At the same time the absorption was complete, a mysterious piece of information also appeared in Lin Luo's mind. There was no need for deep understanding. It was like a skill he was born with, ready to be used directly. That's right, a new soul skill was in place. Slowly opening his eyes, Lin Luo felt more refreshed than ever. Wait, it seemed like he had walked into the wrong theater, but it truly felt this good. The figure of Hulaina was the first to appear in Lin Luo's line of sight, followed by Emotionsweaves, Xiaoyu, and Yan. Without exception, their expressions were all shocked and incredulous. Lin Luo felt somewhat numb, having seen this expression too many times. They actually succeeded. The 10,000-year soul ring made Hulaina's beautiful eyes widen as she murmured to herself. This is only the third soul ring. Xiaoyu had a similar expression to Hulaina's. Yan's expression was even more exaggerated, with his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist. This is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. Lin Luo certainly knew that everyone's gaze was not actually on his handsome face, but on the pitch-black soul ring that surrounded him. To be honest, a 10,000-year soul ring is indeed cooler than a 1,000-year soul ring. After a moment, everyone gradually calmed down, and Mo Shanyan also began to inquire about Lin Luo's third soul skill. What is your third soul skill? Mo Shanyan asked, and the eyes of the others were all focused on Lin Luo's face. Lin Luo responded calmly, Fate Pendulum, 039, a 10,000-year soul skill, can have so many effects? Fate Pendulum? Mo Shanyan and the others looked at Lin Luo in surprise, each seeming to say, how could it possibly be this? Yan, who spoke little but was very straightforward, directly said, isn't it the flame battle armor? If it were the flame battle armor, what would I be saying about the Fate Pendulum? You're really quite clever. Lin Luo said, I was also surprised. But I feel that the Pendulum of Misfortune seems to have already included the flame battle armor. In fact, everything was within Lin Luo's expectations. If nothing unexpected happens, his fourth soul skill will be the ultimate move of the Soul Lock Warden, the nether prison. At this point, Emotionsweaves had already regained his composure and tentatively asked, Lin Luo, can you show us your third soul skill? Lin Luo nodded, secretly thinking, Teacher Emo, you really don't need to be so polite. It's quite common for a teacher to let a student use a soul skill. But Emotionsweaves always maintains absolute respect for Lin Luo and usually asks for Lin Luo's opinion on most matters. Lin Luo still found it hard to adapt to Emotionsweaves' special respect and care. Sometimes he even felt that he was the one in the teacher's position. Under the watchful eyes of Emotionsweaves, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina, Lin Luo went to a relatively open area. With his soul skill aimed at a stone about half his height. Holding a giant scythe, he focused his mind, and the third soul ring on his body emitted a faint glow. The intense soul power fluctuations of the 10,000-year soul ring instantly unfolded. In just a moment, Lin Luo's body was enveloped in fiery red energy, including the scythe and lantern he held. He swung the scythe forcefully forward, and a powerful force erupted, pushing a stone 2 meters away. During the process, the stone couldn't withstand that strong force and shattered into pieces, dispersing with the wind once the force subsided. While Lin Luo released the soul skill, Emotionsweaves and the others could clearly feel the scorching aura from Lin Luo and faintly saw some flickering flames. The area within the range of the scythe was scorched. Most importantly, as Lin Luo swung the scythe, the fiery red energy around him coalesced into a battle armor. Compared to Yin Ling's extremely rudimentary battle armor, Lin Luo's armor was beyond cool, seemingly custom-made for him, looking exceptionally handsome. This 10,000-year soul skill had a certain offensive effect and also seemed to possess some control effects, along with the effect of the flame battle armor. Could this be a divine-level martial soul? Just a 10,000-year soul skill, yet it had so many effects? Emotionsweaves couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Emotionsweaves also had a 10,000-year soul ring and knew very well that 10,000-year soul skills were indeed far superior to 1,000-year soul skills. But after all, a 10,000-year soul skill was still just a 10,000-year soul skill, and its effects were still very limited. For Lin Luo to have so many effects with just a little over 10,000 years of soul skill was hard to fathom. Not thinking about this aspect was fine, but once he did, he would be surprised to find that Lin Luo's first and second soul skills were also quite extraordinary. It wasn't just Emotionsweaves who was amazed. Xiaoyu and the others had even more exaggerated expressions. Hulaina even exclaimed, "Are these 2 soul skills?" Lin Luo had already grown accustomed to the strange looks from Emotionsweaves and the others, and had begun to feel somewhat numb to it. Should we show it again? Lin Luo asked. Xiaoyu and the others instinctively nodded, but Emotionsweaves shook his head. That's enough. Emotionsweaves said, let's rest for a bit. We'll prepare to head back soon. After speaking, Emotionsweaves took out a black notebook and quickly recorded some information. After a moment, as if to be more rigorous, Emotionsweaves looked earnestly at Lin Luo and slowly said, You have successfully absorbed a 10,000-year soul ring, which greatly enhances your soul power level. I can only vaguely estimate your soul power level to be around 34, but to be more accurate, why don't we conduct a simple soul power test? Lin Luo nodded. Okay, teacher. Emotionsweaves immediately took out a watermelon-sized sphere made of jade and said to Lin Luo, just place your hand on it and channel your soul power. Lin Luo nodded, then placed his hand on it. The touch was warm, and he activated the soul power within him. The soul power test began. Seeing the uniquely shaped soul power test ball, Lin Luo couldn't help but think, is this the special version of the soul power test ball made by Teacher Mo? Usually, soul power test balls are transparent, but this one made by Emotionsweaves seems to be crafted from the jade material derived from his spirit pattern jade wish. In just a few breaths, the soul power test ball emitted a blinding light, and after a moment, it returned to calm. Emotionsweaves received a confirmed answer. It was indeed level 34. Emotionsweaves put away the soul power test ball, added a couple of notes in his notebook, and then closed it and stored it away. Let's go back, Emotionsweaves said. Okay, teacher, Lin Luo and the others replied. After all, the Soul Beast Forest harbors many unknown dangers, and since they had obtained suitable soul rings, it was time to leave. There was no need to linger in the Soul Beast Forest. This soul ring acquisition mission was a complete success, although the presence of Xiaoyu and the other two was weak, and they hardly played any role. However, Emotionsweaves brought them along just to enhance their experience. The so-called task was merely a title. Many things, even without fully participating, just by taking a glance, can still yield gains. In Notting City, at the Notting Academy, Emotionsweaves advised, Lin Luo, you should go back and rest for a couple of days, or it's fine if you come to the academy a few days later. The back and forth travel and the process of absorbing the soul ring are very tiring, so make sure to rest well. Lin Luo nodded gently. Hulaina smiled and said, if we have time, let's go back and see yours. Lin Luo Dao. Always welcome. Lin Luo and Mo Shanyan parted ways. As he walked on the way back, Lin Luo reflected on the gains from his trip to the Stardow Forest, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The third soul ring was arranged as a 10,000-year soul ring. I'm really ridiculously strong. After a moment of self-indulgence, Lin Luo then focused his mind and checked the system's storage space. The previously empty storage space now had an additional item, a very simply designed short sword. The name of this item was Short Sword. Short Sword increases attack speed by 0.12 after use. That's right, another piece of equipment. This short sword was the reward for Lin Luo's choice of the 10,000-year soul ring. Just as Lin Luo had anticipated, his choice of the third soul ring triggered the system's selection interface, which presented the option to choose the 10,000-year soul ring. As Lin Luo admired the short sword, a figure quietly appeared beside him. 040, after graduation, is truly the beginning. The sudden presence of another person was quite startling. If it were an ordinary person encountering such a situation, they would likely be taken aback. However, Lin Luo had long since gotten used to it, as he knew that the one beside him was his teacher, Ghost Douluo. This was the first time he had experienced such a situation. He had been startled by his teacher's sudden appearances a few times at first, but he gradually adapted. Fortunately, others couldn't see the system interface, or Lin Luo wouldn't know how many times he had been exposed. Congratulations on obtaining your third soul ring. Ghost Douluo's voice sounded in Lin Luo's ear, his tone very calm. Lin Luo calmly closed the system and immediately shouted, Teacher, Ghost Douluo said, your adventurous spirit is commendable, but you must first recognize your own strength before doing anything in the future. Don't joke with your life. Got it, teacher? Lin Luo knew that his teacher was referring to his risky attempt to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Feeling the concern from his teacher, Lin Luo's heart filled with warmth. It had been a year since he arrived in Soul City, and in the past he had his parents and uncle and aunt by his side, feeling the warmth of family. But here, he only had his teacher to rely on. At the Soul Academy, although he was familiar with teacher Mo Shanyan and a few others like Xieyu, there was still some distance between them. However, it was different with Ghost Douluo. The bond between teacher and student still existed. Every once in a while, Ghost Douluo would come to visit him, either appearing at his residence or on his way back, and he would often bring back some delicious food for him. Although their conversations were not many, Lin Luo could always feel a sense of warmth. Lin Luo knew that her teacher was very busy, and it was already quite good that he could take the time to come and see her. Given that her teacher's personality was naturally aloof, Lin Luo felt truly satisfied that he could say some caring words. When Lin Luo followed Ghost Douluo to Soul City, his initial thought was to consider himself a mere tool, just to follow the arrangements of the Spirit Hall. Unexpectedly, his life over the past year has been very comfortable. Not only did he eat and drink well, but he also received excellent soul master education and had enough freedom. It was truly much better than he had imagined. A soul in his 20s shouldn't be so emotional, logically speaking. However, it's important to understand that a person's spiritual support is very significant. Any normal person cannot endure a loneliness that is despairing. Moreover, being in your 20s doesn't necessarily mean being mature enough to see through all the world matters. You still need to continue honing your skills. The two fell silent for a moment, and then Ghost Douluo suddenly said. Lin Luo nodded. Yes, I will, teacher. A gentle breeze blew by, and Lin Luo felt a slight chill. He knew his teacher had already left. Returning to his place, Lin Luo prepared to make something to eat. At that moment, he felt a bit regretful, wishing he had gone to the cafeteria to eat and drink his fill before coming back. But to his surprise, the dining table was already filled with a sumptuous spread of food. The meals from the cafeteria suddenly seemed unappetizing, and an excited smile appeared on Lin Luo's face. Just a glance made his mouth water, and he immediately began to enjoy the delicious food. While feasting, Lin Luo also kept in mind the kindness shown to him by Ghost Douluo. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Luo took a shower and then lay down on his comfortable bed, falling into a deep sleep. As Mo Shanyan had said, the back and forth running and the process of absorbing the soul ring were extremely exhausting, and he needed to rest well. Especially the process of absorbing the soul ring. It nearly took half his life. Even though he had fully recovered after successfully absorbing the soul ring, the fatigue in his heart was very real. Lin Luo slept until next morning. After a sufficient amount of sleep, he felt energetic again. After tidying himself up a bit, Lin Luo set off for the academy. Although Shanyan had advised him to rest at home for a few days, Lin Luo felt he had rested enough. Instead of idling at home, he might as well go to the graveyard on the back mountain of the academy to cultivate, where he could at least benefit from a simulated environment. Most importantly, Lin Luo wanted to know if, after reaching the Soul Sage level, he would graduate from the academy like Xie and the others and embark on a new journey. On the way to the academy, Lin Luo continuously practiced the mist technique taught by his teacher, Ghost Douluo. The mist technique is essentially an extremely strong control of soul power, but this ability is limited to special spirit body martial souls, making it difficult for other martial souls to reach such a level. As for the intricacies of it, Lin Luo was not clear. He just focused on using it directly. Those complex aspects were beyond his understanding, and even if he was interested in researching them, it would be a lengthy process. After all, it took his teacher decades to develop this unique soul skill, so it would be strange if Lin Luo could fully grasp it in just a year. Currently, Lin Luo could produce a bit of mist using the mist technique, though it was vastly inferior to Ghost Douluo's abilities. However, compared to a year ago, he had made significant progress. Lin Luo can control the mist around his body to condense into various forms, such as hands. In combat, he has been able to exert some effect, but his proficiency still needs improvement, and he must continue to train hard. Learning is ultimately a very long process, and the more complex the subject, the longer it takes, which is unavoidable. Over the past year, Lin Luo has mastered the basic use of mist, allowing him to more quickly mobilize his soul power for combat, and he is currently only progressing towards more complex applications. After practicing mist manipulation, Lin Luo's thoughts returned to his original soul skills. Compared to the first and second soul skills he is already very familiar with, Lin Luo's focus is more on his newly acquired third soul skill. Perhaps he can enhance the power of his third soul skill, the Doomsday Pendulum. Lin Luo clearly remembered that he had previously obtained a piece of equipment and had already used it. That's right, it was the Sunfire Sacred Shield. With the Sunfire Sacred Shield, Lin Luo not only gained defensive attributes, but also acquired fire attribute power. Previously, Lin Luo hadn't used any skills related to fire attribute power, but now his Doom Pendulum could unleash this power. He could try it out after going to the academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Lin Luo was still the same as before, first heading to the cafeteria to eat. Afterward, he went directly to the office building to find Shanyan, wanting to inquire about graduation matters. What Lin Luo didn't expect was that Shanyan was not in the office building. However, Lin Luo encountered the president of the Martial Spirit Academy, Gu Junming. Lin Luo, you must be here to ask about graduation, right? Gu Junming said with a smile, as if he could see through Lin Luo's thoughts. Lin Luo did not hide it and gently nodded. Yes, Dean. Teacher mentioned before that one can graduate once they reach the Soul Master level. Gu Junming nodded. That's right, it is like that. After graduation, it is the real beginning. Just as Lin Luo thought Gu Junming would mention something about graduation, Gu Junming suddenly said, you should go cultivate first. When Teacher returns, I'll have him find you. 041, I believe you will accept. Lin Luo arrived at the unmarked graveyard with a frown. He had originally thought he could learn some information about life after graduation from Gu Junming, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be just empty talk. Currently, he could only wait for Shanyan to return, not knowing what Shanyan was up to. Arriving at the platform where he often practiced, Lin Luo didn't start training immediately. Instead, he casually found a hapless tree and prepared to practice his third soul skill, the Misfortune Pendulum. First, he would try to channel the fire power brought by the Sunfire Sacred Shield. If he remembered correctly, the Sunfire Sacred Shield provided a high level of firepower. Lin Luo quietly thought to himself that he could always feel the presence of that power. Over the past year, he had secretly tried to use it. However, he was always too afraid to fully unleash that power. He was already strange enough as it was, and didn't want to attract more attention because of it. To put it bluntly, Lin Luo was afraid of being discovered unexpectedly and was too lazy to come up with excuses. Excuses should be kept to a minimum. Otherwise, they would become less and less credible. Now, Lin Luo could confidently use that power and completely integrate it into his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. Lin Luo activated his martial soul, and a scythe and lantern appeared in his hands. 3 soul rings appeared in succession, with the originally dazzling 2 purple soul rings now overshadowed by a deep black soul ring. Under Lin Luo's mental command, His third soul ring suddenly shone brightly. He swung the scythe forward. An immense force erupted, causing the air to become heated in an instant. The powerful force instantly destroyed the large tree ahead, leaving behind a fire path approximately 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, where fierce flames burned fiercely, releasing terrifying high temperatures. Lin Luo was in the midst of it, and behind him, he also created a similar fire path. Within the flames, Lin Luo was not affected in the slightest, and his body was already enveloped in flames, forming a suit of armor that elevated his appearance to a whole new level. With the integration of advanced firepower, the power of this doom pendulum became even stronger, and it seemed to have enhanced the burning effect of the sunlight holy shield as well. Lin Luo looked at the flames rising around him and thought to himself. According to the game's description, the Sunfire Holy Shield had a built-in burning effect, but the Sunfire Holy Shield he obtained was just a consumable that only increased his attributes. The power of fire was always present, but he had just been unable to utilize it. Now, the current Doom Pendulum had become the best medium to fully unleash this power. Lin Luo is very satisfied with the current state of the Doom Pendulum, and he has also noticed that flames seem to be attached to his scythe. In this state, his normal attacks can gain greater power. However, this state cannot be maintained indefinitely. After using the Doom Pendulum, it can last for a maximum of 30 seconds. Lin Luo is already very pleased with this, as it is just an effect that comes with the Doom Pendulum. Additionally, this effect can be extended indefinitely as his strength increases. Very nice. Lin Luo then found a few unfortunate big trees to continue practicing the Doom Pendulum. Although he had mastered the soul skill after obtaining the soul ring, fully mastering it still required time for continuous practice. Knowing how to use it and being proficient at it were two different things. The skill range of the Doom Pendulum was fairly decent, but it needed to be released at close range, as it felt easier to dodge than the Death Judgment. This skill could also be used in conjunction with Death Judgment, just like in the game. After hitting the target with Death Judgment, he could pull himself over and follow up with the Doom Pendulum, maximizing both control and damage. Each time Lin Luo used the Doom Pendulum, he would summarize his experience in his heart, allowing him to further improve his mastery of this soul skill. After about half an hour, Lin Luo's soul power was nearly depleted, so he entered a state of cultivation. A year ago, Lin Luo could still treasure hunt in this graveyard, but the spiritual resources here were limited, and he had already cleaned them out long ago. If he were to comfort himself, this could be considered a good thing, as it allowed him to focus more on his cultivation. By the time Lin Luo finished his training, it was already noon. His training schedule was generally very regular, ending at mealtime. This session of cultivation made Lin Luo realize some situations he was currently facing. Although the boost from the 10,000-year soul ring was significant, it would likely take some time to solidify his strength. During the training process, Lin Luo noticed that his soul power seemed a bit unstable and needed further consolidation. This was a normal phenomenon. A sudden increase in strength would inevitably require time to stabilize, so it wasn't a big problem. After leaving the graveyard, Lin Luo went to the cafeteria to have a meal. After finishing his meal, he went to the office building again, but Emotionsweaves still hadn't returned. Lin Luo originally wanted to go find Good Junming for clarification, but this time he couldn't even see Good Junming. He didn't know the other teachers either, and even if he asked, they probably wouldn't say anything. With no other choice, Lin Luo could only continue to return to the mass grave for cultivation. Until evening, Emotionsweaves' figure finally appeared. "I guess you've been waiting for me a long time," Emotionsweaves said with a smile. Over the past year, Emotionsweaves had mostly been this smiling and approachable figure in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo did not hide it and nodded directly. "Yes." Emotionsweaves said, "I went to report some matters, so it took some time." "Does it really take that long to report?" "A whole day?" Lin Luo was a bit confused but didn't ask further. However, Emotionsweaves seemed to have noticed Lin Luo's puzzlement and continued to explain, "It takes time to verify the matters before they can be officially reported and recorded. So the process is relatively lengthy. If all goes well, it will definitely be related to me." Lin Luo nodded gently and then immediately spoke about graduation. "Teacher, can I graduate now?" Emotionsweaves nodded. "Yes, starting from tomorrow, all your time will be free to arrange. You can still enjoy the resources of the academy, but there will be tasks assigned regularly. Completing these tasks will earn you generous rewards, but if you fail, you will face corresponding penalties. You can also choose to refuse these arrangements. You can still enjoy the academy's resources, but you will miss out on opportunities to obtain better resources. If you choose to accept the arrangements, as long as you are outstanding enough, it is also possible to obtain resources like soul bones. I believe you will accept. After listening, Lin Luo didn't have time to hesitate when the system's prompt sounded. 042, the first task, Misty City. You are faced with a new choice whether to accept the arrangement of the Spirit Hall. Choice 1. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Choose to accept. Reward, Agile Cloak. Choice 2. Too many unknown dangers. Choose to refuse. Reward, Healing Pearl 2. Lin Luo did not expect that her graduation would actually trigger a selection interface. But upon reflection, it was understandable, as this was indeed a very important choice that concerned her future development. The rewards for the two choices were roughly the same. In the game, the value of the Agile Cloak was equivalent to 2 healing orbs, both worth 600. It seemed that the system's rewards were always like this, with no significant deviation between the two choices. The main decision ultimately rested on herself. Lin Luo did not hesitate too much and responded to emotionsweaves. Teacher, I choose to accept the task. The system has already stated that this is the arrangement of the Spirit Hall. Since we have already left the Spirit Academy, if I want to continue to thrive in the Spirit Hall, I must accept their arrangements. My teacher is Ghost Douluo, who is an elder of the Spirit Hall, and I have already sworn an oath to the Spirit Hall. I will definitely go all the way with the Spirit Hall in the future. Besides, I can't find better resources than those in the Spirit Hall anywhere else. So there's really no need to think too much about it, okay? Emotionsweaves smiled, as if everything was under his control. All right, starting tomorrow, you'll be a member of the team with Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yen. There may also be new members joining later, so you all need to get along well. The power of the team will be even stronger. If you prefer to go solo, you can also tell me it's okay. Lin Luo nodded gently. Okay, teacher. Emotionsweaves smiled and said, then let's arrange it this way. If nothing unexpected happens, you will receive your first task tomorrow. At that time, Xiaoyu and the others will contact you. When there are no tasks, you can cultivate on your own as before or arrange your own time. Lin Luo nodded. In the Douluo Palace, the tall figure of golden crocodile Douluo appeared quietly. Did you all see it? Xiandaoliu's voice rang out. Golden crocodile Douluo nodded. I saw it. That little guy's talent is really terrifying. If it weren't for Xiao Shui being delayed for several years, she would definitely be even more outstanding. Xiandaoliu remained calm. That was her own choice. Isn't it because of Bibi Dong? She should have been eliminated directly back then. Golden crocodile Douluo said coldly. Xiandaoliu replied, at this age, why are you still so stubborn? Golden crocodile Douluo fell silent. After a moment, he asked, should Xiao Shui also be arranged according to the usual system? Xiandaoliu, Golden crocodile Douluo said, I really don't think it's necessary. That little guy is the same. She can wait until they're stronger before making arrangements. Xiandaoliu, don't worry about them getting into trouble. They've all come this way, why can't they? Besides, they will only do better. I'm really looking forward to their growth and future. When Lin Luo returned to his residence, it was already completely dark. As usual, he finished his meals at the academy before coming back, and his stomach still felt a bit full. After taking a shower and taking care of his daily chores, Lin Luo went to his soft and comfortable bed, reflecting on the events of the day. The most important matter today was undoubtedly his future after graduation, which had now been decided. He would follow the arrangements of the Spirit Hall. Starting tomorrow, he wouldn't have to go through the monotonous life at the academy anymore. And he wondered what kind of tasks the Spirit Hall would assign him. Lin Luo felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. Then Lin Luo opened his personal panel to check his current information. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul, Soul Lock Warden Thresh. Soul Power Level, Level 34. Soul Rings, 1,000 years, 1089. 1,000 years, 2005. 10,000 years, 10,520. Soul Skills, Hell Curse, S. Death Sentence, S. Soul Guiding Lamp, S. Doom Pendulum, S. Mist, Soul Bone, not acquired. Domain, not acquired. Points to, There S actually an additional soul skill. Lin Luo originally just wanted to admire his personal information, but unexpectedly found a new soul skill when he opened his personal panel, which was quite a surprise. To his astonishment, soul skills also have levels. The skills from a Soul Lock Warden are all S rank. Yet his own teacher, the Ghost Douluo, has a self-created soul skill that surprisingly reaches A rank. After seeing his information in more detail, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Luo's face. Closing the personal panel, Lin Luo then checked the system storage space and found that the reward, the Agile Cloak, had been credited, sitting in the slot next to the short sword. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on the Agile Cloak, relevant information also appeared. Agile Cloak increases critical hit rate by 15 after use. Wow, The effect of the Agile Cloak has finally been directly copied from the original equipment information. It seems that the Agile Cloak can also be combined with the short sword. Perhaps in a frenzy? Lin Luo silently thought to himself. At this moment, the system's prompt also sounded. Ding. Do you want to use the Agile Cloak to synthesize the frenzy dagger? Lin Luo's eyes suddenly brightened, but she chose not to synthesize. The Agile Cloak and short sword still had other synthesis options, so she decided to wait until she obtained new equipment. It was clear that these items needed to be synthesized into their final form to be worthwhile, and since they didn't lack this bit of power for now, it was better to hold on to them for the time being. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Luo set off for the academy. After arriving at the academy, she first had a meal and then went to the simulated training environment to practice. It seemed that life after graduation was not much different from before. It was still a constant repetition of yesterday. Lin Luo quietly awaited the arrival of change. But after a whole morning passed, there was still no sign of anything happening. It wasn't until after lunch, when Lin Luo returned to the mass grave, that he suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of soul power coming from the jade stone that emotionsweaves had given him. Lin Luo immediately took out the jade stone and infused it with soul power. Soon, he received a response. Lin Luo, where are you now? We are coming to find you. It was the voice of Hulaina. Lin Luo immediately responded. I'm at the mass grave. Hulaina. Okay, we'll come over to find you right away. Lin Luo glanced at the jade in his hand and thought that its shape could be changed a bit. Would it look cooler as the exterior of a phone? After all, it already has basic calling functions. Moments later, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin arrived. As soon as Hulaina saw Lin Luo, she broke into a happy smile. Lin Luo, welcome to our team. Lin Luo nodded gently. Is there a mission? Hulaina replied. Yes, the mission location is in Gray-Mist City. There have been some issues at the branch hall there, and we need to investigate. She continued. By the way, aren't you afraid at all being alone in this mass grave? This place is very eerie. I've heard that many strange events have occurred here before. Hulaina said in a lower voice. Lin Luo frowned slightly and said, Why didn't you say so earlier? I've been here for a year already. If there were any strange occurrences, at least I could have had some fun, but the key is that I haven't encountered anything weird. In the end, I had to dig 3 feet into the ground to find some good stuff. Hulaina laughed and replied, I was just joking with you. There aren't that many strange things. Your martial soul belongs to a special spirit-type martial soul, so you're probably the weirdest existence here. Soul Lock Warden. That name sounds very imposing, Lin Luo added. Hulaina mercilessly mocked. Imposing? More like a turtle's aura. Lin Luo no longer argued with Hulaina at this moment and began to talk about the task. Where exactly is Gray-Mist City, and what happened there? Lin Luo asked. Hulaina replied, Gray-Mist City is near Balak City. It is a rare small city that is close to the main city but quite impoverished. It is shrouded in gray mist all year round, hence the name Gray-Mist City. The appearance of inexplicable corpses is something we will only understand once we get to Gray-Mist City. As she spoke, Hulaina took out a map and handed it to Lin Luo. You will need to learn how to read maps slowly. Our tasks are not just limited to the area around Spirit City. Lin Luo took the map and saw that it marked the locations of each city in great detail. He instinctively began to search for the location of Notting City and eventually found it in a corner, which was quite far from Wuhan City. Unknowingly, he hadn't returned for over a year. In comparison, Gray-Mist City was at most a day's journey from Wuhan City and was on the way to Balak City. Balak City is the capital of the Balak Kingdom. After glancing at the map, Lin Luo also began to wonder why Gray-Mist City was associated with poverty. All right, we've already informed you about the task situation. We will set off for Gray-Mist City tomorrow, gathering at the Academy Gate in the morning, Hulaina said. Lin Luo Dao, is it just us? No team leader or anything? Xiaoyu said, No, our strength has already reached Soul Sage level. With a small team of 4 Soul Sages and our identity as part of the Spear Hall, we basically won't encounter any danger. Hulaina said, Even if we encounter danger, Hulaina was immediately shot a glare by Xiaoyu, which made her stop speaking. The words were left halfway, leaving the listeners feeling uncomfortable. Lin Luo saw the serious expression on Xiaoyu's face and did not continue to ask. However, he had already guessed the content of Hulaina's second half of the sentence, which was roughly that he and the others need not worry about safety issues, as there was likely a powerful Spirit Hall expert secretly protecting them. From Hulaina's tone, it seemed they had encountered something before, and since the 3 Soul Emperors couldn't handle it, it appeared that the tasks assigned by the Spirit Hall were not so simple. Hulaina and the other 2 left, and throughout the entire time, Yin did not say a word. Sometimes Lin Luo even wondered if Yin was mute. He truly was sparing with words. Lin Luo spent the afternoon at the graveyard of chaos. After completing his daily training and finishing his meal at the academy, he returned to his residence. It wasn't that Lin Luo didn't want to eat out. Rather, the cafeteria's food was simply too good, truly impeccable. However, not every cafeteria serves the same few dishes forever. The cafeteria at the Soul Master Academy updates its menu regularly, ensuring that there is no chance of getting bored with the food. Lin Luo was genuinely satisfied with this, as it catered perfectly to someone like him who loved to eat. Additionally, Ghost Douluo occasionally treated Lin Luo to extra meals, and he had completely succumbed to the allure of food. After all, how could he not love food when he had a teacher who adored it? Since he was starting his first mission the next day, Lin Luo chose to get a good night's sleep instead of staying up late to train. The next morning, Lin Luo tidied himself up a bit before heading to the academy. When he arrived at the academy gate, he didn't see any sign of Xiaoyu, Hulaina, or Yin, so he decisively chose to head to the cafeteria to enjoy a free breakfast and also pack some portable food. People who know how to live are different. To Lin Luo's surprise, after finishing his meal and packing up, he arrived back at the academy gate only to find that Xiaoyu and the others still hadn't arrived. Did I come too early, or am I too late? Did they set off in the middle of the night? Am I misunderstanding the meaning of morning? Lin Luo began to doubt himself. After waiting a little longer, Xiaoyu and the other three finally arrived. They were all wearing specially made Soul Master robes from the Spirit Hall, while Lin Luo was the only one in the academy uniform, looking out of place. It was one thing to arrive late, but they didn't even mention changing clothes in advance. You must have been waiting for a long time. You really didn't need to come this early. You can arrive just in time for the regular class schedule, Xiaoyu said. Lin Luo frowned. Why didn't you make it clear yesterday? Hulaina said, it's fine now that it's clear. Let's set off. Leaving the Wuhuan Academy, Lin Luo and the others quickly entered Wuhuan City. Xiaoyu and the others expertly rented a carriage, clearly not their first time traveling. This carriage didn't look much different from an ordinary one, except the horse was somewhat unusual. It seemed to be a soul beast that resembled a horse, a product of domestication. With the carriage, Lin Luo's expected one-day journey took only half a day. Balik Kingdom, Grey Mist City. As they entered the Grey Mist City area, a damp feeling greeted them. The fog here was thick, gray in color, and carried a slightly pungent smell, somewhat similar to the odor produced when lime meets water. Lin Luo now understood why Grey Mist City was unable to develop. The land here was barren, and the interference from the gray mist made it inconvenient to do anything. Moreover, its actual location was not on the main road to Balik City, but rather on a relatively remote path. In this world, it seemed that various environments could blend together, and even the most extreme conditions were understandable and acceptable. Despite the interference from the gray mist, Lin Luo and the others eventually managed to enter Grey Mist City. On the main street of Grey Mist City, there were only a few pedestrians. But Lin Luo happened to overhear some complaints. That Shrek Academy is too shady. Since they have those admission requirements, why didn't they mention them earlier? We paid the registration fee only to hear those rules afterward. And what's worse, they won't refund the money. It's just too shady. Exactly. It's ridiculous that such a rubbish academy hasn't closed down yet. We came all this way for nothing. Hearing the familiar name, Lin Luo immediately looked in the direction of the voices and saw two boys around 15 or 16 years old angrily discussing, with their parents following behind, also complaining. Judging by their flashy clothing, they were likely from a prominent family in Grey Mist City. Only wealthy families could afford to travel all the way to Soto City. This was a small episode Lin Luo experienced after arriving in Grey Mist City, but Xiaoyu and the others remained very calm and indifferent, showing no interest in the so-called Shrek Academy. It didn't take long for Lin Luo and the others to reach the sub-branch of the Spirit Hall in Grey Mist City. Before they even reached the entrance, they could already see personnel from the sub-branch coming to greet them. Damn it, it's actually the same profession. The one at the front was an elderly man over 60 years old, followed by 5 middle-aged men around 30, all wearing the uniforms of the Spirit Hall sub-branch. From the insignia on their uniforms, it was clear that the elderly man's strength was at the Soul Zone level, while the other 5 were all great soul masters. Grey Mist City was a relatively backward small city, and in Lin Luo's view, it was even somewhat inferior to Notting City. Having such a configuration at this sub-branch was already considered quite good. Put on the masks. Xiaoyu, who was outside controlling the carriage, had already put on his mask and reminded the few people inside the carriage. Lin Luo and the others immediately complied, putting on masks to avoid unnecessary trouble. The speed of the carriage slowed down and finally stopped at a vacant area next to the branch hall. As soon as Lin Luo and his group got down, they were greeted by the warm smiles of the old man and his companions. Welcome, esteemed guests from Wuhuan City, to our Gray Mist City branch hall. I am Ji Jingde, the steward of Gray Mist City. Ji Jingde appeared very enthusiastic. He was the steward of Gray Mist City and also had another title, that of the branch hall master, though such a title was clearly not suitable to mention in this context. I am Yuren. I am Hu Li. I am Rong Yan. The three of them introduced themselves calmly. I am Chue Shi. Lin Luo finally spoke. On the way here, Xiaoyu had already mentioned using codenames. When Xiaoyu and the others introduced themselves, Ji Jingde wore a warm smile and nodded gently. However, when it was Lin Luo's turn, his smile froze on his face. A look of disbelief flashed in Ji Jingde's eyes, and when he recognized the emblem of the Spirit Hall uniform on Lin Luo, he showed an even more shocked expression. Nevertheless, he was someone who had experienced many storms, and despite being greatly shaken internally, he quickly adjusted his outward demeanor. Lin Luo is only 7 years old now. Even though his development is quite good, he can still be easily identified as a child, even if one thinks of him as being around 10 years old. Having such strength at this age is indeed somewhat terrifying, which explains why Ji Jingde lost his composure. Not only Ji Jingde, but the 5 others who came with him to greet Lin Luo were also the same. However, in their eyes, besides shock, there was more envy and longing. Good, Ji Jingde said with a warm smile, making a gesture to invite them. Please, esteemed adults, this way. After that, Lin Luo and the others followed Ji Jingde into the sub-hall to conduct an inspection. In fact, they just took a quick look. Ji Jingde was just too enthusiastic. Otherwise, this step could have been skipped. Lin Luo and the others were well aware of their purpose for this trip and did not want to waste too much time on unrelated matters. In the Gray Mist City branch's conference hall, Ji Jingde was reporting on the basic situation of the Gray Mist City branch, stating that they had recently completed the soul awakening work for all the villages and towns near Gray Mist City. However, at this point, Xiaoyu was already somewhat impatient and interrupted, saying, "All right, let's get to the point. What is the current situation in Gray Mist City?" Ji Jingde paused for a moment, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a serious expression. In recent days, many dry corpses have inexplicably appeared in Gray Mist City. One of our branch's personnel mysteriously died during the investigation of this matter and became a dry corpse. His strength was soul respect, and we suspect that the perpetrator is. Ji Jingde swallowed hard and continued, Evil Soul Master. Evil Soul Master? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised in his impression. Evil Soul Masters seem to have only appeared in the second battle. However, it also seems reasonable for them to exist in the first battle, as Evil Soul Masters have always been around. Speaking of Evil Soul Masters, Lin Luo became energized. From the definition of Evil Soul Masters, Lin Luo estimated that he could also be classified as one, as he could enhance his strength by collecting souls, whether counted as an Evil Soul Master or not. As long as one possesses a method of enhancing strength that is unacceptable to the world, they are considered heretical and will face suppression. The so-called good and bad are not truly cared about by anyone. Once they determine that you should not exist, then no matter how much infamy you carry, it seems reasonable to them. This is also why Lin Luo is so cautious about stacking passives. When Xiaoyu heard the term Evil Soul Master, he appeared calm and began to inquire about clues. Where did the staff member have the incident? Ji Jingde immediately replied. His body was found in Shurian village, outside of Gray Mist City. Xiaoyu asked, "Do you have any new investigation progress recently?" Ji Jingde shook his head, "No. We later went to Shurian village to search for clues, but we found not a single trace. Given that the opponent's strength might be quite strong and the matter is quite serious, we sought assistance from Wuhuan City." Xiaoyu then asked, "What did the Lord of Gray Mist City say?" Ji Jingde sighed. "They have long been rotten to the core and do not care about these matters, and the strength of Gray Mist City is also limited, so they cannot spare any resources." Lin Luo thought to himself, to turn a soul master into a dry corpse, the strength must be at least that of a soul sect or higher. It's possible that the opponent is even at the level of a soul king or above. Is my first mission going to be this difficult? It seems that the power of soul masters is truly limited. For an incident like this in Gray Mist City, they only sent us 4 soul masters, although 4 soul masters is already a considerable force. Lin Luo did not question the strength of Ji Jingde and the soul sect, nor did he need to, and he understood Ji Jingde's approach in seeking assistance. Like ordinary people, soul masters also age, and with the passage of time, their abilities decline. Given Jijingda's age, although he possesses the strength of the soul sect, his combat power is certainly not what it was in his youth. Clearly, with his own strength, he is insufficient to investigate the suspected evil soul masters. Evil Moon asked, "Where are those corpses now?" Jijingda replied, "In the basement." "Do we need to check it out now?" Evil Moon nodded. Subsequently, Lin Luo and his group, under Jijingda's guidance, arrived at the basement of the branch hall. Rather than a basement, it was more like a gigantic cold storage. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt a bone-chilling cold. Being here gave Lin Luo a long-lost feeling. Describing this basement as a morgue was more fitting. The environment of his uncle's funeral home was quite similar to this place, except that the temperature was not as low. The basement was equipped with relatively bright lighting, and they quickly saw the corpses Jijingda had mentioned. At first glance, there were 7 corpses in total, with one middle-aged man's corpse separated from the others. When Evil Moon, Hulaina, and Yin saw the corpses, their brows furrowed slightly. When Lin Luo saw the dry corpse, he had the same expression. They were definitely from the same group. All the corpses had only a part of their souls remaining. 045, killing is addictive. Xiaoyu and the others frowned because the appearance of the dry corpse was quite ugly, making one unable to help but look away after a glance. However, Lin Luo frowned out of disdain for the Soul Master's lack of cleanliness and efficiency in handling the matter. Clearly, they had collected souls but did not collect them completely. This made Lin Luo particularly eager to activate his martial soul to complete the collection of the remaining souls. Not doing a job thoroughly was especially tormenting for someone with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Nevertheless, Lin Luo eventually maintained his rationality. Collecting souls could be done when no one was around, but with so many people present now, finding an excuse was somewhat difficult. With masks on, Jijingda and the others from the division naturally could not see the expressions of Xiaoyu and the others. Xiaoyu and the others walked towards the dry corpse, and after a brief inspection, Xiaoyu said, "So, you've investigated until now, and all the clues are gone, and you even sacrificed the Soul Master?" Jijingda showed an embarrassed expression. "Yes." Xiaoyu asked, "What about the previous clues?" Jijingda immediately replied, "They are all in the archive room." Xiaoyu said, "Find us a place to work, and then bring all the files related to the dry corpse." Jijingda nodded. "Okay." Then he instructed a middle-aged man beside him, Jie Yangping, "Go arrange an office for the 4 adults." At this time, Xiaoyu looked at Lin Luo and the others and asked, "What do you think of this dry corpse?" Hulaina said, "It's undoubtedly a soul master. It devours human blood. We've seen this kind of situation before." Yin said, "However, there is something very strange. There are no wounds on their bodies. And even though they have become dry corpses, from the expressions barely visible on their faces, they don't seem to have died in pain. Especially this soul master, whose mouth was even slightly upturned." Lin Luo didn't expect his teammates to be so professional, so he also shared his opinion. Could it be that the evil soul master possesses a spirit of illusion, causing people to die in a prearranged illusion, which is why they don't feel pain? As soon as they heard about illusion-type soul masters, Xiaoyu and the other 2 simultaneously looked at Lin Luo. Xiaoyu nodded, "It's possible." When Ji Zheng and the others heard this idea, they also nodded lightly, their faces showing a hint of realization. Hulaina looked at Lin Luo with slight surprise. "You know about illusion-type soul masters?" Lin Luo calmly said, "Who do you look down on? I also read books." You know, although Lin Luo couldn't recite the encyclopedia of soul masters word for word, he had already developed a certain foundation of knowledge about soul masters and had some understanding of illusion-type soul masters. Reading more books is never a bad thing. It helps to expand one's thinking. When he saw those dry corpses, Lin Luo immediately thought of illusion-type soul masters. At this moment, Xiaoyu exchanged glances with Hulaina and Yin, and the 3 of them nodded slightly. Then Xiaoyu said, "Jijingda, you all can leave for now." Jijingda was slightly taken aback, but quickly nodded, "All right, my lord." Following that, Jijingda led the others out, leaving only Lin Luo and the other 3, along with 7 dry corpses in the basement. Xiaoyu said, "Lin Luo, activate your martial soul and try to sense the souls of these dry corpses to see if you can find any clues." Lin Luo was slightly surprised, but still nodded and complied. He was just thinking about how to find an opportunity to deal with the remaining souls when an opportunity came knocking unexpectedly. After the fluctuation of soul power, Lin Luo activated his martial soul, and a scythe and lantern appeared in his hands. His entire demeanor underwent a huge transformation, especially with the 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, around him, which brought a considerable sense of pressure to Xiaoyu and the others. Even though it wasn't their first time seeing it, they still felt a bit astonished inside. Lin Luo walked around the 7 corpses while holding a lantern, collecting the remaining souls. The fluctuations of the souls are imperceptible to ordinary people, especially the fluctuations of incomplete souls. Moreover, the enhancement that ordinary souls brought to Lin Luo was already minimal, let alone the incomplete ones, making it difficult for Xiaoyu and the others to sense any changes. The biggest problem Lin Luo faces with his passive ability has never been being discovered while collecting souls, but rather how to find a suitable reason to activate his martial soul while hovering next to a corpse. With a proper justification, others won't care about his strange behavior. Otherwise, once they take notice, they will surely pick up on some clues. If other practitioners or powerful individuals are watching, the hell curse, this special ability could be exposed in an instant. After Lin Luo completed the soul collection, he slowly spoke. The souls are incomplete. Xiaoyu nodded gently and calmly said, indeed, it's not just the absorption of people's essence blood. It also inadvertently absorbs the souls. It's undoubtedly the work of a soul master, and this is a relatively important clue. Lin Luo's ability to sense the fluctuations of souls will play a crucial role in our investigation going forward. Hulaina mumbled, I finally understand why each team tries to arrange for a soul master with a special spirit body. At this moment, Yin, who had been very silent, also spoke up. Lin Luo, how far away can you sense the existence of a soul? Lin Luo Dao said, I haven't tried it, but it shouldn't be a problem within 10 meters. Yin replied, that's enough. Xiaoyu glanced at the dry corpse one last time, then walked outside. Let's go. I want to check some old documents first. Lin Luo retracted his martial soul and followed his teammates. After leaving the basement, Ji Zhengde was waiting at the door. Upon seeing Xiaoyu and the others come out, Ji Zhengde immediately led the way. The office and materials are all ready. Please follow me, gentlemen. Under Ji Zhengde's guidance, Lin Luo and the others arrived at the 2nd floor of the branch hall, reaching an office with the best lighting. As soon as Lin Luo entered the office, he smelled a faint aroma of tea. The layout of the office was very simple, with a long table and 4 chairs. At that moment, a thick stack of documents and 4 cups of hot tea were already placed on the long table. There were some slightly damp water stains on the chairs, clearly indicating that the staff had intentionally wiped them down. Lin Luo was still somewhat unable to adapt to the enthusiastic reception from Ji Zhengde and the personnel of the sub-palace. It was simply too warm. However, Xiaoyu and the others appeared very calm, as if everything was perfectly normal. This made Lin Luo wonder if the system of the spirit hall had always been this strict. After all, Ji Zhengde was a deacon of a sub-palace with the strength of a soul sect, while they were all soul masters. Yet, Ji Zhengde's attitude towards them was beyond mere respect, reaching the level of bowing and scraping. However, upon reflection, it seemed understandable. Setting aside future development, the status of Spirit City in the minds of the Spirit Hall personnel was unshakable. The Holy Land for Soul Masters was in Spirit City. After that, Lin Luo and the others began to review the materials. About half an hour later, they finished reviewing all the materials but did not find any useful clues. Lin Luo couldn't help but express his doubts at this moment. Could it be that the evil soul master has already run away? No. Xiaoyu gave a definite answer. As long as it is an evil soul master who has used evil methods to enhance their strength, their bodies will show abnormalities, making it very easy to be discovered. Running away is the most foolish choice for them. They usually prefer to hide, often lurking in dark corners. Lin Luo Dao said, but the clues have been interrupted. The Misty City is neither too big nor too small. Finding a person here is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Xiaoyu's tone remained firm. He will come out on his own in a few days. Lin Luo, huh? Xiaoyu, because killing is addictive. 046, passing from the dead, guiding souls into the lantern. The next morning, Lin Luo had just arrived at the branch hall with Xiaoyu and the others when he saw Ji Zhengde hurriedly approaching them, looking as if he was about to head out, followed by a young man who was panting heavily. Upon seeing Lin Luo and the others, Ji Zhengde quickly said, we found another corpse, right at the former lord's mansion in the west of the city. I'm about to go check it out. Xiaoyu decisively spoke up. Let's go together. Ji Zhengde nodded. All right. The group wasted no time and quickly made their way to the former lord's mansion in the west of the city. You just wait outside. The rest will be handled by me and the 4 lords, Ji Zhengde told the young man who had come with him. The young man immediately nodded. Okay. At this moment, the area outside the former lord's mansion was already surrounded. 90% of the crowd were ordinary people, and the few soul masters present were only at the soul master rank, but the situation clearly indicated that this was not something an ordinary person could arrange. Curious civilians were discussing from a distance, not daring to approach. Those outside couldn't enter, and those inside couldn't come out. Even the guards of Grey City were patiently maintaining order outside. From the discussions among the civilians, it could be gathered that the current lord of Grey City had also arrived. Wu Hall is handling affairs here. Everyone, step aside, Ji Zhengde said sternly upon seeing the members of the guard, showcasing the authority of the branch hall master. The guard members immediately made way, appearing very respectful. Ji Zhengde's presence was the best pass, and soon he reached the entrance of the former lord's mansion, where he met the current lord, Fang Qingji. Fang Qingji was a plump man over 50, dressed in black, with a face full of flesh and a noticeable mole, looking quite oily. He had a certain level of soul power fluctuation, clearly indicating he was also a soul master. What is going on here? Even when facing the lord of Grey City, Ji Zhengde maintained a stern demeanor, showing no signs of politeness. Fang Qingji responded calmly. My brother's daughter has died and turned into a corpse. His tone was very tranquil, as if he were talking about something quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhengde immediately asked, is the murderer still in the lord's mansion? Fang Qingji nodded, it should be. After my niece's incident, my brother sealed off the mansion immediately and is currently digging deep to find the murderer. Ji Zhengde, upon hearing this, laughed in anger. You guys have indeed concealed the information. I'll settle accounts with you after this matter is over. With that, Ji Zhengde walked into the former lord's mansion. Lin Luo and Xiaoyu followed closely behind, and Fang Qingji did not stop them. It seemed he was waiting for the support from the spirit hall, just curiously glancing at the masked Lin Luo and the others. It seems the spirit hall has really sent people, Fang Qingji murmured. As he watched Ji Zhengde and the others enter the city lord's mansion, Fang Qingji immediately shouted, stay alert. No one is allowed to enter the former city lord's mansion. After giving the order, Fang Qingji muttered to himself, I'll leave the rest to my brother and the people from the spirit hall. Activate the martial soul. As soon as they stepped into the former city lord's mansion, Xiaoyu said in a deep voice. Ji Zhengde, walking in front, had already activated his martial soul while Xiaoyu was speaking. For soul rings, white, yellow, and purple slowly rose from Ji Zhengde's feet, symbolizing the strength of Ji Zhengde's soul sect. At the same time, a long staff appeared in Ji Zhengde's hand. Experienced soul masters activate their martial souls without needing reminders when entering dangerous places, and Ji Zhengde was the best example at that moment. In fact, Lin Luo and the others were also preparing to activate their martial souls, and upon receiving Xiaoyu's reminder, they immediately took action. After a wave of soul power fluctuations, the momentum and aura of the four of them underwent a tremendous change. Lin Luo held a huge scythe and a lantern, connected by a chain that emitted a green glow. The items exuded a chilling aura that made people reluctant to approach. Behind Hulaina was a fluffy tail, and she carried an enchanting presence that made it hard for anyone to look away, even with her mask on. Yan's body was partially covered in lava, appearing nearly indestructible, radiating a scorching heat as if he could ignite at any moment. Xiaoyu held a moon blade in his hand, looking even sharper. After the four activated their martial souls, 3 soul rings surrounded each of them. Xiaoyu, Yan, and Hulaina had the standard configuration of yellow, and purple soul rings. Only Lin Luo was unique, with a configuration of purple, and black soul rings, leaving Ji Zhengde stunned. Ji Zhengde's steps became noticeably stiff, his head nearly turning around, his formerly sunken eyes wide open, and his mouth slightly agape. Once his gaze settled on Lin Luo, he couldn't look away, instinctively trembling as he exclaimed, how is this possible? Boom! Just as Ji Zhengde was in shock, a sudden explosion was heard from the east. Lin Luo and Xiaoyu immediately looked in the direction of the sound and decisively rushed over, followed closely by Ji Zhengde, who was slow to react. Moments later, they arrived in an open grassy area where some ornamental plants could be seen. In the middle of this grassy area, a pavilion-like structure had turned into ruins, with some black smoke drifting from it. Behind the ruins, several corpses were visible. On the other side of the grass, there was a pile of rocks, and on top of it crouched an extremely ugly figure. It could barely be called a person, as its body was covered in countless bloody, pus-filled sores, which looked as if they could burst at any moment, making onlookers feel a sense of dread. Lin Luo had seen all kinds of dead people since he was young, but this was the first time he encountered such an ugly presence, which completely redefined his understanding of the word ugly. Being ugly was one thing, but the person also emanated a foul stench, like rotting fish, making one feel nauseous upon smelling it. Despite its ugliness, this guy was surrounded by 5 soul rings. White, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. Although it wasn't the best combination, he was still a genuine soul king. Across from the rockery stood a large tree, where a tall and thin middle-aged man was perched at the top. His gaunt face had a mole, and his small eyes were nearly closed, making his pupils almost invisible. He tightly gripped a 1-meter-long cleaver in his right hand, and he was surrounded by 4 soul rings. White, yellow, yellow, and purple. His soul ring combination was the same as Zhengde's, making him a soul master as well. Today, you will undoubtedly die. The rough voice came from the thin man, filled with determination and anger. The arrival of Lin Luo and the others did not attract his attention. His gaze remained fixed on the strange man, covered in pus. Xiaoyu had already started giving orders. Lin Luo, Hu Laina, you two go over there to prevent the target from escaping. Zhengde, Yin. The 3 of us will go for support. Okay. The 5 immediately sprang into action. Lin Luo was particularly pleased with Xiaoyu's arrangement, as the direction pointed out by Xiaoyu was exactly where the corpses were located. Approaching the area near the corpses, Lin Luo successfully collected their souls with a lantern. Subsequently, his gaze fell on the strange man. He wondered how many attributes the soul of a soul king could bring. The battle was intense, the kind that could cost lives. Evil soul masters were of different types. One type relied on evil cultivation methods to enhance their strength, while the other was born with an evil martial spirit that inherently boosted their power. Compared to the former, the latter was clearly at a higher level. Both types could rapidly increase their strength, but the former often experienced fluctuations in power, while the latter could also, but the impact was not as significant, and their combat ability was stronger. The strange man on the rockery, despite having 5 soul rings, did not exude the true strength of a soul king. It was evident he belonged to the type of evil soul master who relied on sinister cultivation methods to enhance his power. 2 soul ancestors and 4 soul sages were more than enough to deal with such a soul king. Xiaoyu, Yin, and Zhengde moved closer to the strange man, who finally began to act, but his target seemed to be only the tall, thin man in the treetops. Like the tall man, the strange man never glanced at Lin Luo and the others. He merely sensed their arrival. With great force, the strange man crushed the rockery and charged rapidly toward the tall man, letting out a beast-like roar. Fang Qingming, come to your death. Fang Qingming sneered, and his first and second soul rings simultaneously lit up. The machete in his hand was enveloped in brown energy, which spread to his arms, while his legs were also covered in the brown energy. Then, Fang Qingming charged straight at the strange man, swinging his machete in the air, aiming to slash at him. At that moment, the third soul ring on the strange man lit up, and all the pus-filled sacs on his body burst open. Although they appeared blood-red, the transparent, viscous liquid inside quickly covered the strange man's entire body, splattering some of the liquid onto Fang Qingming, instantly corroding his clothes and leaving dark burns on his skin. Clang! At the same time, Fang Qingming's machete struck the strange man. The transparent, viscous liquid suddenly hardened, and upon impact, it produced a sound like metal colliding. Neither of them could fly, and after the collision, they both fell to the ground, crashing down and creating a dent in the surface. Lin Luo's gaze remained fixed on Fang Qingming and the strange man, but out of the corner of his eye, he still caught sight of the unperturbed Xiaoyu and the other 2. Shouldn't we intervene? Lin Luo couldn't help but ask. Hu Laina replied, this is clearly a personal grudge. There's no rush for us. As long as we're prepared for battle and don't let the target escape, that's enough. All right. Lin Luo nodded lightly. Fang Qingming and the strange man were both filled with rage, clearly harboring deep hatred, and the situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. After landing, Fang Qingming and the strange man resumed their fierce battle. Fang Qingming's machete continuously swung at the strange man, but he couldn't inflict any harm on him. However, he was indeed able to force the strange man to retreat repeatedly. Moreover, as the number of attacks increased, the strange man's defenses seemed to weaken, as if they would be completely exhausted soon. The strange man was not always on the defensive either. During Fang Qingming's attacks, he would spit out a transparent, viscous liquid. If it hit Fang Qingming, it would leave a charred mark on his body, and the corrosive scene was painful to watch. Yet Fang Qingming never uttered sound, as if his hatred gave him the ability to forget the pain. Witnessing such a battle made Lin Luo redefine the meaning of real combat. The fight between Fang Qingming and the strange man was clearly a life-and-death struggle. Both were extremely reckless. True combat must mostly be like this, where one spares no effort to defeat and eliminate the opponent. During the close combat, both Fang Qingming and the strange man utilized soul skills, and they were very adept at linking their techniques. After a series of attacks from Fang Qingming, the second soul ring on the strange man suddenly lit up, and then his body grew larger by a fist, making him appear even stronger and more bizarre, evoking an instinctive desire to flee from him. Once enlarged, the strange man seized an opportunity during Fang Qingming's attack, using terrifying strength to block Fang Qingming's machete, seizing the initiative and wildly attacking Fang Qingming with his fists. Fang Qingming could only passively defend with his machete. Both of their reaction speeds were incredibly fast, as if everything was a natural instinct. Bang! 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 The strange man's strength was immense. With each punch, Fang Qingming's feet sank into the ground, creating more than 10 craters. As the strange man launched another attack, Fang Qingming finally seized the opportunity, his third soul ring lighting up as he swung his machete forcefully at the strange man's abdomen. Before the machete even made contact, a sharp blade aura sliced through the strange man's defenses, leaving a deep wound on his ugly body, blood gushing out. Combat is inherently unpredictable. Whoever can handle the details better will be the one to smile in the end. Even after sustaining heavy injuries, the strange man did not give up attacking, delivering a powerful punch to Fang Qingming's head, almost deforming it and driving him into the ground. The strange man then ignored his bleeding abdomen, jumping forward and wildly swinging his fists at Fang Qingming with great speed. Fang Qingming's reactions were indeed fast. Despite being hit by such a punch, he was still able to immediately grip his knife to block. Bang, bang, bang. Dust and sand flew everywhere as Fang Qingming's body gradually sank deeper into the ground, but he did not suffer any more heavy punches from the strange man, successfully blocking all of them. Witnessing such a scene made Lin Luo unconsciously swallow. If he faced such a battle, he couldn't guarantee that he would remain calm throughout. If he were hit by a punch like that, well, he believed in his exceptionally strong defense. The battle continued, and after a fruitless attack, the strange man spat out a highly corrosive liquid again. Fang Qingming immediately swung his machete in retaliation, and almost at the moment the corrosive liquid fell, a powerful blade aura struck the strange man, sending him flying. Amidst the bloodshed, the strange man landed heavily on the ground, his right arm nearly falling off, with a horrifying wound extending from his right shoulder to his abdomen, bleeding profusely. Fang Qingming, deeply entrenched in the ground, was also in bad shape. Most of his body had been corroded beyond recognition, blood and flesh a mess. In terms of injuries, he and the strange man were equally matched. Even in such a situation, Fang Qingming did not ask Lin Luo and the others for support. His gaze was solely focused on the strange man. Suddenly, Fang Qingming's fourth soul ring lit up, completely enveloping him in brown energy, rapidly healing his wounds, and his momentum increased further, although the light in his eyes dimmed considerably. This guy was really risking his life. 048, they might perish together. Fang Qingming's state clearly indicated he was using his life as a cost to temporarily gain immense power. Seeing Fang Qingming begin to risk his life, Lin Luo once again asked, "Shouldn't we intervene?" Hulaina remained calm. No rush. Lin Luo, if we don't take action soon, it might really result in a death later. Do we really have to wait until the last moment to act? Just as Lin Luo was puzzled, Hulaina's voice rang out again. We haven't reached that level yet, and you must always remember that our goal is just that evil soul master. Everything else is not important. Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, isn't it important? What about the common people? Hulaina replied, of course we need to pay attention to their protection, but that guy isn't one of them. Moreover, many common people aren't much better than evil soul masters. Being weak doesn't necessarily mean they need to be protected by the strong. Let me give you a piece of advice, sister. You can have compassion, but it needs to be moderate, otherwise it will only harm you. This means definitely don't be a do-gooder. Lin Luo nodded gently. Got it, Hulaina. Not hearing the sister she wanted to hear, Hulaina pouted slightly, but she did not continue to bicker with Lin Luo. Her gaze remained focused on the battlefield ahead. Lin Luo's gaze did not waver from the battlefield. While he spoke, most of his attention remained on the fight ahead. Fang Qingming, covered in brown energy, charged quickly towards the strange man with a machete in hand. The fourth soul ring on the strange man's body lit up, and an eerie red light flickered around him. The liquid flowing from his wounds was no longer blood, but a thick, transparent liquid that eventually spewed out towards Fang Chengming. Undeterred, Fang Chengming increased his speed, but ultimately could not avoid colliding with the thick, transparent liquid. The machete sliced through the liquid as if it were a giant piece of malt candy. But after being split, the candy-like substance wrapped around Fang Chengming. Despite his speed, he could not escape the fate of being enveloped, and he happened to stop just 1 meter in front of the strange man. If only he had been a little closer, his machete would have struck the strange man. Hiss! 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 The thick transparent liquid wrapped around Fang Chengming, continuously corroding his body. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain and was already using his strength to deal with the control over him. The strange man opposite Fang Chengming did not attack. His fourth soul ring was still glowing, seemingly needing to ensure the continuous overflow of the transparent liquid to maintain control over Fang Chengming. As long as he stopped, Fang Chengming would break free. What started as a fierce battle had unexpectedly turned into a war of attrition. Fang Chengming struggled for a while, but made no progress. Finally, in a fit of anger, he shouted, "Ji Zhengde, you old fossil, aren't you going to make a move?" Upon hearing this, Ji Zhengde finally considered taking action. But before doing so, he looked to the side at Xiaoyu and Yin. "My lords, shall we make our move?" Xiaoyu nodded. "All right." Only then did Ji Zhengde immediately take action, charging towards the strange man with a long staff, followed closely by Xiaoyu and Yin. Lin Luo finally saw some insights at this moment. What Hulaina said about not being a saint had some truth to it, but ultimately, it was still a matter of stance. Fang Qingji was a force of the empire, while Ji Zhengde was a force of the Wuhuan temple. On the surface, the two forces coexisted peacefully, but in reality, it was clearly not that simple. After entering the former city lord's mansion, it seemed that everything was being led by Xiaoyu. But in fact, Xiaoyu was also following Ji Zhengde's opinions. After all, Ji Zhengde was the boss of the Grey Mist City branch. Even the smallest places have interests at stake. Ji Zhengde did not take action. So Xiaoyu would not act either, which led to the earlier one-on-one scene between Fang Chengming and the strange man. Who? Ji Zhengde quickly arrived behind the strange man, and his long stick whistled out. At the same time, Ji Zhengde's first, second, and third soul rings lit up simultaneously, all of which were power-enhancing soul skills. The moment Ji Zhengde made his move, his power was elevated to the extreme. The strange man sensed the crisis but still did not give up control over Fang Chengming. However, his fifth soul ring, which had not flashed before, finally lit up. Countless pus-filled boils reappeared on the strange man's body, looking disgusting and terrifying. Then the boils exploded, and this time it was not a transparent, sticky liquid, but a blood-like liquid filled with a pungent smell. Subsequently, the strange man seemed to gain an incredibly powerful strength, directly pulling Fang Chengming in front of him, his mouth opening to a terrifying 180 degrees as he bit down at Fang Chengming. Bang! At that moment, Ji Zhengde's long stick heavily struck the back of the strange man's head, producing a dull sound. However, strangely, the strange man showed no signs of being affected. Instead, Ji Zhengde was knocked back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood in midair. Hiss! The strange man's enormous mouth bit fiercely into Fang Chengming's neck. And soon after, Fang Chengming's complexion visibly worsened, and his body quickly became withered. At the same time, the strange man's momentum continued to rise, and all the negative conditions on him were improving. Oh no, the situation is about to spiral out of control. Lin Luo's expression changed slightly at this scene, and he was ready to take action. If they didn't act together soon, everyone's fate would likely end up like Fang Chengming's. Hulaina beside him was also moving, as were Xiaoyu and Yin on the other side. Just as Lin Luo and the others were preparing to strike together, a sudden strange sound caught their attention. Puchi! A sharp blade plunged deep into the strange man's body, and brown energy continuously surged into him. Fang Chengming, who had been bitten on the neck, revealed a sinister smile. "Haha, I told you will definitely die." Perhaps due to the wound on his neck, Fang Chengming's voice sounded extremely strange, but it was filled with madness. However, after the madness, there was no further sound, and Fang Chengming abruptly died. Meanwhile, the strange man's body suddenly stiffened, retracting its bloody mouth. The momentum that had been growing rapidly, bizarrely, began to decline, and a layer of grayish color could be seen clearly at the nearly severed wound, continuously devouring the strange man's life. The strange man looked at his wound with a somewhat confused expression, but the corners of his mouth slowly rose. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Then, The strange man looked at Fang Qingming's corpse and let out a hoarse and unpleasant laugh. Min, Dad has avenged you. Boom! The strange man's massive body crashed to the ground like a mountain, and blood quickly soaked the earth, marking the complete end of the strange man's life. 049. Soul Sect and above. Collects souls to see memories? Has the battle ended? Lin Luo was taken aback by this sudden scene and couldn't regain his composure. He originally thought he would have the chance to participate in this incredibly fierce battle, but instead, he was just a spectator. It wasn't just him, the other three, including Xiaoyu, felt the same way. They had traveled a long distance from Spirit City, and in the end, they only got to watch a thrilling fight. There was some sense of participation, but not much, and it didn't even compare to the full effort put in by Jijinga. But regardless, the situation was finally settled. Although it cost the life of a soul master, who, of course, did not belong to the Spirit Hall. At this point, Jijinga and the others were cautiously approaching the two corpses, and upon seeing this, Lin Luo immediately took action. Actually, you don't need to be so careful. They're completely dead. Lin Luo saw the cautious expressions on Jijinga and the others, and had no choice but to adopt a cautious demeanor himself. In reality, he was already certain that Fang Qingming and the strange man had completely left this beautiful world. He had seen glowing green orbs on the bodies of the two men. These orbs were brighter than any he had seen before, with the orb on the strange man's body being the most dazzling. Clearly, others could not see them. This was Lin Luo's unique ability. He didn't even need to deliberately sense the existence of souls. He could see them directly. After a moment, Lin Luo reached the vicinity of the two corpses and successfully collected the souls of Fang Qingming and the strange man through the Hell Curse. At the moment he collected the souls, Lin Luo felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility as the powerful energy surged into his body, which felt truly pleasurable. A system prompt followed, marking the first time Lin Luo received such a significant attribute boost. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 100 defense and 20 soul power. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 40 defense and 8 soul power. The increase in defense was equivalent to equipping a piece of gear, perhaps even exceeding it. And his soul power had also risen considerably, making him feel closer to the next level. Unfortunately, these attribute boosts did not fully apply to his body. A significant portion affected his scythe and lantern, otherwise the sensation would have been even more enjoyable. Aside from this pleasant feedback, Lin Luo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a steel needle were piercing into his skull and stirring constantly. For a moment, Lin Luo frowned, suppressing a pained hiss, but his body still paused. Hulaina, standing nearby, thought Lin Luo was just unaccustomed to the scene before him, and comforted him, saying, "You'll get used to it after seeing more." Lin Luo really wanted to reply, "My family runs a coffin shop. Afraid of dead people? What kind of dead people haven't I seen?" But at that moment, he was in unbearable pain, and his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Fortunately, this feeling of pain did not last long. It gradually weakened and eventually disappeared completely in just a moment. What is going on? Are there side effects to collecting souls? Lin Luo thought to himself, and the tightly furrowed brows finally began to relax. It's already dead. Just as Zhengde's voice sounded, he had just stood up from beside Fang Qingming's corpse, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and his tense emotions finally eased. Lin Luo, upon hearing this, instinctively looked again at the bodies of Fang Qingming and the strange man. At that moment, two memories suddenly surged in his mind, and these two memories even had overlapping scenes. In a dilapidated wooden house, the corpse of a young girl lay quietly in a coffin, while a middle-aged man with blood-red eyes looked on, tears not flowing, or perhaps he could no longer shed tears. His appearance bore some resemblance to the strange man. At that moment, a tall, thin man approached. It was Fang Qingming, but he looked much younger. He disdainfully took out a bag and threw it in front of the middle-aged man, making a metallic clinking sound, clearly soul coins. "This is my compensation to you. Let's leave it at that. You'd better not cause trouble at the Lord's mansion again, or I wouldn't mind sending you to see your daughter," Fang Qingming said, his tone high and aloof, as if he were merely conducting an ordinary matter. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in anger. "Get lost." As Lin Luo viewed this memory, it was like watching a movie. All the scenes were incredibly clear, albeit slightly gray. "Oh, it's all over, huh? Looks like I arrived late. I thought you guys wouldn't be able to stop that guy, which is why I was waiting outside the Lord's mansion." When the crowd's attention was on Fang Qingming and the strange man, a faint voice broke the brief silence, drawing everyone's attention. Following the sound, they saw a plump man, the current lord of Grey Mist City, Fang Chengji, followed by a group of guards. Fang Chengji took a cursory glance at the two corpses on the ground and then ordered, "Stop dawdling. It's time to get to work." Yes. The guards immediately came over to handle the bodies, simply before taking them away. Fang Chengji didn't look again, but turned his gaze to Ji Zhengde and Lin Luo's group. When his eyes landed on Lin Luo, he paused slightly, but quickly returned to normal. "I will remember the favor of the Martial Soul Hall. You don't need to worry about the subsequent matters. Just leave it to us. You all can go back now," Fang Chengji said with a smile, seemingly in a good mood. Ji Zhengde snorted coldly. "This is the first time I've seen someone so happy after their brother has died. Is power really that important? Gentlemen, let's go." Ji Zhengde's gaze fell on Lin Luo and the others as he took the lead in stepping away, simultaneously retracting his martial soul. Seeing this, Lin Luo and Ji Zhengde left together, but after walking a distance, they retracted their martial souls. As they departed, Lin Luo noticed that Fang Chengji's smile had faded, and his gaze was fixed on him. The two exchanged a glance, during which Fang Chengji smiled again, a professional fake smile. The journey back to the branch hall was silent. Upon returning to the branch hall, Ji Zhengde slowly began to explain the whole story. 10 years ago, Fang Qingming was the lord of Misty Fog City. He was fond of beautiful women and often engaged in unspeakable activities. The Zhong Hanmo family was one of the victims. Zhong Hanmo's daughter fell victim to Fang Qingming's malicious actions. This incident caused quite a stir at the time, and our spirit hall intervened. We should have dealt with that scoundrel Fang Qingming, but he merely stepped down from his position, and his brother Fang Qingji took over. In the end, the matter was left unresolved, and Zhong Hanmo went missing that same year. Zhong Hanmo was also a soul master, but his talent was limited, and he never reached the great soul master level. After going missing, he probably joined the evil soul masters, as only they could elevate someone who couldn't even reach the great soul master level to the soul king level. Later on, Zhong Hanmo returned for revenge. Ji Zhengde sighed as he spoke. "I had suspected that Zhong Hanmo might have returned, but unfortunately, I lack sufficient evidence to support my conjecture. Mainly, it was that bastard Fang Qingming who concealed the information. Otherwise, this matter might have been resolved long ago, and many lives could have been saved. Thank you, for lords, for coming to assist. I will immediately prepare and submit the relevant report." Xiaoyu said, "Then we should head back." Ji Zhengde replied, "Why not rest for another day and leave tomorrow?" "No need." Xiaoyu shook his head, knowing that Ji Zhengde was just being polite, and they had no intention of lingering. They came in a hurry and left in a hurry, but they had completed the task, and the process was relatively easy, at most just a bit of travel fatigue. The return journey was also very smooth, with no unexpected incidents. They returned the carriage together with Xiaoyu and the others, and the four-member team casually found a restaurant to celebrate the completion of the task. It had been a long time since they had experienced such an easy mission. Hulaina remarked. Xiaoyu and Yin remained as quiet as ever, eating silently. Lin Luo ate a piece of roasted meat and curiously asked, "Are the tasks generally very difficult?" Hulaina shook her head and replied, "Well, they're never easy. In fact, the task we received this time is not easy either. If that Soul Master and the Evil Soul Master hadn't fought to the death, it would still be quite challenging for us to deal with the Soul King. And there could even be a risk to our lives." Lin Luo Dao, "Can you talk about the missions you experienced before?" Hulaina wanted to speak, but Xiaoyu glanced at her, and Hulaina immediately shook her head. "No." "All right then." Lin Luo naturally noticed the small actions of Xiaoyu and Hulaina, so he didn't continue to ask. To be honest, it was quite boring to be with the three from the Golden Generation. Only Hulaina talked a bit more, while Xiaoyu and Yin hardly spoke, especially Yin, who could easily be mistaken for a mute. After eating for a while, Hulaina took the initiative to bring up a topic. "It seems that after this mission, we will welcome a new teammate." "A new teammate?" Lin Luo subconsciously asked. "Who is it?" Hulaina shook her head. "I don't know either, but we should know their identity before the next mission starts." After the dinner, Lin Luo returned to her residence. By this time, it was already dark. Lin Luo took a shower, washing away all his fatigue, and then prepared to lie on his bed to make a brief summary of his first task, before getting a good night's sleep. However, just as he changed into clean clothes and entered the room, he saw his teacher, Ghost Douluo. "How do you feel about your first task?" Ghost Douluo asked, his tone unusually devoid of coldness, slightly gentler, though still just a little bit. Lin Luo Dao, "It's very exciting, but unfortunately I didn't participate in the battle." Ghost Douluo doesn't seem to be interested in the process of the mission. The mist swirls, as if gently nodding, and then continues. "No matter what you do, you must act according to your capabilities. Life is the most important thing. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Got it, teacher. This is for you. Infuse it with soul power, and it can provide you with one defense. Consider it a graduation gift for you, as well as a gift for your first mission. Ghost Douluo reached out, and a gray cloth armor appeared in his hand. Lin Luo didn't expect that his teacher would bring him something good again. His eyes brightened slightly as he hurriedly took it, bowing and thanking. Thank you, teacher. Get some rest early. The voice of Ghost Douluo grew fainter and fainter, and when Lin Luo looked up, Ghost Douluo had already disappeared. Lin Luo looked at the spot where Ghost Douluo had just stood, a smile appearing on his face. His gaze fell on the gray cloth armor in his hands, and his heart was filled with warmth. Although teacher Ghost Douluo rarely spoke, he had never lacked in concern. From the skeleton ring to the self-created soul skill mystification, and now the gray cloth armor over the past year or so. Teacher Ghost Douluo had brought him many good things. Even if most of them were food, they were all quite exquisite. Lin Luo also knew that he was very busy, so he was even more grateful that he could take the time to care about him. The gray cloth armor in his hand was just an ordinary cloth armor design, with a slightly cold touch. Lin Luo glanced at it briefly and then put it on. It was a bit large, but after infusing it with soul power, it surprisingly adjusted to fit perfectly. Moreover, after infusing the soul power, Lin Luo could clearly feel a solid force enveloping his body if he were to be attacked. This force would provide him with strong defense. A soul guide device? The name involuntarily surfaced in Lin Luo's mind, but no matter what it is, this item is very practical, although it might not be of use to him. Indeed, Lin Luo might really not need it. Ordinary attacks and soul skills probably wouldn't cause any harm to Lin Luo. With continuous defensive enhancements, his body has become very strong. If he were to use the soul guiding lamp, he would likely be even more invincible. As for the specific extent of his defense, Lin Luo doesn't know. He would need to test it to find out. However, even if this gray cloth armor is not of use, Lin Luo will keep it, because it is a token of his teacher's goodwill. Lin Luo retracted the gray cloth armor back into the skeleton ring, as it was not suitable for sleeping. It was only meant to be worn during missions. Lying in bed, Lin Luo recalled his first mission. The process was quite smooth and very easy, and the rewards were substantial. First, there were several incomplete souls, followed by the souls of the Soul Sect and the Soul King, which greatly enhanced his abilities. He also learned through absorbing the souls of the Soul Sect and the Soul King that absorbing souls above the Soul Sect level might grant access to some of the original memories of those souls. How exactly this works will likely be revealed after a few more experiments. For Lin Luo, executing missions had become something to look forward to. He had also gained a rough understanding of the types of missions issued by the Spirit Hall, which are mostly about dealing with evil soul masters or other malevolent incidents. According to Hulaina, most missions would inevitably involve combat, and combat, unfortunately, leads to casualties. Whenever there are corpses, he could benefit from the situation. If he could harvest something every time, wouldn't that be wonderful? However, it seemed that evil soul masters were not as numerous as he had imagined, and they were hard to define. If strictly following the guidelines, even someone like Bai Bai Dong could be considered an evil soul master, with all interpretive power resting with the Spirit Hall. It seemed there were also rewards for this mission, but he had no idea what they would be. Lin Luo then thought of another thing. Hulaina said today that our team will have a new teammate, and it seems that this person will join us in the next few days. I wonder who it will be. After briefly sorting out his thoughts, Lin Luo closed his eyes and went to sleep. The next day, Lin Luo went about his usual routine, eating at the academy and training at the graveyard of chaos, until Emotionsweaves found him. 051. Special training. It was already evening when Lin Luo finished his training and saw Emotionsweaves' figure. Upon seeing Emotionsweaves, Lin Luo naturally thought that he was going to introduce the new teammate to him and felt a bit of anticipation. However, after asking, he was disappointed. Finished training? Yes. Teacher, what do you need from me? Emotionsweaves said, you probably won't have any tasks in the next few days, so let's continue with the practical training. Your first and second soul skills are almost trained, but the third soul skill was just obtained recently and needs further training. I will come to find you tomorrow morning, so please arrange your time a bit. Lin nodded. Okay, teacher, is there anything else? Emotionsweaves said, no, hurry up and go eat. Lin Luo felt a bit disappointed and said, teacher, you could have just talked about the training on the Jade Stone. Why did you have to come all the way here? Emotionsweaves replied, I mainly wanted to come and see how you were doing after your first mission. As I expected, you were excellent in every aspect. Some students experience psychological issues after their first mission, but it seems you are fine. All right, Lin Luo said. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Well, this is what I should do. Emotionsweaves smiled. Let's go, we'll go to the cafeteria together for dinner. Okay, Lin Luo nodded. The two left together, and on the way to the cafeteria, Lin Luo finally couldn't help but ask about the new teammates. Teacher, will there be new teammates joining our team? Emotionsweaves smiled upon hearing this. I suppose you heard some news from Hulaina. I knew her mouth wouldn't be sealed. There will be new team members joining within the next few days. I haven't received any more specific information yet, so I can't give you an accurate answer. Lin Luo nodded in a daze after hearing this. All right. He didn't expect the Spirit Hall to have such a good confidentiality system. And he also realized that this new teammate's identity was definitely not ordinary. The next day, Lin Luo went to the academy early as usual. When he finished breakfast in the cafeteria and arrived at the graveyard of the dead, Emotionsweaves was already waiting there. Having such a responsible teacher is quite nice and has a huge help in improving himself in various aspects. Although Lin Luo knew that he could enjoy such treatment because of his special identity, and partly because of his teacher Ghost Douluo's arrangements, he still felt grateful for Emotionsweaves' care. After a brief conversation, Lin Luo's specialized training began. At Emotionsweaves' gesture, Lin Luo activated his martial soul. The scythe and lantern appeared in his hands, connected by chains, both glowing with a green light. 3 soul rings, purple, and black, circled around Lin Luo, emitting a soul power fluctuation far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. When Emotionsweaves saw the black 10,000-year soul ring on Lin Luo, he was slightly taken aback, still feeling somewhat incredulous. Emotionsweaves then activated his own martial soul, knowing that Lin Luo's third soul skill was extraordinary. So he directly summoned the Jade Giant to accompany Lin Luo in training his third soul skill. Lin Luo was naturally very willing. This mass grave originally had quite a few trees, but now it had turned into a bare patch, all having suffered at his hands. And Emotionsweaves' Jade Summon was undoubtedly the best sparring partner, much more durable than those trees, allowing him to go all out without holding back. Let's get started, Emotionsweaves said. Lin Luo nodded and immediately used his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. Suddenly, the third soul ring on Lin Luo's body shone brightly. He swung his scythe forward, and an immense force erupted, causing the air to become hot. This powerful force surged towards the Jade Giant, actually forcing the tall Jade Giant to retreat, leaving behind a fire trail about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, with flames burning fiercely and releasing terrifying heat. The Jade Giant was also scorched by the flames, with its body slightly reddening. At the same time, Lin Luo was adorned with a flame armor that appeared indestructible. Emotionsweaves nodded in satisfaction. It seems you have trained your third soul skill, and your proficiency looks decent. Lin Luo said, I have practiced. Emotionsweaves replied. The power of your third soul skill is quite impressive, but it requires a high level of control over the distance and strength of the skill's release. Let's focus our training on these aspects, starting with controlling the release distance of the soul skill. All right. Subsequently, Lin Luo fully entered the training mode. While Emotionsweaves seriously observed the details of every soul skill release from Lin Luo, occasionally offering suggestions. After the distance control training, they moved on to strength control training. The so-called strength control training not only involves controlling the power of the soul skill, but also directing the impact force of the cursed pendulum. Lin Luo spent the most time on this aspect, mainly because it is really hard to control in this direction. Before training, he didn't think it was that difficult. But after training, he realized that controlling these aspects is very intricate. Originally planned for half a day of training, it ended up taking a whole day. However, Lin Luo gained a lot from it, becoming more proficient in using his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, and gradually solving some issues he faced. In the following 2 days, Lin Luo continued to train in this area until he completely mastered the third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum. During this time, he also practiced coordinating the third soul skill with the first and second soul skills, and the results were quite good. After 3 days of training, Lin Luo became more confident, feeling increasingly invincible and very much in need of a balanced battle to prove his strength. Although Emotionsweaves summoned Jade was good, it was clear that Emotionsweaves wouldn't fight with full strength, so the combat aspect was always slightly lacking. Moreover, no matter how many techniques he had, they would only be useful if applied in real combat. During these 3 days, Lin Luo had been looking forward to the appearance of new teammates, but was disappointed in the end. He hadn't seen the 3 from the Golden Generation during these days, and even suspected that they were on a mission without him. It wasn't until the morning of the fourth day that Lin Luo met the three from the Golden Generation, and besides them, he finally saw the new teammate. She wore a mask, had long golden hair casually draped over her shoulders, dressed in the sole master robe of the Spirit Hall, with an extremely voluptuous and perfect figure. Skin as white as snow, exuding a very special aura, noble and sacred. 052, the second mission, Soto City, Qianrenxue. If Lin Luo couldn't recognize this, then he would have truly wasted his time in Douluo. Even though Qianrenxue was wearing a mask, her unique aura already revealed her identity. In the Spirit Hall, the only one who could emanate a sacred aura would be from the Qian family, who possessed the angel spirit. However, according to the plot development in the book, Qianrenxue should have already been undercover in Notting City at this time, right? Could it be that her appearance led to a change in the plot? It's very possible. The butterfly effect is hard to say. After meeting, Hulaina began the introduction. Qianrenxue, angel spirit, soul power level 45. It really was Qianrenxue. Lin Luo, Soul Lock Warden spirit, soul power level 34. After a simple introduction, Xiaoyu then spoke. There's a new mission. The location is in Soto City, and the mission content is to capture a defector. Gather at the Academy Gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes, everyone replied, and Lin Luo also heard Qianrenxue's voice. It was very pleasant, definitely an elegant woman's voice. After that, everyone left, and there was no team dinner for the new member as Lin Luo had imagined. The new mission came much faster than Lin Luo expected. He originally thought he could rest for another 2 or 3 days, but unexpectedly, the new mission started tomorrow. However, thinking about it, he had already rested for several days, even though he had spent those days training. Qianrenxue's addition greatly enhanced the team's strength. It was estimated that it wouldn't be long before Xiaoyu would have to give up the captain position to Qianrenxue. Although there was no clear declaration of who the captain was in this team, various matters were basically arranged and announced by Xiaoyu. What surprised Lin Luo was Qianrenxue's soul power level. She was originally at level 20, yet now she was only at level 45, even without seeing her face. Judging by her height and figure, she must be at least 16 or 17 years old. It seems Qianrenxue still went undercover, but her undercover career ended prematurely. It should have ended early. Otherwise, such great talent would be wasted. He didn't know what the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were thinking. Actually, sending Qianrenxue to be an undercover agent? It was probably largely related to Bibi Dong, but a significant part might be Qianrenxue's own choice. Otherwise, with Ghost Douluo around, Bibi Dong wouldn't dare to do anything too excessive. And what did Qianrenxue's sudden return imply? Did Ghost Douluo and Bibi Dong reach some sort of consensus? Who cares? Why think so much? Just live well. With such a powerful teammate joining, the chances of encountering a crisis during missions and suddenly dying were lower. The rest of Lin Luo's day was spent in cultivation, without further training. He felt that his soul power level would soon be elevated, so he wanted to push harder for a breakthrough. He thought he had some time to cultivate, but the arrival of the mission disrupted his plans. However, having a mission was also a good thing, as there was a good chance to gain benefits during the mission. If he could absorb 1 or 2 slightly stronger soul master souls, he estimated he could naturally achieve a breakthrough. By the way, didn't they say there would be rewards for completing missions? The task from Grey Mist City had already been completed. Why hadn't the rewards been distributed yet? Day and night alternated, and a day quickly passed. Early the next morning, Lin Luo arrived at the academy. Undoubtedly, he was the first to arrive. The reason for being so early was partly due to his enthusiasm for the mission, but mainly because he wanted to eat at the academy cafeteria. After getting used to the cafeteria food, eating outside, unless it was top-notch cuisine, always felt lacking. After eating enough at the academy cafeteria, Lin Luo packed some food. When he returned to the academy gate, Qianrenxue had already arrived, still wearing her mask. Good morning, Lin Luo greeted with a smile. Qianrenxue merely nodded slightly, appearing somewhat aloof. After that, the two had no further conversation, waiting until Xiaoyu and the others arrived. Like the last mission, they first rented a carriage in the Spirit City and then headed straight to the mission location. Compared to the last mission, this one had a new teammate. Additionally, the mission location was farther away. It took half a day to reach Grey Mist City, but going to Soto City would likely take 3 to 4 days. However, it wasn't a big deal, as the specially made carriage was very comfortable, and no matter how far the journey, there was no fear. During the journey, everyone spoke very little. Xiaoyu and Yin were both naturally quiet, and Qianrenxue maintained her aloof demeanor. Only Lin Luo and Hulaina occasionally exchanged a few words. with everyone basically spending their time in cultivation, and the time passed quickly. 3 days later, the carriage entered Soto City. A small incident occurred when entering the city. The city guards stopped the carriage to inquire about their identities. When Xiaoyu presented the Spirit Hall's token, the guards immediately let them through, and each member of the guard was very respectful. Upon entering Soto City, what caught the eye was the bustling and lively streets, with people coming and going on the main road, and shops and stalls lining both sides. It's so lively here, much more than Spirit City. Hulaina's eyes sparkled. Xiaoyu replied, as one of the 2 major cities in the Balik Kingdom, Soto City is naturally bustling. It's not the first time visiting a city of this level. So what's the big deal? Hulaina said, isn't it true that we haven't received tasks in big cities for a long time? Lin Luo was also surveying Soto City at this time, and it was indeed much livelier than Spirit City. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of Shrek Academy. Lin Luo also noticed Qian Rinchue's reaction. She appeared very calm. Indeed, although Soto City is prosperous, it is still a bit lower in status compared to Heavendo City. From her perspective, she had the least experience. After entering the city, the carriage did not directly drive into the bustling streets, but went to a designated parking area for carriages. After securing the carriage, Lin Luo and her group set off for the Soto City branch of the Spirit Hall. Along the way, they admired the vibrant street scenery and finally stopped in front of a magnificent building. No matter which city it is, the Spirit Hall is always an iconic structure. Upon entering the branch hall, Xiaoyu revealed his identity and quickly received a warm welcome, but they did not meet the branch master. This was also normal. The branch masters of large cities always have a certain demeanor and cannot be as subservient as those in smaller cities like Fog City. Whether the branch master was present or not was not a big issue. Xiaoyu and the others quickly brought up the matter of their mission. 053. Location of the defector. Near Shrek Academy. Soto City, Spirit Hall branch, 2nd floor office. The one receiving Lin Luo and her group of 5 was a regular white-clothed deacon from the Soto City branch named Xiong Shouxian, a middle-aged man around 50 years old, with an ordinary appearance. The only distinguishing feature was that one of his ears was only half, which made him quite unremarkable. Without his Spirit Hall uniform, he would hardly stand out in a crowd. Yet, this seemingly mundane middle-aged man actually possessed the strength of a soul sage. This also highlights the disparity between the branches. The Fog City branch and the Soto City branch are not on the same level at all. The defector was originally a white-clothed deacon from our Soto City branch, responsible for managing the distribution of subsidies to soul masters. After being discovered for embezzlement, he chose to defect, killing 2 branch members during his escape. He is currently still near Soto City, and someone has already gone to track and investigate him. So, it is estimated that they will soon bring back the latest news. As he spoke, Xiong Shouxian took out 5 documents and handed them to Lin Luo and the others. The documents contained basic information and a portrait of the defector. Yu Xinglong, age 49, martial spirit, Toad, soul power level, 51. In the portrait, Yu Xinglong had a shifty-eyed appearance, with a prominent feature being a noticeable indentation on his forehead, as if a heavy hammer had struck it. This is the main information. The subsequent records detail Yu Xinglong's embezzlement and murder charges. Lin Luo and the others had just finished reviewing the materials when a young man rushed in urgently. Deacon Xiong, we have confirmed the exact location of Yu Xinglong. He's hiding in a village near Shrek Academy. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s with messy hair, small eyes, and a tall, thin build. Xiong Shouxian frowned slightly. How did you forget the rules again? The young man smiled awkwardly, briefly glanced at Lin Luo and the others, then immediately walked out and knocked on the door to re-enter. The young man wanted to report again. However, Xiong Shouxian raised his hand slightly to interrupt, saying calmly, no need to repeat. I'm not deaf. I already heard. As he spoke, Xiong Shouxian looked at Lin Luo and the other 5, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Gentlemen, Xiong Dashin is a new member who just joined the Soto City branch. He might not be familiar with the rules. Please forgive him. Hearing this, Xiong Dashin realized the unusual identities of the masked 5 and quickly bowed, saying, greetings, gentlemen. My name is Xiong Dashin. Xiong Shouxian glanced at Xiong Dashin with a hint of disdain in his tone. All right, you have no further business here. Hurry up and leave. Xiong Dashin quickly nodded. Understood. Deacon Xiong, Xiaoyu, and the others seemed to have gotten used to such scenes and remained unfazed. Lin Luo was still somewhat unaccustomed to the differential treatment based on identity, and the way he was called adult made his head throb. He couldn't help but sigh, wondering if all worlds were doomed to operate within a system. The 5 adults as you have just seen, have already determined the target's location, which is in a village near Shrek Academy in Soto City. There are only 2 villages there, and Shrek Academy is established in one of them. Xiong Shoshin said, taking out a map and handing it to Xiaoyu. This is a map of Soto City, and it marks the location of Shrek Academy. If you find Yu Shenglong, deal with him on the spot and bring back his corpse. Xiaoyu took it and nodded slightly. Understood. He then looked at Lin Luo and the others. Let's go. Following the map's guidance, Lin Luo and his group headed towards Shrek Academy. After leaving Soto City, Lin Luo finally couldn't hold back and asked, is it really necessary to call us all the way from Spirit City to handle just a Soul King? The strength of the Soto City branch should be sufficient, right? Lin Luo knew that Xiaoyu, Yin, and Qianren were unlikely to pay attention to him. So he directly asked Hu Laina. The last time he went to Grey Mist City to deal with the evil soul masters, Lin Luo could understand, as the fighting power of the branch hall in Grey Mist City was insufficient and needed support. However, this time on the way to Soto City, Lin Luo was puzzled. Given the specifications of the branch hall in Soto City, there shouldn't be a need for them to exert themselves, right? Moreover, coming all this way, it was likely that the situation would have cooled down. Hu Laina smiled gently at his words and replied, they all have their own things to do. Furthermore, if they finish everything, wouldn't we lose our purpose of existence? Liking to think is a good thing, but don't overthink it, as that will only add to your troubles. You just need to clarify your goal, which is to complete the task. Everything else is outside our consideration. All right, Lin Luo nodded. Hu Laina teased. It seems you are still just a little kid, with some ideas that are too naive and immature. There is still a lot for you to learn. Lin Luo Mei raised her eyebrows slightly and said, you make it sound like you're much older than me, in the body of this child. Although there's a soul in its 20s, Lin Luo is experiencing many things for the first time, so naturally there will be many things he doesn't understand. If he doesn't understand, he has to ask. Being ridiculed is inevitable. In terms of actual age, Lin Luo is the oldest among everyone present, but undeniably. In terms of experience, he may indeed be inferior to Hu Laina and the others. The 3 members of the Golden Generation have clearly carried out many missions and have become very mature and seasoned, probably having killed countless people. As for the newly joined teammate Qianren, there's even less to say. With her undercover career, the people and events she has encountered must be even more numerous. Perhaps it is precisely because she has gone through too much that she has become colder now. Additionally, Lin Luo's inability to accept the system arrangement of the Spirit Hall also contributes to his many questions. According to what Hu Laina said, their group is clearly just tools of the Spirit Hall, and they should just regard themselves as tools born for the mission. The possible difference between them and other tools is that their identities are slightly special, and the treatment they receive will be a bit better. For example, some seemingly foolish tasks might be prepared specifically for them, simply to give them more achievements, without needing to doubt the truth or falsehood of various information. The current task they're to execute might just be such a situation. With a map in hand, Lin Luo and the others successfully reached the village where Shrek Academy is located in less than an hour. If it weren't for the mission, Lin Luo would really like to take a look at Shrek Academy. After casually asking around in this village, Lin Luo and the others found a small path leading to the neighboring village. If all goes well, achievements are waiting for them there. 054, a person waiting for death. Coming all the way from the Spirit City just to kill someone feels a bit crazy to Lin Luo at the moment. However, he quickly recalled what Hu Laina had said and continuously hypnotized himself in his heart, treating himself as an emotionless tool. Following the small path between the villages, Lin Luo and the others smoothly arrived at the neighboring village of the one where Shrek Academy is located. This village is not large, and finding people is not difficult. Lin Luo and the others just casually inquired and found the exact location of their target, which was a bit too smooth. Lin Luo even doubted the authenticity of the information and considered whether it might be a trap or something similar. However, the calmness of Hu Laina and the others compelled him to remain calm as well. It seemed that Hu Laina and the others had already experienced such situations before. In just a few minutes, Lin Luo and the others arrived near a wooden cabin. This place was located at the corner of the village, with a small river nearby. Lin Luo and the others immediately activated their martial spirits, and everyone entered a state of battle. When Lin Luo activated his martial spirit, the usually aloof Qianren finally glanced at him a few more times. Lin Luo had long been accustomed to the feeling of being watched with strange eyes by others. The 5 of them moved forward together, approaching the wooden house. When they were about 10 meters away, Lin Luo clearly heard the voice of a middle-aged man coming from inside the house, speaking in a very gentle tone. "Mom, you can sleep peacefully. I won't go anywhere. I know. I will eat well. You don't have to worry about me. Sleep, sleep. It won't be long before I come to find you." When he heard the last sentence, the tone changed noticeably, becoming very flat. Before Lin Luo and the others could get any closer, the door of the wooden house slowly opened. A middle-aged man with a rather bulky physique stepped out, looking exactly like the image of Yu Shenglong. He had thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes, with a deep indentation on his forehead, as if a heavy hammer had struck it. To confirm they hadn't found the wrong person, Lin Luo took out Yu Shenglong's information to take another look. Before Lin Luo could further ascertain, the middle-aged man took the initiative to speak. "No need to look anymore. I am Yu Shenglong, the person you're looking for." As he spoke, Yu Shenglong activated his martial soul, accompanied by a wave of soul power. Yu Shenglong's appearance became even more grotesque. His already rough skin was covered with layers of black cysts, resembling the skin of a toad. His head became flat, his mouth very large, and his cheeks puffed out like balls. Meanwhile, 5 soul rings, white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, slowly rose from beneath Yu Shenglong's feet, symbolizing his rank as a soul king. "Let's solve this over there. My mom is already asleep, and I don't want to disturb her." After activating his martial soul, Yu Shenglong spoke again. His voice had become very strange. Xie Yu and the others merely glanced at Yu Shenglong and then retreated, while Lin Luo just needed to follow his teammates' lead. Yu Shenglong did not choose to flee, but followed them instead, and they eventually confronted each other in a relatively open area about 100 meters away from the wooden house. 2,000-year soul rings, 1 10,000-year soul ring. I didn't expect to see such a presence in the end. It seems the spirit hall really values me. Ha 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 ha. Yu Shenglong let out a strange laugh. As his laughter echoed, the first soul ring on him began to flicker with a faint light. The battle was about to erupt at this moment, and there was no need for further idle talk. Yu Shenglong's first soul skill resembled a sound wave attack. His laughter was not particularly loud, but it carried a certain impact. The surrounding trees and flowers began to lean, and the clothes on Lin Luo and the others were blown backward. However, this level of force clearly couldn't harm them. Lin Luo and the others immediately took action without any mercy. Lin Luo was the fastest to strike, his first soul ring flashing as he activated Death Judgment. He threw his scythe towards Yu Shenglong, who, seeing this, dropped to all fours and surprisingly unleashed an incredible leap, soaring up to 6 or 7 meters high in an attempt to dodge Lin Luo's scythe. However, this wasn't Lin Luo's first time using Death Judgment. His proficiency with the soul skill was already very high, and with the increase in his strength, the power of his soul skills had also been further enhanced, allowing for more complex maneuvers. Almost at the moment Yu Shenglong jumped, the scythe followed his trajectory closely. Ultimately, it successfully bound Yu Shenglong and pulled him back down to the ground. The sharp blade of the scythe sank deeply into Yu Shenglong's body, and dark brown blood flowed uncontrollably, revealing a look of pain on Yu Shenglong's face. When Lin Luo took action, Hulaina and the others were not idle, and they had already approached Yu Shenglong. Hulaina activated her Fox Charm skill to further control Yu Shenglong, while Xie Yu's moon blade deeply pierced Yu Shenglong's body, creating a massive wound. Yin threw a punch that left a charred mark on Yu Shenglong and also knocked him back. At this moment, Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern followed closely behind. The lantern, glowing green, was thrown into the sky and instantly became enormous, subsequently enveloping Yu Shenglong, who let out a painful howl. Among the 5, the only one who did not make a move was Qian Renxue, and judging by her stance, she seemed to have no intention of attacking. Given the current situation, it really didn't matter whether Qian Renxue took action, as the situation had stabilized completely, and killing Yu Shenglong was merely a matter of time. Lin Luo and the others also noticed that Yu Shenglong seemed to have been prepared for death for a long time. Since the battle began, he had only used one first soul skill. Otherwise, with the strength of a soul king, he could still struggle a bit and wouldn't end up in such a dire situation. The attacking effect of the soul guiding lantern was decent, but it was obviously unable to kill Yu Shenglong immediately. In order for his teammates to output better, Lin Luo immediately recalled the lantern. Lin Luo could certainly use the chains to pull himself to Yu Shenglong's side, then unleash his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, maximizing his output. A quick strike, but the risk is there. After all, Yu Shenglong is a soul king. Who knows if he might suddenly counterattack with a life-threatening move. Dangerous business, right? Let the teammates handle the heads. The moon blade of Xiaoyu pierced through Yu Shenglong's chest, his life force rapidly fading, his soul rings disappearing, and his eyes losing their light. He was dead. 055, I just want to save her, that's all. Xiaoyu withdrew his moonblade, and Yu Shenglong fell to the ground, completely becoming a corpse. Lin Luo had already confirmed Yu Shenglong's death at this point, as he saw a glowing green orb above Yu Shenglong's corpse. In accordance with his duty to protect his teammates, Lin Luo immediately rushed towards Xiaoyu, pretending to put on the Soul Lantern's shield and ultimately reached the front of Yu Shenglong's body successfully. Holding the lantern, Lin Luo merely focused his mind, and the green orb slowly floated into the lantern. Soon after, he received a system notification. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 80 defense and 16 soul power. Similar to the previous absorption of the soul of Soul Sect and Soul King, Lin Luo first experienced a comfortable sensation, followed by a sharp pain in his brain, as a wave of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind. Inside a dilapidated wooden house, an old woman lay on the bed, gravely ill and barely breathing. A shifty-eyed man sat by the bed, talking to himself in a somewhat neurotic manner. He had a very distinctive physical feature, a deep indentation on his forehead, as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Yes, this man was Yu Shenglong. However, at this time, Yu Shenglong was still wearing the ordinary servant uniform of the Spirit Hall. Mom, I found a way to save you. I just need a little more money. Money is just a small issue. Give me some time, and I can definitely gather it. It's fine. How could they possibly deceive me? If they dare to trick me, I will definitely kill them. I worked so hard to finally join the Spirit Hall, and you shouldn't feel too proud of me. I feel like my life is just beginning. Please don't brag to the neighbors. That would put a lot of pressure on me. Those guys are really hard to get along with, all wearing hypocritical masks, only liking to hear good things. Once you say something real, they'll turn against you immediately. Working with these people is really annoying. It's fine. I can endure it. As long as I can save you, what does this so-called job matter? I've been diligent, yet I'm still at the bottom. They flatter and fawn over others and rise step by step. I've had enough of this. I really don't care about this job anymore. So you shouldn't feel any psychological burden. How could that be? I'm your son. How could I dislike you? Please don't say such things in the future. The scene abruptly stopped, but the information was already sufficient. Yu Shenglong was trying to make money to treat his mother, but he was most likely deceived, and he probably killed the person who tricked him. This aligned perfectly with all the evidence against Yu Shenglong for corruption and killing 2 Spirit Hall staff members. It seems the Spirit Hall is not as bright as imagined, and there is no absolute light in this world. At this moment, Xiaoyu and the others were also preparing to check the wooden house, and Lin Luo immediately followed their footsteps. Upon arriving at the wooden house, there was no one inside. Only an image of an old woman was placed on a shabby wooden bed. The old woman's appearance was exactly like that of the dying old woman Lin Luo had just seen, and without a doubt, she was Yu Shenglong's mother. Reflecting on the earlier scenes and Yu Shenglong's monologue, Lin Luo sighed inwardly, his emotions affected to some extent. This also raised a slight concern in Lin Luo's heart. If he were to absorb more souls of this level or higher in the future, wouldn't he be greatly affected? Would he also become a madman someday? Once memories appear, it's difficult to get rid of them. They can only be slowly forgotten over time. When countless painful memories are mixed together, even a normal person could go mad, right? Why think so much? He would deal with it when he really had that many souls to absorb in the future. Moreover, even though both souls were of the Soul King level, why were the attributes contributed by Yu Shenglong's soul so much worse than those from the soul of the evil soul master Zhong Hanmo absorbed in Grey Mist City? The fluctuations of soul power they released were not significantly different, so how could there be such a large gap in attributes? Could it be that the attributes brought by the souls of evil soul masters were better? Lin Luo and the others only took a glance at the wooden house before leaving to return the body to Soto City. It is worth mentioning that Xiaoyu and his group are quite professional in handling corpses, equipped with specialized shrouds, while Yin was responsible for carrying the body. From their incredibly skilled operations, it was clear that these adults might very well specialize in this line of work in the future. After bringing Yu Shenglong's body back to the branch hall in Soto City, Lin Luo and the others had completed their task. What surprised Lin Luo was that the branch hall staff suddenly became much more enthusiastic. Even the branch hall master, who hadn't even seen it first, came out to greet them warmly. On the way back to Wuhuan City, Lin Luo asked for clarification, and from Hulaina, he learned that while they were fighting Yu Shenglong, the branch hall members were likely watching nearby. When they saw the combination of purple, and black soul rings, they naturally became more respectful. So, it turns out it was because of his adult aura. The journey was calm, and after returning to Wuhuan City, Lin Luo and the others found a place to have a meal together to celebrate the successful completion of their task. As expected, Qianren did not participate. There was nothing much to say during the meal. Everyone ate their own food, and only Lin Luo and Hulaina exchanged a few words occasionally, while Xiaoyu and Yin remained as silent as ever. Lin Luo had gradually gotten used to having these teammates, and there was nothing he could do about it. After the gathering ended, Lin Luo returned to his place. He continued his usual routine, taking a shower and then comfortably going to sleep. However, this time, Lin Luo did not see his anticipated teacher, Ghost Douluo. It seemed that the old man was indeed quite busy. The next day, Lin Luo returned to his repetitive days. But recently he had a clearer goal, to reach level 35. Continuous soul supplies brought him closer to level 35, and he needed to spend some time to fully master the soul power brought by those souls. Although he longed to become stronger quickly, when the time came for rapid improvement, he was able to maintain his original intention, constantly consolidating his strength to avoid hastily seeking success and jeopardizing his future. In the following days, Lin Luo spent all his time on training, except for eating, drinking, and other necessities. You could say he was cheating, but you couldn't completely overlook his efforts. On the evening of the 5th day, Lin Luo's soul power level successfully rose to 35. It was also on this day that Lin Luo received a new mission. This time, the mission location was actually in Notting City. 056, Soul Master Body Trade. The sky was gradually darkening as Lin Luo walked on his way back, holding a piece of jade in his hand, from which the voice of the evil moon was coming. The mission content was about the trade of soul master bodies, which was likely related to evil soul masters. We will gather at the old place tomorrow morning and set off for Notting City. A very simple and clear sentence, and then there was no further sound. Lin Luo put away the jade. The trade of soul master bodies? In Lin Luo's mind, a scene involuntarily surfaced. A thin man carrying the corpse of a soul master to their family's coffin shop for business. That was more than a year ago, on the day of his martial soul awakening, so the memory was particularly vivid. Could it be so sinister? Could it be that the trade of soul master corpses began back then? Just thinking about this gave Lin Luo a chilling feeling. Hopefully, it doesn't involve my family. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Luo still did not see his teacher, Ghost Douluo. It had been a long time since he last saw him. Could it be that he went out on a mission? The next day, Lin Luo gathered with his teammates at the entrance of the Soul Master Academy. As before, they rented a carriage in Soul City and set off towards Notting City. Of course, Qianren was also present, but as usual, she maintained her aloof demeanor, giving off a do-not-approach vibe. Once again renting a carriage, Lin Luo couldn't help but ask, since we often carry out missions, why don't we just buy a carriage? Wouldn't that be more cost-effective? To Lin Luo's surprise, it was Xiaoyu who answered his question this time. Renting a carriage means the spirit hall pays for it, but buying one means we pay for it ourselves. All right then. Lin Luo immediately understood the operation of Evil Moon and the others. At this moment, Hulaina added, the main issue is that this carriage is too expensive, and it requires dedicated care every so often, which is too troublesome. After that, everyone fell into a silent way of coexisting. 5 days later, they arrived at Notting City. Indeed, Notting City was further away than Soto City, but this time Lin Luo did not have any doubts. Part of the reason was that the task in Soto City had already given him experience. Besides, being able to go home made the distance acceptable. It had been over a year since he last visited home, and this task was a perfect opportunity to see his family. As he stepped into Notting City, a long-lost sense of familiarity greeted him, bringing a comforting feeling that no bustling or high-end city could provide. After the carriage was parked, Lin Luo and the others headed directly to the Notting City branch, and along the way, Lin Luo's gaze swept over familiar sights. It had been more than a year since he left, but Notting City remained unchanged. However, this was quite normal for a small city like Notting City. It would be hard to see significant changes even over 10 or 8 years, let alone 1 year. Lin Luo, why do I feel like you were more excited to come to this small city than when we went to the big city of Soto? His teammates quickly noticed Lin Luo's difference, and Hulaina directly asked with a smile. Under the mask, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. This is where I grew up. Although Lin Luo had only been in this world for a few years, Notting City gave him a special sense of belonging. Hulaina gently nodded and did not ask further. The team avoided discussing sensitive topics like birth and background. Soon, Lin Luo and his group arrived at the Notting City branch. Lin Luo saw a familiar face, the branch master of the Notting City branch, Lan Huanxue. In just a year, Grandpa Lan seemed to have aged a lot, and his overall mental state looked quite poor, likely related to the Soul Master Corpse trading incident. Esteemed lords, this way please. Lan Huanxue warmly welcomed Lin Luo and his group, ultimately leading them to an office on the second floor. Perhaps Lan Huanxue sensed a familiar feeling from Lin Luo, as his gaze frequently fell upon him. Seeing a familiar face, Lin Luo also wanted to greet him, but if he did, it would defeat the purpose of wearing a mask. He decided to go straight to the task. Xiaoyu, as always, emphasized efficiency. Lan Huanxue nodded with a smile and immediately began discussing the Soul Master Corpse trading incident. Just a few days ago, our branch discovered the trading of Soul Master's corpses, with many people purchasing them and commissioning corpse movers to deliver them to designated locations. Upon discovering this, we immediately launched an investigation. After our investigation, we learned that those who purchased the corpses were also following someone else's orders, and the clues ended there. The delivery locations of the corpses were also uncertain. But after our in-depth investigation, we ultimately locked onto a village near Notting City called Dog King Village. Just this morning, 2 of our personnel went to investigate, and we have not heard any news from them since. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. We understand. Leave the subsequent matters to us. Lan Huanxue immediately smiled and agreed. Okay. Thank you, esteemed lords. He then took out a map and handed it to Xiaoyu. My lord, this is the map of Notting City, and the target location has been marked. Xiaoyu took it and then left with Lin Luo and the others. As the 5 of them departed, Lan Huanxue's gaze remained on Lin Luo. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, how can there be such a small lord? Or is his physique inherently small? It's been over a year since that kid Lin Luo left. If he eats and drinks well, he should have grown taller by now. Could this lord be Lin Luo? But how is that possible? Even if that kid had a level 20 innate soul power, he couldn't possibly reach the level of a soul venerable in just 1 year. It seems I've really become muddled. Lan Huanxue rubbed his somewhat swollen head. Now that the lords from Wuhuan City are here, let's leave the rest to them. These troublesome matters should come to an end. On the streets of Notting City, Xiaoyu glanced at the map and quickly determined the route to Dog King Village. Lin Luo didn't need to look at a map. Upon hearing the name of Dog King Village, he already had a route planned out in his mind. However, he also understood that he needed to keep as much information to himself as possible. Otherwise, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. Due to the nature of his family's coffin business, Lin Luo had visited many villages near Notting City, and Dog King Village was the one that left the deepest impression on him aside from Holy Soul Village. There was no need for him to experience anything particularly special there. Just the name itself was enough to make it incredibly easy to remember. The name of Dog King Village also has its origins. Much like Holy Soul Village produced a Soul Saint, Dog King Village produced a Soul King. As for the martial soul of that Soul King, it was evidently related to dogs. Lin Luo still clearly remembers that year when his father asked the village chief of Dog King Village why it wasn't called Wolf King Village, as that would sound better. The village chief of Dog King Village replied seriously, "What we want is authenticity. Calling it Wolf King would disrespect the Soul King who came from this village." Lin Luo couldn't help but smile slightly as he recalled the events. It was a calm journey, and the 5 of them reached Dog King Village in just an hour. There were 2 Soul Kings and a danger level of 0.57. Dog King Village was no different from an ordinary village, clearly a poorer one. In fact, it was evident that even if a Soul King or a Soul Sage emerged from the village, or even a god, it wouldn't necessarily bring significant changes to the village. Once they left, they likely wouldn't return, and at most, the village might just change its name. It's worth mentioning that Dog King Village is not far from Holy Soul Village, just separated by 1 village. Walking along the small path between the villages, one could see wooden houses and thatched cottages built against the mountains, and in the distance, many villagers were seen farming on the barren land. Just then, an old man passed by, and Lin Luo and the others immediately approached him to inquire about the situation. "Excuse me, sir. Have you seen any personnel from the Wuhuan Hall come to the village?" Lin Luo politely asked. The old man looked at Lin Luo and the others with a puzzled expression. "What hall?" "Wuhuan Hall," Lin Luo replied. The old man still looked confused. "What's Soul Hall?" Lin Luo. At this moment, a middle-aged man ran over, protecting the old man behind him, and looked at Lin Luo and their group with vigilance. "What do you want?" the middle-aged man asked. Lin Luo repeated the question he had just asked. The middle-aged man immediately responded, "I have seen them. They went to the back mountain." While replying to Lin Luo, the middle-aged man had been sizing up Lin Luo and the others' attire. and only felt at ease when he finally saw the emblem of the spirit hall. How do we get to the back mountain? Lin Luo asked immediately. The middle-aged man had become much more polite by this time. Just follow this road straight ahead. When you reach the end of the road, there will be a fork. Just go left. Do you need me to guide you? Xiaoyu said. No need. Thank you. The middle-aged man immediately smiled and said, It's my duty to help. Spirit Master. Lin Luo and the others then proceeded along the route indicated by the middle-aged man. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the foot of a large mountain. Ahead was a muddy path, where some fresh footprints could be seen. Further ahead, there was a steep path leading up the mountain. Without needing much reminder, everyone activated their martial souls. After activating their martial souls, Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Lin Luo. Once we get up the mountain, try to see if you can sense the presence of souls. Okay, Lin Luo nodded. Although the mountain before them was only about 200 meters high, finding someone here was not an easy task. Fortunately, as long as the target was linked to the evil soul master, special spiritual body martial soul users could play a significant role in locating people. Lin Luo even suspected that there might be a special spirit body soul master in every team, specifically responsible for finding people. After continuing along the relatively steep mountain path for about 5 minutes, Lin Luo and the others arrived at a wider mountain path. They continued forward, and Lin Luo began to concentrate, sensing the presence of souls around him. In fact, there was no need for excessive operation. As long as he was in the state of activating his martial soul, he could directly see any nearby souls. However, professionals should perform professional tasks. And even if this professional operation is merely for show, it still needs to be present. The appearance of the mountain path already indicated that Lin Luo and the others were getting closer to their target. In this Dog King village, there are only 2 mountains, and the one ahead was already inhabited. Even if there were evil soul masters engaging in secret activities here, they must be on this mountain. Having experienced 2 missions, Lin Luo had a preliminary understanding of the operational routines of the Spirit Hall. When the branch hall encounters difficulties, it will report to the Spirit City immediately, and then the Spirit City will send people to execute the mission. After reporting, the branch hall doesn't just sit idle. Instead, it continues related investigations until the personnel from the Spirit City arrive, with both tasks proceeding simultaneously. Essentially, once the personnel from the Spirit City arrive at the mission site, they just need to execute the task directly. Of course, there will always be exceptions. Some tasks that are clearly meant to earn merit will be somewhat special, like the previous mission in Soto City. This is just Lin Luo's personal understanding. To know the specifics, he would need to carry out several more missions. Some of the details are evidently not as simple as imagined. After continuing along the mountain path for a few more minutes, Lin Luo and the others arrived at a bamboo forest. Within the bamboo forest, there was a relatively open area where a bamboo house stood. Lin Luo's gaze fell upon the bamboo house, and he felt a special sense of awareness in his heart. He involuntarily took a few steps forward and then saw an incredibly dense cluster of green light within the bamboo house. Prepare for battle here, Lin Luo immediately said in a low voice. Xiaoyu and the others had been in a tense state of readiness, and upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, they immediately sprang into action. They approached the bamboo house together, trying to keep their footsteps as light as possible. However, just after they took a few steps, a cold laugh came from the direction of the bamboo house. Are a few more people here die? It seemed that waiting a little longer had indeed been the right choice. Since they were planning to change locations anyway, they might as well take down a few more prey along the way. It was still discovered, and it should have been discovered. Although the villains were wicked, they were not foolish. Whoosh! With a sound like a whistle, an arrow formed from condensed blood energy shot through the air. Lin Luo and the other 4 reacted very quickly, easily dodging the blood-red arrows. The blood-red arrow ultimately embedded itself in a bamboo stalk, appearing to lack significant destructive power, as it couldn't even penetrate the bamboo. However, the next scene was chilling. The blood-red arrow suddenly exploded, releasing a cloud of blood mist that spread out, engulfing all life within a 5-meter radius. The bamboo that was hit, along with several others nearby, instantly withered. Following the first blood-red arrow, a second and then a third shot through the air with increasing speed, eventually evolving into dozens of arrows. Lin Luo and the others continuously dodged, constantly pushing the limits of their reflexes. In just a short while, this bamboo forest had turned into a desolate scene, with most of the bamboo and other vegetation completely withered, crumbling at the slightest touch. Lin Luo and his companions were not hit by a single arrow. completely relying on their own reflexes to dodge all the projectiles. Not bad, not bad. It has been a long time since I've seen someone with such quick reflexes. And 5 of them appeared at once. What? I thought I was seeing things just a soul master. Yet they actually possess 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring. Above the bamboo house, a black figure appeared at some unknown time, holding a blood-red bow and arrow, with a scarred face that contorted into an expression of utter shock. He had a total of 5 soul rings, and they were a very standard soul ring configuration. At this moment, another voice came from outside the bamboo forest. Stop dazing around there, quickly deal with them. Their identities are clearly not normal. If we continue to drag this out, we will both die. Outside the bamboo forest, a tall, middle-aged man appeared at some unknown time, also surrounded by 5 soul rings, and similarly holding a blood-red bow and arrow. 058, the real version of a 5-man squad. The teammates are decent. Suddenly facing 2 soul kings made the situation undoubtedly more severe for Lin Luo and his companions. With their combined strength, dealing with 1 soul king was certainly more than enough, but facing the onslaught of 2 soul kings at the same time made the situation hard to assess, especially since the strength of these 2 soul kings was not low. Their imposing aura was even stronger than that of the evil soul master Zhong Hanmo that Lin Luo encountered in Grey Mist City. Definitely not the kind of existence that had just reached the Soul King level. Indeed, Lin Luo and his companions had very strong combat power, which allowed them to fight above their level. In battle, 1 + 1 was obviously greater than 2, and Lin Luo and his companions were exactly in such a situation, and now this scenario was laid out before them. After the 2 Soul Kings appeared, there was no more unnecessary chatter. Their first soul rings lit up simultaneously, and arrows formed from condensed blood energy appeared in their hands as they immediately knocked their bows and shot. Lin Luo and the others naturally would not choose to sit and wait for their fate. They immediately began to take action. Lin Luo activated the Soul Guiding Lantern, positioning it ahead, directed towards the Soul King standing on the bamboo house, and the 5 of them immediately charged in that direction. It was undoubtedly foolish to fight individually when facing a strong enemy. The right choice was to gather all their strength and take them down one by one. Having a group of excellent teammates was comfortable. There was no need for excessive communication, as everyone knew what to do. The arrows formed from blood mist whistled toward them, and Lin Luo and the others maneuvered, always keeping their target in front, quickly entering the Soul Guiding Lantern. Once inside the lantern, a sense of security washed over them. The seemingly powerful blood-red arrows could not penetrate the lantern, only slowly fading its color. However, the lantern could not be moved. It could only change the nature of attack and defense. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have been able to carry the lantern and advance with his teammates. The reason he didn't T-release the lantern on the spot was that only within the lantern could they be protected. Dropping it at a distance allowed them to have cover while advancing and getting closer to the target more smoothly. This distance was enough. I'll initiate the attack. Necessary communication within the team was still required. After entering the lantern, Lin Luo immediately shouted in a deep voice. Then his first soul ring suddenly lit up, and the scythe in his hand flew out towards the Soul King on the bamboo house. The opponent was clearly not foolish. Upon seeing the scythe approaching, he immediately dodged and used a soul skill to evade. His second soul ring lit up, and a flash of blood-red light flickered as the Soul King moved to the side of the bamboo house, drawing his bow and shooting arrows faster than before. Another Soul King was also approaching, continuously attacking, but for the time being, they could not break through the lantern. The terrifying defense astonished them. Goodness, he actually has a teleportation ability. Let us just call that soul skill teleportation. But even with teleportation, what difference does it make? Lin Luo manipulated the scythe to suddenly turn, maintaining its speed, and continued to strike at the Soul King. The Soul King turned his head to take a look, his eyes involuntarily widening. By that time, he realized it was too late to notice the scythe. Poochie! The blade pierced into the Soul King's shoulder, and the chain tightly wrapped around him, successfully executing the death sentence. Lin Luo didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately used the pull of the chains to quickly draw himself to the Soul King's side. At this moment, the impressive move came into play. Lin Luo simply reached back and grabbed at the empty space, and his teammates followed suit. It wasn't a big deal that his teammates couldn't light the lanterns. He could directly control it, thanks to the powerful spatial force inherent in the soul-calling lantern. Unlike the lanterns in the game that could only pull one person, The lantern Lin Luo currently possessed could pull an entire group and also prevent foolish teammates from stubbornly refusing to light the lanterns. The arrival of Lin Luo made the Soul King smile, but when Lin Luo brought his teammates along, the Soul King was dumbfounded. Hu Lai's Fox Charm immediately activated, further controlling the Soul King, while Xiaoyu and Qianrenxue began their assault. As for Yin, as a meat shield, he had to have the awareness of a meat shield, proactively stepping behind his teammates, activating his soul skill to block the attack from another Soul King. Swish! The moon blade in Xiaoyu's hand made a powerful slash, directly decapitating that Soul King, who was already riddled with wounds from the attacks of Xiaoyu and Qianrenxue. The body of a weapon soul master is inherently less durable than that of a beast soul master. Even with the strength of a Soul King, they would still feel extremely powerless against such output. Not to mention that Xiaoyu and the others' output was no joke, especially since Qianrenxue was a soul sect, making the gap with the Soul King not hard to surpass. After swiftly eliminating that Soul King, Lin Luo and the others immediately turned their attention. Lin Luo didn't rush to use the hook again. The distance was too far, and he didn't have absolute confidence in hitting, especially since the other Soul King had already begun to unleash his ultimate move. Suddenly, the fourth soul ring on that Soul King lit up, and the arrow in his hand became exceptionally dazzling, filled with violent energy. Skillfully pulling back the bow to a full moon, he then shot it. Whoosh! The arrow flew swiftly through the air, creating ripples of energy, with blood-colored energy trailing behind, as if providing further power to the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow was right in front of Lin Luo and the others. At a critical moment, Qianrenxue's fourth soul ring lit up and golden light surged, instantly condensing into a golden light shield in front of everyone. However, someone was faster. The massive lantern that had appeared before reappeared, enveloping everyone within it, bringing an immeasurable sense of security. Boom! The arrow, carrying terrifying power, plunged into the lantern but only advanced a meter before it could go no further, followed by a violent explosion with blood-colored energy raging outward, instantly creating a large pit. From a distance, Lu Qiuan saw his soul skill successfully hit and let out a long sigh. Finally, it's over. I didn't expect that Zhui Yuanliang would ultimately fall here. However, when the dust settled, Lin Luo and the others were completely unharmed, though the lantern had dimmed significantly. Lu Qiuan immediately showed a ghost-like expression. How is this possible? Although it was hard to believe, Lu Qiuan's reaction was relatively quick. If the fourth soul skill didn't work, then he would use the fifth soul skill. The fifth soul ring on Lu Qiuan lit up, and the longbow in his hand became larger, with a purple arrow appearing. Although the purple arrow looked bright and beautiful, it was actually filled with a bloody and evil aura. He drew the bow and shot the arrow in one fluid motion, ultimately unleashing his strongest attack. 059, sorry, I'm cheating. Whoosh! The purple arrow quickly approached, and this time Lin Luo could no longer create the soul guiding lantern. Releasing a soul skill requires guidance, and even instant guidance still has a process. It was already incredibly impressive that he could consecutively use the same soul skill in such a short time. The soul guiding lantern, having already endured one explosion, clearly could not withstand the opponent's ultimate move again, but Lin Luo was not worried at all. He wasn't fighting alone. Without needing to be reminded, as the meat shield of the team, Yin immediately stepped forward, activating his soul skills one after another, turning his body into the most solid meat shield, while Qianrenxue also continued to raise her angel shield to block in front. The purple arrow arrived in an instant, resulting in another violent explosion. This explosion was even more powerful than the previous one, with sand and stones flying everywhere. However, the explosion's power was secondary. The main threat was the evil aura produced after the explosion, which could cause instant downfall. Under the erosion of the evil aura, one would die on the spot. This should finally be the end. After releasing the fifth soul skill, Lu Qiuan's face looked slightly pale. The fifth soul skill was the strongest move and also the most consuming of soul power. If it weren't for the circumstances, he wouldn't want to use it. Looking at the current situation, perhaps it would have been wiser to use this move from the start. Then his good brother, Zhui Yuanliang, wouldn't have died. But Zhui Yuanliang deserved it. He knew these guys were extraordinary and still fought with a playful attitude, which was simply asking for death. Once again, when the dust settled, Lin Luo and his 5 companions were still unharmed, though they looked a little dusty. Yin's body was slightly trembling, while Qianrenxue was glowing with golden light. and her third soul ring was also shining. Lu Chuan was once again dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, almost popping out, his mouth involuntarily gaping wide enough to fit a fist. This time, without waiting for Lu Chuan to react, Lin Luo decisively struck. The first soul ring on him lighting up again as the death judgment was unleashed. The control skill's main focus was on surprise. The sides swiftly advanced, reaching Lu Chuan in an instant. Lu Chuan reacted quickly, immediately activating his second soul skill, using the same teleportation as Zhui Yuanliang, but his fate was obviously unchangeable, and he would meet the same end as Zhui Yuanliang. The scythe turned and successfully hit Lu Chuan, instantly controlling him. The third soul ring on Lu Chuan lit up, and a blood-colored aura erupted from him, as if he had gained immense power, trying to use it to break free from the chains. But it was difficult to do so. Even if he could break free in the end, it would take some time. The chains began to pull, and Lin Luo once again ventured deep alone, but this time he didn't have the lantern to lead his teammates to beat up the isolated target. However, it was a big problem. Lin Luo was very confident in his output. Relying on the pull of the chains, Lin Luo quickly approached Lu Chuan, and when he was still 5 meters away from him, he suddenly stopped, the third soul ring lighting up as the doom pendulum activated. The scythe instantly returned to Lin Luo's hand, and he swung the scythe forcefully forward, unleashing a powerful force. During this process, scorching energy erupted suddenly, enveloping Lin Luo's entire body in fiery red energy, including the scythe and lantern in his hand, as the fire armor quietly formed. That terrifying power surged towards Lu Chuan ahead. With such a short distance and such a quick action, Lu Chuan naturally had no time to react. A look of terror first appeared on Lu Chuan's face, which was soon replaced by pain, and then his entire face was covered in agony, beginning to twist gradually. His clothes started to tear apart, along with his flesh, and his bones began to crack as his body involuntarily retreated. Terrifying high temperatures surged from all around, and a path of flames suddenly appeared, with Lu Chuan right in the middle, suffering the scorching heat of the flames, the intense pain reaching his very soul. After Lin Luo completed the doom pendulum, the blade of the scythe in his hand was also engulfed in flames. He decisively swung it out to continue dealing damage. The blade easily pierced into Lu Chuan's body, further draining the little life he had left. In just a few breaths, Lu Chuan fell to the ground with a loud crash, dying even more tragically than Zhui Yuanliang. Lin Luo let out a long sigh. It's over. After saying that, Lin Luo suddenly felt particularly strange and instinctively swung the scythe to strike Lu Chuan again. Only after confirming that a green light cluster had appeared on Lu Chuan's corpse did he finally feel at ease. By the way, Lin Luo collected Lu Chuan's soul. When he turned around, he saw his teammates looking at his handsome self. Done deal. Lin Luo said calmly that it was clearly impossible to hide his achievements and fame now, and he could only try to be as low-key as possible. Xiaoyu and the others were obviously shocked by Lin Luo's terrifying combat power, all slightly stunned. Hulaina even exclaimed directly, "I didn't realize you were this strong during our training before." Lin Luo calmly responded, "Of course, the practical operation is different. The battle is over. It's time to clean up the battlefield." Lin Luo walked towards Zhui Yuanliang's corpse with a sickle and a lantern, collecting his soul as well, and then headed to the bamboo hut, where there were also many souls to collect. Upon opening the door of the bamboo hut, dozens of corpses were visible. No wonder it could create a scene of green. Damn, they're all incomplete souls. I thought there would be a feast to enjoy, but it turned out to be leftovers from others. Lin Luo, with the idea that wasting is shameful, inconspicuously collected all the souls. Although there were many here, due to them being incomplete versions, the total amount was not even equivalent to half of a Soul King's soul. This level of activity clearly wouldn't attract the attention of his teammates. Even if he was handsome, it wasn't enough to keep them focused on him, especially with the corpses in front of this wooden house, which were truly visually shocking. It was unclear what method those two evil soul masters used to preserve the bodies, as they hadn't rotted at all. Even those that had been there for some time were merely dried out, which was impressive. Among the numerous corpses, Lin Luo and the others quickly noticed two bodies dressed in Spirit Hall uniforms. They seemed to have died not long ago, without a doubt. They were the two unfortunate souls sent from the Notting City branch to investigate the movements of the evil soul masters. They had come in the morning, but didn't survive until noon. It was evident that something was bound to happen, and if they had come at noon, they might have avoided death altogether. Due to the overwhelming number of corpses, The professional corpse mover, Yin, decided to go on strike this time, opting to send one person back to report the situation and have the Notting City branch personnel come to handle the follow-up. Lin Luo volunteered to step forward. 060. As long as you are doing well with your family, that's enough. Let me go back and report this news. After all, I'm more familiar with this place and can do it faster, Lin Luo said. Xiaoyu and the others had no objections and agreed immediately. Hulaina also suggested going back with Lin Luo for safety, but Lin Luo decisively refused. If they went back together, how would he find the time to see his family? After making the decision, Lin Luo immediately set off on the journey back to Notting City. He traveled back faster than he had come, as he couldn't wait to see his family. The originally 1-hour journey was shortened to 40 minutes by Lin Luo. He hadn't expected his speed to be this fast. Upon returning to Notting City, Lin Luo did not head straight to the Wuhuan City Notting branch to find Lan Han and the others, but instead went to the street in the west of Notting City. After all, that street also led to the branch, so it was somewhat on the way, albeit a bit forced. Lin Luo was still wearing the uniform of the Spirit Hall and a mask. He was very aware that with his current identity, he could no longer meet with his family openly. Doing so would only bring more trouble to them. If he could avoid it, he would try his best to do so. Lin Luo also clearly remembered hearing Hulaina mention during their previous conversation that their team would generally have a strong individual following them in the shadows while executing tasks. Perhaps not all teams could enjoy such treatment, but their team certainly could, with 3 members of the Golden Generation and 2 divine-level spirits. Even sending a title Douluo to follow them in the shadows would not be excessive, knowing that all his actions were likely under the scrutiny of others. Lin Luo became even more cautious. He was still not strong enough to break free from all constraints and reunite with his family. Rather than bringing trouble to them, it was better to pretend to be a passerby. Just catching a glimpse of his family was already enough for him. Before long, Lin Luo arrived at the West District of Notting City, stepping onto that remote yet incredibly familiar street. Before he left here, after awakening his spirit, he had been welcomed by a group of very warm neighbors who had now disappeared, and everything had returned to the initial calm. Lin Luo pretended to pass by, strolling down the street and observing the scenery on both sides. Soon, he arrived at the Lin family's coffin shop. The shop was still open, and everything seemed usual. However, there was no one to be seen inside the store. Lin Luo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately went to the shop. Is anyone there? Lin Luo used his soul power to change his voice. I'm here. A very familiar woman's voice rang out, and Lin Luo paused slightly upon hearing it. Soon after, he saw a young woman come from the backyard into the shop, followed by a tall middle-aged man, his parents, Lin Dashan and Zhao Cuizue. Everything was just as it used to be. There were always some with shavings on his father's clothes, and although his mother wasn't good at dressing up, her attire always gave a sense of cleanliness and tidiness. Upon seeing Lin Luo, both Lin Dashan and Zhao Cuizue were slightly taken aback, but they quickly broke into smiles. What do you need, esteemed soul master? Zhao Cuizue asked with a smile. Lin Luo Dao, asking for directions. Lin Dashan asked, where to? Lin Luo, Spirit Hall. Zhao Cuizue immediately smiled and said, just walk down this street, turn left at the end, then continue walking and turn right, and you will see the Spirit Hall. All right, thank you, Lin Luo said, and was about to leave. However, Zhao Cuizue called out to Lin Luo at that moment. Soul Master, you came at the right time. Our family made buns today. Would you like to take some to eat on the way? Sure. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Zhao Cuizue immediately ran to the backyard, and in just a moment brought a big bag of buns to Lin Luo. Don't be polite. Eat them on the way. Lin Luo's eyes had already become moist. Thank you. After taking one last look at her parents, Lin Luo walked away slowly, pushing back the urge to turn around. Behind her, her parents' voices sounded. Thanks to the help of the Wuhuan Temple, our lives are getting better and better. We no longer lack money. And our health is improving as well. So we are especially grateful to the Soul Master. Yes, Soul Master, take care. Lin Luo listened to his parents' words, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The steam bun was a bit hot, but he still held it tightly in his arms. After a while, Lin Luo arrived at his uncle's family's ancestral hall and happened to encounter his uncle and aunt taking a walk on the street, with his aunt holding a baby in her arms. The angle was just right, and Lin Luo saw the baby's appearance, which bore some resemblance to his uncle. And just then the baby looked at him. Although they passed by each other, Lin Luo could feel the happiness radiating from his uncle and aunt. He heard his uncle Lin Dahai's laughter behind him. Little Jia is smiling. Then came his aunt Mo Xiaoyu's voice. We're going to play at uncle's house. Of course we're happy. Having smoothly met his family, Lin Luo felt a deep sense of satisfaction. After leaving the street, Lin Luo quickened his pace and soon arrived at the Notting City branch of the Wuhuan Temple. Lan Huanxue seemed to have been waiting in the hall, and as soon as he saw Lin Luo return, he immediately approached him. "Sir, how is the situation?" Lan Huanxue asked eagerly, his gaze also looking outside, as if trying to find the figures of a few others. Lin Luo did not engage in unnecessary chatter and immediately summarized the situation on the back mountain of Dog King Village. Upon hearing that the matter had been successfully resolved, Lan Huanxue's tense expression immediately turned into a smile. But perhaps feeling that this was not quite appropriate, he quickly returned to a serious demeanor. "All right, my lord. You can leave the subsequent matters to us. Thank you for your assistance." Lin Luo nodded lightly. "Hurry up and call someone to come with me." Lan Huanxue immediately nodded. "Okay." Following that was the subsequent handling of the situation. The staff of the Notting City branch transported the bodies of those soul masters back to the branch. At this point, Lin Luo and their mission was considered complete, and the subsequent tedious matters would be handled entirely by the branch. After a brief rest, Lin Luo and his companions did not linger in Notting City any longer and set off on their way back to Spirit City. During their return, there was a small incident worth mentioning. Just as Lin Luo and the others were leaving Notting City, they happened to encounter a boy and a girl, both around 7 or 8 years old, entering the city. Indeed, the boy was Tang San and the girl was presumably Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the concern that Tang Hao might be lurking in some corner, Lin Luo would have really wanted to find a fabricated excuse to take these two back to Spirit City. In the carriage, Xie Yu and Yin were sitting together, while Qianrenxue sat alone in a corner. Hulaina sat beside Lin Luo and quietly reminded him, "It's best to keep your distance from your family. That way they will be safer." The carriage, powered by specially trained soul beasts, was steadily moving along the main road without anyone manipulating it. It only needed occasional direction checks. Hearing Hulaina say this was rare, Lin Luo immediately asked, "Is it not okay to take a few more glances?" Hulaina replied, "When you are watching others, there may very well be someone watching you as well, but you just don't know it." Lin Luo pretended to be confused and said, "Is it really a big deal to be looked at by others? Are we going to explode on the spot?" Hulaina, however, had a serious expression. "You must not forget that we have been killing people all along, and there will definitely be those who want to kill us. Most bad people will stop at nothing. If they can't kill us, they will target the people around us. I, along with Xie Yu and Yin, don't have to worry about this issue." Lin subconsciously asked why. Hulaina replied, "Because we are all orphans. But you are different. You need to be careful, as there have been incidents in the past." Lin Luo nodded lightly and said seriously, "I understand. By the way, I don't know those two people." Hulaina, "So I've been talking for so long for nothing?" Lin Luo said, "No, I've learned a lot." Under the mask, Lin Luo's expression became serious. Hulaina's words had some truth to them, and Lin Luo understood this principle himself, so he was particularly cautious when meeting his family. However, family is still family. His parents recognized him at a glance, and his uncles and aunts probably did too. But they all knew that his identity needed to be kept secret, so they pretended not to know him. It shouldn't cause them any trouble. After all, he had only completed 3 missions, and those 3 missions were all in different places. Moreover, the Spirit Hall provided them with a certain level of care, so there shouldn't be any safety issues. Lin Luo slowly closed his eyes, concentrating with his eyes shut. It was better not to think about these things. Once he did, he couldn't help but feel anxious, wishing he could immediately return to confirm that his family was safe and sound. After a moment, Lin Luo adjusted his mindset. He took out a steam bun from the skull ring and handed it to Hulaina. It was still warm and tasted great. "Thank you," Hulaina said with a smile as she accepted it, not being polite. Lin Luo's gaze fell on the duo of Xie Yu and Yin, who surprisingly spoke up for the first time. "Is there more? Give me one. I'll have one too." Lin Luo handed a bun to both Xie Yu and Yin, and then his gaze finally settled on Qianrenxue. As expected, Qianrenxue calmly replied, "I don't need one." "Lin Luo, I never said I would give it to you." Qianrenxue. Compared to the newly joined Qianrenxue, Lin Luo still feels that the 3 from the golden generation are easier to get along with. They have been together for more than a year, and there is a certain understanding between them. Although sometimes the taciturn duo of Xie Yu and Yin can be quite speechless, it is still comfortable to be with them. Qianrenxue currently seems a bit too aloof, and it's uncertain if she will change in the future. Lin Luo has never been the kind of person who likes to stick a warm face to someone else's cold backside. Even if you're charming, it doesn't work. Taking a bite of the bun, the tender meat juice bursts in his mouth, stimulating his taste buds. it's still that familiar taste, making it hard to resist. After eating, Hulaina and the others also expressed that it was delicious, so Lin Luo simply took out all the buns for everyone to enjoy together. Qian Shue looked a bit out of place, but it didn't affect Lin Luo and the others' appetite. After finishing the buns, the journey returned to calm. Xiaoyu and the others entered a state of cultivation, while Lin Luo was responsible for watching the carriage for a while. Although the carriage could move automatically, it still needed attention occasionally. People can be unreliable, let alone horses. Without cultivating, Lin Luo closed his eyes and focused, reviewing the experiences and gains from the trip to Notting City. The progress of the mission was relatively smooth. With clues available, the target was found quickly. Then came the battle with two evil soul masters at the Soul King level, and in the end, he successfully captured both of them. As for the gains, they were quite abundant. The souls of the two Soul King evil soul masters, along with a number of incomplete souls. Just these made Lin Luo very satisfied. As usual, the souls at the Soul King level provided partial memories, and the memories of these two Soul King evil soul masters were highly overlapping. Perhaps because these two Soul Kings were stronger than the targets Lin Luo had encountered before after absorbing their souls. He not only received a memory image, but also many scattered memory fragments. However, they did not provide much useful information. They mostly lived in a bamboo house, occasionally going into town to indulge, and hiring people to collect the bodies of soul masters to absorb their souls to enhance their power. These were repetitive and singular memory fragments, and these two did not only seek the bodies of soul masters, they didn't even spare the bodies of ordinary people. If there were no bodies, they would create them, targeting innocent people periodically. One particular memory seemed extremely important to the two evil soul masters. So much so that it was the first memory image Lin Luo saw when reviewing their memories. The two evil soul masters, as usual, went to a predetermined wilderness to collect the bodies of soul masters. But this time they were surprised to find that the body of the soul master had no soul left. Shocked, they dealt with the body collector as well. Lin Luo had seen that body collector a few times. He was the tall, thin man who carried the soul master's body to his coffin shop on the day of Lin Luo's martial soul awakening. Goodness, everything matched up. As for why that soul master's body had no soul residue, the reason was that he had absorbed it himself. Does this count as indirectly causing the death of that body collector? It shouldn't, as the two evil soul masters never spared any body collector. They always exchanged goods for murder. The memories of these two Soul King evil soul masters also contain some fragments about other evil soul masters. But the images were very vague. They seemed to have seen other evil soul masters in a state of confusion. Evil soul masters always exist, but they can only hide in the dark. Lin Luo felt that describing them as rats in a sewer was quite fitting. 5 days later, a new target. The evil soul masters were once an organization, but before they became strong, they were nearly wiped out by the Spirit Hall. The remaining evil soul masters could no longer make an impact and were now merely fresh blood for the Spirit Hall to enhance combat experience and knowledge. They hid in dark and filthy sewers like rats, and no matter how many were killed, some would always survive, and larger rats would appear. The Spirit Hall is the extermination team, making absolute contributions in exterminating rats, and they are still committed to this task. After returning from Notting City to Spirit City, Lin Luo finally received the task rewards he had been longing for. After graduating, he participated in 3 missions: the corpse from Grey Mist City, the deserter from Sotoa City, and the Soul Master corpse trade from Notting City. The rewards for the 3 missions were issued together, with each mission yielding 100 gold soul coins and 100 merits. The rewards were issued by Mo Shangyun, not just Lin Luo's rewards, but those of Xiaoyu and the others were also distributed uniformly. In addition to receiving the rewards, Lin Luo also learned about the Spirit Hall's reward system from Mo Shangyun. Completing a mission would yield rewards and merits, with the difficulty of the mission marked by the Spirit Hall. The higher the difficulty, the more generous the rewards. For high difficulty missions, the Spirit Hall would notify specially. But most of the time, they were regular missions, and the 3 missions Lin Luo completed fell into the ordinary category. The rewards for ordinary missions were generally fixed, unless unexpected circumstances changed the mission's difficulty. There are 2 types of rewards: gold soul coins and merits. Compared to merits, the value of gold soul coins is rather ordinary. In Lin Luo's view, gold soul coins are not much different from scrap iron. He doesn't have to worry about food and drink, and even has a specially tailored simulated cultivation environment, with cultivation resources available. Aside from eating, he has no other particular hobbies. So he doesn't know how to spend the gold soul coins. However, not everyone can have Lin Luo's treatment. Most soul masters are ordinary soul masters, earning 100 gold soul coins for completing a mission, which is much easier than making money from hunting soul beasts in the soul beast forest. As for merits, ordinary missions have fixed merits, rewarding 100 merits per mission. Members of the Spirit Hall can exchange their merits for desired items from the Spirit Hall's warehouse, which undoubtedly has ample resources. As long as the merits are sufficient, soul bones can be exchanged. Besides soul bones, there are many other valuable items that are useful to soul masters, such as rare soul tools and mystical herbs that can help soul masters enhance their soul power. Among others, soul tools and mystical herbs are enough to make most soul masters strive for them. As for soul bones, there is no need to say more. They are what countless soul masters seek throughout their lives. If one works diligently in the Spirit Hall for decades, there might truly be hope of obtaining a soul bone. Most members of the Spirit Hall will spend their entire lives pursuing that ultimate goal. Lin Luo is undoubtedly a person of clarity, knowing that those so-called ambitions are nothing but a dream. As long as he successfully completes his tasks, it's enough to exchange some of his achievements for treasures he needs to get by when necessary. A pie that's too big is not tasty, and one can't eat it all. Maintaining a balanced mindset allows for a more comfortable life, even if it means lacking some passion. Of course, the main reason is that Lin Luo is confident in his talents and abilities. As long as he can follow the arrangements of the Spirit Hall with peace of mind, everything he needs will come, and there's no need to desire excessively. In the following days, Lin Luo's life returned to calm. Every day, he practiced and further honed his soul skills. Of course, he didn't forget to study the mist technique taught by his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Training in this self-created soul skill is still very necessary. Even if it's not yet applied in battle, it helps with mastering soul power. Perhaps influenced by the battle in the back mountain of Dog King Village in Notting City, the three from the Golden Generation came to seek a challenge every day, and Lin Luo was more than willing to act as their sparring partner. The four of them returned to the atmosphere they had before Lin Luo graduated. Aside from tasks, Qian Renshua didn't spend time with Lin Luo and the others, but they didn't mind. During this period, Lin Luo finally saw his teacher, Ghost Douluo, once, and even went out to eat delicious food with him. Ghost Douluo was as quiet as ever, simply inquiring about Lin Luo's recent situation before not mentioning anything else. Lin Luo also knew that his teacher was very busy. Being able to take some time out to meet him and even treat him to good food made him very satisfied. Soon, 5 days passed, and on the evening of the 5th day, Lin Luo received a new task. Wuhuan Academy, Soul Fighting Arena. Lin Luo and his teammates met at a soul fighting platform, and the three members of the Golden Generation were present, along with Qian Renshua, who was still wearing her mask. Besides Lin Luo's team of 5, Mo Shanyun also arrived. Once Mo Shanyun saw that everyone was present, he got straight to the point and said, "The new mission location is in Balak City, where a team of evil soul masters has been discovered. We will set off shortly, and I will accompany you, as this is also my mission. Do you have any questions?" Xiaoyu was the first to ask, "How many members are there in the evil soul master team, and what is their strength?" Mo Shanyun replied, "There are a total of 8 members, and it can currently be confirmed that there is a soul emperor among their ranks." Lin Luo and the others changed their expressions slightly upon hearing this. The presence of a soul emperor in the team indicated that there could be more than one, and likely even stronger beings, making the risk level of this mission quite apparent. Mo Shanyun noticed the change in Lin Luo and the others' expressions and smiled, saying, "Originally, this mission was supposed to be completed by 2 soul saints, but considering your team's excellent performance, I'm giving you an opportunity for some experience. With me here, nothing will happen. Even if we encounter strong enemies, I can still protect you." Lin Luo and the others nodded gently, their expressions slightly relaxed. With Mo Shanyun vouching for them, there was nothing to fear. It was very likely that this mission involved more than just Mo Shanyun, with even stronger beings guarding them in the shadows. There was no need to worry about safety. It was easy to understand if one thought from the perspective of the higher-ups in the Spirit Hall. They would certainly not allow 2 innate spirit power level 20 divine spirit masters to fall during the mission. There would be necessary training and adequate safety guarantees. If Lin Luo could think of these issues, how could the Spirit Hall not consider them? Mo Shanyun slowly spoke. "Let's set off." The distance from Barak City to Spirit City wasn't too far. Lin Luo and the others set out in the evening and arrived at their destination the following morning. 063. Evil Spirit Masters? Just experience gaining wild monsters. They spent the night on the road practicing, and everyone's mental state remained very good. That night, Mo Shanyan took control of the carriage. As a soul sage, he could manage without sleep for a night, or even several days and nights without much problem. Upon entering the area of Barak City, they did not head straight to Barak City, but instead went to a place called Ingluan Town, which was within the jurisdiction of Barak City and was the most precise mission location. With Mo Shanyan present, Lin Luo and the others did not need to go to the Spirit Hall branch in Barak City for mission handover. They could go directly to their destination. Ingluan Town was considered a relatively remote town within Barak City's area. No matter how prosperous a place was, there would still be slums. And Ingluan Town was the slum within Barak City's jurisdiction. Evil spirit masters only dared to hide and commit crimes in some remote places, never able to come to the forefront. After entering Ingluan Town, the staff from the Spirit Hall immediately came to provide the latest information on the evil spirit masters. Lin Luo and the others parked their carriage at Ingluan Town and headed straight for the location of the evil soul masters. There was no need to worry about the authenticity of the information. It was extremely rare for anyone to stake their life alongside evil soul masters. Even if someone did, there was no need to be concerned. This mission was merely a trial, and the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall would take into account safety measures. Each time before a mission, Lin Luo would adjust his mindset in this way. Only by maintaining a good mentality could he respond to the task in the best condition. Starting from Ingluan Town, Lin Luo and his group of 6 arrived at the outskirts of a forest in less than 10 minutes. They also met with personnel from the Spirit Hall who were responsible for tracking the target. There were 2 of them from the Barak City branch. After their reminder, it was confirmed that the Evil Soul Master team was in the forest, and further updates on their information were received. There was 1 Soul King and 1 Soul Ancestor, and the number remained at 8. The first to discover the Evil Soul Master team were naturally the personnel from the Barak City branch. Originally, it was supposed to be them handling the matter, but it was ultimately handed over to Mo Shanyan to lead the operation. It should be noted that the Spirit Hall branch in Barak City had already reached the specifications of the main hall, and the strength of the personnel here was more than enough to deal with an Evil Soul Master team. As for why the task ultimately fell into Mo Shanyan's hands, the reason goes without saying. Those who understand, understand. After confirming the target's location, Mo Shanyan led Lin Luo and the others to activate their martial souls and enter the forest. When the Barak City branch personnel saw the soul ring configuration on Mo Shanyan, they felt much more balanced inside. Mo Shanyan was not wearing a mask, and he was relatively young, certainly a youthful soul sage. However, Mo Shanyan was not the most eye-catching point. When the purple, black soul ring configuration slowly rose beneath Lin Luo's feet, the 2 branch personnel from Barak City instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes wide open. No wonder our mission was snatched away. Judging by his age, he doesn't seem very old either. Yes, no one from Spirit City has a simple identity. This is the first time I've seen such a presence. I was a bit unconvinced before, but now I feel honored just to have the opportunity to participate in this mission. I feel the same way. This mission will surely have a high level of confidentiality. Definitely. After entering the forest, Mo Shanyan summoned the Jade Giant to clear the way ahead and quickly discovered the traces of the Evil Soul Master team. Following their trail, Mo Shanyan led Lin Luo and the others to a relatively open area. Upon arriving, they saw the 5th soul ring on Mo Shanyan light up, and the Jade Giant grew larger, with a hint of blue light shimmering from its limbs, exuding a chill. Under Mo Shanyan's control, the Jade Giant instantly completed its transformation and slammed a fist into the ground. The next moment, frost spread out, almost covering the entire area. The cold sensation forced Lin Luo and the others to use their soul power for defense, while Yin, perhaps due to the nature of his martial soul, was not too affected. As expected of a soul sage, I didn't think we were so well hidden, yet you found us easily. It's a good thing we didn't foolishly choose to ambush. Otherwise, we would have probably suffered heavy casualties in an instant. A hoarse voice rang out, and a tall man appeared quietly at the roots of a large tree ahead. He looked to be in his 30s, with a very strong build, dressed in black, and his ordinary appearance was marked by his blood-red eyes, one of the few notable features. After this tall man appeared, 7 others emerged from various positions nearby, both men and women, all around 30 years old. The tall man wore a faint smile. I was wondering where the Barak City branch personnel had gone. It turns out they've been replaced to take the credit. Soul Sage, if we win, can you let us off the hook? Ha. All the evil soul masters laughed. Mo Shanyan replied calmly, "Stop talking nonsense. None of you will leave today." The tall man laughed. If we could leave, would we still be waiting here for you? Even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. That kid over there is pretty good. A soul master with 2,000-year soul rings and one 10,000-year soul ring. I've only seen that once in my life. Lin Luo, Emotionsweaves said calmly. You can give it a try. Lin Luo and the others could naturally hear the sarcasm in the words of the evil soul master. But they didn't really care. The fact was what it was. There was no way to refute it, nor was there a need to. In Lin Luo's view, the evil soul masters were just a group of wild monsters, able to survive when not targeted, but once they were, they would only become a source of experience for the Spirit Hall personnel. Everyone's mindset was very calm, and the evil soul masters, facing death, seemed to have accepted their fate and were ready to fight to the death. Only Lin Luo felt somewhat depressed. His soul ring combination was simply too flashy, always attracting attention. Usually, just activating his martial soul would leave a crowd dumbfounded, and now, facing the evil soul masters, he was the first to be targeted. This was not a good omen. After this mission, he would have to find a way to change the color of his soul rings. Perhaps Qianren would have a solution. She could even disguise her martial soul, so changing the color of the soul rings shouldn't be too difficult, right? Then, the tall man stopped talking trash and activated his martial soul under the gaze of Lin Luo and the others. And the other evil soul masters followed suit. This marked the end of the idle chatter, and the battle was about to begin. 6 soul rings slowly emerged. White, yellow, purple, black. And black, symbolizing the strength of the tall man's soul emperor level, with his martial soul being a beast martial soul that looked somewhat like a tiger. The martial souls of the other evil soul masters varied, and their strength could be quickly discerned through the number of soul rings. 1 soul king, 2 soul sects, and 4 soul masters. On Lin Luo's side, there was 1 soul sect and 4 soul kings. Not to mention their soul ring combinations. Just in terms of soul power levels and numbers, they were already crushing Lin Luo and his team. Of course, Lin Luo and his team were ultimately different from ordinary soul masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to enjoy such treatment. This task was like rice on the dining table, just short of being directly fed to them. With Emotionsweaves' strength, dealing with the Soul Emperor was more than enough, but he did not summon the Jade Giant. Nor did he even summon the basic humanoid Jade Stone, clearly not intending to intervene with Lin Luo's side, allowing them to resolve it with their own strength. The disadvantage in numbers and soul power levels forced Lin Luo and his team to band together. The battle quickly began, and Emotionsweaves' target was very clear. The Soul Emperor level Evil Soul Master. Lin Luo and his 4 companions faced off against 7 Evil Soul Masters, who were aware of their own shortcomings and did not join the battle between the Soul Sage and the Soul Emperor. As the versatile Soul Master of the team, Lin Luo decisively initiated the attack, prioritizing the evil soul masters at the Soul King level. The Judgment of Death was executed, accurately hitting the target, while the Soul Guiding Lantern descended, providing defense and also serving the purpose of initiating the fight. At the same time that Lin Luo made his move, the evil soul masters naturally retaliated. They were not foolish enough to wait for Lin Luo and his team to finish their skills. The various soul skills released by the evil soul masters appeared powerful, but they were all blocked by the Soul Guiding Lantern, whose shield was very thick and could completely withstand the first wave of output from the evil soul masters. Everything happened in sync. As the Soul Guiding Lantern blocked the wave of attacks, Lin Luo used the chains to quickly reach the Soul King Evil Soul Master, then activated the spatial power of the Soul Guiding Lantern, bringing all his teammates over and instantly forming a 5-on-1 situation. There was no suspense in such a battle. Lin Luo and his team had plenty of output, and even with Lin Luo maintaining control, the furious output from the likes of Xie resulted in the Soul King Evil Soul Master being eliminated in an instant. Among them, the highest output undoubtedly came from the Soul Zone level Qianren, whose angel spirit had an absolute restraint on the evil forces, allowing even her ordinary attacks to deal critical damage. The entire battle lasted only a few seconds, and the Soul King level Evil Soul Master fell too quickly for the other Evil Soul Masters to react. When the Evil Soul Masters launched their next wave of attacks, Lin Luo and his team had already chosen a new target. The Judgment of Death struck again, hitting a Soul Zone, and Lin Luo flew over alone, following up with his Doom Pendulum, instantly eliminating that Soul Zone. The power of the Doom Pendulum was enough to directly take down a Soul King, so eliminating a Soul Zone was more than sufficient. What started as 5 against 7 quickly turned into 5 against 5 in just a few exchanges. And with equal numbers of soul rings, the subsequent battle became very easy, essentially a one-sided slaughter. Lin Luo can consecutively release his first soul skill, Death Judgment, in a short period of time. However, the second soul skill, Soul Guiding Lamp, and the third soul skill, Doom Pendulum, require a brief moment of rest, similar to the cooldown time in game skills. The release of soul skills also follows a similar situation. All soul skill releases require the guidance of soul power. The more powerful the soul skill, the more complex the process of soul power guidance becomes. The first release can be done directly with intention, but subsequent releases require adjustments of soul power. As one's strength increases, the release of soul skills becomes easier, and once a certain level of power is reached, a soul master can generally release the first few soul skills in succession. Additionally, continuous training of soul skills can also help with their release, but the effect is minimal. True strength is the fundamental factor. In the face of such a team battle, Lin Luo is fully confident. His martial soul is designed for team fighting, and he is also very formidable in one-on-one combat. In the 5-on-5 battle, Lin Luo and his team finished in less than 3 minutes, achieving absolute dominance. Meanwhile, Mo Shangyun is also overpowering the Soul Emperor, with the outcome being just a matter of time. After Lin Luo and the others finish the battle, they immediately distance themselves from the battlefield near Mo Shangyun. A corner dog will jump over a wall, let alone a person. If that Soul Emperor suddenly turned into a mad dog and came at them, the consequences would be unimaginable. During the battle, Lin Luo conveniently completed the collection of souls. The souls of evil soul masters were the best trophies for him. This time, there were quite a few evil soul masters, and all of them had complete souls. The moment he collected them was incredibly satisfying. It's just that collecting souls above the soul sect level would bring some negative effects, causing varying degrees of pain in his head, but it wasn't a big deal. Lin Luo was almost getting used to it, and it seemed that this negative effect would gradually decrease as his strength increased. Perhaps if he became even stronger in the future, he would no longer experience these negative effects. The battle on Mo Shangyun's side also ended quickly. There was no suspense in a soul sage fighting a soul emperor. The absolute suppression of strength left that evil soul master with no power to resist at all. Indeed, evil soul masters have secret methods to temporarily boost their combat power, but these evil soul masters did not seem to possess such abilities. Moreover, during the battle, Lin Luo and the others noticed that the auras of these evil soul masters were somewhat erratic, clearly belonging to the lowest tier of evil soul masters. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Mo Shangyun eliminated that soul emperor evil soul master and brought the corpse over. The bodies of these evil soul masters had to be taken back for reporting. Lin Luo was too lazy to find an excuse to look at the soul emperor's corpse. After reaching a certain distance, he used the Hell Curse to collect the soul of the soul emperor level evil soul master. This was also the strongest soul he had collected so far. The side effects were particularly obvious. For a moment, he felt like his head was about to explode. Even with the mask covering his face, Mo Shangyun and the others immediately noticed Lin Luo's abnormality. Mo Shangyun asked with concern, "Lin Luo, what's wrong? Did you get hurt in the recent battle?" Lin Luo quickly adjusted himself, gritting his teeth and responding in a low voice. "No, it's just that my soul power consumption is a bit high." At this moment, Hulaina also said, "Most likely, you've been using your soul skills nonstop. I really admire your soul power reserves." In the lantern, it seemed like there was something extra. Every time they carried out a mission, Lin Luo and the others didn't need to pay too much attention to the details of the task. They just needed to confirm the target and then eliminate it. At least, all 4 tasks Lin Luo had undertaken were like this. They dragged all the corpses of the evil soul masters to one spot. And then Mo Shangyun left the Yusher giant to guard the scene with Lin Luo and the others, while he quickly returned along the same path to inform the personnel from the sub-branch of Balak City outside the mountains for the final handover. The personnel from the sub-branch of Balak City were very efficient and quickly completed the deployment. So Lin Luo and the others no longer needed to concern themselves with subsequent matters. If Lin Luo and the others had executed the task alone, they would have to go to the local Spirit Hall sub-branch for a final report on the task. But with Mo Shangyun present, this step was directly omitted. They went to Ingluan Town to rest and prepared to return to Spirit City in the afternoon. In a restaurant in Ingluan Town, there was only Lin Luo and their table of guests, and the table was filled with an incredibly lavish spread, mostly made from precious soul beast ingredients, which seemed out of place with the poverty of Ingluan Town. There was no doubt that this was a small gesture prepared by the Spirit Hall sub-branch of Balak City, and they seemed to be ready to support the development of Ingluan Town. I never expected to eat such good food in this place, Hulaina remarked. Emo Shanyan said, would you be willing to go to Balak City? There will probably be even better and more enthusiastic hospitality there. Lin Luo and the others shook their heads decisively. In their view, Wuhuan City was still better, and they just wanted to go back as soon as possible. Emo Shanyan's gaze fell on Lin Luo. Lin Luo, how is your recovery? Lin Luo said, it's fine now. I can continue to cultivate on the way back. This battle has been incredibly beneficial for me, and my soul power should see some improvement. Hulaina sighed, another improvement? It seems like you gain something every time you complete a task. How long has it been since you obtained your third soul ring? And your soul power level has already increased by 1. Are you going to improve again? Hulaina's sentiment seemed to echo the feelings of Xie and Yen, who both looked at Lin Luo, and even Xian Rinchue's gaze fell on him. Faced with everyone's attention, Lin Luo shook his head and smiled. It's not that exaggerated. I've just gained a little improvement. Well, just a tiny bit. A soul emperor, a soul king, 2 soul sects, and a bunch of soul master souls. This was Lin Luo's biggest harvest since he began executing tasks, and even since he obtained the Hell Curse. This experience also made Lin Luo realize that he needed to weigh his capacity for handling the Hell Curse more carefully in the future. The soul of a soul emperor almost sent him away on the spot. During the collection, his head felt like it was about to explode. Fortunately, the strongest in this task was a soul emperor. If it had been a soul sage or a stronger presence, Lin Luo might have met an untimely end if he had recklessly collected. Of course, Lin Luo had some confidence himself. He had thought for half a second before collecting the souls. He felt that the negative effects of the Soul King's soul were a bit concerning, but he could still bear it. And since a Soul Emperor was only 1 level higher than a Soul King, he thought it shouldn't be a big problem. However, after the collection, he felt numb. Before he experienced a significant improvement in strength, he decided that in the future, when encountering souls above the Soul Emperor level, he needed to calm down first and not collect them immediately. Lin Luo thought to himself. After a sumptuous lunch, Lin Luo and his companions set off on their way back, and Lin Luo indeed cultivated all the way. The gains from the souls were substantial this time, and he needed some time to solidify his strength. The attribute enhancement brought by the souls was significant, but the increase in soul power was relatively limited, and a portion had to be shared with the scythe and lantern. Therefore, despite collecting a Soul Emperor level soul along with many evil soul master souls, Lin Luo's soul power level did not directly increase, but he was not far from the next upgrade. Previously, after completing 3 tasks, the reason his soul power level could be enhanced was mainly due to Lin Luo having a certain foundation after absorbing the 3rd soul ring, allowing for rapid improvement in a short time. The souls certainly played a role, but they were not the key factor. This speed of improvement was already terrifying. As long as there were enough souls, Lin Luo's soul power level could rise as easily as drinking water. After each improvement, Lin Luo had to adjust his mindset and clear away the inappropriate thoughts that kept surfacing in his heart. This feeling of rapidly enhancing strength was indeed pleasant and could easily lead one to become indulgent. But Lin Luo always understood the principle that those who stand out in the forest will be toppled by the wind, and those who act above others will be isolated. Cautious development is the way to go. Being too ostentatious only leads to a quick demise or complete reduction to a tool. Given the current development, Lin Luo was very satisfied. He was able to gain something from each task, and with his own divine level cultivation method, his strength could continue to improve steadily, and the future looked bright. When Lin Luo and the others returned to Spirit City, it was already evening. After a simple gathering for a meal, they each went home to rest. Back at his place, Lin Luo took a shower as usual, then comfortably lay on the bed to reflect on his gains. Putting aside the task rewards for now, this mission had allowed him to collect many souls, including those at the Soul Emperor level, and his soul power was about to see another increase. Additionally, the memories of the evil soul masters could barely be considered a gain. However, those memories were not worth much. Even the memories of Soul Emperor level evil soul masters mostly consisted of repetitive scenes, either killing or on the way to kill, using any means necessary to increase their strength, ultimately losing themselves and becoming killing machines. These memories had some impact on Lin Luo and serve as a warning. If he didn't restrain himself, he too could become an evil soul master. Speaking of which, the organization of evil soul masters was indeed completely ruined. The combined memories of an entire team of evil soul masters yielded no useful information about other evil soul masters. It seemed that under the constant suppression of the spirit hall, it was unlikely for the evil soul masters to gather a powerful force again. From the memories of the evil soul masters, Lin Luo noticed another point. None of them, whether at the soul sect or soul emperor level, had any information about their cultivation techniques in their memories. It seemed that this information was directly erased by an unknown power after their death, which did not align with the development of evil soul masters, as they would likely prefer to have more colleagues appear. Lin Luo didn't quite understand what was going on and didn't plan to delve too deeply into it. As long as the souls of the evil soul masters were helpful to him, that was enough. After completing several tasks, he had collected quite a few evil soul master souls and found a comparison. The souls of evil soul masters provided stronger attributes than those of ordinary soul masters. The continuous travel had left Lin Luo physically and mentally exhausted. He chose not to train to numb himself, but instead opted to sleep naturally. The next day, Lin Luo was fully revitalized and began his routine life again. In the following days, Lin Luo spent most of his time in cultivation. 3 days later, his soul power level broke through again, reaching level 36. And he noticed that it seemed like there was something extra in his lantern. 066, unlocked, underworld prison. At noon, behind the Martial Soul Academy in the graveyard, Lin Luo successfully broke through the level 35 shackles, and his soul power level rose to level 36. The joy of his soul power level increase was evident on Lin Luo's face, but besides the joy, there was also a hint of surprise. At that moment, Lin Luo's gaze lingered on the lantern he was holding, which emitted a faint green glow. He vaguely sensed a special aura coming from the lantern, as if something within it was calling to him. Could it be that my Hammerstone martial soul brought Lucian's wife, Senna, along with it? Lin Luo frowned slightly. He didn't know much about the background stories in the League, but he was aware of the stories of Thresh, Lucian, and Senna. Lucian originally had only one holy gun, while the other gun belonged to his wife, Senna. In the early years, Lucian and Senna fought together on the Valoran continent, using their holy guns to eliminate countless evil spirits. They were once as loving as Kaisa and Rakan, inseparable as a couple, until they encountered Thresh from the Shadow Isles. Thresh is a very powerful undead, different from other undead. He is strong and cunning. During the confrontation with Lucian and his wife, Thresh used his extraordinary intelligence and deceived Senna with a scheme, capturing her in his lantern and imprisoning her in the realm of the dead for eternal torment, while Lucian was unprepared. Lucian tried to rescue his wife, but, unfortunately, he could not. He vowed to eradicate all darkness on the continent and picked up the other fallen holy gun, completely transforming into the relentless pursuit. Lin Luo had a deep impression of this background story, and it was likely that veteran players in the League already knew it. However, if Senna really was in the lantern, it wouldn't make sense for her to only react now. She should have shown signs during the awakening of the soul. Moreover, if the background of the League were to be followed, Senna would have already escaped the lantern, or else how could there be a hero named Senna? Additionally, when Lin Luo was completing the mission to eliminate the evil Soul Master squad in Bilgewater, after collecting the soul of that Soul Master at the Emperor level, he sensed something unusual in the lantern, but he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a result of the attributes being fed back to the lantern and scythe after collecting the soul. In the days following Lin Luo's return, the lantern showed no unusual behavior until just now when his soul power level increased, prompting a call from the lantern. After pondering for a moment, Lin Luo ultimately decided to take action and immediately contacted the lantern with his mind. Soon, Lin Luo saw the situation inside the lantern. It was not the green expanse he had imagined, but rather a dim environment resembling an enormous cage, within which a few green dots of light floated. Not many in number. The calling did not stop, and Lin Luo followed the sound until he quickly located its source. To his surprise, he discovered a relatively intact soul inside the lantern. From the outline of this soul, it was identifiable as the Soul Emperor of the evil Soul Master team. Goodness, hadn't he already absorbed his soul? The attributes were already in place. How could it still exist? While Lin Luo was astonished, information about the Soul Emperor appeared before his eyes. Low-level vengeful spirit. Yi Hanwei. Martial Soul. Blood Cat. Requires a body to activate the Martial Soul. Soul Power Level. Level 11. Can be restored up to level 62. Available skills. Possession. Soul Shock. Immediately afterward, Lin Luo received a system prompt. Ding. The interface for the underworld prison has been unlocked. Wow, the system has hidden interfaces? Lin Luo took one last look at the low-level resentful spirit, Hui, then withdrew his focus and opened the interface of the underworld prison. Underworld prison current level, beginner, 110, existing spirit servant, low-level resentful spirit Hui, capturing spirits. There's a certain probability of pulling part of the soul into the underworld prison to form a spirit servant when collecting souls of the soul emperor level or above. Nurturing spirits helps spirit servants increase their strength. Providing souls can accelerate the progress. Tip: the higher the level of the underworld prison, the higher the probability of pulling souls to form spirit servants. After Lin Luo finished reading the information about the underworld prison, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that it was amazing. The hidden ability of the Soul Lock Warden had been uncovered. This was, of course, a great fortune for Lin Luo. The improvement in his soul power level had already made him very happy, and now, with the unlocking of the underworld prison interface, his joy was doubled. He thought the system had abandoned him, but unexpectedly, it was holding back a big surprise for him. Lin Luo couldn't help but feel emotional. Over the past year, he hadn't triggered a single selection interface. He felt that the system had lost its significance, with its only function being to view his personal panel and admire his impressive data. The appearance of the underworld prison interface made Lin Luo once again aware of the system's existence. It turned out that his game was still active. A year later, at the east gate of Soul Master City, Lin Luo met up with his 4 teammates, along with their teacher, Emotionsweaves, who was at the Soul Sage level leading the team. They were not going to execute a mission this time, but to help Lin Luo obtain his 4th soul ring. During this year, Lin Luo's soul power level had smoothly reached level 40. If not counting the benefits from the 3rd soul ring, he had increased his soul power by more than 5 levels in just 1 year. Such a rate of improvement was undoubtedly terrifying, attracting some attention from the Spirit Hall. But they didn't pay too much attention to it, as a divine-level martial soul had the ultimate explanation. Some might ask, isn't Qianren a divine-level martial soul? She could definitely be used as a reference, but the key point is that she had devoted her best years to an undercover career. At the age of 8, Lin Luo also set the record for the youngest soul master at the soul ancestor level in the Spirit Hall, without any doubt. The records of a Spirit Hall are essentially equivalent to records across the entire continent. Even though Lin Luo had not yet obtained his 4th soul ring, this matter was already as good as a done deal. As for why Lin Luo's soul power level had increased so rapidly, it boiled down to a few main reasons: a divine-level martial soul, divine-level techniques, and the passive ability of the Hell Curse, which was almost like a cheat. Environmental factors also played a role, with a tailor-made simulated training environment and top-notch food that other Soul Master academies or most sects could not compare to. Among these, the passive ability of the Hell Curse had not performed well after the mission with the evil Soul Master team. The intervals between missions had grown longer, and the quality of the missions had been relatively poor, with no encounters with evil Soul Masters at the Soul Emperor level. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have already reached the Soul Ancestor level ahead of time. This was also a normal phenomenon. There weren't that many evil soul masters available for him to hunt down. Their numbers were already very few, and most were extremely cautious, making it difficult to discover their whereabouts. 067, 4th soul ring target, Evil Eye Afternoon, Stardew Great Forest. The first soul ring on Lin Luo's body flickered, and then he threw out the sickle in his hand. The sickle moved at an incredible speed, accurately hitting the target, and the chains instantly wrapped around it, firmly binding it. It was a black spider the size of a basin, with white patterns on its abdomen that resembled a terrifying human face. Indeed, it was the face-devouring spider. After Lin Luo's death sentence was confirmed, Xiaoyu acted decisively, and the moon blade effortlessly pierced into the body of the man-faced demon spider. Soon after, a circle of purple soul rings slowly rose from the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. Lin Luo retracted his scythe, showing a helpless expression. Can't you just sneak away honestly? Why do you have to attack us? I really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. You should be more careful in your next life. While moving through the Stardew Forest, it's inevitable to encounter soul beasts that actively launch attacks, but most soul beasts fear humans. However, there are also some foolish and bloodthirsty ones, like the man-faced demon spider that Lin Luo and the others just killed in an instant. At this moment, Emotionsweaves said, "Let's take a short break. Soon we will enter the area where 10,000-year soul beasts appear." Lin Luo and the others nodded in unison, some eating while others were drinking water. Lin Luo took out the Soul Beast barbecue pack from the Academy cafeteria from the skeleton ring. Although it had already cooled down, he still enjoyed it immensely. Seeing this, Hulaina couldn't help but laugh and ask, Lin Luo, you really are quite obsessed with food. Lin Luo shrugged and said, if I don't eat more, how can I grow up quickly? Hulaina smiled and replied, that's true. In the 2 years since arriving at the Spirit Hall, Lin Luo had not only improved in strength but also developed physically very well. He was now nearly 5 meters tall. Although he couldn't compare to those kids with giant genes, he was already considered to have developed very well among his peers. Besides his height, Lin Luo's physique was also quite proportionate, even strong, but definitely not overweight. After resting for a moment, Emo Shanyun led the way forward, with the Jadestone giants clearing the path ahead. After advancing for a while, Emo Shanyun took out a map and glanced at it, then said, we're about to enter the Evil Eye area. Everyone be careful and be ready to fight at any time. Yes. Lin Luo and the others responded in unison. Lin Luo's goal for obtaining the fourth soul ring had already been determined, and now he just needed to find a target. The Evil Eye was one of Lin Luo's targets, similar to the Spirit Beast Flame Spirit that provided his third soul ring. The Evil Eye was also a Spirit-type soul beast and possessed lightning attributes, making it relatively suitable for Lin Luo. In addition to the Evil Eye, there were several other backup options, all decided after discussions with the teachers at the Spirit Academy. Lin Luo's extraordinary talent naturally earns him special treatment. In addition to confirming the choice of spirit rings, the busy Ghost Douluo took some time yesterday afternoon to give Lin Luo a simple examination of his body, estimating that a spirit ring of about 30,000 years would pose no pressure. This kind of testing for a Spirit Master spirit ring limit can only be used as a reference. The first 3 spirit rings are relatively accurate, but for the later ones, it can only be considered a conservative estimate. Lin Luo's goal is to find soul beasts between 30,000 to 35,000 years old, and he believes his body can fully withstand it. The fourth soul ring would reach the 30,000 year level, which is undoubtedly an impossible feat for other soul masters. However, for Lin Luo, nothing is impossible. As soul masters increase in strength, their physical endurance also improves. Moreover, Lin Luo has the passive attribute enhancement from the Hell Curse, making his physical strength reach an abnormal level. Despite his small stature, he likely surpasses even the likes of Xiaoyu. Additionally, Lin Luo's third soul ring is 10,000 years old, so the limit for enduring a 30,000 year fourth soul ring is not considered high. After passing through a thicket, Lin Luo and his companions arrived at a marshland. This great forest has all kinds of environments. In the marsh, they could see 7 or 8 black spherical creatures covered in tentacles. These black spheres had a seam from which a faint blue light emanated, and their bodies were surrounded by a faint black mist. The sizes of the black spheres varied, with the smallest being as big as a basin and the largest as big as a table. Each tentacle seemed to have a mouth full of sharp teeth, and they were currently enjoying the sludge in the marsh. These are the Evil Eyes, a special type of soul beast that possesses the power of lightning. Emo Shanyun scanned all the Evil Eyes and then said, there are no suitable targets. Let's keep moving. Lin Luo and the others nodded and continued along the edge of the swamp. At a glance, the swamp was vast, with no end in sight. Looking at the map, it was clear that this swamp coiled like a giant snake within the forest. In this area, there were not only Evil Eyes, but also soul beasts like mud snakes and gray lizards, although they were not Lin Luo's targets. These soul beasts were relatively docile, not showing any signs of aggression. Most of them were frightened and burrowed into the swamp. The Evil Eyes appeared a bit dull, seemingly not very bright. Or perhaps the mud in the swamp was simply too delicious, causing them to become intoxicated and oblivious to Lin Luo and the others' presence. After traveling a distance along the swamp, Lin Luo and the others quickly found a suitable target. They spotted a single Evil Eye, roughly the size of an elephant, occupying a large territory, with all its tentacles submerged in the mud, and a glaring blue light emanating from a crack in its black spherical body. A 34,000 year old Evil Eye, Lin Luo. Are you sure you can absorb it? Emo Shanyun's gaze fell on Lin Luo, and soon the eyes of Xiaoyu and the others were all focused on him. Lin Luo nodded seriously. No problem, trust me. Emo Shanyun said, but your teacher only tested you for about 30,000 years. Lin Luo still looked serious. This is about 30,000 years. Emo, Shanyun, and the others. It's already 34,000 years, and you're still saying around 30,000? The lifespan of soul beasts has significant differences every 100 years, let alone 1,000 years, especially 4,000 years. Lin Luo said, Trust me, there's no problem. I have confidence in my own body. My teacher also said that this is just a conservative estimate. Even if it's a few thousand years more, it won't be a big deal. If possible, I would even like to challenge 40,000 years. Emo Shanyun replied. Then let's go for this evil eye in front of us. After confirming the target, Emo Shanyun prepared to take action and finally reminded, don't stand too close, it's best to stay as far away as possible. It's unlikely that any particularly powerful soul beasts will appear nearby. With my jade protection, nothing will happen. After saying this, Emo Shanyun summoned 2 humanoid jade guardians to protect Lin Luo and the others. Lin Luo and the others immediately retreated to a distance, fully aware that the battle between the Soul Saint and the 34,000-year soul beast would surely create quite a commotion. To avoid any accidental harm, it was best not to watch the fight. With Lin Luo and their strength, along with Emo Shanyun's humanoid jade stone, even encountering a 10,000-year soul beast would not be a big problem. Not long after Lin Luo and the others retreated, the battle between Emo Shanyun and the Evil Eye began. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Lin Luo and the others witnessed incredibly dazzling flashes of lightning. After about 15 minutes, the humanoid jade stone beside Lin Luo emitted Emo Shanyun's voice, urging them to hurry over as the battle was over. Lin Luo and the others immediately set off and soon arrived. When they returned to the area where the giant Evil Eye was located, it was already in ruins, and the giant Evil Eye was trapped in the swamp, barely alive. In the swamp, many broken tentacles and black liquid could be seen, which must have come from the giant Evil Eye. The char trees nearby were undoubtedly the last work of the giant Evil Eye. Emo Shanyun just gave Lin Luo a glance, and Lin Luo immediately acted. The first soul skill, Death Judgment, was unleashed, completely taking away the giant Evil Eye, followed by a circle of pitch black and deep soul rings slowly rising. Thank you, teacher. Lin Luo bowed and thanked them, then immediately began to absorb the soul ring. Emo Shanyun and Xiaoyu protected Lin Luo, and when they saw the chaotic environment around them, they were also surprised by the combat power of the giant Evil Eye. Emo Shanyun's complexion appeared slightly pale, clearly having consumed a significant amount of soul power during the battle, but there were no visible wounds on him. For someone not skilled in combat, taking down a 3,000-year Evil Eye without injury was already quite impressive. The process of absorbing the soul ring was quite torturous for Lin Luo. It was not only physically painful, but also mentally tormenting, serving as a test of willpower. Perseverance meant success, while giving up would lead to failure. As Lin Luo had anticipated, the limit for the fourth soul ring was around 35,000 years. And this 34,000-year soul ring continuously challenged his limits, making him experience the unbearable pain of absorbing soul rings once again. Fortunately, Lin Luo's willpower was strong enough, and he ultimately persevered. Of course, the main reason was that due to the characteristics of his martial soul, he was able to ignore the soul impact of the 10,000-year soul beast. Otherwise, the difficulty of absorbing the soul ring would have doubled. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. Lin Luo grew through the pain and ultimately succeeded in successfully absorbing his fourth soul ring. With the successful absorption of the 34,000-year Evil Eye soul ring, Lin Luo's soul power level jumped to level 43, and his overall aura significantly improved. Now, he could be considered a true soul master in every sense. Lin Luo's heart was very excited, enjoying the feeling of becoming stronger. Emo Shanyun and the others looked even more excited, their faces filled with smiles. Even the usually silent duo of Xiaoyu and Yin became emotionally stirred, expressing their congratulations. Only Qian Rinxue, who wore a mask, stood calmly aside, silently watching everything. After the congratulatory segment ended, Emo Shanyun and the others focused their attention on Lin Luo's fourth soul skill. Lin Luo, what is your fourth soul skill? It should be related to lightning, right? Emo Shanyun asked, recalling the images of the rampant lightning during his battle with the Evil Eye. Lin nodded. Yes, it's related to thunder. My fourth soul skill is called Underworld Prison. Let me release it for everyone to see. Emo Shanyun and the others immediately nodded and consciously made way for an open space. Lin Luo did not hesitate and immediately released his fourth soul skill, the Underworld Prison. As soon as the fourth soul ring on Lin Luo's body shone, his soul power began to fluctuate violently. Then, 5 scythe blades half the height of a person emerged from the ground, instantly forming with Lin Luo standing inside it. Lin Luo then began to introduce The nether prison forms a cage, and any green barrier that touches the edge of the cage will suffer tremendous damage. I can also adjust the state of the barrier, which can serve as a control soul skill to confine the target inside, making it difficult for them to break through the barrier, and it can also be used for self-protection. The size of the cage can be adjusted, but the larger the cage, the longer the charging time required. Mo Shangyun gently nodded, and then used a humanoid jade stone as cannon fodder, crashing it into the nether prison. With a sound of sizzle, the body of the humanoid jade stone began to crumble, and it was destroyed before it could even enter the cage. A look of surprise flashed across Mo Shangyun's face. Such power? The expressions of Xiaoyu and Yin seemed to express the same sentiment, while Hulaina noticed a particular point. What about lightning? Wasn't it said to be related to lightning? Hulaina asked. Lin Luo smiled slightly. It's on me. Before Lin Luo's voice fell, lightning burst forth from his body, swirling around him. With the appearance of the lightning, Lin Luo's momentum surged once again. As long as he was within the range of the underworld prison, he could harness the power of lightning and also choose to infuse that power into the underworld prison, further strengthening it. Mo Shangyun and the others were even more astonished upon hearing this. To be able to create such a powerful barrier while also possessing the power of lightning. Was this one soul skill or two? Although Mo Shangyun and the others had seen Lin Luo's soul skills being so abnormal before, their inner shock remained beyond words. Lin Luo's third soul skill had multiple effects, and now this fourth soul skill is similar. It seems that future soul skills will likely be the same. This inevitably made Mo Shangyun and the others feel emotional. Is this the power of a divine-level martial soul? If Lin Luo knew what Mo Shangyun and the others were thinking, he would definitely respond in his heart. No, this is actually the power of a cheat. Unsurprisingly, Lin Luo's fourth soul skill is Thresh's ultimate ability, but it appears to be even more powerful. The underworld prison and the underworld prison interface that Lin Luo has unlocked are two different concepts. One is a skill, and the other is a space. As for the lightning power that comes with the underworld prison, Lin Luo will need some time to master it. Once he fully masters it, his close combat ability will also greatly improve. In the future, when facing someone in a duel, he can completely use the underworld prison to encircle himself and the target, and then unleash violent output with the lightning power. Wait, why does this sound a bit like Iron Man's ultimate ability? After Lin Luo showcased the ghostly prison, Mo Shangyun took out a small notebook to make some records. Then everyone took a moment to rest before setting off on their way back. This operation was another complete success, while Xiaoyu and the others seemed to be mere bystanders, especially Qian Ringshu, who had a consistently low presence. They only helped to drive away some soul beasts along the way, at most playing a role in setting the atmosphere. Of course, they had come primarily to gain experience, with Mo Shangyun being the main source of combat power. Even though Xiaoyu and the others were just tagging along, they were still able to gain quite a bit from the experience. Lin Luo stepped into the Soul Hall and continued to live a repetitive life until half a year later, when Ghost Douluo suddenly proposed to take him to a place for training. 069, Combat Training Without Soul Skills. Begin. This is a place specifically for cultivating death servants in the Spirit Hall. You will be staying here for the next 6 months. During training, you cannot use soul skills. There will be someone specifically teaching you combat techniques. After daily training, you can continue your cultivation as usual, and if you have free time, you can also practice soul skills, Ghost Douluo said calmly. Lin Luo nodded. Got it, teacher. Ahead was a gray building that looked similar to the Fighting Soul Arena, but on a larger scale. Nearby, there were many soul masters in Spirit Hall uniforms keeping watch. This place was about 20 miles from Spirit City, situated deep in the remote mountains. The arrival of Ghost Douluo and his companions quickly attracted the attention of the soul masters here. A thin middle-aged man approached Ghost Douluo, bowing respectfully. Subordinate Gan Tianheng, greetings to the elder. Gan Tianheng was tall and thin, with an unremarkable appearance, except for slightly small eyes and somewhat dark skin. He had a scar on his neck that extended downwards. Surviving such a severe injury in that area was indeed a miracle. Take us inside. Ghost Douluo's voice remained calm. But a person's authority does not need to be measured by tone. Gan Tianheng immediately nodded. Yes, elder. Then, Lin Luo followed Ghost Douluo as they entered the gray building under Gan Tianheng's guidance. Upon stepping inside, Lin Luo heard various noisy sounds that were completely inaudible from outside. Clearly, this gray building had excellent soundproofing. Looking around, the interior of the building consisted of hundreds of arenas. On the arenas, people were engaged in combat, with many spectators watching beside each arena. Some had fallen permanently on the arena, while others had just stepped onto it. Without exception, their gazes were extremely resolute, showing no fear of death. Most of them were ordinary people, with only a few being soul masters, and among those soul masters, the strongest were merely soul respect. Walking along the corridor, Lin Luo could observe some of the situations on the arenas. Those standing on the arenas appeared very fierce, trying every possible means to kill their opponents. Although most of them were not soul masters, they were very skilled in combat. Continuing along the corridor, Lin Luo soon discovered that besides the arenas, there were many specialized training areas. In those training grounds, many people were training, some focusing on strength, others on speed, and some on reaction time. The training equipment seemed somewhat rudimentary, but gave a very practical feeling. It was somewhat similar to gyms in Lin Luo's original world, but not entirely alike. After viewing the training areas, Gan Tianheng led Lin Luo and Ghost Douluo out of the building. They walked along a small path for about 1,500 meters and finally arrived at a residence. It was a bungalow, not luxurious, but it gave a comfortable feeling and looked newly built. Gan Tianheng introduced, "Little brother, you will live here from now on. Meals will be delivered by a dedicated person 3 times a day. If you have any discomfort, feel free to tell me at any time." Lin Luo nodded gently. He had long been accustomed to this special treatment. After that, he will leave it to you. During training, there is no need for special considerations. His body is already extraordinary, so you can increase the intensity of the training. Ghost Douluo spoke calmly. Gan Tianheng immediately nodded vigorously. "Yes, elder." Finally, Ghost Douluo looked at Lin Luo and said, "Train well here. I will come and check on you from time to time. If you want to practice your soul skills after the regular training, you can also find him." Lin Luo nodded. "Okay, teacher." The figure of Ghost Douluo gradually faded away. Gan Tianheng's gaze fell on Lin Luo. "Little brother, when do you plan to start training? How about taking a rest today to get familiar with the environment?" Lin Luo said, "No need to rest. Let's start training directly. You've worked hard." Gan Tianheng grinned and said, "Little brother, there's no need to be so polite. Let's train here for a few days, and then you can go in for practical training. How about that?" Lin Luo said, "I will follow your arrangements. There's no need to strictly adhere to my opinions." "All right." Gan Tianheng nodded, his smile gradually fading, replaced by a serious expression. He said, "Let's start with a simple test of your strength, speed, and other abilities. You can activate your martial soul, but do not use any soul skills." Lin Luo nodded and then activated his martial soul. A scythe and a lantern appeared in Lin Luo's hands, and he emanated an aura belonging to the soul sect, which far surpassed that of an ordinary soul sect. Strangely, there were no soul rings visible on Lin Luo's body. A hint of surprise flashed in Gan Tianheng's eyes, not just because Lin Luo had no soul rings, but more so due to the powerful aura emanating from him. Even with a mask on, Gan Tianheng could discern that Lin Luo was quite young, likely not even 10 years old. It was the first time he had encountered someone so young possessing such a terrifying aura, and he was truly shocked. It was a technique to hide soul rings. But once a soul skill was used, the soul rings would be revealed. Lin Luo spoke calmly and then asked, "Do you need me to show my soul rings?" Gan Tianheng shook his head slightly. "No need." After all, Gan Tianheng was someone who had seen many storms and quickly adjusted his state. "Get ready and then attack me." After saying that, Gan Tianheng activated his martial soul. Immediately, his originally thin body became incredibly strong, and his height suddenly exceeded 2 meters, transforming into a muscular man. Dense brown fur could be seen on Gan Tianheng's body, and he looked more and more like a humanoid brown bear. Gan Tianheng, martial soul, brown bear. He briefly introduced himself, and 7 soul rings surrounded him, symbolizing his soul saint strength. Lin Luo spoke calmly. "Lin Luo, Wuhuan Soul Lock Warden." After exchanging a glance, Lin Luo acted without hesitation. He charged towards Gan Tianheng, and during his advance, the scythe and lantern in his hands disappeared. His right hand clenched into a fist and struck fiercely at Gan Tianheng. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gan Tianheng remained unmoved, like a small mountain standing in place, while the attacking Lin Luo staggered back a few steps. Although his body did not move, Gan Tianheng's expression had become extremely exaggerated, his eyes widening slightly, as if the word shock was about to be written on his face. This power doesn't seem like something a soul sect should possess. Sure enough, it was prepared for the city of slaughter. Gan Tianheng was very shocked by Lin Luo's strength, and then let Lin Luo try to attack a few more times. With each successive attack, Gan Tianheng became more certain that Lin Luo's power was extraordinary, and the shock on his face grew even more evident. Are you really from the Soul sect? After Lin Luo launched another attack, Gan Tianheng finally couldn't help but ask. Lin nodded, yes. Gan Tianheng still found it hard to believe and tentatively asked, can I see your soul ring? Lin Luo Dao, okay. Lin Luo then displayed his soul rings. Accompanied by a wave of soul power, the soul rings on Lin Luo gradually emerged. When the four soul rings of purple, black, and black appeared, Gan Tianheng was completely dumbfounded, standing there in shock. How is this possible? Lin Luo had heard such words before and had seen expressions like Gan Tianheng's multiple times. So she appeared very calm. Gan Tianheng adjusted his state quickly, and his emotions had stabilized, but he still wore a look of surprise on his face. He glanced again at the soul rings on Lin Luo and swallowed hard before speaking. All right, you should put away your soul rings. They attract too much attention. In fact, what Gan Tianheng really wanted to say was, if you don't put them away, I probably won't be able to concentrate on training you for a while. Lin Luo cooperated very well and immediately followed the instructions. With another wave of soul power, the soul rings on Lin Luo's body disappeared. Gan Tianheng immediately spoke up. Use your martial soul to attack. I want to see the characteristics of your martial soul. All right, hey. And a huge scythe appeared in Lin Luo's hand, while the lantern was not summoned. It wasn't suitable for combat anyway. Lin Luo can freely retract his lantern and scythe. But when releasing his soul skills, both the scythe and lantern need to be present at the same time, which is a characteristic of his martial soul. Holding the scythe, Lin Luo immediately launched an attack on Gan Tianheng, first swinging the scythe directly. The massive scythe came down, blocked by Gan Tianheng's arm. Clang! Although the blade of the scythe struck Gan Tianheng's arm, it produced a sound akin to metal colliding. The sharp scythe blade could not harm Gan Tianheng in the slightest. His robust soul power and the inherent strong defense of his martial soul meant he didn't even need to use soul skills for defense. Despite easily blocking Lin Luo's attack, Gan Tianheng's face once again showed a look of shock. The strength of this martial soul could definitely be considered top tier. In Gan Tianheng's view, Lin Luo's martial soul is a weapon martial soul. After all, attacking with a scythe makes the name of the martial soul quite unique. Weapon martial souls, especially those of this kind, make it easy to discern the strength of the martial soul. Take the Haotian hammer as an example. The damage dealt by the Haotian hammer and an ordinary hammer hitting the same target is incomparable. Or the 7 killing sword is also a great example. The 7 killing sword is not on the same level as an ordinary longsword at all. Continue, Gan Tianheng said. Lin Luo continued to attack, still wielding the scythe to slash and strike. Gan Tianheng blocked all of Lin Luo's attacks and then said, I see that the tail end of your scythe is connected with a chain. Can you use the chain to attack as well? Lin Luo indeed had this plan and nodded, saying, okay. Following that, Lin Luo began to use the chains to control the scythe for an attack. He had also trained specifically for this and had achieved a high level of proficiency. Theoretically, as long as Lin Luo's soul power was sufficient, the chains could extend indefinitely. But a chain that was too long would also be difficult to control. Currently, Lin Luo could stably control a chain that was 5 meters long. Lin Luo swung the chain, causing the scythe to slash down from above with greater force and speed, but Gan Tianheng still blocked it. His absolute strength remained unshakable. At Gan Tianheng's signal, Lin Luo launched several more attacks and flexibly used the chain to execute bindings similar to the death judgment. The binding effect was barely acceptable and could be somewhat useful in actual combat, but it was certainly not as strong as the death judgment. After testing his offensive power, Lin Luo then conducted tests on speed and reaction under Gan Tianheng's arrangement. The final test results showed that his abilities in various aspects were outstanding, even somewhat excessively so. At least, there was always a look of surprise on Gan Tianheng's face. After the tests, training began. The training content was simple, real combat, continuously challenging Lin Luo's limits through practical experience, with Gan Tianheng acting as Lin Luo's sparring partner. Gan Tianheng clearly had a lot of experience in sparring, able to precisely control his strength, speed, and other abilities to achieve targeted training objectives. Lin Luo's battle with Gan Tianheng was like fighting against many different opponents. During the battle, Gan Tianheng would give Lin Luo some combat advice based on his practical experience, which greatly benefited Lin Luo. In the following 10 days, Lin Luo spent his time training under Gan Tianheng. Lin Luo's time management is very well organized, with the majority of his time dedicated to cultivation, followed by practical training. And he also sets aside some time to further refine his soul skills. His teacher, Ghost Douluo, consistently trains his mystification technique every day. In terms of effort, Lin Luo is commendable. After 10 days of training, he was arranged by Gan Tianheng to engage in actual combat on the arena, truly facing various opponents. However, these battles did not last long, as Lin Luo was simply too strong, nearly invincible in the arena. He then faced multiple opponents, starting with one and gradually increasing to 9 opponents at the same time. He later faced even more opponents, and upon entering the gray building, he would be ambushed, constantly honing his reflexes and combat abilities. It was during this training that Lin Luo fully understood the purpose behind the Spirit Hall's arrangement for him. The practical combat without using soul skills, while facing multiple opponents, was essentially the model of the City of Slaughter, right? Clearly, all of this was preparation for his journey to the City of Slaughter. Having already received intelligence from Pope Bibi Dong regarding the domain of the God of Slaughter, he arranged targeted training. Once he completed his training here and headed to the City of Slaughter, he would undoubtedly be more than capable. In battle, casualties were inevitable, and there were quite a few mercenaries who fell under Lin Luo's scythe. However, Lin Luo was not a bloodthirsty person. He would spare his opponents whenever possible, as it was just training after all. The Spirit Hall also sent many healing-type support soul masters to minimize casualties. Mercenaries are also resources, and to nurture Lin Luo, the Spirit Hall was certainly willing to invest these resources, but if they could make the resources last longer, it would undoubtedly yield better results. The combat power of the mercenaries was ultimately limited. Lin Luo initially benefited from these battles, but after a while, he gained nothing but simply crushed them. The Spirit Hall also took this into account. When the mercenaries no longer qualified as sparring partners, they directly dispatched some soul masters to practice with Lin Luo, striving to maintain the intensity of his training. 6 months passed quickly, and Lin Luo's training finally came to an end. 071, City of Slaughter, I'm coming. During this 6-month training period, Lin Luo did not neglect his cultivation. His soul power level had now reached level 47. It is worth noting that he is only 9 years old. Having reached level 47 at such a young age is undoubtedly terrifying data. It is known that the cultivation of soul masters becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, and after Lin Luo reached the soul master rank, the speed of his soul power level increase was noticeably slower than before. However, this slower pace is still considered extraordinary among most soul masters. Improving 4 levels in a year is truly impressive, especially since Lin Luo also spent some time consolidating his strength. Of course, Lin Luo did collect souls during his training, but the help provided by these souls could only be described as negligible. Most of the mercenaries were ordinary people, and the attributes provided by ordinary people's souls were very limited. On the day after the training ended, Ghost Douluo came to pick up Lin Luo. During the 6 months of Lin Luo's training, Ghost Douluo also visited a few times, always bringing many delicious foods. After returning to Spirit City, Ghost Douluo treated Lin Luo to another good meal. Having a teacher so enthusiastic about food is truly a stroke of luck, as it allows for the enjoyment of various delicacies. After eating and drinking to his satisfaction, Lin Luo, under Ghost Douluo's guidance, went to the Pope's palace to meet Pope Bibi Dong. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Luo had already been with the Spirit Hall for 2 years. During these 2 years, he had seen Bibi Dong many times, mostly with her inquiring about his situation. As one of the key cultivation targets of the Spirit Hall, it was normal for him to receive the Pope's attention. However, it was clear that Lin Luo's meeting with Bibi Dong today was not simply to inquire about his situation, but rather to assign him a task. Bibi Dong remained as noble and beautiful as ever, dressed in a golden long gown that perfectly accentuated her voluptuous figure. "I have seen your excellency the Pope." Lin Luo bowed respectfully and shouted. According to the regulations, given Lin Luo's identity and strength, he was originally supposed to kneel, but he had received permission from Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong revealed a faint smile. "It seems like you've grown a lot taller in the past year." Lin Luo nodded gently, revealing a sunny smile. It was difficult to hear casual conversations from Bibi Dong, given her identity, but she treated Lin Luo differently, completely regarding him as her junior. The kindness between people could be felt, and Lin Luo remembered everyone who treated him well. He understood the so-called value of interests, but he still felt gratitude. He was not an ingrate. "Your training has come to a successful end, and it's time to take you to a new place for further experience," Bibi Dong said. "That place is very dangerous, and you might die. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." Lin Luo's gaze was very firm, and he knew that this was the only answer he could give. Bibi Dong revealed a satisfied smile. "Good. That place is called the City of Slaughter. You can rest for 2 days, and then I will personally take you there." "It really is the City of Slaughter." Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Yes, thank you, Your Holiness. After leaving the Pope's palace, Lin Luo returned to his residence, while his teacher, Ghost Douluo, naturally went off to be busy again. In the next 2 days, he returned to his normal routine. For him, it was about cultivating when it was time to cultivate, training when it was time to train, and a normal life was the best rest. During these 2 days, he also met with his teammates and had a small gathering. Of course, Qianren Xue was definitely not there, and it was just the 3 of them from the Golden Generation having a meal together. The few of them gathered together and simply chatted about the tasks they had experienced over the past 6 months. Previously, the information about these tasks had been confidential to Lin Luo, but now it was no longer a secret, as they had been working together for over a year. Although some secrets were no longer secrets, the 3 from the Golden Generation did not mention anything about Lin Luo. They did not ask him what he had been doing for the past 6 months, and Lin Luo did not spill the beans either. There was still a basic understanding between them in their interactions. The 2 days of rest quickly passed, and on the morning of the 3rd day, before Lin Luo had the chance to go to the Pope's palace to find Bibi Dong, she had already arrived at his residence. When Bibi Dong appeared, Lin Luo had just changed into a new outfit and was preparing to go out. Upon seeing Bibi Dong's arrival, Lin Luo was somewhat taken aback. Bibi Dong was dressed in a purple casual outfit today, stunningly beautiful, and her noble aura seemed to have merged into her very bones, unaffected by her attire, still giving off a sense of distance. He had met the Holy Pope. Lin Luo greeted respectfully, feeling slightly awkward inside. Bibi Dong nodded lightly, then glanced around briefly. Seeing that the place was clean and tidy, she smiled and praised. Your personal habits are quite good. You should continue to maintain them. Yes, Your Holiness. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. There's no need to be so tense. Relax a little, Bibi Dong said. Come with me. 5 days later, in a small town shrouded in gray fog, only a few pedestrians passed by, moving like walking corpses. The entire town felt very oppressive, exuding a chilling atmosphere everywhere, until a woman in purple arrived with a boy in black, finally bringing some color to this town. The woman in purple was none other than the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, and the boy in black was Lin Luo. Both were wearing masks and walked straight ahead with a very clear destination. Before long, they arrived at a tavern. Compared to the desolation of the streets, the tavern was quite lively. There were burly men, skinny, pale-faced men, cute petite girls, and women in revealing clothing. A variety of people gathered together, all of whom gave off a very dangerous vibe. The entrance of Bibi Dong and Lin Luo immediately attracted everyone's attention, but they only glanced at them and then returned to their drinking. The people here were all very dangerous, and they were all aware of it. Bibi Dong led Lin Luo directly to the counter. With just one glance, the staff at the counter immediately opened a passage, revealing a staircase leading underground. Lin Luo noticed that the staff members' eyes were covered with a layer of blood, and their movements seemed somewhat uncoordinated, as if they had been possessed by someone. Go ahead, everything will go smoothly, Bibi Dong said. Lin Luo nodded lightly, and then resolutely descended the steps. 072. Target the God of Death domain? No, I'm here to grind for passives. Lin Luo continued to walk down the stairs, a cold breeze blowing constantly, and the darkness deepening as he descended. However, after activating his martial spirit, he generated a light source that allowed him to clearly see his surroundings. Whether it was a lantern or a scythe under Lin Luo's control, they both emitted a ghostly green glow. Although this light only created a more terrifying atmosphere in the darkness, Lin Luo was not afraid at all. Having dealt with the dead since childhood, he had long since developed a strong courage. The stairs quickly came to an end, and Lin Luo stepped into a passageway, continuing forward until he arrived at an extremely spacious area. As Lin Luo entered that vast space, a cold voice immediately echoed in his ears. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. The surprise expression that had just appeared on Lin Luo's face gradually faded, and he muttered, I thought it was a response from the system, but instead I got this. Looking ahead, he could faintly see a light in the distance, and Lin Luo immediately headed in that direction. Without a doubt, that was the entrance to the City of Slaughter. However, after advancing for over 100 steps, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds coming from ahead. With the light of a lantern, Lin Luo quickly saw the situation in front of him. A group of more than 100 people was approaching, all wearing black armor, and at the forefront was a figure on a warhorse, which also donned black heavy armor, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. Recognizing the familiar plot, Lin Luo immediately understood that death was approaching. Defeat me, and you will gain the qualification to enter the City of Slaughter. The black-armored knight at the front wasted no words and spoke in a deep voice, diving straight into the topic. After that, the black-armored knight urged his warhorse to charge towards Lin Luo at an incredible speed. When Lin Luo saw these people, he was already prepared for battle. In fact, he was always on high alert, instinctively concentrating his mind in unfamiliar environments, which had become a habit for him. Facing the black-armored knight charging at him, Lin Luo appeared very calm. He simply waved his hand casually, and the scythe in his hand flew out. The speed of the scythe was faster than that of the black-armored knight, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the knight's front. At that moment, Lin Luo suddenly manipulated the chain, causing the scythe to slash down. The sharp blade of the scythe easily cut through the knight's armor, leaving a huge gash on his body and also knocking him off his horse. Boom! The already towering body of the black-armored knight crashed to the ground with a deafening thud. Lin Luo retracted the scythe and calmly looked at the black-armored knight. According to the storyline, this black-armored knight should have given him the token symbolizing the identity of the City of Slaughter. However, what Lin Luo didn't expect was that a warrior wielding a heavy sword suddenly charged over and, with a swing of his sword, beheaded the black-armored knight. Immediately after, the black-armored warrior searched the body of the knight and pulled out a black token engraved with a skull, handing it to Lin Luo. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter," the black-armored warrior said in a deep voice. Lin Luo took the token and saw his number 3699 on it. 369? Lin Luo saw this familiar number and couldn't help but think of a very filial professional player in the league, who was also his top pick for the best top laner. Most professional players, after making money, think about what to invest in, but Brother 69 first showed filial piety to his grandmother, which is truly refreshing. This number is quite nice, and it has a lot of nines. Lin Luo put away the token and then casually offered a wave of soul peace to the black-armored knight. No, it should be the previous black-armored knight. Following that, Lin Luo headed towards the brightly glowing door ahead, while secretly mumbling in his heart. Is this black-armored knight destined to die every time someone arrives? Or did I strike too hard, causing him to lose the necessity of existence? Moreover, the numbering shouldn't be arranged according to the order of entry into the slaughter. I've already obtained a number over 3,000, so there shouldn't be this few bad people in the Douluo world. Soon, Lin Luo arrived in front of the glowing door, which deviated from the plot in the book. In the book's plot, when Tang San arrived here, the City of Slaughter already existed, and the door he saw was also the entrance to the City of Slaughter, where part of the city's outline and the blood moon in the sky could be seen. However, Lin Luo saw nothing but this special door, which seemed to be an entrance to another space. It seems reasonable. The City of Slaughter should be a kind of special spatial existence, rather than being located in an underground world. Lin Luo collected his thoughts and stepped through the main gate. Crossing the blinding light curtain, Lin Luo entered a world shrouded in a blood moon. Ahead was an enormous city that gave off an extremely oppressive feeling, with the word City of Slaughter hanging high above the massive black city gates. Finally arrived, the City of Slaughter. Lin Luo glanced at the blood moon in the sky, then stepped forward towards the City of Slaughter. When Lin Luo arrived at the entrance of the City of Slaughter, the gates opened automatically, and he saw a woman in a black veil and 2 rows of armored warriors approaching him. "Welcome to the City of Slaughter." The woman's voice was pleasant, and her figure was incredibly alluring. Beneath the mask, Lin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile. He didn't expect the City of Slaughter to be so welcoming, not only greeting him along the way, but also having such a well-endowed big sister waiting at the entrance, combined with the red glow emitted by the blood moon, giving a feeling of entering a high-end club. The woman gestured for him to enter, and Lin Luo walked straight inside. Upon entering the city, Lin Luo immediately saw a landscape of blue and purple, which overall gave a very dark feeling. There were quite a few people on the streets, even bustling enough to be described as lively, and they paid no attention to Lin Luo, the outsider. At this moment, the woman in the black veil came to Lin Luo's side and introduced herself. "I am your guide. Within the next 12 hours, you can ask me any questions you have. After 12 hours, you will officially become a member of the City of Slaughter." Just like in the storyline, there was a 12-hour newbie protection period. Lin Luo is not here for tourism and doesn't need a so-called tour guide. He directly asked, "Where is the hell-killing arena? Take me there." The woman in the black veil seemed to know that Lin Luo's identity was unusual. I didn't say anything unnecessary. She nodded and said, "All right, please follow me." Lin Luo followed the woman in black and soon witnessed the customs and culture of this sinful city. The chaotic scenes did not instill fear in Lin Luo. Instead, they gradually excited him. This did not mean that Lin Luo had reached the edge of depravity, but rather that he saw many green light orbs floating in various corners. In the city of slaughter, what was most abundant was death, and what Lin Luo needed most was death. Why do others come to the city of slaughter? To escape from pursuers? To release themselves? Or simply for the realm of the god of killing? Lin Luo didn't have so many thoughts. He had considered the existence of the city of slaughter a long time ago. He didn't come here for the god of killing domain, but simply wanted to stack passives. First, he aimed for a 5-game winning streak to get a feel for it. Under the guidance of the woman in black gauze, Lin Luo quickly encountered a special building. The building had an irregular conical shape, with the largest base narrowing as it rose. It matched the description in the book, and this special structure indeed gave off a sense of oppression. Just getting close, the rich smell of blood lingered at the tip of his nose, difficult to disperse. Even though Lin Luo had undergone special training, he still found it somewhat hard to adapt in such an environment. Along the way, he learned the rules of the hell-killing field from the woman in black gauze, which were consistent with the book's setting, a battle where only 1 out of 10 survives. Entry required a Bloody Mary, and upon reaching his destination, Lin Luo very kindly used his scythe to get himself a Bloody Mary. With a Bloody Mary in hand, Lin Luo smoothly entered the hell-killing field. The interior of the hell-killing field was relatively simple, consisting only of a combat arena and a spectator area. There weren't many people in the stands, and there were indeed people fighting in the arena. A total of 10 individuals were engaged in a brutal battle, and with only 1 person able to survive, it was destined that 9 corpses would appear in this arena. Lin Luo poured the Bloody Mary into the blood pool, and then looked at the woman in black veil. "Please help me register," Lin Luo said calmly. The woman in black veil appeared very composed, nodded gently, took the token that symbolized identity from Lin Luo, and then went to help Lin Luo with the registration. Lin Luo glanced at the competition venue and then walked straight to the front row of the spectator seats. If possible, he wouldn't mind entering the competition area directly, so that all the souls could be collected. Lin Luo has always maintained his martial soul state, holding a scythe and a lantern. After entering the city of slaughter, he made his way here and has already collected quite a few souls. Of course, those souls were just collected along the way. He didn't deliberately seek out other souls. After all, there is plenty of time ahead, so there's no rush. The appearance of Lin Luo naturally attracted the attention of other spectators in the audience. Most of them were drawn in by Lin Luo's strange appearance, while also feeling puzzled. Wearing a mask is undoubtedly a way to hide one's identity, which is understandable. Holding a huge scythe is also comprehensible. Anyone coming here would have a suitable weapon. What these people couldn't understand was why Lin Luo was also carrying a lantern. If Lin Luo knew what was on their minds, he would surely respond internally. The lantern is for guiding the souls of the deceased. The chaotic battle among the 10 lasted not long, ending in just a few minutes. The result was, of course, incredibly tragic, with 9 people dead and the remaining 1 severely injured, likely not to survive much longer. Lin Luo had pretty good luck. 2 people died right in front of him, and he conveniently collected their souls. As for the souls of the others, it wasn't a big deal. Collecting them would be best, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter. After all, this place was filled with dead people. It's worth mentioning that Lin Luo had collected nearly 50 souls since arriving in this city of slaughter, most of which were quite ordinary. The strongest among them was only at the Soul King level, and most were between Soul Master and Soul Sect, with a fair number of ordinary people's souls as well. In fact, it proved that no matter where one was, the strong were always in the minority. Even in this egalitarian city of slaughter, high-level Soul Masters were still rare. However, Lin Luo was already very satisfied with his harvest. Even ordinary people's souls, as long as there were enough, could still bring him a terrifying boost. Moreover, in this city of slaughter, ordinary people ultimately made up a minority. Most were Soul Masters, which also reflected that to be a bad person, one needed a certain level of strength. Not everyone was qualified to be a desperate outlaw. The battle of 10 to 1 continued, and Lin Luo waited for about half an hour before finally getting his turn to fight. At the signal from the staff of the hell-killing field, Lin Luo entered the combat arena. Along with him were 9 burly men, each looking distinct. Compared to their tall figures, Lin Luo seemed much smaller, but that wasn't due to poor development. He was only 9 years old. If everyone here saw the youthful face beneath Lin Luo's mask, they would probably be incredibly shocked. Stepping onto this killing ground for the first time, Lin Luo felt no nervousness or fear. Instead, he was a bit impatient. "Can we hurry up? I'm in a rush for the next match." Lin Luo certainly wasn't foolish enough to say this out loud. He just murmured it to himself in his heart. The 9 opponents of Lin Luo are all soul masters. Once they enter the arena, they immediately activate their respective martial souls. There are 2 great soul masters, 3 soul venerables, and 4 soul sections. Although no one can use soul skills, the combination of soul rings is still clearly visible, and one can assess the opponent's strength through their soul rings. Lin Luo did not display his soul ring. He has always been very low-key. Once everyone was in position, the battle quickly began. Lin Luo had already put away his lantern when entering the arena, and at this moment, he was shouldering a huge scythe, calmly observing the other 9 opponents. Soon, someone charged towards Lin Luo. This battle had no specific targets and was entirely a chaotic melee. Facing the burly man rushing towards him, Lin Luo remained very calm. He had encountered countless opponents like this half a year ago, and even with his eyes closed, he could kill them indiscriminately. Lin Luo brushed past the burly man, effortlessly slicing open his chest with the scythe in his hand. Then came the moment of hunting. Lin Luo's target was never just one person. From the very beginning, he was prepared to take on 9 opponents at once. After taking down the first adversary, he dashed towards the others at lightning speed, delivering fatal blows to each one with ease. He truly pursued efficiency, unwilling to waste any time in such meaningless battles, not even a second. For opponents that could be dealt with in one scythe strike, he would never use a second. Like the Grim Reaper, he reaped the lives of everyone. In less than a minute, Lin Luo had eliminated all of them. Powerful, confident, decisive. These words seemed to be made for Lin Luo. After taking down the last person, he took out his lantern to make his actions appear more normal. He smashed the lantern against each corpse, collecting their souls in the process. After completing the first battle, Lin Luo immediately signed up for more fights. He had preserved his stamina well. There was no need to exert much effort in bullying weaker opponents. While waiting for the next battle, Lin Luo continued to sit in the front row of the spectator seats, as close to the arena as possible to facilitate soul collection. He went on to participate in 4 more battles, achieving 5 consecutive victories on his first day in the City of Slaughter, and each match was exceedingly easy and carefree. 074. No need to be so polite. I'm getting embarrassed, Lin Luo said. After claiming 5 consecutive victories, his stamina remained in good shape. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to exhaust all his energy in the hellish slaughter arena and then wait outside to die. Everything was under his control. Initially, Lin Luo planned to fight just 3 matches, but the overwhelming victories inflated his ego, leading him to achieve 5 wins. If he wanted to continue fighting, he could probably achieve 10 consecutive victories while still preserving most of his stamina, but that would draw too much attention. It was better to be low-key on his first day here. After collecting the souls of his opponents, Lin Luo returned to the spectator seats, where his newbie protection period was still in effect. The woman in the black veil was waiting for him. Unlike the woman from the storyline in the book, Lin Luo noticed that the black-veiled woman who had come to guide him remained very calm, showing no surprise at his requests, even after witnessing his 5 consecutive victories. Perhaps every receptionist had different psychological qualities, or maybe Bibi Dong had already made arrangements with the City of Slaughter. In any case, with the newbie protection period in place, after leaving the hellish slaughter arena with the black-veiled woman, Lin Luo had her take him around the City of Slaughter, specifically choosing areas with many dead bodies to collect a large number of souls, which raised his soul power level by 1 rank. And this was just on his first day in the City of Slaughter. After familiarizing himself with the environment of the City of Slaughter, Lin Luo remembered a few frequently contested locations and then sent the black-veiled woman away. The remaining time of the newbie protection period didn't mean much to Lin Luo. He would have to face those ruthless individuals sooner or later, whether sooner or later made no difference. Although the black-veiled woman had also mentioned that she could fulfill other requests of Lin Luo, he genuinely had no interest in her, even though she had a rather stunning figure. Lin Luo was never the kind of man who thought with his lower body. Compared to women, the enhancement of strength and delicious food were far more appealing to him. The pleasures brought by women were certainly enjoyable and could easily lead one to indulge. And Lin Luo had experienced quite a bit of that in his previous life. Therefore, he understood even better that once he became strong enough, he could have whatever he wanted without needing to settle. After the woman in black left, Lin Luo walked alone on the streets of the City of Slaughter, beginning to look for a suitable place to stay. After all, he would be in this place for a long time, and a good residence was essential. As a newcomer, without the protection of the woman in black, Lin Luo quickly caught the attention of some thugs. He noticed those malicious gazes lurking in the shadows, but felt no fear. Instead, he was increasingly excited. Letting the woman in black go was also for this reason. It was too troublesome to find someone to kill. If others came looking for him, he could just deal with them easily. The woman in black would only slow down his ability to wield his scythe. Had it not been for the special training arranged by the Spirit Hall, Lin Luo might have felt uncertain upon arriving in the City of Slaughter. After all, he couldn't use his soul skills here, and all his combat experience would be rendered useless. Even though his body was strong enough, lacking sufficient battle experience would make things very difficult. However, after undergoing relevant training, Lin Luo had gained enough strength as capital, which is why he could be so confident. This also showed that the arrangements of the Spirit Hall were very thoughtful. They only sent Lin Luo to this dangerous place when they were confident in his abilities. After walking less than 100 meters, Lin Luo encountered the first group of people who came after him. Yes, it was a group, 13 in total, both men and women. Some charging straight at him, while others resorted to underhanded sneak attacks. Lin Luo was completely unperturbed as she swung the sickle towards the nearest enemy. With the sickle's movement, the chains rapidly extended, eventually stopping 5 meters away, and the sickle accurately embedded itself into the enemy's neck, the sharp blade nearly decapitating him. Swinging the chains, Lin Luo pulled the sickle out and then attacked other targets. Accompanied by a series of splattering sounds, one enemy after another dropped dead on the spot. The chain seemed like Lin Luo's other hand, skillfully maneuvering the sickle to attack. Any enemy that entered the 5-meter range would be instantly killed with a single strike. In an instant, more than half of the 13 enemies fell, and the remaining ones, sensing the danger, attempted to flee. Lin Luo immediately displayed a fierce intensity, unleashing terrifying speed as he killed each of the fleeing attackers one by one. The last one was chased from one end of the street to the other, ultimately meeting his demise. With the first group of attackers dealt with, soon a second and third group emerged. Their target was Lin Luo, and there wasn't much reasoning behind it. They simply deemed him extremely dangerous, and such a threat needed to be eliminated quickly and decisively. These attackers weren't all organized or part of a team. Many acted spontaneously. It truly echoed the saying, "When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. When one excels above others, he will certainly be envied." However, after the fourth group was completely wiped out, those who had been watching from the sidelines saw that Lin Luo remained in excellent condition and finally abandoned any thoughts of continuing their attacks. Most of the people who came here were reckless, which explained why so many were willing to throw their lives away at once. Lin Luo actually did not like killing, but if others sought death, he had no choice. Those who came to seek death were essentially offering him a greeting gift, and it was hard to refuse such hospitality. So he had to accept their lives and then help guide their souls as a return gift. After eliminating the last person, Lin Luo turned back and collected all the remaining souls that he hadn't gathered. The battle was already changing rapidly, and it was difficult to collect souls while slaughtering at the same time. Lin Luo only acts according to the situation. Collecting souls also means supplies for him, which is one of the reasons he can continue fighting. Lin Luo already had a certain level of physical strength as a foundation. During the process of collecting souls, he could also recover. In this place, he just couldn't use soul skills, but his basic soul power still existed. Even with certain restrictions, it was still present. Collecting souls not only increased Lin Luo's soul power, but also provided a certain replenishment for it. For soul masters, soul power is equivalent to another form of stamina. After completing the collection of souls, Lin Luo continued to search for a suitable place to stay. After wandering for about 10 minutes and casually collecting a few souls along the way, he finally found a 3-story building in a corner. After confirming his target, Lin Luo directly entered the building and, after a very polite discussion with the original owner, the other party generously allowed Lin Luo to take the house. Lin Luo really didn't expect the people in the City of Slaughter to be so enthusiastic, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. With his living situation settled, the next issue was food. Before departing from the Spirit City, Lin Luo had already put effort into preparing food, storing a lot of it in the skeleton ring. The storage space of the Soul Guide device inherently has a preservation function, allowing the food to be stored for a long time. Additionally, Lin Luo also prepared some ingredients, so even after the ready-to-eat food was finished, he could make his own meals. To celebrate his smooth arrival in the City of Slaughter, Lin Luo took out a piece of jerky made from dried soul beast meat from the skeleton ring and began to enjoy it. While gnawing on the jerky, Lin Luo surveyed his living space. To his surprise, the previous owner of the house, who had insisted on giving him the place, was a very clean person. The entire house was kept very tidy. Although this house had nothing to do with luxury, its simple and clean environment was already satisfying enough. Being in such a chaotic place, having a peaceful little nest like this was truly a comfortable thing. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Luo summoned the low-level, vengeful spirit Yi from the underworld prison. It had been 2 years since Lin Luo unlocked the underworld prison, and although there was still only the low-level, vengeful spirit Yi inside, the now-grown Yi had become a significant assistant to Lin Luo. Lin Luo also wanted to collect more vengeful spirits, but the key issue was that there weren't many corpses at the Soul Emperor level or above. It was precisely because vengeful spirits were so rare that Lin Luo had never given up on nurturing them. Over the past 2 years, Lin Luo had never hesitated to share part of his spoils, serving as nourishment for lower-level vengeful spirits. The lower-level vengeful spirit Yi, who followed Lin Luo, was living quite well, and now Yi Hui's soul power level had recovered to level 21. For Lin Luo, a level 21 soul master was not particularly useful. It was rather insignificant. However, it should not be forgotten that Yi Hui was a vengeful spirit capable of growth. He could be summoned at any time and would remain forever loyal to him. Most importantly, the lower-level vengeful spirit Yi Hui had mastered soul attack skills, able to unexpectedly launch a soul shock at opponents, thereby achieving surprising effects. At this moment, Yi Hui's role could be utilized. With Yi Hui's strength, he could not guarantee Lin Luo's safety, but at least he was suitable for patrolling. Although Lin Luo had already dealt with several batches of ruthless villains while searching for a place to stay, demonstrating his absolute strength, it was unlikely that anyone would trouble him in the short term. However, this was the city of slaughter, where most people were ruthless killers. Who could say for sure? If Lin Luo were alone, he would have to remain vigilant in this special place, making it difficult to cultivate or rest. But with the lower-level vengeful spirit Yi Hui around, Lin Luo could relax much more. Lin Luo gave Yi Hui the order to patrol, and then entered a state of cultivation. Even though he was heavily injured, effort was still essential. Moreover, in this hellish place, cultivating was the best substitute for sleep. A day quickly passed, and during this time, Lin Luo did not encounter any danger. It seemed that not everyone in this city of slaughter was insane. Not encountering danger should have been a cause for celebration, but Lin Luo frowned. He preferred someone to come and deliver gifts. On the second day of Lin Luo's arrival in the city of slaughter, he continued to live the same repetitive life as yesterday. He casually achieved a 5-game winning streak in the Hell Arena, collected a portion of souls, and then wandered around the city of slaughter, offering free services to guide the souls to the afterlife. After collecting a certain number of souls, Lin Luo would return to his residence to cultivate and strengthen his own power. Lin Luo has always been very clear about the dangers of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Even if one has an advantage, it should be used more cautiously to avoid affecting future developments. The second day passed quickly, and the third day was a repeat of the second. It wasn't until the fourth day that there was finally a small twist. During his evening training, Lin Luo welcomed a guest. That's right, another assassination attempt had occurred. To be fair, nighttime is indeed the best time for assassinations. Many people let their guard down in pursuit of a pleasant dream, and thus meet their demise. As for why Lin Luo was targeted, the reason is simple. His performance in the hell-killing arena has been exceptionally outstanding. While others struggle to survive after a battle, Lin Luo manages to achieve 5 consecutive victories every day with an incredibly relaxed demeanor. Being too powerful naturally makes one target, and everyone dreads the prospect of facing Lin Luo in the next match. Although Lin Luo has only fought for 4 days, many have already remembered him due to his daily 5 consecutive victories, affectionately referring to him as the Grim Reaper. Wielding a scythe to reap lives, no one can escape his blade. Returning to the main topic, there were 2 groups of attackers that night. The first group had 5 members, and the second group had 8. Their strength was decent, but in front of Lin Luo, they were still inadequate. Moreover, their supposedly cautious actions were already under Lin Luo's watch. On one side, there were those overconfidently waiting to meet their end, while on the other side, Lin Luo was confidently preparing for the assassination. The 2 scenarios needed no further explanation, especially since the former was well prepared. Lin Luo didn't even use the power of the low-level vengeful spirit Yi Hui. He effortlessly toyed with those who attempted to assassinate him, ultimately sending them one by one to a half-dragon service. Why a half-dragon service? because Lin Luo only took care of killing and exorcising, leaving the burial to chance. As the bodies were casually discarded after the exorcism was completed, he had no peculiar preference for collecting the corpses of those who tried to kill him. If it weren't for the concern that their blood might dirty his living space, Lin Luo wouldn't even bother to move their bodies. After that night of assassination, Lin Luo became much more low-key in the following days, winning only 1 or 2 matches each day at the hellish battlefield. Lin Luo was certainly not afraid, but as the battle continued, the opponents he faced became increasingly powerful. Due to his own overwhelming strength, he often found himself targeted, and it was inevitable that he would encounter difficulties in battle. He could still achieve 5 consecutive victories, but he didn't want to exhaust himself and become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, delivered to those evil guys. Moreover, being low-key had its advantages. It allowed him to maintain a clearer mind. If he faced assassination attempts every day, Lin Luo would also find it bothersome. 3 months later, in the Hell Killing Field, Lin Luo stepped onto the battlefield from the spectator seats, while the other 9 contestants matched with him felt their spirits plummet, as if they had already seen death waving at them. This was Lin Luo's 90th battle, and he had been waiting for this match for 3 days. According to Lin Luo's original plan, 3 months would have been enough for him to take a sightseeing trip to Hell Road. However, plans always change, and the battles in the Hell Arena posed little pressure for Lin Luo. The real issue he faced was the inability to find opponents. He didn't know when it started, but whenever he appeared on the streets of the City of Slaughter, on his way to the Hell Arena, news would spread immediately, and for the rest of the day. No one would sign up to fight in the Hell Arena, unless they were compelled to participate. Most people would choose to avoid him. This actually left Lin Luo feeling quite helpless, while many used to keep an eye on him with the intent to kill him. Now many were watching him out of concern for their own lives. Lin Luo never expected that his arrival would actually calm down those crazed individuals in the City of Slaughter. It had been almost half a month since he last encountered anyone bringing gifts. Usually, he relied on the hellish slaughter arena and the fresh corpses in the City of Slaughter to collect souls. Lin Luo had also considered that since there are no rules in the City of Slaughter, it might be more efficient to kill people to collect souls. However, after careful thought, he dismissed this idea. Indeed, this method is very convenient, but it inevitably faces many problems. One cannot only look at the surface. Although the City of Slaughter appears to lack rules and order, in reality, the so-called rules and order still exist. Occasionally eliminating a couple of ruthless villains may not be a big deal. But if one were to rampage continuously in the City of Slaughter, would the King of Slaughter just sit by and watch? He could kill you in an instant, even if the King of Slaughter does not take action. Once the desperate individuals in the City of Slaughter realize their imminent danger, they may band together to attack Lin Luo. Even though Lin Luo possesses extraordinary combat abilities, it is impossible for him to take on thousands alone, at least not at this moment. Those who fear encountering Lin Luo could actually unite to eliminate him first, which would relieve everyone's concern about dying at his hands. However, while the concept of unity sounds easy, it is particularly difficult to achieve, especially in the City of Slaughter where most people are ruthless villains. Unity requires trust, and trust is merely a joke in their perception. Moreover, the sense of crisis that Lin Luo brings in the Hell Arena is entirely different from the indiscriminate slaughter he represents. The former creates a sense of luck. Whoever encounters disaster is simply unfortunate. As long as I don't meet him, it's not my concern, making unity difficult. The latter, need I say more? Continuing the slaughter means anyone could be the next to fall, which is a completely different situation. Under the staff signal in the Hell Arena, Lin Luo's 90th battle quickly began. As before, he exuded a strong sense of oppression. Just from the positioning of the contestants, one could see a lot. Lin Luo stood alone on one side, while the remaining 9 were almost huddled together. Lin Luo was no stranger to such situations, appearing very calm. Seeing that his opponents were unwilling to take the initiative to attack, he took the first move. In a life-and-death duel like this, once a person becomes afraid, they have already lost a significant portion of the battle, and that was true for all 9 of them. However, their fear was understandable. After all, those who had faced Lin Luo before had already died, and they were destined to meet the same fate. Under Lin Luo's control, the enormous scythe randomly selected one person as its target and effortlessly pierced through their body. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Even though the 9 tried to huddle together, it was of no use, and they ultimately fell one by one to Lin Luo. Another crushing victory. Lin Luo skillfully carried his lantern, collected all the souls. and then silently left the scene. Lin Luo didn't expect that today's battle would be won so easily, completely unable to feel the intensity that comes with a 90-game winning streak. Indeed, Lin Luo had already fought 90 matches and should have encountered some formidable opponents. In fact, he had faced many extremely powerful opponents in several matches, which made things very challenging, and he had narrowly secured victories on many occasions. With high-quality matches, it was inevitable that there would be some crushing defeats as well. No one was willing to sign up to fight Lin Luo anymore, and it was already quite difficult to arrange a match. After exiting the hell-killing arena, Lin Luo headed straight back to his residence. There were already people specifically monitoring Lin Luo's movements, and many were waiting near the hell-killing arena for his departure. Upon seeing Lin Luo leave, they all breathed a sigh of relief, as they could now sign up for battles again. Once back at his residence, Lin Luo immediately entered a state of cultivation. While the low-level vengeful spirit Hui continued to patrol, Lin Luo has only been here for a little over 3 months, and he is already on the verge of breaking through to level 50 in his soul power. While ordinary soul masters find it difficult to cultivate and increase their soul power levels here, Lin Luo finds it as easy and effortless as drinking water. Lin Luo is in such a hurry to return because he is about to achieve a breakthrough. The reason why Lin Luo's soul power level can rise so quickly is naturally related to his passive ability, Hell's Curse. He has collected countless souls. Although most of the souls seem rather ordinary and provide very limited attributes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. When accumulated, they still form a very terrifying existence. Lin Luo is very clear about this, so he never picks and chooses. As long as there is a soul, he collects them all. Lin Luo originally planned to increase his soul power level to 50 before leaving the City of Slaughter, but unexpectedly, he achieved a breakthrough ahead of schedule, even before reaching 100 victories. After practicing for about half an hour, Lin Luo smoothly completed the breakthrough. As soon as he obtains the 5th soul ring, he will be a soul king. Such strength at such a young age is truly terrifying. In these 3 months, not only has Lin Luo's strength improved, but the low-level vengeful spirit Hui has also gained strength, now reaching level 29 and about to break through to the next level. It is more accurate to describe this as a recovery rather than an improvement, as Hui originally possessed the strength of a soul emperor in life. It is worth mentioning that up until now, Lin Luo has not utilized Hui's power. Hui has merely acted as a patrolling tool, or rather, a tool spirit. Time flies, and another month has passed. Lin Luo, finally. 077. The 100th match begins. It's finally the last battle. Hopefully, this final one will be a quality match. Under the direction of the staff at the Hellish Slaughter Arena, Lin Luo stepped into the fighting arena, along with 9 other contestants. Once everyone was in position, before the battle even began, the audience area became lively. Reaper, Reaper, Reaper. Many strong men were cheering for Lin Luo, all looking extremely excited. Indeed, Lin Luo has gained quite a few fans in this Hellish Slaughter arena, even though these fans are terrified of him. Before Lin Luo started the match, there were only a handful of people in the spectators' seats, all of whom were required to participate in the battle. However, once Lin Luo matched with an opponent, the spectator seats quickly filled up. The speed at which news spread and the actions of the audience were remarkable. Today should be the last match for the Grim Reaper, right? Finally, we won't have to live in fear anymore. Yeah, I've been having nightmares every day for the past few months, dreaming that I get taken out by the Grim Reaper. You? How many consecutive wins have you had to even qualify as the Grim Reaper's opponent? Come on. When no one else is available, even someone worse than me can be dragged up to fill the spot. The hell-killing arena has to have deaths every day. Whether we participate or not isn't up to us. That's true. I remember that the Grim Reaper's 90th and 93rd opponents weren't very strong. Today's final match for the Grim Reaper is definitely a highlight. Among his 9 opponents, 3 have over 60 consecutive wins, and 1 has even won 80 in a row. He's been lucky not to have matched with the Grim Reaper until now, but today he definitely won't escape. Who will win is still unknown. Maybe the Grim Reaper just got lucky and didn't match with the Lean Monkey. Anyway, I think the Lean Monkey is stronger. I've heard he is close to the level of a Ghost Douluo. Lin Luo calmly looked at his 9 opponents, and, as expected, the 9 opponents had gathered together. Among the 9, Lin Luo only paid real attention to one person, the Lean Monkey, who had won 80 consecutive matches. The Lean Monkey was the smallest among the 9, with a pointed face and monkey-like features. If he were covered in monkey fur, he would indeed resemble a monkey. He appeared to be around 50 years old, but his true age was still to be determined, as he was surrounded by a total of 8 soul rings, symbolizing his Soul Douluo strength. If he really were only 50, his talent could be considered top-notch. The reason he was called the Lean Monkey was merely because of his appearance resembling a monkey, and his martial soul was a short sword, entirely black. Besides the Lean Monkey, the other 8 were also Soul Masters, with strengths ranging from Soul Zone to Soul Emperor. Although Soul Masters were unable to use their soul skills here, and their original strength would be somewhat suppressed and significantly reduced, those with higher soul power still held an advantage. Among the 8, there were 2 Soul Emperors, both with beast martial souls. One resembled a wild boar, while the other looked like a mountain leopard. Lin Luo had been paying attention to them before, and they had quite a few consecutive wins. They had recently fought in the Hell Killing Field, so it was quite surprising for Lin Luo to match up with them today. From the looks of it, the 2 Soul Emperors on the opposite side seemed to have been forcibly brought over by that skinny monkey. However, Lin Luo felt that this possibility was slim. Once they entered the competition arena of the Hell Killing Field, it was destined that only one person could survive. Could it be that those 2 Soul Emperors didn't even care about their own lives? It was very likely that the Hell Killing Field couldn't find suitable opponents, so they were forced to participate in the battle. Lin Luo had seen this kind of operation before. Lin Luo was very clear that his battle with the Thin Monkey was inevitable. Even if the Thin Monkey could evade the initial attacks, he couldn't escape in the end. It was impossible for the Thin Monkey to be brought by other killing gods. In the absence of other strong opponents, their encounter was just a matter of time. And today they indeed crossed paths. Not only were there those 2 Soul Saints, but several others seemed to recognize the Thin Monkey, and they were already discussing strategies, which indicated that the Thin Monkey was well prepared for this match. Once all the contestants were in position, amidst the murmurs of the audience, Lin Luo's 100th battle in the Hell Killing Field finally began. After the battle commenced, Lin Luo changed his usual reckless fighting style and retreated. He knew that he couldn't eliminate the Thin Monkey and the others in the front line right away. If they surrounded him, the situation would become very dangerous. The Thin Monkey and his group also understood that to defeat Lin Luo, they needed to attack together with all 9 of them. Therefore, as Lin Luo retreated, the Thin Monkey and the others charged towards him, each with determined expressions, ready for a fight to the death. Lin Luo was not surprised to see this scene. It was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he already had relevant experience in handling it. With a massive scythe slipping from his hand, Lin Luo began to leverage his advantage in attack range to engage in a tug-of-war with the 9 Thin Monkeys. Lin Luo casually selected a target, and with the movement of the chains, the scythe suddenly descended. Clang! The person was a weapon spirit, wielding a large blade, which he used to block the scythe's attack. Those who could stand here were all strong individuals who had walked out from among the corpses, and they still had basic reflexes. However, Lin Luo's strength was indeed terrifying. The immense power of the scythe forced the opponent to bend over. Grab his chains! The Thin Monkey commanded in a low voice. The others immediately followed suit, but their speed was somewhat slower, and Lin Luo seized the opportunity to directly behead one of them. Lin Luo is not a fool. Seeing that the situation was off, he immediately retracted the chains and took the opportunity to deal damage as well. In Lin Luo's past battles, he had been caught by others grabbing his chains, which had put him in danger. However, those were merely illusions he deliberately created to suggest to others that if they grabbed his chains, they would have a chance to defeat him. As a result, many people tried, but they mostly failed, and the cost of failure was their lives. Even if someone succeeded, they would still be narrowly defeated by Lin Luo. The people before him undoubtedly reinforced this strategy, and thus one of them paid with their life, still foolishly hoping to take down Lin Luo using this tactic. At this point, Lin Luo had already retracted the chains, holding the scythe in his right hand, acting as if he was wary of this targeted approach to create opportunities for the next battle. At that moment, the Thin Monkey rushed over, swinging a short sword at Lin Luo at high speed. However, Lin Luo's reflexes were not to be underestimated. He swung the scythe to deflect the short sword and, in the same motion, struck at another person, forcing them back while leaving a deep gash on that person's arm, blood splattering everywhere. 078, the soul of Contra, is making a killing. Lin Luo had already undergone countless battles before entering the City of Slaughter, and he had an excellent grasp of various details in combat. It can be understood that Lin Luo is now an invincible presence in the hellish arena and even in the City of Slaughter. except for the staff who can use soul skills. With a super strong body, powerful weapons, and rich combat experience, it will be difficult for Lin Luo to fall in battle unless he himself chooses to give up. During the 6-month special training, Lin Luo had nearly perfected his mastery over his body and scythe, which is why he holds the title of the Grim Reaper in this hellish arena. It is worth mentioning that Lin Luo also has a natural talent for combat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to finish his training so quickly and possess such terrifying combat strength. The fight continued, and the Slim Monkey launched another attack, which Lin Luo easily blocked. He kicked the Slim Monkey back and then swung his scythe, directly severing the arm of the nearest enemy. Only the Slim Monkey and the Mountain Leopard could keep up with Lin Luo's speed. The others couldn't match him and could only close the distance during Lin Luo's brief openings, but they were quickly pushed back again. Lin Luo controlled the distance very well, consistently facing the attacks of only 2 or 3 enemies at a time. After being kicked back, the Mountain Leopard claws came rushing in at high speed. But Lin Luo's reaction was even faster. Slightly tilting his body, Lin Luo avoided the Mountain Leopard's claws and swung his scythe towards him. The Mountain Leopard, who had originally held the initiative in the attack, was frightened and quickly withdrew his claws to defend. Such a battle tests psychological resilience. And the Mountain Leopard clearly lacked confidence. He wasn't sure if he could eliminate Lin Luo with a continued attack, but he was certain that if that sharp scythe fell, his head would be in danger. Clang! The scythe came down, blocked by the Mountain Leopard's claws, but in an instant, the claws shattered, and the scythe continued downwards, slicing through the Mountain Leopard's left hand. To be able to fight against 9 opponents so fiercely and already have decapitated 1 and incapacitated 2 is a terrifying display of combat strength that left the others momentarily stunned. However, they knew they had no way out, and one by one, they launched their attacks again. Lin Luo continued to struggle, but he was still given an opportunity by the thin monkey and the wild boar. The giant scythe slipped from his hand and once again beheaded 1 person. The wild boar struck suddenly, tightly gripping the chain with a face full of ecstasy, as if he could already see Lin Luo falling. On the other side, the thin monkey brandished a short sword directly at Lin Luo's neck, his face filled with a slightly sickly excitement, as if he could already envision the scene of Lin Luo's neck being cut open and blood spurting out. Beneath the mask, however, Lin Luo's lips curled slightly. The so-called opportunity was merely something he had deliberately given. How could there be such good openings for them to exploit? As the short sword came crashing down, Lin Luo calmly extended his left hand and grasped it firmly, preventing the sword from advancing even a fraction. He didn't even let his palm bleed. The thin monkey wore an expression of disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. He couldn't believe that a short sword had fallen into someone's hand. Even iron he could easily slice through like tofu, yet he couldn't even cut open a person's hand or create a single wound. This is bad. While shocked, the thin monkey also sensed a terrifying chill coming over him, and the fear in his heart quickly grew, making him instinctively want to withdraw his short sword and distance himself from Lin Luo. But he was ultimately too slow. At the moment Lin Luo grasped the thin monkey's short sword, his right hand, which held the chain, suddenly exerted force. The chain was quickly retracted, and the wild boar, who had been gripping the chain, suddenly showed a shocked expression. He couldn't stop it at all. His proud strength seemed increasingly ridiculous at that moment. Under the pull of the chain, the sharp scythe easily sliced through the wild boar's arms, returning to Lin Luo's hands without a trace of blood. Immediately after, Lin Luo swung the scythe and struck fiercely at the thin monkey's neck, almost cleaving his body in half diagonally, causing the thin monkey to die on the spot with a look of terror on his face. Everyone focused solely on Lin Luo's terrifying combat power. But no one realized a more terrifying issue. Lin Luo had not sustained a single wound throughout the entire chaotic battle. He had been attacked by others, yet had no effect on him. Let us not forget, Lin Luo's true strength lay in his defense. The countless souls he had absorbed had long since accumulated a level of defensive attributes that was exceedingly terrifying. If the thin monkey had used soul skills and his strength had not been suppressed, Lin Luo might have had some reservations. But if it was just a simple attack, Lin Luo was completely unafraid. Not to mention catching the short sword. Even if the short sword were to strike his neck, it would be difficult to cause effective damage. His defense was that exaggerated. With the thin monkey's fall, the remaining few were already scared half to death, making it difficult for them to pose any threat. And they were subsequently slaughtered by Lin Luo one by one. Lin Luo's 100th battle was still a victory without any suspense, and it was an absolutely overwhelming victory. Sha 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 sha. The faint sound of footsteps echoed as Lin Luo walked. Normally, such a sound would be hard to notice, but in the current hellish slaughterhouse, there was complete silence. Everyone stared at Lin Luo as if they had truly seen the Grim Reaper, their eyes wide in shock. At this moment, Lin Luo had already taken out the lantern and began to clean the battlefield, symbolically smashing the lantern onto the corpses while collecting souls. Soon, Lin Luo arrived in front of the corpse of the thin monkey at the Contra level and repeated the same action, collecting the Contra's soul as well. If this had been before entering the City of Slaughter, he would never have dared to casually collect souls at the Contra level. However, after arriving in the City of Slaughter, his strength had rapidly increased, and due to the continuous collection of souls, he was almost immune to the negative effects of soul collection. Even absorbing the soul of a soul emperor only caused him a momentary headache. It was precisely because he had a certain level of confidence that Lin Luo dared to take action. As the soul of the thin monkey was collected, Lin Luo received a system prompt. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 800 defense and 120 soul power. In that instant, Lin Luo felt a bit euphoric, clearly sensing the changes in his body and strength, which had directly increased significantly. However, the inevitable negative effects soon appeared, causing a splitting headache, but fortunately, it didn't last long, and he was the only living person in this battlefield. After the headache subsided, Lin Luo quickly discovered that he had other gains. Indeed, a new member had arrived in his nether prison. Intermediate Grudge Spirit, Jing Jijia. Martial Soul, Black Sword, requires a physical body to activate the Martial Soul Power level. Level 11, can be restored to a maximum of level 88. Usable skills, Possession. Soul Impact. The long-lost choice interface appeared again. This Contra's soul turned out to be an intermediate Grudge Spirit, which seemed quite strong. The specifics of its strength could only be known after experimentation. But one thing was certain. This intermediate Grudge Spirit was definitely much stronger than a low-level Grudge Spirit. At least its upper limit completely surpassed that of a low-level Grudge Spirit. In life, it was a Contra at over level 80. After becoming a Grudge Spirit, as long as it was given some time and souls, it could also recover to over level 80 strength. Just this point was terrifying enough. It was equivalent to Lin Luo gaining a Contra-level fighter, albeit in a spiritual state. Furthermore, this Contra-level fighter would require some time to cultivate. Otherwise, with his current strength, he would at most be a mere cannon fodder, and might not even qualify as that. This had already made Lin Luo very happy, not to mention anything else. He now had another development goal. Having one more development goal also meant he would need to share some soul power. If Lin Luo were to enjoy all the soul power himself, it would certainly be better for his improvement, and it seemed unnecessary to share it with those Grudge Spirits. By the time those Grudge Spirits grew, Lin Luo's strength would likely have reached a very terrifying level, and he might not even need the power of those Grudge Spirits. In fact, cultivating Grudge Spirits didn't consume much soul power, just a little bit would suffice. The impact on Lin Luo's strength improvement could only be described as negligible. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Luo made such a choice. He wasn't foolish, and he still had judgment regarding these basic matters. After Lin Luo collected all the souls, the silence of the Hell Slaughterhouse finally came to an end, followed by a wave of cheers. Although the spectators in the stands still wore expressions of shock on their faces, it did not affect their cheers. They cheered for Lin Luo's strength, for his victory, and also for their own liberation. The Grim Reaper's 100 victories had been completed, and they would no longer have to encounter the Grim Reaper. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Luo remained very calm, his gaze on the spectators carrying a hint of coldness. Lin Luo was very clear that today, no one here would leave except for him. My 100 victories have already been completed. When will the King of Slaughter make his appearance? From Lin Luo defeating all his enemies to winning this final battle, to him absorbing all the souls and calmly watching the dying people in the audience. Some time had already passed. Just as Lin Luo began to have doubts, a cold aura surged in from all directions, a terrifying killing intent that felt almost tangible, bringing an incomprehensible pressure. During Lin Luo's time in the City of Slaughter, his killing intent had accumulated to a terrifying degree, especially after he had just achieved his 100th victory, which marked a qualitative breakthrough in his killing intent. However, even though his killing intent had reached a new level, it was utterly insignificant in the face of the current terrifying killing intent. It was simply not on the same level. Feeling this horrifying killing intent, Lin Luo understood very well that the city of slaughter was about to make its appearance. Lin Luo's gaze instinctively shifted to the sky, where a blood-colored figure had appeared at some point, emanating a terrifying killing intent. Without needing to think much, he knew it was the king of slaughter. Moreover, he had another identity, that of the former leader of the Haoyan sect, the unparalleled Hua Tang Chun at the 99th level. After all, being in the city of slaughter, and with Tang Chun currently not having regained his senses, it was more appropriate to refer to him as the king of slaughter. As Lin Luo looked at the king of slaughter, the king of slaughter's gaze also fell upon Lin Luo, instantly bringing an unimaginable pressure upon him. Lin Luo felt like he was about to suffocate, as if his life and death were controlled by the king of slaughter. This was also a rare feeling for Lin Luo, a sense of crisis that he could die at any moment. And this sense of crisis was stronger than anything he had felt before. Fortunately, this feeling did not last long. The king of slaughter, suspended in mid-air, retracted his terrifying aura and a smile appeared on his extremely pale face. Congratulations, young man, you are the final victor. Lin Luo calmly gazed at the king of slaughter, whose voice was extremely hoarse, so hoarse that it made one feel very uncomfortable. The king of slaughter slowly spoke. Young man, I admire you very much. You have already qualified to enter the road to hell. Of course, you can also choose not to go. You can still enjoy the highest level of treatment in the city of slaughter. At this moment, can one choose whether or not to go to the road to hell? Lin Luo felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that from this moment on, the city of killing no longer wishes to see new gods of killing emerge? Lin Luo clearly remembered that the original book mentioned that the appearance of each killing god was a huge disaster for the city of slaughter. When Tang San and Hu Liena achieved 100 victories, the king of slaughter presented them with a choice. Lin Luo had thought about the possibility of facing such a situation, but when it actually happened, he was still somewhat surprised. It was likely that since Tang Hao and Bibi Dong obtained the god of slaughter domain, the city of slaughter was no longer willing to see a new god of slaughter emerge. If it weren't for having Bibi Dong as his backing, perhaps Baixing would never have been able to succeed, and maybe his grave grass would have already grown 3 feet high. It seems that, regardless of the world or system, relationships are particularly important. If you have connections, everything can go smoothly. If you don't, others can easily manipulate you at will. You have 1 minute left to think. The voice of the king of slaughter echoed again, reminding Lin Luo. Lin Luo was also somewhat hesitant in his heart. If he went to Hell Road, it was very likely that after passing through, he would never return to the city of slaughter again, and his plan for stacking passives would be ruined at any moment. But if he didn't go to Hell Road, he wouldn't be able to obtain the domain of the god of killing, which meant he couldn't report back from the east. It seemed that achieving 100 victories too early was not a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be caught in such a dilemma. Some might say, what's the dilemma? Of course, he should first obtain the domain of the god of killing. After gaining the title of the god of killing, he could return to the city of slaughter at any time to collect souls. This idea is indeed very good, and Lin Luo had thought of it too. But in his view, the city of slaughter would absolutely not welcome the god of killing back. While they spoke well of it, the reality would be entirely different. Who would want an incredibly powerful bomb to appear in their own bed? Just as Lin Luo was in a dilemma, suddenly, a cold prompt echoed in his mind. You are facing a new choice. Do you wish to enter Hell Road? 080, Hell Road, start. Choice 1. You can't stay in the city of slaughter for even a moment longer and must go to Hell Road to leave the city of slaughter. Reward, a short sword. Choice 2. Do not go to Hell Road and continue to develop quietly in the city of slaughter for a while before leaving. Reward, a piece of cloth armor. Lin Luo hadn't heard such a wonderful voice for a long time. He thought the system had left him. The so-called choice system should be primarily about choices, yet he hadn't triggered a single choice in 1 or 2 years. Lin Luo didn't know whether it was his bad luck or the monotony of his daily life that prevented him from triggering a choice. The rare opportunity for a choice reappeared, still in the same style as before, and regardless of which option it was, the rewards wouldn't differ significantly. Of course, the relevant content in the choice prompt had some impact on Lin Luo, more or less. Whether it was option 1 or option 2, both reflected Lin Luo's true feelings, and the system laid out his genuine thoughts, forcing him to make a decision. Let's talk about option 1 first. Lin Luo truly didn't want to stay on the path of slaughter for even a moment longer. He was engaged in killing every day, and even though Lin Luo possessed exceptional willpower, he felt he was on the edge of losing himself, likely to become a complete killing machine. He needed to leave this place as soon as possible and find a way to adjust his mindset, Otherwise, he might end up lost for good. If he lost himself just for a domain and a part of his soul, that would be too much of a loss. This was also the reason why Lin Luo had been eager to complete the 100 victories quickly. There was always a voice in his heart telling him that he had to leave this place quickly or he would eventually be finished. Now, let's discuss option 2, which was also a fixation in Lin Luo's heart. Lin Luo was very clear that he only had this one opportunity to come to the city of slaughter. So he wanted to stay here for a while longer to collect souls and improve himself. Every day, he could clearly feel his strength steadily increasing. And this was also part of the reason why Lin Luo's desires were awakening. It's better to head to the Hell Road. While improving strength is important, life is more crucial. I don't want to fall into depravity due to slaughter and become a soulless walking corpse. 1 minute is neither long nor short. It's enough for Lin Luo to let his thoughts soar and then reel them back in. I want to go to the Hell Road. Lin Luo finally responded, not just to the King of Slaughter, but also to the system. Neither the King of Slaughter nor the system gave an immediate reply to Lin Luo. The system definitely wouldn't respond that quickly, often experiencing delays. After a moment of silence, the King of Slaughter finally responded. A faint smile reappeared on the pale face of the King of Slaughter, looking somewhat sinister, and he slowly said, "Good." With just that one word, the entire hellish slaughter arena was instantly shrouded in a blood-red mist, with Lin Luo being the only empty spot. Furthermore, Lin Luo could feel a powerful force descending upon him, protecting him. After the blood-red mist covered the area, anguished screams soon echoed from the audience. But these screams did not last long, stopping in just a moment. Lin Luo couldn't see the situation inside the blood mist clearly, but he could distinctly see streams of blood flowing in like small brooks. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood, making him feel nauseous. The blood flowed into the area, not spreading in a straight line, but quickly advancing along grooves that had appeared on the ground at some unknown time, eventually forming a huge blood-red pattern. Lin Luo found himself within the pattern, and he faintly discerned that the shape was that of a gigantic bat. Ordinary people would not be able to make sense of it from this angle, but those who knew the answer could more easily guess it from the edges. Suddenly, the bat's eyes gleamed, and Lin Luo immediately felt an extremely terrifying mental shock strike him, causing him to quickly lose consciousness. Before he lost awareness, he saw a red light shooting up into the sky, carrying a profoundly mysterious power, as if it intended to send him to another space. Additionally, Lin Luo heard the voice of the King of Slaughter. Good luck. He did not know how much time had passed, but when Lin Luo regained consciousness, he found himself on a circular platform. Looking around at the blood-red environment, Lin Luo immediately understood that he had entered the path of hell. Lin Luo did not take immediate action. Instead, he summoned the low-level vengeful spirit Yihan Wei and the mid-level vengeful spirit Jing Ji from the underworld prison. Although these two vengeful spirits could only serve as cannon fodder for the time being, having them was better than having none. It would be great if the mid-level vengeful spirit could devour the low-level one, as this would allow for a quicker enhancement of the mid-level spirit's power, which would help me on my journey through Hell Road. When both the Soul Emperor and Soul Douluo are at the same level, the Soul Douluo is still somewhat stronger. Otherwise, a Soul Douluo soul wouldn't be classified as a mid-level vengeful spirit. When this thought crossed Lin Luo's mind, the system surprisingly provided a prompt. Vengeful spirit devouring rule. Higher level devours lower level. Lin Luo felt a surge of joy upon receiving this prompt. The devouring enhancement of vengeful spirits was indeed feasible, albeit with level restrictions, and that level was undoubtedly the soul power level. No matter, he would focus on enhancing the vengeful spirit's power later. For now, he needed to conquer this Hell Road. After a brief rest, Lin Luo set off with his 2 cannon fodder. As he traveled along the narrow path, Lin Luo felt no anxiety. After all, he had a strategy and an advantage, making it easy to conquer this Hell Road. The reason he summoned the cannon fodder was primarily for companionship. He didn't need those 2 useless spirits to take action at all. After a moment, Lin Luo encountered the first wave of wild monsters on Hell Road, blood-colored bats. Upon arriving here, he dropped the pretense and directly activated the Berserker mode. Holding a scythe, he effortlessly slaughtered those blood-colored bats, even too lazy to dodge, allowing them to attack him. They couldn't break through his defenses at all. The sharp claws of those blood-colored bats felt like mere tickles against Lin Luo's body, not even qualifying as scratching an itch. For the most part, he felt nothing at all. It was that exaggerated. When the defensive attributes reach a certain level, one can act as they wish. Lin Luo advanced steadily, encountering more and more blood-red bats, but they did not hinder his progress at all. Wherever Lin Luo walked, there were corpses of blood-colored bats. After a period of time, Lin Luo finally welcomed a moment of calm. However, Lin Luo was well aware that this sudden calm was a sign of the storm approaching. The first round of the wild monster boss was about to appear. 081. An unexpected joy, and he would collect the Bat King's vengeful spirit. Lin Luo continued forward and soon arrived at a narrow path. His 2 cannon fodder wraiths floated ahead, acting as extra eyes for him. After advancing for a short while, Lin Luo received a warning signal from the 2 cannon fodder wraiths. Interestingly, these overconfident wraiths actually wanted to fight, so Lin Luo immediately recalled them. The narrow path was visible all the way to the end, and there was no sign of any danger. Lin Luo just glanced ahead, then looked down from the side towards the narrow path, immediately spotting the danger. At the end of the narrow path hung a massive bat. While bats are typically described using singular terms, this one was more appropriately referred to as a head, as it was over 4 meters long, emanating a dark golden glow. Its 2 enormous claws were embedded in the narrow path, each with a diameter of over 1 meter. The most bizarre thing was that it had 3 heads. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. Lin Luo instantly recognized the identity of the giant bat. Of course, he had seen the dungeon before and was familiar with the arrangement of wild monsters. Undoubtedly, this dark gold, 3-headed Bat King was the first boss of the Hell Path. Lurking in such a position, clearly planning to ambush unsuspecting players, definitely a sneaky move. Surprisingly, the 2 weak spirit minions had decent perception and managed to detect the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. However, their current intelligence was somewhat worrisome, as they, with their incredibly fragile bodies, still wanted to challenge the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, which was tantamount to seeking death. Yet, this was also a demonstration of their loyalty, wanting to eliminate all dangers for their master. Seemingly aware that it had been discovered, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King no longer remained crouched but spread its 10-meter-wide wings and flew downwards, suddenly soaring upwards and charging towards Lin Luo at a rapid speed. Lin Luo's gaze fell on the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, ultimately locking onto its 3 heads. According to the strategy guide, those were the fatal weaknesses of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, but it was necessary to take out all 3 heads at once. Otherwise, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King could regenerate infinitely. Although the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King was fast, Lin Luo's reflexes were even faster. Before the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King could charge at him, Lin Luo had already swung his scythe, striking down with precision to hit one of the heads. In an instant, it was severed, and the scythe blade embedded itself into the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King's body. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King struggled in pain, choosing not to attack any further and instead flew higher. Lin Luo immediately swung the chain to retract the scythe. If he was taken into the air by the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, it would be dangerous. Although his strength was formidable, he was not powerful enough to easily handle such a behemoth as the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. As Lin Luo had anticipated, the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King possessed the ability of infinite resurrection. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King let out a piercing scream in midair, and a large swarm of blood-colored bats flew in from the distance. The dark gold, 3-headed Bat King opened its gaping mouth and devoured a large portion of them. And in the next second, the head that Lin Luo had severed transformed into a blood mist and disappeared, immediately followed by the growth of another head. The remaining blood-colored bats, under the control of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King, quickly charged towards Lin Luo, who naturally had no fear of these cannon fodder. However, Lin Luo soon noticed something was amiss. Those blood-colored bats were not directly attacking him, but were frantically gnawing at the path he was about to take. Good grief. Just like a dungeon strategy, these bats were all tricksters. Lin Luo did not hesitate for a moment and immediately rushed forward, taking down a batch of blood-red bats along the way. The restored dark gold, 3-headed Bat King in midair launched another attack, its sharp claws quickly heading towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo had now arrived at a relatively spacious road. Preoccupied with changing his position, he found it difficult to deal with the attacks of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King. He was struck by the Bat King's claws and was forcefully pressed into the mountain rock, causing gray mist to rise and debris to fly everywhere. If an ordinary person faced such an attack, they would likely be instantly reduced to a pile of mangled flesh. The sharpness of the dark gold, 3-headed Bat King's claws and the power they carried were unquestionable. However, Lin Luo was no ordinary person. Are you arranging a massage for me? This strength isn't enough. How about you eaten? In the gray smoke, a hand landed on the dark gold, three-headed Bat King's claw, and then forcefully pushed it away. Following that, another hand tightly gripped a giant scythe and swung it backward before suddenly slashing forward. Crack! As the giant scythe swept by, one of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King's claws was cleanly severed, the cut perfectly straight. Those seemingly indestructible claws crumbled before the might of the giant scythe. Soul shock. After chopping off the dark gold, three-headed Bat King's claw, Lin Luo immediately issued attack orders to the low-level vengeful spirit Yihan Wei and the mid-level vengeful spirit Jingji. With one pair of claws severed, the dark gold, three-headed Bat King would surely be in pain. Being the kind-hearted person he was, Lin Luo couldn't bear to let such a lovely creature experience suffering. The invisible soul shock was released from the two vengeful spirits, striking the dark gold, three-headed Bat King, causing its massive body to freeze momentarily. Given the current strength of the two vengeful spirits, the control and damage provided by their soul shock were extremely limited, but for Lin Luo, at that moment, it was more than enough. What he needed was not the damage from the vengeful spirits, but control. In the instant the dark gold, three-headed Bat King was stunned, Lin Luo's scythe struck again, sweeping across the Bat King's three heads, cleanly severing them. Boom! As the last head of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King was removed, its enormous body suddenly exploded, scattering golden light everywhere. The battle was over. To prevent the dark gold, three-headed Bat King from feeling pain, the merciful Lin Luo had no choice but to arrange a complete process for the Bat King. Once dead, it would no longer experience suffering. Lin Luo returned to the road and moved his body a bit. His clothes were tattered and looked somewhat disheveled. His shirt was completely torn open, revealing the defensive soul guide armor gifted by his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Glancing down at the soul guide armor, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect this soul guide armor from my teacher to be so powerful, able to withstand a heavy blow from the dark golden, three-headed Bat King. But it's better to put this away in case I accidentally damage it one day. With my current physical strength, I don't really need this thing. Lin Luo stored the soul guiding armor into the skeleton ring and then took out a clean set of clothes to change into. Even though he was the only one here, he still had to pay attention to his appearance. After changing his clothes, Lin Luo's gaze fell on the spot where the dark gold, three-headed Bat King had died, and his expression turned strange. He saw a green light floating there. Indeed, it was the soul of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King. Along the way, Lin Luo had killed quite a few bloodbats, but hadn't collected any souls. He thought he wouldn't be able to collect any more souls on this hellish path, but unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise came to him. Lin Luo immediately took out the lantern and captured the soul of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King. You have successfully collected a soul, gaining 500 defense and 0 soul power. The 500 defense boost is indeed comfortable, but it's a pity that there is no increase in soul power. This seems normal, as the dark gold, three-headed Bat King is a special creature. After feeling the enhancement in his body, Lin Luo suddenly sensed something unusual coming from the underworld prison. Why does it feel like there's something more in the underworld prison? Could it be that? Lin Luo immediately checked his nether prison, and, as expected, there was an additional soul inside, which was the soul of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King. 082, double the danger, but it's not a big problem. Can the soul of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King also be stored in the nether prison? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. According to the rules of the underworld prison, shouldn't it require at least a soul emperor level existence to have a certain chance of pulling some souls into the underworld prison to form spirit servants? Could it be that this dark gold, three-headed Bat King was judged by the system to be in existence above the soul emperor level? Lin Luo didn't think much and directly opened the interface of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King, then continued to move forward as he couldn't afford to delay his journey. Low-level grievous spirit, dark gold, three-headed Bat King. Level 11 can be restored to a maximum of level 65. Usable skills, possession, soul impact. The information panel of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King differs significantly from those of other grievous spirits, not only lacking the martial soul section, but also having its original soul power level directly converted into a level. This is likely due to the uniqueness of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King, as it does not belong to either soul masters or soul beasts. Although it is just a low-level grievous spirit with limited potential for development, it is still the first special grievous spirit, so it's best to keep it for now. Lin Luo thought to himself, and then summoned the dark gold, three-headed Bat King. There was never too much cannon fodder. The form of the vengeful spirit was that of a transparent soul body, and the soul body of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King was slightly larger compared to the other two vengeful spirits. But it was still much smaller than its original form. After looking at the information panel of the dark gold, three-headed Bat King, Lin Luo also found some patterns regarding the formation of spirit servants in the underworld prison. The spirit servants formed in the underworld prison were all vengeful spirits. Starting at level 11, each mastering two basic skills, possession and soul shock. Vengeful spirits also have different levels. Higher-level vengeful spirits possess stronger combat power and better developmental potential, such as the high-level vengeful spirit Jingji and the low-level vengeful spirit Yi Hanwei. If there is an opportunity in the future, Lin Luo would reluctantly consider developing some powerful vengeful spirits. Indeed, it was a reluctant consideration, because the process of nurturing vengeful spirits would undoubtedly be more complicated than imagined. And in comparison to enhancing his own strength, the existence of vengeful spirits could be seen as optional. If he was already invincible, why would he need a bunch of useless little brothers? Moreover, the formation of vengeful spirits has certain basic conditions. Only souls at the Emperor Soul level or above have a chance to form, and there aren't that many Emperor Souls to collect. The number of Soul Masters is already quite limited, and those at the Emperor level or above are even rarer, so collecting vengeful spirits can only happen naturally. After organizing his thoughts briefly, Lin Luo then considered the challenges he would face next. According to the plot in the book, the first challenge of the Hell Road was bats, and the second challenge would be snakes. The snake was the 10-headed fiery sun snake, which contained a precious inner elixir. However, he was unsure about the combat power of the 10-headed fiery sun snake. He should be able to gauge it shortly, if all went well. So far, the situation in the Hell Road was consistent with the plot in the book. First the blood-colored bats, then the boss, the dark gold, three-headed Bat King. If he could encounter the 10-headed fiery sun snake later, everything would align with the book's plot. However, Lin Luo had a doubt. If all three challenges in the Hell Road were these entities, then after previous challengers defeated them, could the bats and snakes respawn like wild monsters in the game? It seemed impossible for previous challengers to avoid these entities, and in just a few decades, bats and the 10-headed fiery sun snake could not have formed. Could it be that the Hell Road maps faced by all challengers were different? It felt somewhat unreasonable in these aspects. Perhaps the answer would be revealed after clearing the challenges. Lin Luo had already considered these situations before, because in the arrangements made by the Spear Hall, Lin Luo noticed a detail. Pope Bibi Dong did not arrange training based on the challenges that would be faced on the Hell Road, but only made arrangements for survival in the City of Slaughter. If it was to ensure that she could obtain the domain of the God of Slaughter, then all the training should have been properly arranged, which also indicates that Bibi Dong could not guarantee that the subsequent Hell Road will be situations she had experienced. It seems that thinking too much about it doesn't have much significance. With the invincible self plus 3 cannon fodder resentment spirits, no matter what kind of existence they encounter, they can respond calmly. Lin Luo continued to move forward, feeling the air becoming increasingly scorching. Fortunately, it was still within his acceptable limits. He took out a water pouch from the skull ring and took a sip, feeling much better and quickening his pace. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he arrived at the most spacious area he had encountered, filled with scattered stones. This was the widest path he had traversed on the Hell Road. The narrow paths he'd encountered before could barely accommodate one person, while this felt like stepping onto a football field, giving a strong sense of safety. No one wanted to walk along a precarious narrow bridge indefinitely, and Lin Luo felt the same way. If he lost his footing, he believed he would need to multiply his defense several times over to survive. He understood the principle that where there is a disturbance, there is likely danger. After enjoying a moment of safety, he quickly entered a state of heightened alertness. Just like before, Lin Luo sent his 3 cannon fodder wraiths ahead to scout the way. Since they were only spirits, they could easily be overlooked and generally wouldn't attract hostility unless they acted recklessly. If all went well, he was about to encounter the second boss of the Hell Road. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead, followed by warnings of danger from the 3 wraiths. Lin Luo stopped in his tracks, cautiously looking towards the source of the sound. The noise grew closer, and after a moment, a huge crimson figure suddenly emerged from the rubble. It was a strangely shaped giant snake, entirely blood-red, with 9 protrusions on its head and back, and it was over 10 meters long. The 10-headed sun serpent, just as I thought. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Strangely, the sound continued, even though Lin Luo clearly saw that the 10-headed sun serpent had ceased its movements. Lin Luo immediately looked in the direction of the sound, and then discovered a 10-headed sun snake in a corner of the pile of rocks. Wow, 2 10-headed sun snakes? A look of surprise rose on Lin Luo's face, but quickly transformed into excitement. 2 10-headed blazing sun snakes meant double the danger, but it also meant double the loot. The greater the risk, the more there is to gain. Lin Luo scanned the other areas of the pile of rocks, but did not find any other 10-headed fiery sun serpents. After confirming that there were only 2 targets, Lin Luo immediately charged towards the nearest 10-headed fiery sun serpent with his sickle in hand. Along with him were 3 cannon fodder vengeful spirits. 083, easily taken down. Loot acquired. Lin Luo's proactive attack left the 10-headed sun serpent stunned in place. This seemed to exceed the realm of understanding for the 10-headed sun serpent. In its perception, it was the hunter, and Lin Luo ahead was its prey. However, the prey turned out to be even fiercer than the hunter. This made the 10-headed sun serpent question its own identity. Whether human or beast, both can easily be intimidated. Clearly, the 10-headed sun serpent was intimidated by the aura displayed by Lin Luo. However, the 10-headed sun serpent quickly reacted and charged towards Lin Luo. With both sides rushing forward, the distance between them closed in an instant, and soon Lin Luo encountered the 10-headed sun serpent. Another 10-headed sun serpent was also approaching quickly from the other side. All of this fell within Lin Luo's sight, intensifying his killing intent. He knew very well that he needed to eliminate one target or severely injure one as quickly as possible. Otherwise, facing 2 targets at the same time would be very tricky. Lin Luo swung the sickle in his hand fiercely towards the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. And at the same time, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent launched its attack. The serpent opened its massive bloody mouth, and a fiery red light formed and intensified from within, which then erupted into flames, rushing towards Lin Luo with a strong stench. Puff! The sharp blade of the sickle plunged into the body of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent. But at the same moment, the serpent's flames instantly engulfed Lin Luo. The flames blazed fiercely, and the surrounding rocks couldn't withstand the terrifying high temperature, emitting crackling sounds. Besides the flames, a faint layer of red mist could be seen, which undoubtedly contained potent toxins. Both the flames and the toxic mist were deadly to the fragile human body. However, fortunately, Lin Luo's physique was strong enough. Amidst the flames, a figure quickly burst out, propelled by chains. It was Lin Luo, who actually ignored the flames and toxic mist, directly arriving in front of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, drawing out the giant sickle and wildly swinging it. So you like to spit fire, huh? Go ahead and spit. I'll make you spit. Although the 10-headed fiery sun serpent had hard scales, they were as if non-existent under Lin Luo's giant sickle. Every swing of the sickle easily penetrated the serpent's body, splattering blood and continuously devouring the serpent's life. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent let out painful roars and struggled while continuously spewing flames towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo completely ignored the flames and became even more irritable due to their arrival, becoming increasingly ruthless in his actions. Faintly, a soft red glow could be seen emanating from Lin Luo, providing him with a layer of protection. Indeed, that was the advanced fire attribute brought by the Sun Flame Holy Shield that Lin Luo had used before. This advanced fire attribute not only granted Lin Luo the ability to manipulate flames, but also provided him with extremely high fire resistance. The flames of the 10-headed fierce sun serpent were indeed powerful, but they were still a tier below the Sun Flame Holy Shield, which is the main reason why Lin Luo was able to exhibit fire immunity during his battle with the 10-headed fierce sun serpent. In addition to the fire attribute provided by the Sun Flame Holy Shield, Lin Luo's own physical toughness was also an important foundation. Lin Luo's defensive attributes have always been comprehensive, rather than just focused on physical or magical defense. These defensive attributes directly affect his body, giving him an incredibly abnormal physique. Not only is he immune to fire, but he is also immune to poison. He is immune to the poisonous mist released by the 10-headed fiery sun serpent as well. Lin Luo continuously swung his giant sickle, while the 10-headed sun serpent let out painful howls. This battle seemed to hold no suspense, akin to a fully defended warrior battling a boss, where the boss's desperate attacks could only barely chip away at the warrior's health, while the warrior's output dealt massive damage in return. Finally, the 10-headed sun serpent realized that it was getting closer to death. If it didn't struggle with all its might, it would completely lose its chance. Under Lin Luo's relentless assault, the 10-headed sun serpent desperately adjusted its body, eventually turning its back to Lin Luo, arching its body, with 9 fleshy tumors aimed directly at him. Lin Luo, is not a fool. He naturally knows that the 10-headed sun snake is about to unleash a powerful attack. So he immediately increases his output. The giant scythe in his hand swings down continuously, aiming to directly sever the 10-headed sun snake. However, his speed is still a bit slow. Suddenly, the 9 flesh lumps explode simultaneously, and 9 streams of golden red liquid shoot out, quickly condensing in the air into a fist-sized golden sphere that flies towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately retracts the scythe, but instead of blocking, he swings the scythe to cut at the golden sphere. Crack! The sharp scythe blade actually cleaves the golden sphere in half. But the golden sphere also releases a violent energy storm. The golden red energy erupts, sending Lin Luo flying, crashing through several large rocks and leaving a deep trench in the ground before barely coming to a stop. The surrounding boulders are all cleared away, showcasing the power of the attack. PFF. Lin Luo stabilized his body and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even he, with his exceptionally strong physique, had coughed up blood, which showed just how terrifying the power of the 10-headed sun snake's previous strike was. Of course, the 10-headed sun snake was not in a good condition either. Its body was nearly cleaved in half. If the golden orb had appeared any later, the 10-headed sun snake's body would have likely been completely severed. Additionally, the release and damage of the golden orb had a significant impact on the 10-headed sun snake. In contrast to Lin Luo, who was spitting blood, the 10-headed sun snake was already crawling on the ground, utterly dispirited and appearing extremely weak. Lin Luo quickly adjusted his state, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then approached the 10-headed fiery sun serpent with his scythe in hand. Standing before the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, Lin Luo swung the giant scythe down, directly beheading it. The life of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent came to a complete end, its massive body dissipating into specks of red light, ultimately leaving behind a gold-red bead the size of a thumb as proof of its former existence. Lin Luo picked up the golden-red bead with a calm expression and directly stored it in the skeleton ring. Then, he looked at another 10-headed blazing sun snake. "Coward, it's your turn," Lin Luo spoke calmly. This is quite an interesting point. When Lin Luo was fighting the 10-headed blazing sun serpent, the other serpent originally intended to join the battle, but upon seeing Lin Luo's ferocity, it chose to watch from the sidelines instead. Not only did it not approach, but it even retreated to the edge of the rocky area. 084. The final challenge. Don't make it too easy. Lin Luo walked step by step towards the remaining 10-headed fiery sun snake, his speed increasing. The 3 vengeful spirits followed closely behind, although they didn't play any significant role. Upon witnessing Lin Luo's terrifying aura, the 10-headed fiery sun snake chose to retreat almost without hesitation, dashing off the path, and, under Lin Luo's gaze, plunged into the blood-colored magma below. Lin Luo stopped in his tracks, a strange expression on his face. Is this really necessary? Would you rather commit suicide than be killed by me? No, wait, it doesn't seem like suicide either. Lin Luo sensed something was amiss. The 10-headed sun serpent should not have perished. It seemed capable of surviving in that blood-red molten magma. However, this appeared to contradict the rules of the Hell Road. Could it be that the 10-headed sun serpent's plunge was merely an illusion, and it had actually made a quick getaway? That possibility seemed more likely. Whatever the case, it was unlikely to find it now. So he decided to continue on his journey as the temperature here was rising increasingly high. Lin Luo thought to himself, then stepped forward, crossing the area of scattered rocks, and soon entered a normal road. The 10 fiery sun serpents had already appeared. The last challenge of this hellish path must be the inner demons, right? Lin Luo secretly thought to himself that he could feel his condition slowly deteriorating, and his inner self was becoming increasingly irritable. The surrounding environment had a significant impact. The temperature here seemed to be continually rising, and this scorching feeling seemed to come not only from his body, but also more so from within his heart. Lin Luo worked hard to maintain his original intention and continued to move forward as much as possible. To prevent his 3 cannon fodder resentful spirits from truly becoming cannon fodder in such a special environment, Lin Luo collected them all into the underworld prison. He took out a water pouch from the skeleton ring, drank a few mouthfuls, and then poured the rest over himself. However, the coldness of the water did not reduce the heat on his body. Instead, it was like adding fuel to the fire, making the heat he felt even more intense and unbearable. This state was clearly not suitable for continuing forward, so Lin Luo rested in place. His vision gradually became blurry, and some images flashed through his mind. Violence, blood, slaughter. These were the only themes of those images, all depicting Lin Luo's past killings. These images continuously stimulated Lin Luo's heart, like an invisible large hand trying to pull his soul into the abyss of corruption. However, Lin Luo's willpower remained very firm. Additionally, perhaps because of the special nature of his martial soul, after enduring pain for a long time, he unexpectedly felt a trace of coolness emanating from within him, helping to alleviate his suffering, allowing him to become more clear-headed and making his willpower even stronger. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Lin Luo became completely awake. The chaotic images in his mind disappeared, the heat on his body and the heat in his heart had faded, the pain was gone, and what remained was an unprecedented sense of refreshment. Had the third trial of the heart demon ended? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised. It was much easier than he had imagined. He also knew very well the main reason he could get through this was that sudden chill that had appeared. Lin Luo also couldn't determine where that trace of chill came from, whether it was due to the special nature of the martial soul or the formation of the god of death's domain. Lin Luo was too lazy to delve deeper. After a simple adjustment, he continued to move forward, wanting nothing more than to leave this hellish place as quickly as possible. Time seemed to lose all meaning on this hellish road, and Lin Luo had no idea how long he had been walking. Eventually, he reached the end of the path. There was no way forward. Below him was a red molten lava that could swallow all life. A faint light could be seen a kilometer away, which must be the exit. There were no roads around, only the black cave ceiling over 200 meters above. There was no way to rush through unless one could fly. Lin Luo is not a flying-type soul master. Although his chains can extend, they cannot reach a height of 200 meters. Sure enough, the situation here is exactly the same as in the book. After finding himself in a desperate situation, Lin Luo looked around and did not show the slightest trace of worry on his face. Instead, he even revealed a smile. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Lin Luo immediately took out a large pile of items from the skeleton ring. After some tinkering, a simple hot air balloon was completed. Isn't flying easy? You just need to have some brains. Even if the hot air balloon is difficult to control, it can still reach the top of the cave. And once at the top, everything will be much easier. Lin Luo used his scythe, along with a sharp dagger he had prepared in advance, transforming into a climbing expert as he moved steadily forward. During this time, he almost fell due to some unstable rocks, but fortunately he had the scythe, which he used to re-embed into the rock wall through the extended chain, ultimately reaching the exit safely. The exit was a white light curtain. As Lin Luo stepped into the light curtain, it felt as though he had entered a vast white world, and an icy sensation immediately surged from all directions, penetrating his body. At the same time, an endless chill was released from within Lin Luo, and a wave of pain suddenly hit him, pushing him to the brink of collapse. This painful sensation lasted for an unknown duration until Lin Luo felt a special power emerging from within his body, at which point the pain gradually subsided. Lin Luo was very clear that the extra power within him was the power of the god of killing. Perhaps due to enduring intense pain and exhausting too much physical strength, Lin Luo fell into a deep sleep after the pain disappeared. He didn't know how long it had been before he woke up. After waking up, Lin Luo found himself in a mountainous forest. The huge scythe was still tightly gripped in his hand, and feeling the unfamiliar environment, he immediately became alert. After wandering around the forest for a while, Lin Luo finally arrived at an open area with a wide view. He looked in the distance and vaguely saw a small town. If nothing went wrong, that small town was likely the entrance to the City of Killing. It was indeed strange. After leaving the City of Killing, he had come directly here. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. The City of Killing was likely a special space. The trials in the City of Killing had finally come to an end. But why was no one here to pick me up? Lin Luo stretched lazily and couldn't help but sigh. After the moment of reflection, Lin Luo snapped back to reality. It was normal for no one to come pick me up. Who would have thought that I could escape the City of Slaughter and successfully obtain the domain of the God of Killing in just a few months? It seems I have to go back by myself. I wonder if I can find my way. By the way, I have already cleared the road to hell. So why haven't I received the system's choice reward yet? 085. Summarize the gains and set off on the return journey. Perhaps hearing Lin Luo's call, the system immediately responded. You have successfully made a choice and received the reward. Short sword. The reward has been credited. Lin Luo immediately opened his system inventory. The newly acquired short sword did not overlap with the previous one, but occupied a separate slot. Currently, there were 3 items in the system inventory: agile cloak, short sword, short sword. Seeing these familiar items, images of the equipment synthesis interface in the League of Legends game unconsciously surfaced in Lin Luo's mind. The system's equipment synthesis seemed to follow that model, so it could be used as a reference. If I remember correctly, evolving the short sword into a Kish's fragment, and then combining the short sword with the agile cloak to create the frenzy would lead to the static electric knife. However, the electric knife had been removed long ago, so I wonder if it can still be synthesized. Otherwise, pulling off an electric knife thresh combo would definitely be very satisfying. If the electric knife can't be synthesized, the cannon and hurricane can also be considered. Anyway, I need to make use of the equipment as soon as possible. They've been gathering dust in the inventory for too long. Lin Luo had made up his mind. As long as he could get another short sword or an evolution device, he would immediately start crafting, first synthesizing a significant item to enjoy. The benefits brought by equipment were substantial, greatly enhancing his own strength. In the Hell Road, facing the 10-headed sun snake, the fire attribute from the Sunfire Sacred Shield played a crucial role. It was estimated that other equipment would also carry some attribute bonuses to help him become stronger. Closing the system's inventory, Lin Luo then opened his personal panel to check his exact soul power level. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Spirit, Soul Lock Warden, Thresh. Soul power level, level 52. 5th soul ring needed, soul rings, 1,000 years, 1089, 1,000 years, 2005, 10,000 years, 10520, 10,000 years, 34,560. Soul skills, Hell Curse S. Death Judgment S. Soul Guiding Lamp S. Doom Pendulum S. Underworld Prisons, Mystification A. Soul Bone, not acquired. Domain, God of Death Domain S. Points, 1. Unexpectedly, my soul power level has reached level 52 directly. The speed of collecting souls to enhance strength is indeed fast. I entered the Slaughter City at level 47, and in just a few months, I have become a soul king, and my level has overflowed. But I need to acquire the 5th soul ring as soon as possible. The system has even given a hint that the 5th soul ring is needed. If the 5th soul ring is not in place, I can only exert combat power equivalent to level 50, remaining a level 50 soul master, and not a true soul king. The personal panel is great for precisely seeing one's relevant information, giving him more confidence. Besides the change in soul power level, the previously unacquired domain section is now occupied by the God of Death domain, which has been rated as S level by the system, indicating its quality is commendable. The points that were previously depleted have been replenished to 1 due to the choice of the Hell Road, but to participate in a lottery, he would need to make 4 more choices. Speaking of which, the appearance of the system selection interface has become increasingly laid back, and Lin Luo could not predict when his next choice would come. He had already stopped having high expectations. The more expectations, the more disappointment. So it was better to go with the flow. Closing the personal panel, Lin Luo began to summarize his gains from the Slaughter City expedition in his mind. First of all, his soul power level had increased by a full 5 levels. Lin Luo couldn't remember exactly how many souls he had collected in the City of Slaughter, but it was at least in the thousands. With the help of the attributes from these many souls, it didn't seem unreasonable for his soul power level to rise by 5 levels, especially in the last 2 months when he had gathered quite a few powerful souls, including the soul of Contra in the final battle. Furthermore, there was the enhancement of his physical strength, benefiting from the attributes gained from collecting souls. Lin Luo's body had become incredibly tough, with astonishing defense, allowing him to face off against beings like the Dark Gold 3-headed Bat King and the 10-headed Sun Serpent head-on. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe it as abnormal. Next was the God of Killing Domain. With the God of Killing Domain, Lin Luo's combat power rose to a new level. Finally, he had also managed to obtain 2 cannon fodder resentful spirits, the intermediate resentful spirit, Jing Jia, and the low-level resentful spirit, Dark Gold 3-headed Bat King. Currently, these 2 resentful spirits didn't seem to have much use, as they would need further cultivation to realize their true value, but cultivating them would also require a certain cost. Lin Luo did not intend to spend too much energy on them, planning to cultivate them in a relaxed manner, only allocating a portion of the souls he collected to them each time. Fortunately, these vengeful spirits did not take away too many attributes. Otherwise, Lin Luo would have allowed them to self-destruct. After a simple summary, a smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Luo's face, and the smile grew even more pronounced. It had only taken a few months to come to the city of slaughter, and he had gained so much. How could he not be happy? After summarizing his gains, Lin Luo habitually began to plan his next steps in his mind. First, he would return to Soul Master City, and then find someone to take him to obtain the 5th spirit ring. Lin Luo's current strength is indeed very abnormal, but he can only confidently challenge soul beasts below the 50,000-year level, and this is based on his incredibly strong physique as a capital, roughly estimating his combat power. His target for the 5th soul ring is to start from 50,000 years, and for safety's sake, it will be better to go back and find some helpers. Once he obtains the 5th soul ring, he will need to immediately adjust his own state. The experiences from the city of slaughter have brought many benefits, but there are also negative effects. A normal person continuously killing every day will also become abnormal. Killing is addictive, especially after forming a habit. If one does not adjust their mindset properly, it is easy to encounter serious problems, and one might even fall into darkness. Lin Luo believed that his willpower was strong enough, but he still did not dare to be negligent in this regard. At this point, Lin Luo had already walked out of the forest and onto a wide road. He took one last look in the direction of the town where the city of slaughter was located, then took out a map from the skeleton ring and officially set off on his way back. Wearing the soul master robe of the spirit hall and holding the spirit hall's command token allowed Lin Luo to travel smoothly on his return journey. His identity as a member of the Spirit Hall helped him avoid most unexpected incidents. No one would want to go against the Spirit Hall, and even the hidden evil soul masters would not be foolish enough to take the initiative against personnel from the Spirit Hall. Lin Luo traveled quickly, and aside from necessary breaks for adjustment, he did not linger on the way back. Although it couldn't compare to the speed at which Bibi Dong took him to the city of slaughter, he still returned to Wuhuan City in just 8 days. Upon meeting the other elders, he shocked them. After entering Spirit City, Lin Luo walked for a short while on the streets when a figure quietly appeared beside him. It was his teacher, Ghost Douluo. Going to eat? Mei's tone was as calm as usual. Lin Luo was as cheerful as usual. Great, teacher. In a small, inconspicuous restaurant located in an alley on the west street of Soul Master City. The restaurant is very small, with only 4 tables, and features a minimalist black and white decor. The business seems to be not very good. It's close to noon, yet only Lin Luo and Gui may have entered. This might be due to the restaurant's location, which is quite remote. As the saying goes, good wine doesn't fear being deep in the alley. But this is still a restaurant. Even if the aroma of the food can be smelled, no one would come here. Oh, a rare guest. Old Gui. What brings you here today? Lin Luo followed the ghostly figure into the restaurant, and a beautiful woman immediately came out to greet them, her delicate face full of surprise and smiles. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a black palace gown, with a curvy figure and fair skin. Lin Luo noticed the way the beautiful woman addressed his teacher, and suddenly realized that the other party's identity and age were quite remarkable. Could it be Ghost Douluo? But that seems unlikely, right? Hasn't she transitioned? Lin Luo was a bit surprised in his heart. Lin Luo called her elderling. Gui said calmly. Lin Luo immediately spoke respectfully. Hello, elderling. The spirit Douluo Ling Shuiying, with a pair of watery eyes, smiled like a crescent moon. Is he your disciple, Lin Luo? He really is handsome, much more so than you. Little guy, no need to call me elder, just call me sister. Elder sounds too old. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. In his perception, all elders should have a stern image. How could there be such lively ones? At this moment, Gui made a low sound. You're all old folks, yet you let a child call you sister. Aren't you ashamed? Ling Shuiying frowned. You're the old one. I'm still young. She then added, all right, I'm here to eat, not to bicker with you. Ghost Douluo said. Ling Shuiying smiled and asked, what do you want to eat? Ghost Douluo replied, anything except your signature dish. Gui retorted, what do you mean? Do you look down on my signature dish? Ling Shuiying suddenly became angry. Girl, aren't you aware of how your so-called signature dish tastes? Why embarrass yourself? A cold laugh echoed, and then a white figure appeared in the restaurant. Lin Luo immediately looked over and saw a middle-aged man in white clothing, emanating a uniquely distinctive aura. He was extraordinarily handsome, so much so that his face resembled that of a woman, exuding an air of softness. Oomph. Ling Shuiying snorted coldly. It's truly a pity that you can't taste the best food in the world. After saying that, Ling Shuiying went into the kitchen. At this moment, the man in white noticed Lin Luo's gaze and instantly revealed a gentle smile. Little one, call me Uncle you. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback and immediately looked at Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo calmly said, call Elder Ju. Lin Luo immediately respectfully shouted, Elder Jew, hello. The man in white was suddenly dissatisfied. Old ghost, what relationship do we have? You actually let the child call me that. It makes it seem distant. Just call me whatever you want. Even Ju Hua is fine. Ghost Douluo replied indifferently. Ju Douluo glared at Ghost Douluo. Get lost. Don't corrupt the child. Then Yueguan looked at Lin Luo again, a gentle smile reappearing on his face, and the smile grew even warmer, as if he liked him more the more he looked. Call me Uncle Yu, Yueguan said. Lin Luo immediately changed his words. Uncle Yu. Oh, Uncle Yu instantly smiled and then pulled out a chair for Lin Luo. Lin Luo. Sit down. Lin Luo immediately nodded. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Suddenly receiving such treatment, Lin Luo was truly a bit overwhelmed. Lin Luo arrived at the spirit hall at the age of 6, and now he is already over 9, almost 10. To be honest, this is the first time Lin Luo has met Elder Ju, Yueguan, and the previous elderling. He has seen Pope Bibi Dong many times, but this is truly his first encounter with these elders. Perhaps these elders are quite busy, or it could be that his previous status was not sufficient. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I originally planned to wait for a while and go to the slaughter city with your master to meet you, Yueguan said with a smile. I wanted to see you for a long time, but we had to comply with that damned regulation. You truly haven't disappointed us. We will be meeting more often in the future. Lin Luo nodded. Indeed, it was due to his identity. After clearing the city of slaughter, his status in the spirit hall must have risen a level, allowing him to meet these elders. Yueguan's gaze remained fixed on Lin Luo. Little guy, you will soon have a new task. After you complete that task, Uncle Yu will take you to a good place. Lin Luo looked at Yueguan in surprise and instinctively asked, New mission? Uncle Yu, what is my new mission? Just as Yueguan was about to speak, Guei interjected, The Pope will tell you. After dinner, I will take you to meet the Pope. Yueguan looked displeased and said, Old Guei, what is there that can't be said? It's not some important secret. However, Yueguan did not continue to mention the mission. Seeing that even his teacher had said that, Lin Luo felt it was inappropriate to ask further. The feeling of being left in suspense was truly uncomfortable. Yueguan started a new topic. Little guy, what is your current soul power level? I actually find it hard to see through your strength. Is this also the unique strength of your martial soul? Lin Luo Dao. It might be related to the martial soul. My current soul power level is 50. What did you say, 50? Yueguan furrowed his brows slightly, a bit unable to believe it. Lin nodded. Really? The usually calm ghost also expressed surprise. Lin Luo nodded again. Yeah, I was just about to tell the teacher about you. Haha. The ghostly figure laughed out loud, appearing somewhat excited. Lin Luonan rarely heard his teacher laugh, so it seemed that the news of him reaching level 50 was quite explosive. After being surprised, Yueguan also started to laugh. Little guy, how old are you? 10? Not even 10. Guei answered for Lin Luonan. Yueguan's smile became even more pronounced. Not even 10, and you're already a soul king. Truly a monster. Old Guei, you've taken on a monstrous disciple. Guei didn't say anything, but his suppressed laughter spoke volumes. At that moment, Ling Ling Shuiying came out, holding a platter of delicacies, and was also surprised. Little guy, you're already a soul king? At 10 years old, participating in the Soul Master Elite competition. Sunlight streamed through the window into the restaurant, making the entire place very bright. Several plates of delicious food were already arranged on the table, emitting steam and aroma. The dishes were mainly meat-based, each covered in special sauces, making them look very appetizing at first glance. Compared to the food on the table, the beautiful woman sitting beside it seemed even more attractive. Ling Shuiying was very close to Lin Luonan, and the slight glimpse of her ample figure revealed some white skin, making it hard to resist looking a few more times. Lin Luo's composure was solid, but due to the angle, even when he made eye contact with Ling Shuiying, he could catch glimpses of the beautiful sights. I haven't obtained the 5th spirit ring yet, so I'm not considered a spirit king, Lin Luo responded. Ling Shuiying smiled and said, You're already no different from Spirit King. Obtaining a spirit ring isn't that difficult. After you meet the Pope, I'll take you to get your spirit ring. Your talent is truly terrifying. You're not even 10 years old yet, and you're already a spirit king. I bet no one would believe it if you told them. You've once again broken the record of the spirit hall. Eat while it's hot, and try my cooking. I guarantee you'll fall in love with the dishes I make. There's still a few dishes left to finish, so I'll go get busy. You all eat first. Don't wait for me. After saying that, Ling Shuiying went back into the kitchen. At that moment, Yueguan was also urging Lin Luo, hurry up and eat. Then he turned to Guei, Old ghost, why don't you introduce these dishes? I feel like they'll taste even better after your introduction. Guei calmly replied. The ingredients for these dishes are sourced from spirit beasts. Elder Ling often goes out and can acquire very fresh spirit beast ingredients. The flames she masters make the cooked ingredients extremely delicious. Yuan asked, is that all? Can't you be a bit more detailed? Lin Luo, stop looking and start eating, he said. Gui Mei ignored Yuan, called out to Lin Luo, and started eating. Yuan didn't mind this, and with a gesture, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Then, with a light wave of his hand, 4 jade cups quietly floated into view. When Yuan opened the jade bottle, an extremely rich aroma of wine wafted out. You don't even need to drink it. Just smelling that wine aroma already brings a sense of intoxication. Lin Luo is still young and can't drink, Gui Mei said. After hearing this, Yuan didn't argue with Gui Mei and took out another jade bottle. After opening it, a rich fragrance of fruit mixed with floral notes floated out. Drink this, it's a special floral tea I brewed. It tastes pretty good and can strengthen your body, Yuan said as he poured a cup for Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly thanked. Thank you, Uncle Yu. The cup contained a golden red liquid, exuding a rich aroma, with some golden petals visible, infused with a hint of energy. Could this be brewed from the petals of the rare Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum? Lin Luo silently thought to himself that if this were true, being able to strengthen one's body seemed to be a basic operation. The Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum is a divine herb that, when consumed, enhances one's vitality, invigorates the limbs, and can cultivate an indestructible body. The martial soul of Zhu Yuan is the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, and it is likely that these petals were created through the martial soul. Thinking of the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, Lin Luo immediately recalled a good place. Yes, it was the Eye of Ice and Fire, a treasure trove of divine herbs. Once he became stronger, he would find a way to seize the divine herbs back, if all went well. He would then hand the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum over to Zhu Douluo. Lin Luo took a sip of the flower tea, which was sweet and fragrant, with a slightly bitter aftertaste, but still acceptable. The golden petals were swallowed along with the tea, instantly transforming into pure energy that flowed into his body, bringing warmth to his limbs and bones. It truly had the effect of strengthening the body, although the effect wasn't particularly obvious. Long-term consumption would surely lead to significant improvement in health. The taste is not bad, right? Yuan asked with a smile, placing the jade bottle containing the flower tea in front of Lin Luo. This jade bottle is a special container. You should be able to drink the flower tea inside for a month. It's a gift for you. Thank you, Uncle Yu. Lin Luo expressed his gratitude. Lin Luo knew that Yuan treated him so well because of his teacher's influence, and perhaps a part of it was due to his own talent. However, no matter what, he would always remember the kindness of others, not just out of verbal gratitude, but with genuine appreciation in his heart. The Ice and Fire duality was a must-visit. After sipping some floral tea, Lin Luo began to savor the delicious food. He picked up a small piece of meat and put it into his mouth. The texture was tender, and the rich aroma of the meat, combined with the special sauce, made Lin Luo internally exclaim perfection. After finishing the first bite, he couldn't help but want to take a second bite immediately. Isn't it delicious? Yuan asked with a smile. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. It's so delicious. After that, Ling Shuiying brought over several more dishes, all of which tasted extremely good, refreshing Lin Luo's understanding of gourmet food. Lin Luo felt very happy and comfortable during this meal, and his heart was filled with warmth. Yuan and Ling Shuiying were both very easygoing and enthusiastic, showing no airs of being elders from the Spear Hall, nor the pressure of a title de law, making their company very pleasant. During the meal, Gui Mei also introduced Yuan and Ling Shuiying further to Lin Luo. Yuan didn't need Gui Mei's introduction, as Lin Luo already knew some relevant information about him. A 95th level assault system title Doa with a martial soul Chirong Tongtian Ju, known as the title Ju, and the chrysanthemum symbol on the Spear Hall token was derived from Yuan's Chirong Tongtian Ju. As for Ling Shuiying, Lin Luo had previously been curious about her identity, but after Gui Mei's introduction, he understood much more. Ling Shuiying, a 93rd level assault system titled Doa with a martial soul Qiyin Yunying, known as Title Ling, was relatively rare in that her title was based on her own name rather than her martial soul. She was one of the elders of the Spirit Hall and was also referred to as the Ninth Elder. In Lin Luo's impression, there was a brief description of the Ninth Elder of the Spirit Hall in the storyline of the book, where she led a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family during the soul hunting operation, resulting in the complete annihilation of the family without a single survivor, ultimately ending in a mutual destruction with the opposing sect leader. Lin Luo didn't expect that the Ninth Elder would be such a beautiful woman. and she had a lively and cheerful personality. She also loved food, but even more, she enjoyed making it. After finishing the meal, the ghostly figure took Lin Luo to the papal hall. Unlike the previous times Lin Luo went to see the Pope, this time it was Bibi Dong waiting for him. Welcome back. A faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's stunning face. After a brief greeting, Bibi Dong got straight to the point. The Third Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition is about to begin. Are you interested in participating? Bibi Dong asked. Soul Master Elite Competition? Lin Luo was slightly surprised and thought to himself, is it starting so early? 088, the target for the 5th Soul Ring. Wait a minute. It seems that Bibi Dong just mentioned the 3rd Soul Master Elite Competition. It is the previous session before the elite competition that Tang San and the others participated in. A piece of information suddenly flashed through Lin Luo's mind, something he had seen in his previous life. In the 3 previous Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite tournaments held before this elite competition, the Star Luo Empire had won the championship once, while the Spirit Hall had won it twice. At that time, he was very curious about who the past champions of the elite tournament were. So he specifically looked up the information, which is why it left a deep impression on him. Lin Luo had been at the Spirit Hall for several years and was no stranger to the elite competition. According to the records of the Spirit Hall, there were indeed only the results of the previous 2 Soul Master Elite competitions. Considering his age, Lin Luo was nearly 10 years old, while Tang San and the others participated in the elite competition around the age of 15, which indeed met the requirement of the competition being held once every 5 years. Goodness, it seemed that his strength was too advanced, as he was already arranged to participate in the 3rd Soul Master Elite competition. However, it made sense. After obtaining his 5th Spirit Ring, he was a genuine Soul King, and the strength of a Soul King in the elite competition was undoubtedly overwhelming, almost invincible. There was no way someone like Tang San would appear in this 3rd Soul Master Elite competition. Even if there was someone like that, Lin Luo was not worried. He was very confident in himself. He was his own biggest advantage. With Lin Luo's current physique, everyone in the elite competition could only give him a light massage. He was that invincible. Bibi Dong's gaze was fixed on Lin Luo, waiting for his response. Lin Luo also quickly regained his composure and responded, Your Holiness, I am willing to participate in the 3rd Soul Master Elite competition. Bibi Dong showed a pleased smile. Good. There is still a month until the official start of the elite competition, so during this time, you should adjust yourself first. Let the Elder Ghost take you to obtain your 5th Spirit Ring. Yes, Your Holiness. Lin Luo nodded. Lin Luo was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Did the news of the Spirit Hall spread so quickly? How could Bibi Dong know that his soul power level had broken through to level 50 so fast? Due to the special nature of his martial soul, as long as Lin Luo did not activate it, others would be unable to see through his true strength. The speed of this information transmission was indeed too fast. After leaving the Pope's palace, Lin Luo asked his teacher, Ghostly Charm, Teacher, when are we going to set off? Lin Luo couldn't wait to obtain the 5th Soul Ring and then find a way to deal with the aftermath of passing through the City of Slaughter. However, what Lin Luo didn't expect was that his usually efficiency-oriented teacher, Gui Mei, had no plans to take immediate action this time. Let's rest first and go tomorrow. Teacher, let's go back and rest. All right, fine. Lin Luo had no choice but to agree. The ghostly figure escorted Lin Luo back to the residence. Although Lin Luo had not returned for a long time, the place was still very clean and tidy. You should rest well today, and I'll come to see you tomorrow, the ghostly figure advised. Lin Luo nodded. Got it, teacher. After speaking, Lin Luo was about to turn and enter the house, but to his surprise, his teacher did not leave immediately. In the past, his teacher would disappear right after speaking. The ghostly figure said, The flower tea from Yuegwan is for you. You can sip it when you have time. It's not only good for your health, but can also help stabilize your mind. Once you obtain the 5th Soul Ring, I will take you to meet someone who can help you further adjust your mental state. Lin nodded. The ghostly figure gradually faded away. Before disappearing, the ghost said one last sentence, its voice surprisingly gentle. You've certainly suffered a lot in the City of Slaughter. Lin Luo was stunned in place, unable to hold back his emotions for a moment, his eyes reddening. He thought no one would care about what he had experienced in the City of Slaughter, only focusing on the final result. It turned out that there were still people who genuinely cared about him. After returning to his residence, Lin Luo took a shower and then lay down on the soft and comfortable big bed, feeling completely refreshed. He really liked doing familiar things in a familiar environment. Even the simplest activities like taking a shower and sleeping brought him great joy. Everything around him was familiar, which felt wonderful. Tomorrow, he would go to obtain the fifth spirit ring. After acquiring the fifth spirit ring, he would adjust his mindset and, with the resources from the spirit hall, it shouldn't be a problem to rid himself of the aftereffects brought by the city of slaughter. The inner core of the 10-headed sun serpent could be given to Yin. That kid, they had been friends for several years, so it was only right to return the favor. After that, there would be the elite competition of advanced soul master academies across the continent. With his abnormal combat power, winning a championship would be a piece of cake, right? Once the elite competition was over, he would find an excuse to go out for training and find a way to raid resources at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Making sure to get there before Tang-san, Lin Luo habitually planned for the future in his mind, and his eyelids grew heavier, finally falling into a deep sleep. For the past few months, he hadn't had a good night's sleep. He couldn't sleep in the city of slaughter, and once he left, he just wanted to return quickly. At that moment, all his exhaustion was released, and he didn't want to think about anything, just wanted to sleep well. During this sleep, Lin Luo had many dreams, most of which were scenes of him killing in the city of slaughter, an inevitable after effect. When Lin Luo woke up, it was already night, and the feeling of fatigue not only hadn't dissipated, but had intensified due to various nightmares. It wasn't a big deal. He went back to sleep. The next morning, Lin Luo's biological clock woke him up. Even after a few months away from the city of slaughter, his biological clock automatically adjusted itself upon his return. After a simple wash-up, Lin Luo didn't go to the Martial Soul Academy cafeteria for a free breakfast, as it was likely that teacher Gui Mei would come looking for him soon. He quickly grabbed something to eat to fill his stomach and quietly waited for the teacher's arrival in his residence. After just over 10 minutes, Gui Mei's figure quietly appeared. "Let's go," Gui Mei said as a lunchbox slowly floated in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo took the lunchbox and saw that it contained grilled meat. Even though it was confined in the lunchbox, the aroma still wafted in the air. How nice it is to have a teacher like this. Lin Luo's target location for obtaining the fifth spirit ring is still the Stardow Forest. At Ghost's incredibly fast speed, they quickly arrived at the Stardow Forest and headed straight for the central area. During the journey, Ghost conducted a simple physical assessment of Lin Luo and roughly estimated that Lin Luo could withstand a spirit ring of about 50,000 years. Lin Luo's goal is also soul beasts over 50,000 years old, with a wide range, suitable for those between 50,000 and 60,000 years. Soul masters need a strong body to absorb soul rings, and Lin Luo's body is undoubtedly sufficient. 089, 60,000 year spirit. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, two figures flashed by quickly, moving at incredible speed. Lin Luo hadn't experienced this feeling of rapid progress for a long time. His teacher, Gui Mei as always, was keen on efficiency and unwilling to linger for even a moment on the outskirts of the starry forest. After about half an hour of swift movement, Gui Mei finally stopped to take a break. "Let's rest for a bit," Gui Mei said. Lin nodded. At that moment, a 10,000-year-old hexagonal rhinoceros suddenly charged over. The ghostly figure merely waved its hand lightly, sending the creature flying, which then crashed into more than 10 large trees before finally coming to a stop. Even though the ghostly figure didn't use much force, the 10,000-year-old hexagonal rhinoceros was still heavily injured, if not dead. This soul beast was incredibly single-minded. It never cared whether the target was strong or weak. As long as something entered its attack range, it would immediately launch an offensive, exhibiting extreme aggression. If it encountered something weaker, it was manageable, but if it faced something stronger, it would likely meet its demise. After all, everyone has their temper, and no one would indulge it. It was precisely this aggressive nature that kept the number of hexagonal rhinoceroses from being very high. If it weren't for their strong reproductive ability, they would have likely gone extinct long ago. Have we entered the area of 10,000-year soul beasts so quickly? Truly impressive. The teacher is really fast. Lin Luo glanced at the half-dead hexagon rhinoceros in the distance and sighed to himself. After resting for a moment, the specter continued to lead Lin Luo forward. To find a soul beast over 50,000 years old, they had to keep moving. Soon, half an hour passed. The specter stopped with Lin Luo in a dark forest and calmly said, "Get ready for battle. When we encounter a suitable target, you go for it directly. I want to see what level your strength has reached now." Lin Luo Dao. "Teacher, I'm still just a soul master who hasn't obtained the fifth soul ring." Gui Mei spoke in a calm tone. "There is no need to put on an act in front of me. I've been aware of your situation all along." Lin Luo appeared somewhat helpless. "All right, I'll do my best." He was not the least bit surprised that the teacher knew about his situation. It was likely that the higher-ups of the spirit hall were aware as well. obtaining his battle information was quite simple for them. His training partner, Emotionsweaves. The missions assigned by the Spirit Hall, the battle training before heading to the City of Slaughter, and the results from the experiences in the City of Slaughter. All these aspects made it easy to roughly estimate his current combat strength. The people from his Spirit Hall were not fools. Back when he was a Soul Sage, he could already defeat a Soul King in an instant. Now, he was just one soul ring away from becoming a Soul King. And he had cleared the City of Slaughter in just a few months. There was no need to say more about his combat strength. Looking at the dark environment created by the dense trees ahead, Lin Luo activated his martial soul. A scythe and a lantern glowing with green light appeared in his hands. And 4 soul rings, purple, purple, black, black, slowly rose from beneath his feet. Lin Luo's entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Not only his momentum, but also his temperament changed, giving off a faint coldness. "Teacher, this place should be the gathering place of the moon spirits, right?" Lin Luo asked. Guei replied, "Exactly. Moon spirits are a special type of spirit beast, living in the dark woods. These unique soul beasts are formed by the nurturing of heaven and earth, and once formed, they're at least 30,000 years old." Lin Luo had seen information about the moon spirit in the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. Due to its uniqueness and suitability as a choice for his soul ring, Lin Luo had a deep impression of this special soul beast. Lin Luo's gaze fell on a branch of a large tree ahead, where a silvery glow could be faintly seen. That was the mark of the moon spirit's existence. Moreover, this place could be considered the central area of the starry forest, meeting the conditions for the moon spirit's appearance. "The ghostly, let's search here first. If there is no suitable presence, we will move on to the next place." Lin Luo nodded. "Okay, teacher." Then, Lin Luo took a step forward and walked ahead. This area was very densely forested, but it was still passable. The environment was relatively dark, and visibility was not very good. However, for Lin Luo, it wasn't a big problem. Lin Luo was surrounded by the eerie green glow emitted by the lantern and scythe, not to mention moving through dim environments. Even progressing through complete darkness posed no pressure at all. Walking through the dense forest, Lin Luo's gaze was always directed upward. The deeper he ventured into the woods, the more silver glimmers he saw, indicating a high likelihood of the presence of moon spirits, and possibly more than one. After about 5 minutes of walking, Lin Luo finally encountered the first moon spirit. The moon spirit resembled a wolf, composed entirely of silvery light, with a pair of black eyes. It was not very large, about the size of a calf, and 3 small silver orbs floated around it. Upon seeing those 3 silver orbs, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lin Luo's face. A moon spirit that was only 30,000 years old was too low in rank. Indeed, the number of silver orbs was an important criterion for determining the age of the moon spirit. The more silver orbs there were, the older the moon spirit was, indicating tens of thousands of years. Lin Luo only glanced at the moon spirit and continued forward. The moon spirit noticed Lin Luo's presence but chose to ignore him. Moon spirits are generally docile soul beasts. As long as they're not actively attacked, they usually do not attack others. Their food is moonlight, and they do not need to hunt. After advancing for another 10 minutes, Lin Luo looked ahead and was almost out of the dense forest area. But he hadn't seen a single moon spirit during this time. Just as Lin Luo was about to exit the dense forest, he suddenly caught sight of a moon spirit crouched on a tree branch, surrounded by 6 small silver balls. A 6,000-year-old moon spirit. Lin Luo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he decisively launched an attack on the moon spirit. His first soul ring glowed, and the death judgment was unleashed. The scythe flew out, pulling the chain quickly towards the moon spirit. The moon spirit sensed the danger and emitted a silvery white light. A small silver ball suddenly flew out, knocking Lin Luo's scythe away. At the same time, the moon spirit's pitch-black pupils released a dark aura that spread towards its silvery white body, causing the moon spirit to become agitated. It opened its mouth, and 3 arrows of silvery white light shot towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo immediately fled towards the edge of the dense forest. The death judgment was merely to draw hatred. He was certainly not naive enough to believe that his soul skill could easily hit and bind a soul beast of 60,000 years. Fighting in this dense forest had obvious limitations, and Lin Luo's initial plan was to lure Yuling out. After releasing the death judgment, Lin Luo began to run, easily dodging Yuling's attacks. Boom! 3 silvery arrows struck the ground, exploding with a loud noise. Seeing Lin Luo escaping, Yuling, driven by anger, immediately pursued him. Everything was under Lin Luo's control. 90. The body was very strong, but the strength was still insufficient. Yu Ling had the ability to fly and was incredibly fast, quickly catching up to Lin Luo and opened its mouth to release 3 arrows again. After Lin Luo burst out of the dense forest, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from him, and his momentum was once again elevated. He immediately activated his second soul skill, the Soul Guiding Lantern, and had already rushed into the lantern. The 3 silver-white arrows just happened to strike the edge of the Soul Guiding Lantern, resulting in a violent explosion. The silver-white energy spread out in all directions, creating a large hole in the ground. However, strangely, the enormous green lantern only dimmed significantly, and Lin Luo inside the lantern was not harmed at all. Lin Luo immediately attacked again, sending his scythe flying out once more. The judgment of death struck again, perfectly catching the moment when Yu Ling made her move. This time, it successfully hit Yu Ling, binding her with the scythe and chain. With a sharp tug, Lin Luo pulled Yu Ling down from midair, causing her to crash to the ground and kick up a cloud of dirt and gravel. Despite his success, Lin Luo's expression remained calm, and in the next moment, he frowned slightly as the chains disappeared. The enormous scythe reappeared in his hand, and at the same time, his third soul skill, the Doom Pendulum, was activated. As Lin Luo unleashed the Doom Pendulum, Yu Ling's figure quietly materialized, crashing into the Soul Guiding Lamp. A terrifying silver energy erupted from her body, instantly obliterating the Soul Guiding Lamp and heading straight towards Lin Luo. Just as Lin Luo released the Doom Pendulum, he swung the scythe forward with great force, unleashing a powerful energy. During this process, a searing energy suddenly erupted, colliding with Yu Ling. Boom! Lin Luo was ultimately just a half-step Soul King, and when he faced off against a 60,000-year Soul Beast, the result was naturally a crushing defeat. He was sent flying, and the fiery battle armor that had just formed on his body was eroded and disappeared by the silvery energy. Along with it, his clothes also vanished, leaving Lin Luo to fall to the ground completely naked, rolling for over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Damn, that 60,000-year Soul Beast is really fierce. Fortunately, my defense is significantly enhanced, and I also have the influence of the God of Death's domain. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary Soul King, no, even a Soul Emperor would probably be severely injured or worse from such an attack. Lin Luo steadied himself, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He only had a few minor scrapes on his body, and his injuries were not too severe. Those scrapes were healing at a visibly fast rate, and the real injury came from within his body, but it wasn't a big problem, since Lin Luo had increased his defense attribute by collecting souls. He had rarely been injured. Previously, during the Hell Path Challenge, he had taken the full force of the 10-headed fiery sun snake's ultimate move and was injured. This was considered the second time. The enraged moon spirit would not give Lin Luo a chance to catch his breath. While Lin Luo was rolling on the ground, the moon spirit charged at him again, and just as Lin Luo steadied himself, the moon spirit was already only a meter away from him. Lin Luo immediately activated his 4th soul skill, Underworld Prison. As soon as his 4th soul ring lit up, a violent fluctuation of soul power emanated from him. Following that, 5 scythe blades, half a person tall, emerged from the ground, instantly forming a, with Lin Luo standing within it. Lin Luo minimized the release space of the nether prison, and its power was maximized as a result. The moment the nether prison was formed, Yu Ling charged in. Yu Ling was still bursting with silvery white energy, like a walking cannonball with immense power. Boom! When Yu Ling's body collided with the green barrier, it produced a deafening and muffled sound. Yu Ling's momentum was weakened by more than half by the barrier's force, and at the same time, Yu Ling also suffered some damage, as the silvery light emanating from her body dimmed significantly. However, Yu Ling ultimately still crashed into Lin Luo. Lin Luo was knocked away once again, this time flying nearly 30 meters with blood spilling from his mouth and nose. After coming to a stop, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. In the face of absolute power, Lin Luo's current combat strength still fell a bit short. However, this was already incredibly abnormal. Even a soul sage would likely be severely injured after enduring 2 heavy blows from a 60,000-year soul beast, and some who were not good at defense might even be taken out instantly. This highlights just how monstrous Lin Luo's defense is. It is important to note that Lin Luo is currently only a level 50 soul master, and he is not even 10 years old. If Lin Luo continues to stack his defense, he could truly become invincible in the future, and the impact and enhancement of his strength on his body would be significant. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Yu Ling charged up again. Lin Luo still had no intention of giving up the fight, and once again released the soul summoning lamp. Also using the self-created soul skill, mystification, taught by Gui Mei. His soul power transformed into mist, swirling around him as Lin Luo prepared to use mystification to squeeze out more of his soul power and employ the underworld prison once more. But at that moment, Gui Mei made his move. Gui Mei suddenly appeared in front of Lin Luo, effortlessly blocking Yu Ling's attack with just a hand. 9 perfectly matched soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 surrounded Gui Mei, unleashing a powerful aura from the title de law. With just his soul power, Gui Mei easily sent Yu Ling flying. While Yu Ling was still in midair, Gui Mei's figure suddenly appeared above her, and with one kick, he stomped Yu Ling into the ground, causing a large pit to explode open. Without using a single soul skill, Yu Ling was already on the brink of death. Gui Mei leaped out of the pit, and the barely conscious Yu Ling was controlled by his soul power, ultimately placed in front of Lin Luo. "Go ahead," Gui Mei said. Lin Luo immediately struck, swinging the scythe and cutting into Yu Ling's body, completely taking away Yu Ling's life. After death, Yu Ling transformed into a silvery light and dissipated, while at the same time, a circle of black soul rings slowly began to condense. Lin Luo saw the pitch-black and deep soul ring, but did not choose to absorb it immediately. Instead, he prepared to adjust his own state. At this moment, the ghostly figure appeared in front of Lin Luo, hands outstretched, and a gray elixir floated towards him. "Eat this. It's made by a food-type soul master at the Soul Douluo level. It can quickly heal your injuries and adjust your condition," the ghostly figure said. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Luo immediately took it and put it into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry, slightly bitter, transforming into a warm current that flowed down his throat. Lin Luo could clearly feel the pain in his body rapidly dissipating, and his injuries were healing quickly. His overall condition adjusted to its best state in an instant. Without experiencing some pain, one cannot grow better. At this moment, Ghost Douluo had his back to Lin Luo and let out a soft sigh. Absorb the soul ring. Lin Luo nodded vigorously. Yes. 091, 5th soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy. Choosing a 60,000 year soul ring for the 5th soul ring is something that most soul masters wouldn't even dare to think about, as it is akin to courting death. Even if some remaining soul masters dare to think about it, they wouldn't dare to act on it, as they are very clear about the consequences of such a foolish choice. But Lin Luo was already in action, starting to absorb the soul ring. This was not because Lin Luo was foolish and unafraid of death. On the contrary, he was more cautious than anyone else. If he didn't have a certain level of confidence, Lin Luo would not choose to risk absorbing a high-year soul ring. It was precisely because he had confidence that he dared to operate this way. It is important to know that Lin Luo's body was already very abnormal, and he could bear the pressure of a 60,000 year soul ring. Even the soul impact that all soul masters are unwilling to face was just a small matter in front of Lin Luo, the Soul Lock Warden. This is Lin Luo's capital. If Lin Luo was willing to take risks, he could even challenge soul rings of even higher ages. But since there was a suitable target, there was no need to make excessive choices. When it comes to obtaining soul rings, it ultimately depends on personal luck, as most soul masters cannot precisely gauge their limits. Having a similar age and being just right is enough. Lin Luo spent almost a day and a night absorbing the soul ring of Moon Spirit. Lin Luo's body was strong enough, but the absorption process of a 60,000 year soul ring was destined to take a long time, and the accompanying pain and suffering were inevitable. It all relied on Lin Luo's willpower to endure, and the best outcome would be a smooth process. Once the soul ring absorption was completed, Lin Luo officially stepped into the Soul King level, and his soul power level jumped to level 55. Lin Luo was already level 52 when he arrived at the City of Slaughter, just one step away from showcasing his soul power level by absorbing a soul ring. Obtaining a 3-level increase in soul power from absorbing a 60,000 year old soul ring was already considered quite stingy. And not even 10 years old, he was a level 55 Soul King, with his soul ring configuration being purple, purple, black, black, black. Even Lin Luo himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. During Lin Luo's process of absorbing the soul ring, Ghost Douluo was always standing guard nearby. After Lin Luo successfully absorbed the soul ring, Gui Mei immediately asked, "How is your body?" It was rare for Gui Mei not to ask about Lin Luo's soul skills, but instead, he was concerned about Lin Luo's physical condition right away. Lin Luo immediately replied, "I'm fine, teacher." Hearing that Lin Luo was okay, Gui Mei let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. Your soul ring choices have always exceeded common sense, and the risks are hard to estimate. It's good that everything is going smoothly." Originally, Gui Mei only planned to let Lin Luo absorb a soul ring of about 50,000 years, as that was the safest choice. Even though the body assessment could only serve as a reference, it at least provided some assurance. However, after seeing Lin Luo fight with Yuling, Gui Mei couldn't help but refresh his understanding of Lin Luo's body, which is why he allowed Lin Luo to absorb the 60,000-year moon spirit soul ring. Absorbing a 60,000-year soul ring for the 5th soul ring, even with Gui Mei's rich life experience, he still felt it was too crazy. Gui Mei placed his hand on Lin Luo's shoulder, and Lin Luo felt a slight chill come over him. After a moment, Gui Mei spoke. "Your current soul power level is around level 55, which is a significant gain, but you need to spend some time consolidating your strength. Otherwise, it will affect your future development." Lin Luo nodded vigorously. "Got it, teacher." In fact, Lin Luo was very curious about how soul masters like his teacher Gui Mei, who were powerful, could accurately judge a soul master's soul power level. The reason Lin Luo clearly knew his own soul power level was that after absorbing the soul rings, he checked his personal panel. Host, Lin Luo. Martial Soul, Soul Lock Warden Thorn. Soul power level, level 55. Soul rings, 1,000 years, 1089. 1,000 years, 2005. 10,000 years, 10520. 10,000 years, 34560. 10,000 years, 61,082. Soul skills, Hell Curse, S. Death Judgment, S. Soul Guiding Lamp, S. Doom Pendulum, S. Nether Prison, S. Moon Spirit Frenzy, S. Mystification, A. Soul Bone, not acquired. Domain, God of Death Domain, S. Points, 1. Through the personal panel, Lin Luo could even see the exact age of the Moon Spirit Soul Ring, which was over 61,000 years. This age for a 5th soul ring was considered extremely exaggerated. Additionally, Lin Luo could also see the information about his 5th soul skill, which was another S-level soul skill named Moon Spirit Frenzy. At this moment, Gui Mei also asked about the soul skill. "What is your 5th soul skill? Show it to me." "Okay, teacher." Lin Luo said, "My 5th soul skill is called Moon Spirit Frenzy." After speaking, Lin Luo went to the open space ahead to unleash his 5th soul skill, accompanied by a violent surge of soul power. The 5th soul ring on Lin Luo's body lit up, and silver-white energy erupted from within him, instantly taking the form of a moon spirit. At the same time, a huge silver-white mysterious array appeared beneath Lin Luo's feet. After releasing the soul skill, Lin Luo began to explain. Moon Spirit Frenzy, once released, can summon the moon spirit to fight. Within the range of the moon spirit array, the moon spirit possesses 200 combat power. Stepping outside the array reduces it to 80. Additionally, within the moon spirit array, I can also gain some of the moon spirit's power, which accelerates my soul power accumulation. Alright. Lin Luo admitted that his 5th soul skill was somewhat similar to Qianju's Wolf Spirit Frenzy skill in League of Legends. Even the names were just one word apart. Before unleashing the soul skill, Lin Luo felt it was somewhat familiar, and after releasing it, he confirmed it. The moon spirit array was circular, covering a diameter of 20 meters, and the size of the moon spirit was the same as it was in life, about the size of a calf. But its body appeared more ethereal. Gui Mei nodded slightly upon seeing this. "My 6th soul ring also comes from the moon spirit, but my soul skill is slightly different from yours. It summons multiple clones. The soul skills obtained by soul masters through soul rings are mostly related to the abilities of the soul beasts in life. But they can also change somewhat due to the abilities of the soul master, and we are both in this situation. Let me test the strength of that moon spirit." Before the words were finished, Gui Mei's figure had already entered the array. "Let the moon spirit attack me," Gui Mei said. Lin Luo immediately complied and issued an attack order to Yuling. With Yuling's strength, it was clear that she could not shake the ghostly apparition. After a round of attacks, the ghostly apparition remained completely unaffected. Then the ghostly apparition made its move, with just a grasp of its large hand. Yuling was on the verge of disappearing. Lin Luo was also affected by the backlash of the soul skill, letting out a muffled groan. The ghostly charm did not completely destroy Yuling, but said to Lin Luo, "Withdraw the soul skill." Lin Luo immediately ended the fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy, and the Moon Spirit disappeared along with the formation. Gui Mei said, "The strength of the Moon Spirit is acceptable within the range of the formation. It should be able to restrain an average Soul Emperor without much problem. The elite competition is approaching, and Xianren Xue is our teammate." Wow, this Moon Spirit can actually restrain a Soul Emperor? Lin Luo knew that Yuling's combat power was not weak, but since he had never truly tested it, he couldn't be sure how strong Yuling really was. Hearing his teacher say this, Lin Luo suddenly felt that Yuling was quite formidable. If one didn't consider Lin Luo's own combat power, Yuling was indeed impressive. However, Lin Luo didn't really need Yuling's level of power. If this soul skill were converted into an output-type soul skill, it might be even better. But let's not forget that Yuling's fervor is not just about summoning Yuling. Within Yuling's magic circle, Lin Luo's soul power would condense faster, which meant that his combat power would also receive a significant boost. Additionally, Yuling's strength would increase as Lin Luo's own strength improved, so overall, this soul skill is quite good. Gui Mei said, "Rest for a moment, and we will prepare to return." Lin nodded. "Okay, teacher." Lin Luo knew that his teacher was testing his soul power level and understanding his soul skills in order to report his relevant information. He had long since gotten used to it. If Mo Shangyun had brought him to obtain a soul ring, it was likely that Mo Shangyun would pull out a small black notebook to start recording information. One could say that everything he possessed was under the control of the Spirit Hall, except for the system and his passive Hell's Curse. The ghostly figure brought Lin Luo to the Star Do forest quickly, and the return journey was even faster. On the way there, they had to search for suitable soul beasts, but on the way back, they headed straight for Spirit City. Unless 100,000-year soul beast appeared, there was nothing that could hinder the ghost's pace. By the time they returned to Spirit City, it was already afternoon. Lin Luo's efficiency in obtaining soul rings is undeniable, mainly due to good luck in encountering suitable soul beasts. Gui Mei took Lin Luo to have a meal in Soul City, and then took him to the Soul Academy. Lin Luo knew that his teacher, Gui Mei, was going to take him to meet the person who could help him resolve the aftereffects of the Killing God domain, and he felt a little excited inside. The aftereffects of the Killing God domain had to be addressed. Whenever Lin Luo entered a combat state, even without activating the Killing God domain, he felt quite restless, craving slaughter. It was only because he had enough self-control to suppress his dark thoughts that he hadn't lost control long ago. Irritability, anger, and a desire for killing were all manifestations of the aftereffects of the Killing God domain. In the storyline of the book, after Tang San acquired the Killing God domain, he was taken by Tang Hao to his aunt, Tang Yuehua, for adjustment, also to resolve this issue. At the Martial Soul Academy, in the office building, Gui Mei brought Lin Luo into the office building and headed straight for the principal's office. The office door was open, and Principal Ge Juming seemed to have been waiting for Gui Mei's arrival. Upon seeing Gui Mei and Lin Luo, he immediately approached respectfully. "Elder, Gui Mei said, "I leave Lin Luo to you. No matter what price you have to pay, you must resolve the issues he faces since returning from the City of Slaughter." Ge Juming immediately nodded in agreement. "Understood, Elder." Gui Mei then looked at Lin Luo, cooperate with Principal Ji's arrangements, and take the opportunity to learn about the situation of the elite competition from him. Lin Luo nodded. "Got it, teacher." The ghostly figure then dissipated, just like before, leaving as soon as the task was done. After the ghost left, Ge Junming, who had been slightly hunched over, straightened up, his gaze falling on Lin Luo. A smile on his face. His already small eyes nearly disappeared when he smiled. Ge Junming said, "Lin Luo, come with me." Lin Luo glanced at the tall and thin dean in front of him and nodded gently. Then, under Ge Junming's guidance, Lin Luo went to the top floor of the office building. On the top floor, there was a very spacious room, which only had 2 chairs placed inside. Some special crystals could be seen embedded in the walls of the room. Lin Luo followed Ge Junming and eventually entered the room. After entering, Ge Junming smiled and said, "Have a seat, just relax." Lin Luo sat down in the chair, trying to relax as much as possible. Soon after, under Lin Luo's gaze, Ge Junming activated his martial soul. Accompanied by a surge of intense soul power fluctuations, a guqin appeared in Ge Junming's hands. At the same time, 8 soul rings of the best combination, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 slowly rose from beneath Ge Junming's feet, symbolizing his strength as a Soul Douluo. The fact that this headmaster of the Martial Soul Academy was actually a Soul Douluo level support type soul master surprised Lin Luo when he saw the guqin in Ge Junming's hands. Musical instruments as martial souls are generally associated with support-type soul masters, though there are some that follow a control-type soul master path. Since Ge Junming was going to help Lin Luo with the aftermath of his God of Death domain, it was highly likely that Ge Junming was indeed on the support-type soul master path. Soon, Lin Luo confirmed his guess. Ge Junming sat across from Lin Luo, the Guqin floating in front of him, and he spoke again. Just relax. After activating his martial soul, Ge Junming exuded an air of elegance that seemed somewhat out of place compared to his previously cunning and villainous appearance. However, influenced by that aura, Ge Junming appeared slightly more agreeable. Lin Luo tried to empty his mind, not thinking about those chaotic things. Under Lin Luo's gaze, Ge Junming's hand rested on the strings of the instrument, and the 8th soul ring on him glowed. There were no significant fluctuations in soul power, but it gave a sense of having everything under control. Ge Junming's fingers began to gently pluck the strings, gradually increasing in speed, strangely, without making a sound. However, Lin Luo suddenly realized he seemed to have entered another space, just in that fleeting moment. Before him was a vast expanse of white, and in the distance, a serene melody began to emerge. The white world started to change, and Lin Luo found himself amidst high mountains and flowing water, feeling extremely comfortable, quickly reaching a state of oblivion. It was unclear how long this state lasted until Ge Junming's voice rang out again. All right, let's end it here for today. Lin Luo found himself back in that special room again, and Ge Junming was still sitting in front of him, but at this time, Ge Junming had already retracted his martial spirit. Lin Luo felt an indescribable tranquility within himself at that moment, as all the restlessness and various negative emotions in his heart vanished without a trace. It seemed that the side effects brought by the killing god domain had also disappeared. Ge Junming still wore a faint smile on his face, and with a wave of his hand, a list appeared in his palm. Ge Junming handed the list to Lin Luo and introduced, "These are your teammates for the elite competition. In a couple of days, I will arrange for you all to meet." Lin Luo's gaze fell on the list, filled with unfamiliar names, but soon he found a familiar name among them. Qian Ruxue. 093, the competition for the guaranteed admission quota. Qian Ruxue, Martial Soul, Angel, Soul Power Level, 59. Lin Luo saw the relevant information about Qian Ruxue and couldn't help but sigh. It's only been a few years, and she has already reached level 59. The talent for cultivating a divine, martial soul is indeed terrifying. However, I seem to be even more impressive. I'm only 10 years old and already at level 55. Although there is certainly some luck involved. Lin Luo remembered that he was only 7 years old when he first met Qian Ruxue. At that time, Qian Ruxue's soul power level was 45. In just about 3 years, she had raised her soul power level to 59, averaging an increase of about 5 levels per year. This rate of improvement was indeed a bit exaggerated. It was estimated that Qian Ruxue's 5th soul ring had a considerable age, and after absorbing the soul ring, she gained benefits of 2 to 3 levels or even higher in soul power, which allowed her to reach her current soul power level. Lin Luo was not questioning Qian Ruxue's talent. Rather, he was trying to rationalize the increase in her soul power level in a more normal way. Lin Luo was very clear about how difficult it was for soul masters to improve their soul power levels through cultivation, even with a divine level martial soul as a foundation and a divine level cultivation technique. Relying solely on cultivation to reach his current soul power level was nothing but a pipe dream. The improvement of a soul master's soul power level becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses. It's like a water storage container that undergoes successive changes, from a bottle to a basin to a water tank. The container gets larger, and only when it is full can one move on to the next stage. The speed of water filling does not change significantly with the size of the container, so the time required to fill the container will also increase. Lin Luo's soul power level has been able to increase so quickly thanks to the benefits brought by the Hell Curse passive, which is equivalent to adding an extra water pipe to the container for filling it with water. In addition, after Lin Luo obtained the soul ring, the water in the container experienced a significant increase because the soul rings he absorbed have a high age. Lin Luo is only speculating about Qian Ruxue's soul power level based on his own improvement. In Lin Luo's view, there is undoubtedly a vast amount of resources supporting Qian Ruxue. Perhaps Qian Ruxue's angel martial soul has also provided her with an external advantage similar to the Hell Curse. Even if not, with Ghost Douluo's strength, he could help Qian Ruxue obtain an external advantage. Setting all of this aside, if Qian Ruxue undergoes the angel god examination in the future it would undoubtedly be the greatest external advantage. Lin Luo let his thoughts drift for a moment before bringing them all back. His gaze fell on the information of the other individuals on the list. There were a total of 10 people. Aside from him and Qian Renxue, the remaining 8 were all soul masters above level 45. The foundation of the Spirit Hall was truly terrifying. After reviewing the information on those individuals, Lin Luo understood why the 3 from the Golden Generation were not selected. It was because they did not meet the qualifications. The 3 from the Golden Generation had already reached level 43 in soul power, which was quite extraordinary for their age. But they still did not meet the stringent requirements to participate in the elite competition held by the Spirit Hall. However, given the strength of the 3 from the Golden Generation, they should qualify to compete for a guaranteed spot. From Ge Junming, Lin Luo learned that the Spirit Hall had a guaranteed spot in the elite competition, which was consistent with the storyline in the book. However, more specifically, this guaranteed spot also required competition. The Spirit Hall would provide a list of the best pairings, and then the Spirit Academy would also provide 2 lists. After that, these 3 teams would engage in soul battles to compete for the guaranteed spot. But it was clear that the final outcome of this soul battle had no suspense. The final guaranteed spot could be determined just by the lineup. With the composition of Lin Luo's team, there was truly no reason to lose. The other 2 teams, to put it nicely, were competitors. In reality, they were merely sparring partners for the main team. When Lin Luo left the Spirit Hall Academy, it was already dark. Under the soothing sound of Ge Junming's piano, time really flew by. The effects of the rehabilitation were also very significant. Lin Luo felt that in less than half a month, he would be able to completely rid himself of the aftereffects brought on by the god of death's domain. One must say that the resources of the Spirit Hall are truly powerful, providing everything one could want. They also consider everything very comprehensively. It seems that everything is under their control. When he went to the city of slaughter, they likely already had a plan in place to eliminate the negative impacts of that place. During the following half-month, Lin Luo reported to Ge Junming every day for further rehabilitation. During this time, Lin Luo also saw a few of his teammates from the elite competition team, but he did not see Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue was as busy as ever, probably only appearing during training. Lin Luo only met with the other teammates briefly and had not yet engaged in further communication or collaboration. All of this was arranged by Ge Junming. Lin Luo's main focus during this half-month was adjusting his condition, without engaging in too many other activities. This process of adjustment went very smoothly, and as Lin Luo had expected, half a month was neither too long nor too short. He completely rid himself of the aftereffects caused by the god of death's domain. After the final day of adjustment, Ge Junming informed Lin Luo that team training would begin tomorrow. Lin Luo naturally chose to comply with the arrangements, and he was quite looking forward to it, although he was very clear that with his strength, he would basically just be dominating weaker opponents in the elite competition. Nevertheless, Lin Luo was still very much looking forward to it, as the elite competition would allow him to see more soul masters from various places. During his years in the Spirit Hall, carrying out tasks, Lin Luo had indeed been to many places, but each time it was solely for the mission, and he hadn't had the chance to witness the strength of soul masters from different regions. Most of his interactions were with evil soul masters. In fact, if possible, Lin Luo would prefer to participate in the next elite competition, as that would give him the opportunity to defeat the Shrek 7 monsters. Of course, given Lin Luo's age, he would still be eligible to compete in the next elite competition. He was currently not even 10 years old, and even in 5 years, he would only be 15, while anyone under 25 could register for the elite competition. As long as Lin Luo wished, he could participate in 2 to 3 more elite competitions. After finishing his final adjustments, Lin Luo did not return to his residence immediately. Instead, he went to the battle arena of the Spirit Academy in search of familiar figures. However, he was disappointed again today, as he still did not see the 3 members of the Golden Generation. He had no idea what his old teammates, Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin, had been busy with during this time, as he hadn't seen them at all. Lin Luo sought them not just to reminisce, but more so to hand over the 10 Sun Snake inner elixirs he obtained from the hellish path of the city of slaughter to Yin. However, he didn't expect that becoming a father would be so troublesome. The 10 Sun Snake inner elixirs were undoubtedly a priceless treasure for Yin and would certainly help him achieve a significant enhancement. In fact, Lin Luo could also use the 10 Sun Snake inner elixirs, but he felt it was better to give them to Yin, as they would yield the maximum effect. Lin Luo was never a stingy person and understood the principle of making the most of everything. The next day, the training for the elite competition arrived. Lin Luo met all his teammates, and Xianren was also present. The team was led by the dean of the Wuhuan Academy, Ge Junming, and the assembly point was at the Wuhuan Academy's Soul Fighting Arena. Not only Lin Luo's team gathered at the Soul Fighting Arena, but there were also two other teams. Among one of the teams, Lin Luo saw familiar faces. Indeed, it was the three from the Golden Generation, led by Emotionsweaves. As for the others, Lin Luo did not recognize most of them, as they were mostly unfamiliar faces, with only a few looking somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall their names. Lin Luo's time at the Soul Master Academy was not particularly long, especially since he had not undergone the Academy's regular curriculum, and was instead receiving customized instruction, which meant he had even fewer interactions with alumni. Although Lin Luo often practiced in the simulated training environment of the Academy, the area he was in, the Graveyard of Chaos, was quite remote, and he rarely encountered other people. It was normal for him not to know these individuals. Furthermore, and most importantly, among all the teams, only Lin Luo, Xianren, and a few members of the Golden Generation were relatively younger. The others were all over 20, likely close to 25 years old. With the resources of the Spirit Hall for Soul Masters, preparations for the elite competition naturally required selecting the best candidates as closely aligned with the rules as possible. Training also required a sense of ceremony. Ye Yunming, as the team leader and the president of the Soul Master Academy, briefly spoke to motivate everyone before officially starting the training. Each team's training methods seemed to differ. For Lin Luo's team, under Ge Junming's arrangement, the first activity was combat training among team members, aimed at familiarizing themselves with each other's strengths and soul skills. The other two teams did not undergo this process, or perhaps they had already completed it, as they were engaged in battles with their respective team leaders, who were both powerful soul saints. After Ge Junming made the arrangements, the combat training among team members quickly commenced. Lin Luo was the first to take the stage, facing a level 45 assault type soul master whose martial soul was a thunder leopard. This battle was naturally without any suspense. Once Lin Luo and the thunder leopard soul master activated their martial souls, the outcome was already determined. 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 appeared on Lin Luo, shocking everyone. Even Ge Junming and Xianren, who had seen Lin Luo's soul ring configuration before, showed expressions of surprise, but they quickly returned to calm. As for the others, they were all, without exception, dumbfounded. Lin Luo had long been accustomed to such scenes, appearing exceedingly calm. Lin Luo originally wanted to use special methods to hide the color of his soul rings, but at Ge Junming's gesture, he had to pretend again. To be honest, Lin Luo actually didn't want to show off. The best soul ring combination for a Thunder Leopard Soul Master is yellow, yellow, purple, purple. His 4 soul rings have already surpassed most soul masters. However, not all soul masters can have the best combination of soul rings. It's just that the Lin Luo facing the Thunder Leopard Soul Master is a complete monster, and when comparing their soul rings, the Thunder Leopard Soul Master's rings seem weak and fragile, clearly not on the same level. Lin Luo's 10,000-year soul rings, regardless of which one he took out, seem to be stronger than all the soul rings of the Thunder Leopard Soul Master. Can I give up? The Thunder Leopard Soul Master swallowed hard and ultimately couldn't help but shout. Facing an invincible monster was truly tormenting. Ge Junming then coldly said, "No, you can't give up before the fight even starts. How did you graduate from the Martial Soul Academy?" Pressured by Ge Junming's might, the Thunder Leopard Soul Master had no choice but to face Lin Luo again. Under everyone's gaze, the battle began. Lin Luo, feeling quite helpless, completed a one-sided match. He didn't even use any soul skills and relied solely on his terrifying strength and speed to reach the Thunder Leopard Soul Master, kicking him over with one blow. He thought the Thunder Leopard Soul Master would have some resistance, but it turned out to be a complete crushing defeat. This might also be related to the fact that the Thunder Leopard Soul Master had already lost the will to fight. Someone who has accepted defeat cannot exert their fighting power, even if they possess some. Of course, anyone facing an opponent like Lin Luo would likely end up like the Thunder Leopard Soul Master. After the battle between Lin Luo and the Thunder Leopard Soul Master ended, the battles of the others followed, and basically everyone had a confrontation. Lin Luo naturally had a friendly exchange with those teammates, and the result was no exception. Lin Luo stood while they lay down. The same result occurred when Xianren appeared. Her pressure was even greater than Lin Luo's. After all, she was close to being a soul emperor and possessed an angel martial soul. Lin Luo and Xianren didn't use a single soul skill, yet they managed to take down all their teammates. It's unclear if this was deliberately arranged by Gu Junming, but Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue were the last to meet. When they stepped onto the stage, everyone's eyes nearly shone with excitement. Having been defeated by both of them before, the audience was eager to witness the battle between these two monsters. However, Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue did not satisfy the spectators. They both used soul skills, but not many, as if they had agreed on it beforehand, just giving a brief demonstration. Lin Luo's first soul ring lit up, and he wielded his scythe, activating Death Judgment, sending the scythe flying towards Qian Rinxue at high speed. Qian Rinxue then released a golden light to deflect Lin Luo's scythe, and suddenly accelerated to appear right in front of Lin Luo. Lin Luo was already prepared. As soon as his second spirit ring lit up, the soul guiding lantern activated, providing him with powerful defense, while the scythe was quickly retracted. Qian Rinxue was momentarily unable to break through the soul guiding lantern and had no choice but to face Lin Luo's scythe again. Another beam of golden light was released, and Lin Luo's scythe was once again knocked aside. Soon after, the battle ended, and Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue both seamlessly retracted their martial souls. Everyone was left wanting more, but they had witnessed the strength of Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue. Whether it was the intensity of their soul skills or the speed of their release, it was clear that they were beyond what the onlookers could withstand. The gap in strength was evident at a glance. They were all curious about who was stronger between Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue, but they also understood that, given their status, they would not be able to witness the two fighting at full strength. Monsters like them held significant weight in the Spirit Hall, and this elite competition was merely a formality for them. The young spirit masters standing here possessed more than just talent and cultivation. They also had a deeper understanding of many matters. The battle between Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue has ended, which also means the simple training for Lin Luo's team has come to an end. The main purpose of today's training was to get familiar with each other. Under Gu Junming's arrangement, everyone else left except for Qian Rinxue and Lin Luo. As they departed, without exception, they subconsciously glanced back at Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue. Their eyes filled with envy, but even more so with surprise. Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue both wore masks. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on Qian Rinxue, his heart involuntarily quickened. Although Lin Luo had developed a certain immunity to women, Qian Rinxue's figure was too perfect. With the years of development, Qian Rinxue had matured even more, and her graceful figure would make any man's heart race. Qian Rinxue, however, remained as aloof as ever, looking straight ahead. Dean, what are we going to do next? With everyone else gone, only Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue remained. And there must be some special arrangement since Gu Junming had not spoken. Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Luo directly asked. Gu Junming smiled and said, "Someone will come to pick you up soon." Before Gu Junming's words finished, a figure quietly appeared, gradually solidifying, shrouded in mist. It was the Ghost Douluo, Gu Mei. Upon seeing Gu Mei, Gu Junming immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder." Gu Mei responded and then placed a hand on Lin Luo's shoulder. Lin Luo had not yet reacted when his whole body was enveloped in mist, and his vision was covered by a gray haze. The ghostly figure and Lin Luo disappeared from sight, and immediately, a tall golden figure appeared beside Qian Rinxue. Upon seeing this, Gu Junming directly knelt on the ground and respectfully exclaimed, "I pay my respects to the offering." As the mist dissipated, Lin Luo regained his vision and found himself in a grand hall. Looking ahead, he saw the figure of Qian Rinxue, and beside her stood a tall man. The tall man wore a golden robe with silver embroidery, his hair and beard all white, yet he had the face of a middle-aged man, exuding an extraordinary presence that commanded respect without anger. When Lin Luo's gaze fell on the tall man, he happened to speak, his hoarse voice carrying a hint of amusement. "Little ghost, it seems your speed is still lacking. I let you go ahead, yet you still fell behind me a bit." The ghost slightly bowed. "My strength is not as good as the second offering." "Ha ha ha ha." The tall man laughed heartily, and his gaze then landed on Lin Luo. "Your strength indeed isn't as good as mine, but you've taken a good disciple." Lin Luo and the tall man locked eyes, and an overwhelming sense of terror washed over him, as if the tall man could effortlessly destroy him from this world with just a breath if he wanted to. What a terrifying existence. Lin Luo had also regained his senses at this moment, noticing the golden robe on the tall man and the way his teacher referred to and treated him. Second offering, Golden Crocodile Douluo, a peak Douluo of the 98th level in the assault system, with a top-tier beast martial soul known as the Golden Crocodile King. titled Golden Crocodile. His status is revered, and his strength is second only to the grand offering Douluo among the 7 offerings. He was once renowned alongside the sword Duo Qinshin's grandfather, making him a standout among the older generation, with the highest age and status in the Spirit Hall. Even Douluo had to show him some respect. Lin Luo was quite interested in the powerful figures in Douluo when he watched it in his previous life, and he basically researched relevant information, which is why he was so familiar with them. No wonder he felt an incredibly small sense of self when making eye contact with them. Others were already close to the pinnacle of humanity, while he was still far from it. By the way, according to the setting in the book, the golden crocodile, Douluo, should be in seclusion at this time. So why did he come out early? Lin Luo looked at Qianrenxue and then thought of his own appearance, and suddenly got the answer. Everyone is here? A clear and cold voice suddenly rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Lin Luo looked up at the high seat in the great hall, where a gray figure gradually solidified. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around 30 years old, with a handsome face and a faint smile that gave off a calm and serene aura, creating a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not muscular, dressed in a simple gray robe, with long hair neatly cascading down his back. There was not a hint of soul power fluctuation around him, making him seem very ordinary, like an average person. Yet, this seemingly ordinary presence gave off an air of inaccessibility, as if he were the pinnacle of humanity, someone who could not be surpassed. Douluo, the master of the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall and the Grand Offering, the master of the Douluo Hall, and a Judgment Elder of the Spirit Hall. The 6-winged Angel Martial Soul, a 99th level ultimate assault Douluo, titled Angel, nicknamed Invincible in the Sky. Lin Luo was only seeing Douluo for the first time, and the reason he could recognize his identity at a glance was that anyone with a bit of common sense could guess what kind of status someone standing in that position held. Great offering. The golden crocodile, Douluo, slightly bent over and called out, "I have met the great offering." Gue Mei clasped his fists and bowed, showing immense respect. Lin Luo had some discernment. He immediately knelt on one knee to pay his respects. However, just as he knelt down, he felt a force lifting him up. Everyone was present, so let us begin. Douluo spoke calmly. Lin Luo was confused, starting what? A ghostly voice echoed in Lin Luo's ear. "Soon you will fight against Qianrenxue. Just use all your strength. There is no need to hold back." Lin Luo nodded gently, realizing that he was about to fight Qianrenxue. No wonder Ge Juming said earlier that fighting Qianrenxue would just be a formality. The real show was about to take place here. The Great Hall was quite spacious, more than enough for a battle. There was no need to worry about damaging anything here. All the spectators were big shots, and they could easily set up a barrier. With their strength, neither Lin Luo nor Qianrenxue could cause any significant damage. Ghostly Charm and Golden Crocodile, Douluo, stepped aside, while Lin Luo and Qianrenxue moved to the center of the hall, both activating their martial souls at the same time. In a magnificent great hall, Lin Luo and Qianrenxue faced each other, simultaneously unleashing their martial souls. With a wave of soul power, a huge scythe and a lantern appeared in Lin Luo's hands, both glowing with a ghostly green light. At the same time, 5 soul rings, purple, purple, black, 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 slowly rose from beneath Lin Luo's feet, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation, exuding a chilling presence. When Lin Luo activated his martial soul, all eyes were focused on him. Even powerful figures like the golden crocodile Douluo showed a hint of surprise in their gaze upon seeing the colors of Lin Luo's soul rings. Only Douluo remained absolutely calm, like a still pond. On the other side, a strand of brilliant golden light erupted from Qianrenxue's forehead, instantly spreading throughout her body, as golden wings sprouted from her back. At the same time, a gigantic shadow with an unclear face appeared behind her, which was none other than the 6-winged angel. The 5 soul rings, best matched in yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, surrounded Qianrenxue, and her momentum instantly reached its peak. Although Qianrenxue's soul power level was significantly higher than Lin Luo's soul ring configuration was far more abnormal than hers, leveling their momentum almost equally. "Let's begin." Qianluo's cold voice rang out, and a golden light erupted from him, instantly covering the entire hall. Lin Luo and Qianrenxue moved simultaneously, rushing towards each other and activating their respective domains. A chilling killing intent erupted from Lin Luo's body as he activated the killing god domain, greatly enhancing his aura, while Qianrenxue's aura was suppressed by the terrifying killing intent. A golden light was released from Qianrenxue, activating the angel domain, which significantly boosted her aura. While Lin Luo was once again suppressed, the two domains collided, causing a rise and fall in their respective auras, ultimately resulting in both of them experiencing a certain level of enhancement. It was also important to note that Qian Rinxue currently only possessed the strength of a Soul King. If her strength reached the level of Soul Sage, the Angel Domain would undergo a qualitative change, undoubtedly surpassing the Killing God Domain in effectiveness. Of course, the Killing God Domain would also evolve with the user's strength or through continuous killings, making it uncertain who would be stronger in the future. It is worth mentioning that divine-level martial souls come with their own domains, but Lin Luo has yet to comprehend the so-called domain from his martial soul, the Soul Lock Warden. After the domains were activated, the battle of soul skills followed. Lin Luo changed his usual conservative fighting style and did not use his second soul skill, Soul Guiding Lamp, to shield himself at the start. Instead, he activated Death Judgment, and with a flash of his first soul ring, the massive scythe moved rapidly towards Qian Rinxue, dragging the chains behind it. Unlike his previous performance in the soul fighting arena, the scythe advanced at a remarkable speed, leaving afterimages in the air. Qian Rinxue also had her own countermeasure. She activated her second soul ring, and a golden light descended upon Lin Luo. At the same time, a brilliant glow surrounded Qian Rinxue, significantly enhancing her speed. Angel's will lock onto the target, increasing her own speed and power. With the speed boost, Qian Rinxue easily dodged the giant scythe and quickly charged towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly retracted the chains, inadvertently leading the giant scythe to attack Qian Rinxue. However, Qian Rinxue was faster, instantly appearing in front of Lin Luo and swinging her fist towards him, with her first soul ring shining brightly, engulfing her fist in golden light. Angel Assault, a melee soul skill that concentrates the divine energy of the six-winged angel in the fist, releasing it to the target. The divine energy has a dissolving and suppressing effect on the soul power of the attack target. Lin Luo decisively raised his lantern to meet Qian Rinxue's fist. His second soul ring lit up, activating the soul-calling lantern. Bang! Qian Rinxue's fist struck the lantern, but it did not budge an inch. Instead, the lantern instantly grew larger, enveloping Lin Luo within. Qian Rinxue's attack did have some effect, as the enlarged lantern dimmed slightly. Both of their reaction speeds were incredibly fast. One completed the attack in an instant while the other finished the defense just as quickly. At this moment, Lin Luo's chains had already returned, swinging the massive scythe towards Qian Rinxue's back. Qian Rinxue's fourth soul ring lit up, golden light erupted, instantly forming a golden light shield to block the scythe's attack. She then continued to swing her fists towards Lin Luo, but unfortunately, her attacks were first blocked by the lantern and could not immediately destroy it, only managing to make it dimmer. Breaking the shield was not so easy. On the other side, Lin Luo found it somewhat difficult to cut through Qian Rinxue's angel shield with his scythe, so he simply retracted the scythe. Qian Rinxue, aware that she could not break through Lin Luo's defense for the time being, also retreated. The first round of their confrontation ended here, with no substantial progress made, merely testing each other without being overly aggressive. After creating some distance, Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue quickly began the second round of their clash. As before, Qian Rinxue closed in on Lin Luo at high speed, using Angel Assault to strike. The soul guiding lantern of Lin Luo still existed, but it was clearly unable to withstand the continuous attacks from Qian Rinxue. The holy power of the angel from Qian Rinxue did have some restraining effect on Lin Luo. Though it was not particularly obvious, it was likely because Lin Luo's martial soul was also a divine-level martial soul. Or perhaps Qian Rinxue's current strength was insufficient to fully unleash the holy power of the angel. Bang! Qian Rinxue's fist struck Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern once again, and this time, Lin Luo decisively counterattacked, still starting with Death Judgment. Because they were close enough, Qian Rinxue had no room to maneuver, and was successfully bound by the chain, pulled by the giant scythe. After controlling Qian Rinxue, Lin Luo quickly activated his fourth soul skill, Netherworld Prison, positioning the edge of the barrier right where Qian Rinxue was located, aiming to maximize his damage. However, the massive scythe emerged from the ground, and before the barrier could form, Qian Rinxue's third soul ring lit up and golden light burst forth, allowing her to instantly break free from the bindings of the scythe and chains, charging straight towards Lin Luo. In her hand, golden light also radiated, and the fifth soul ring, which had not flickered before, finally shone with brilliance. A long sword formed from golden flames appeared in Qian Rinxue's hand, and wielding the sword, she swung it fiercely. The purifying effect of the angel's holy power erupted suddenly, directly shattering Lin Luo's soul guiding lantern, and then continued to swing towards Lin Luo. 097. Grasping. Seeing Qian Rinxue charging towards him, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This speed was truly fast, even surpassing the release speed of Netherworld Prison. It felt as if Qian Rinxue had anticipated everything in advance. Lin Luo did not dare to be careless. The moment Qian Rinxue broke through the soul guide lamp, he immediately activated his fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy. A moon spirit, the size of a calf, suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Luo's front. At the same time, a massive magic circle had already emerged beneath Lin Luo's feet, accelerating the accumulation of his soul power. Lin Luo promptly cast another soul guide lamp on himself and the moon spirit. Sizzle. Qian Rinxue's holy sword struck the moon spirit, causing significant damage. However, the damage was quickly mitigated by the soul guide lamp, and the moon spirit, being quite robust, was not easily taken down. After blocking Qian Rinxue's holy sword, Lin Luo immediately launched a counterattack. Within the moon spirit's magic circle, Lin Luo's soul power accumulation speed increased, allowing him to release soul skills more rapidly. Moreover, both Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue were currently in the Nether Prison, where Lin Luo harnessed the lightning power bestowed by it. Originally in a passive position, Lin Luo suddenly turned the tables and became the aggressor. He initiated with Judgment of Death, successfully hitting Qian Rinxue at such a short distance. The moon spirit charged towards Qian Rinxue, opening its mouth to unleash 3 light arrows, but all were blocked by Qian Rinxue's angel shield. The angel shield was already in a state of release, and even though Qian Rinxue was bound by the Judgment of Death, she was still able to adjust the direction of the angel shield. The angel shield was quite durable. Perhaps the holy power within it countered the moon spirit's output to some extent. Otherwise, given the moon spirit's combat capability, breaking through a shield would have been relatively easy. With the moon spirit unable to breach the shield, Lin Luo was still in the game. Lin Luo used the pull of the chains to bring himself in front of Qian Rinxue, then suddenly retracted his scythe and activated his third soul skill, Doom Pendulum. The third soul ring on Lin Luo's body lit up, and he swung the scythe towards Qian Rinxue. The blade of the scythe struck the angel's shield, instantly unleashing an incredibly terrifying force that shattered the shield, sending Qian Rinxue flying. She crashed into the barrier of the underworld prison, her body shuddering slightly as she let out a muffled groan of pain. At the same time, under the effect of that terrifying impact, Lin Luo was enveloped in a set of fiery battle armor, and the ground formed a path of flames, burning fiercely and releasing terrifying high temperatures, with Qian Rinxue caught in the middle. In this brief moment, Lin Luo had maximized his damage output. He was waiting for Qian Rinxue's fifth soul skill, ready to unleash a combo once she was vulnerable. The Nether Prison had trapped Qian Rinxue, and the moon spirit's earlier restraint was meant to counter her fifth soul skill. The subsequent skills like Death Judgment and the Doom Pendulum were just basic operations. After enduring Lin Luo's full output, Qian Rinxue knelt on one knee, completely out of combat. It seems that Qian Rinxue's outfit was specially made as it managed to withstand the flames. Otherwise, she would have been in an even worse state. Of course, Lin Luo wouldn't let Qian Rinxue suffer too much humiliation. If it seemed like it was going too far, he would immediately hold back, especially since her grandfather was watching from above, a true powerhouse of the Spirit Hall. Lin Luo had also moderated his previous output. Otherwise, Qian Rinxue would simply be lying on the ground. The power of the Nether Prison's barrier was considerable, being one of Lin Luo's main sources of damage. While the Doom Pendulum was undoubtedly his strongest soul skill at the moment, the fifth soul skill, Moon Spirit Frenzy, was also powerful, but it couldn't match the explosive potential of the Doom Pendulum. Without the need for anyone to declare it, the battle had come to an end. Lin Luo retracted his martial soul and politely extended his hand, wanting to help Qian Rinxue up. However, Qian Rinxue ignored Lin Luo and struggled to stand up, blood slowly dripping from her chin. Ghost Douluo and Golden Crocodile Daw, seeing Qian Rinxue injured, did not show much emotional fluctuation. Their gazes were fixed on Lin Luo. "Very good," Ghost Douluo commented, a faint smile appearing on his face. While speaking, Ghost Douluo slightly raised his hand, and 2 beams of golden light fell on Lin Luo and Qian Rinxue respectively. Lin Luo could feel a gentle force entering his body, helping him dispel the fatigue from the battle, and the soul power he had consumed was instantly restored. On the other side, Qian Rinchue's condition visibly improved, recovering completely in just a moment. "This is where we'll stop for now," Qian Douluo said, his figure slowly disappearing. After Qian Douluo left, golden crocodile Douluo immediately became lively, appearing in front of Lin Luo in an instant, his fiery gaze seeming to want to look through Lin Luo from the inside out, growing fonder the more he looked. "Little guy, you're really impressive. When I have time, I'll come find you," golden crocodile Douluo said with a smile. At this moment, Ghost Douluo also came to Lin Luo's side and urged in a low voice, "Quickly thank the second enshrined." Lin Luo immediately bowed and thanked. "Thank you, second offering. A peak Douluo at level 98 comes looking for him. What else could it be but to guide him? This is undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity." The golden crocodile Douluo took one last look at Lin Luo before going to Qian Rinchue's side and leaving with her. "We should be going as well," Guei said. Mist swirled in, instantly enveloping Lin Luo, and the master and disciple slowly disappeared. When Lin Luo regained his sight, he was already back at their residence. Guei stood by the window, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he said, "You truly did not disappoint me." Lin Luo smiled faintly, and her heart was also very joyful. The feeling of victory was truly wonderful, and being recognized felt great as well. The ghostly figure continued, "In the future, when the offerings come to find you, do not have any resistance in your heart. You must always remember one thing. You are not only my student, but also a member of the Spirit Hall. The elders of the Spirit Hall, the offerings, and even the Pope can be your teachers. Do you understand?" Lin nodded. "Got it, teacher." Lin Luo knew that his teacher, Ghost Douluo, held a position as an elder in the Spirit Hall and that there were offerings above the elders. His final decision to become Ghost Douluo's disciple was undoubtedly arranged by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, with Ghost Douluo's strength and status, it wouldn't have happened. Despite being aware of all this, Lin Luo still had a great appreciation for his teacher, Ghost Douluo. He always remembered the kindness Ghost Douluo had shown him. When he heard Ghost Douluo speak such words of guidance, Lin Luo felt a strange discomfort in his heart for some reason. After victory, many things had already been arranged, following a predetermined path. If he had the qualifications to continue, he could keep going. If one day his abilities were insufficient, he would likely be eliminated and forced onto another path. To break free from the arrangements, one had to be strong enough. "Let's go. I'll take you out to eat to celebrate your victory," Ghost Douluo said. Lin Luo immediately smiled and nodded. "All right, teacher." The master and disciple then left their residence and headed to Wuhan City. Under the guidance of Ghost Douluo, Lin Luo once again arrived at the restaurant in the alley. Indeed, it was the restaurant owned by Ling Shuiying, the Spirit Douluo, and Spirit Elder. It seemed that this restaurant was not open to the public, as there were still no other customers inside when Lin Luo came this time. As the two entered the restaurant and sat down, Ling Shuiying's voice came from the kitchen. "Would you like to start with a signature dish to whet your appetite?" Ling Shuiying's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Ghost Douluo decisively refused. "No need." "All right then." Ling Shuiying's voice was filled with disappointment. Lin Luo was actually curious about what Ling Shuiying's signature dish was. But seeing the extremely taboo expressions on his teacher and Zhu Douluo's faces, he gave up on the idea of trying it. "Is it still the same?" Ling Shuiying asked. Gui, Douluo replied. At that moment, a white figure walked straight toward the position where Lin Luo and the others were. And Lin Luo didn't he even sense when the other party appeared. It was normal not to sense it. A title Douluo wouldn't be easily perceived by others. Indeed, that white figure was Zhu Douluo. Lin Luo had already gotten used to the presence of the elusive big shots around him. When he became powerful in the future, he would also try this kind of entrance. Yu Guan came to Lin Luo's opposite, his handsome face full of anticipation, and asked with a smile, "What is the result? Who won?" Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. It seemed that the elders all knew about his battle with Qian Rinxue, and probably the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall were aware as well. Otherwise, with his teacher, Ghost Douluo's principle of keeping secrets, it would be difficult to reveal any information. Gui said, "Guess." Yu Guan immediately had a smile on his face. "Do I even need to guess? Even someone as boring as you is saying to guess. It must mean Lin Luo won. Well done, Lin Luo. You've really saved face for your teacher, and for me, Uncle Yu." Ghost Douluo said indifferently. "What does that have to do with you?" "Huh," Yu Guan said, "Don't distance yourself so clearly. I am his Uncle Yu. It's a pity I couldn't see the scene of Lin Luo fighting. It must have been very exciting." Gui said, "Of course." There was a hint of amusement in Gui Mei's voice, clearly pleased that Lin Luo had won the battle. Yuguan's gaze remained on Lin Luo, and he showed a bit of dissatisfaction. Little Lin Luo, why are you so inactive today? You didn't even call me Uncle Yu. Lin Luo immediately shouted, Uncle Yu! Hey, that's more like it. Yuguan revealed a smile again. Lin Luo was slightly taken aback. Is this really a title Douluo? It feels no different from an ordinary elder. That's actually quite good. This kind of interaction is comfortable, and being too rigid only suffocates people. Soon, Ling Shuiying also came out of the kitchen, bringing with her a variety of delicious dishes she had prepared. Ling Shuiying was wearing a light blue dress today, her stunning figure more enticing than the food she brought. But Lin Luo was still inevitably drawn to the food, the aroma making his mouth water. I just heard that Lin Luo ultimately won? Ling Shuiying asked. Yuguan nodded. Yes, our little Lin Luo is definitely more formidable. Lin Luo felt the enthusiasm of Yuguan and the others, and for a moment, he found it a bit hard to adapt, always feeling that they treated him like a child. Although he was indeed still under 10 years old and looked like a child, after a few casual chats, it was followed by a very pleasant time enjoying delicious food. During the meal, Yuguan mentioned Lin Luo participating in the elite competition, but it was just a casual remark. They all knew that with Lin Luo's strength, participating in the elite competition would undoubtedly be just a formality. It was very likely that Lin Luo wouldn't even need to take the field, and the same reasoning applied to Qian Rinxue being in the same team as Lin Luo. Moonlight spilled onto the floor through the window. Lin Luo gazed at the silvery light, slightly lost in thought. He was reflecting on his battle with Qian Rinxue, and he was quite satisfied with his own performance. Whether it was the release of his soul skills or the timing of his attacks, everything was executed very well. Qian Rinxue's combat power was indeed formidable, but he was able to handle her with relative ease. After the first battle, it felt like there would be a second, third, and so on, likely witnessed by those powerful figures. It must be said that the pressure from Qian Douluo and the Golden Crocodile Douluo was truly great. They were indeed real powerhouses. By the way, where exactly did I fight Qian Rinxue today? The Douluo Palace? It didn't seem likely to be the Douluo Palace. If it were, I would have sensed the presence of souls. Moreover, given the sacred status of the Douluo Palace, it was probably not used as a battlefield for my fight with Qian Rinxue. It was more likely the Elder Hall or the Worship Hall. Thinking of the Douluo Palace, Lin Luo immediately associated it with souls at the title Douluo level, feeling an uncontrollable excitement inside. If I could collect souls of title Douluos, the attributes would surely skyrocket without any surprises, right? Besides, if soul Douluos can become spirit servants, the chances of title Douluos becoming spirit servants should be even greater. If I could harvest a batch of vengeful spirits at the title Douluo level in the future, that would also be a good thing. Should I go directly to the Douluo Palace? There are many title Douluo souls there, but never mind, I might be killed in an instant. It seems that Qian Douluo lives in the Douluo Palace. In this leisure time, Lin Luo let his thoughts wander for a while, then pulled them all back and made a brief summary of recent events. He had already been to the City of Slaughter, successfully obtained the God of Slaughter domain, and acquired the 5th spirit ring, gaining a powerful moon spirit frenzy soul skill. With the help of the Wuhuan Academy's president, Gu Junming, he had also rid himself of the after effects of the God of Slaughter domain. Everything was developing in a better direction. After the summary, it was time to arrange for the future. For the next period, it was certain that the focus would be on the elite competition. However, he estimated that he and Qian Rinxue wouldn't need to get deeply involved. They just needed to make a brief appearance. If those teammates really didn't perform well, he and Qian Rinxue could easily win the championship of the elite competition just by showing up. Even if there were players like Tang, San who were exceptionally strong, they could still easily press them down. 099, Take Off the Mask, Part 1. The next day, Lin Luo returned to his previous peaceful life, going to the Soul Master Academy to eat and practicing at the Graveyard of Souls. Suddenly distancing himself from a life like that in the City of Slaughter made Lin Luo feel a bit out of place. Of course, compared to that place filled with killing and crime, he still preferred his current life. For the elite competition training, Lin Luo only needed to find time to check in, and everything was as he expected. He and Qian Rinxue were merely there for appearances, and there was no need for them to actually participate, not even in the subsequent training. It was quite satisfying to earn merits just by having their names listed, unless something unexpected happened. The championship of the elite competition would undoubtedly belong to the Spirit Hall, with a full roster of soul sects making it hard to lose. Even if an accident occurred, he and Qian Rinxue could still turn the tide. The weight of the elite competition championship was significant and could definitely be considered a major achievement. In the morning, Lin Luo continued his usual training, and after lunch, he went to the academy's battle arena to report in. The C team that Lin Luo was part of was still being trained under the leadership of Dean Gejunming. When Lin Luo arrived, the teammates were already in the midst of training, continuing with practical combat exercises. Upon seeing Lin Luo, the usually serious Gu Junming immediately broke into a faint smile. Lin Luo, he said, you don't need to come for the training from now on. I'll notify you to gather before the elite competition officially begins. Lin Luo was slightly surprised by the words but still nodded. Okay, Dean. He didn't expect that he could skip the report. This was quite good, as he wouldn't have to make an extra trip every day just for the sake of formality. Lin Luo glanced around the soul fighting arena but did not see Qian Rinchua's figure. It seemed she had made similar arrangements and likely did not come today. Looking towards the other sub-arena, he noticed that the other two teams were also training, and among one of the teams, he could see the figures of the 3 members of the Golden Generation. After Lin Luo greeted Gu Junming, he went over to the team where the Golden Generation trio was. Emo Shanyun, who was in charge of the team, smiled and greeted Lin Luo upon his arrival, while also calling over Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin to finish their training and join him. This was also Lin Luo's first meeting with his old teammates since returning from the City of Slaughter. After some pleasantries, Lin Luo got straight to the point. After you finish training, let's go have a meal together. By the way, I have something to give to Yin. In the evening, at the Wuhuan Academy cafeteria, Hulaina looked at Lin Luo with a speechless expression. The meal you mentioned is just coming to the cafeteria to eat? Lin Luo nodded. Yes, the food in the cafeteria is delicious and free. How great is that? Hulaina smiled and said, the cafeteria is quite good. We haven't eaten here for a long time. By the way, Lin Luo, what good thing are you going to give Yin? Suddenly, the eyes of the 3 members of the Golden Generation all focused on Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled slightly, looked around to ensure no one was present, and then took out the 10 inner Dan of the blazing sun snake. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, and Yin all brightened their eyes upon seeing the fiery red beads. They could all sense a slight heat emanating from the fiery red beads, as well as an extremely rich energy fluctuation. Yin swallowed hard. Is this for me? Yin could clearly feel his soul power resonating with the fiery red bead, eager to swallow it immediately. Without needing to know what the fiery red bead was, a voice in Yan's heart had already emerged, assuring him that as long as he consumed the fiery red bead, his strength would undoubtedly see a tremendous increase. Lin nodded. Yes, this treasure was obtained by me in the City of Slaughter from the body of a fiery red giant snake. I thought it would be helpful to you, so I've kept it all this time. Upon hearing this, Yan's emotions suddenly became excited, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thanks, brother. Lin Luo smiled as he handed 10 inner pills of the 10-headed fire snake to Yan, feeling quite good about being a father. Yin held the 10 inner pills tightly, his body slightly trembling, and his face was filled with an excited smile, his gaze towards the pills becoming fiery. This was the first time Lin Luo saw Yin so emotionally stirred. In the past, Yin always maintained a cool demeanor, rarely showing significant emotional fluctuations. He spoke little, and sometimes Lin Luo even suspected that this guy might have autism. Cautiously, Lin Luo reminded Yin, I don't know how to use this treasure either. So before you use it, it's best to ask a teacher about it. Don't just swallow it all at once. It could cause problems. In Lin Luo's impression, in the storyline of the book, Tang San had given the inner pill of the 10-headed fire snake to Ma Hongjun, who seemed to have swallowed it all at once. But by that time, Ma Hongjun's soul power level was already very high, and even though the energy contained in the inner pill was substantial, he could still handle it. However, the current Yin was different. He was still at the soul sect level. If he recklessly consumed the inner pill, it could lead to a fatal explosion. If that happened, it would be quite a joke. After Lin Luo's reminder, the fervor on Yan's face diminished significantly, and he nodded seriously. Thanks, brother. Yin expressed his gratitude once more. Lin Luo smiled and nodded. Half a month later, the participant list for the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent was finally confirmed. Unsurprisingly, the team that Lin Luo was part of was responsible for the battles. During the process of confirming the list, a small twist occurred, as Yin also joined Lin Luo's team. With the help of the 10 inner cores of the fierce sun snake, Yan's soul power level jumped to level 47, rising by 4 levels in total. Yan's combat ability was also impressive, naturally qualifying him to be part of the C team. As for Xiaoyu and Hulaina, although their combat abilities were not weak, they regrettably did not make the cut, suffering from insufficient soul power levels. Lin Luo's team consisted entirely of members above level 45, all of whom were elite, making the lineup quite extraordinary. After the list was confirmed, the team's training continued as usual, and Lin Luo and Qianrenxue were still not required to participate, only needing to show up for the competition, with some time remaining before the competition began. And since the Spirit Hall had the privilege of direct entry to the finals, Lin Luo and his team did not need to participate in the preliminary and qualifying rounds, allowing them to directly enter the elimination stage. The day after the list was confirmed, Lin Luo continued his repetitive life until the arrival of two figures. One was Qianrenxue, still in her usual guise, wearing a mask and exuding an extraordinary beauty. The other was a middle-aged man around 40 years old, standing over 2 meters tall with a slim, spear-like figure. He was dressed in the Elder Soul Master robes of the Spirit Hall. After Qianrenxue and the Elder arrived, another figure came to Lin Luo's side, his teacher, Ghost Douluo. With Gu Mei's appearance, Lin Luo immediately felt a sense of security. Lin Luo looked at Qianrenxue and the others with some confusion, and then his gaze fell on his teacher. Gu Mei introduced, "This is Elder Shimao." Lin Luo immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Greeting, I have met Elder Shimao." Elder Shimao, Shilong, nodded gently. Gu Mei then continued, "We're going to carry out a mission. The location is in Tiando City, and we will set off shortly." Going to Tiando City to carry out a mission? With two titled Douluos leading the team, what kind of mission could it be? Lin Luo was somewhat surprised, but more curious, and immediately nodded. "Okay, teacher. Normally, when carrying out a mission, it would be the whole team of Lin Luo that would set off, but at the moment, it was just him and Qianrenxue. Even though Yin needed to undergo training for the elite competition, Hulaina and Xie were still free and surprisingly weren't called upon. Moreover, with two titled Douluo leading, this mission was clearly not simple. Could it be that a title Douluo level evil soul master had appeared in Heavendo City? Or perhaps there were defectors at the Soul Douluo level or above in Heavendo City. Lin Luo noticed that his teacher did not mention the task details, so he didn't ask any further questions. Soon, Lin Luo and the others set off, not taking a carriage, but heading directly to Heavendo City. With a title Douluo level powerhouse present, there was no need to take a carriage, as that would be an insult to their formidable strength. It was quite good that a task had come up, as Lin Luo had been feeling quite bored during this time. Repeating the same daily routine would make anyone tired of it. Heavendo City was quite far from Spirit City. If they had taken a carriage, it would have taken at least half a month to arrive. Fortunately, with a titled Douluo level powerhouse leading the way, they reached their destination in just 5 days. Heavendo City truly lived up to being the capital of the Heavendo Empire, with scenes of extreme prosperity visible everywhere, far beyond what Spirit City could compare to. Lin Luo originally thought that after arriving in Tiando City, they would be nervously carrying out their mission. However, the four of them ended up wandering around the streets instead. Qianrenxue walked in the front, while Lin Luo, Ghost Douluo, and Snake Spear Douluo followed behind. This situation made it hard for Lin Luo not to think that this mission was specifically prepared for Qianrenxue. And the reason for having two titled Douluos accompany them was mainly to protect the safety of him and Qianrenxue. It must be said that Tiando City was indeed bustling, with a continuous flow of pedestrians. And there were many fresh things that Lin Luo had never seen before on both sides of the street. Of course, Lin Luo's attention was mostly focused on the local delicacies, as his gaze was primarily attracted by the street food stalls. Fortunately, Qianrenxue also walked slowly, giving Lin Luo the opportunity to buy some tasty food, so he didn't just have to watch and swallow his saliva. With the food, Lin Luo felt completely satisfied, and he didn't care about the mission anymore. But speaking of which, Qianrenxue's status in the Spirit Hall was still very high. In the past, he had no idea, but now it was obviously extraordinary. When they arrived in Spirit City, Lin Luo still held a skeptical attitude, but after half a day, he was certain that this mission was specifically prepared for Qianrenxue. During this half day, they had been wandering around Tiando City. There was no sign of carrying out a mission. Perhaps accompanying Qianrenxue for shopping was the core of the mission. Having two titled Douluos and a god-level spirit genius who was incredibly handsome accompany Qianrenxue for shopping was enough to show how special her identity was. Coming to Tiando City, was it to help Qianrenxue completely resolve her inner conflicts? Lin Luo roughly understood the meaning of this task, but he couldn't comprehend why he had to be called along. Heavendo City was much larger than Spirit Hall City, and half a day was simply not enough to explore all the places. After walking through a street, Lin Luo and the others arrived at the center of Heavendou City. Here, they could see the magnificent palace at the very center, which was the residence of the Heavendou royal family. Qian Rinxue gazed at the palace from a distance, appearing somewhat lost in thought. Although Lin Luo was busy eating, he still noticed the changes in Qian Rinxue's emotions. There was anger, confusion, and disappointment, a mix of complex feelings expressed through various details. It seemed that the years spent as an undercover agent had a significant impact on Qian Rinxue, prompting her to return specifically to resolve her inner turmoil. After staring at the palace for a long time, Qian Rinxue suddenly turned to Lin Luo and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good." This unexpected statement caught Lin Luo off guard, but upon hearing there would be good food, he immediately nodded. It is worth mentioning that this was the first sentence Qian Rinxue had said since arriving in Heavendou City. As for Ghost Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo, they remained silent throughout, while Lin Luo continued to munch on food. If it weren't for Ghost Douluo's permission, Lin Luo wouldn't have felt comfortable eating nonstop. After seeing Lin Luo nod, Qian Rinxue surprisingly came over to his side, directly taking his hand and walking forward, which left Lin Luo even more perplexed. Wow, does she really see me as a child? Or does she have some other intentions? Lin subconsciously turned to look at Ghost Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo, only to find that their figures had disappeared without him noticing. Lin Luo had a puzzled expression, but he still followed Qian Rinxue's pace. Qian Rinxue's hand was very soft and carried a bit of warmth. This was the first time Lin Luo officially held a girl's hand since arriving in this world. Although it was her holding his hand, the feeling was still nice, and his heartbeat had already started to quicken. Under Qian Rinxue's lead, Lin Luo eventually arrived at an inconspicuous noodle shop. The shop was located in a relatively remote area, and the business was lukewarm, with only a few scattered people sitting inside. However, popularity was never a standard for defining good food. As soon as they entered the noodle shop, Lin Luo smelled a rich sauce aroma that stimulated his taste buds, causing him to salivate. "Boss, 2 servings of the signature dish," Qian Rinxue said, then casually found a spot to sit down with Lin Luo. "The noodles here are very delicious. Their specially made meat sauce is the soul of the dish. You'll know once you try it," Qian Rinxue enthusiastically introduced. Lin Luo was currently a bit dazed, unable to adapt to Qian Rinxue's change in personality for a moment, but he still nodded. Then, something even more bewildering happened. Qian Rinxue actually took off her mask, revealing an incredibly beautiful face, stunning beyond words. She looked even better than Lin Luo had imagined, truly deserving the word perfect. With her perfect features paired with a flawless figure, Lin Luo felt himself already captivated. Qian Rinxue certainly noticed Lin Luo's gaze, but she didn't mind, a slight smile appearing on her delicate face. Finally, she could come here to eat a bowl of noodles as Qian Rinxue. 0101. Qian Rinxue breaks through, setting off for the Sunset Forest. Seeing Qian Rinxue take off her mask, Lin Luo also removed his own. Although Lin Luo was only 10 years old now, he was already quite handsome, albeit with a hint of childishness. After all, he was too young. Both Qian Rinxue and Lin Luo took off their masks one after the other, immediately attracting the attention of the few customers in the noodle shop. Unsurprisingly, more gazes fell upon Qian Rinxue. Soon, the noodles were served. The bowl was large, and the portion was generous, topped with a layer of meat sauce, steam rising and fragrance wafting. With delicious food appearing, Lin Luo's attention was instantly diverted from Qian Rinxue. At this moment, Qian Rinxue also reminded him, "Mixing the meat sauce will enhance the flavor." Lin Luo nodded lightly and saw that Qian Rinxue had already started, so he immediately followed suit. The appearance of the noodles was about 80 to 90% similar to the zhajiangmian he had eaten in his past life. Even without Qian Rinxue's reminder, Lin Luo knew to mix the noodles with the meat sauce. He was very familiar with this type of food. After mixing the noodles and meat sauce well, Lin Luo immediately took a big mouthful and sent it into his mouth, not caring if it was hot, quickly chewing away. The aroma of the meat sauce spread instantly in his mouth, causing Lin Luo to unconsciously speed up his chewing. In fact, the noodles were quite ordinary. The meat sauce tasted good, but among the delicacies Lin Luo had eaten, it could only be described as average. Even so, Lin Luo still said while eating, "It's so delicious, this is the best noodles I've ever had." Seeing Lin Luo enjoying his meal, Qian Rinxue revealed a charming smile and started to eat her noodles in small bites. Compared to Lin Luo's hearty eating, Qian Rinxue was much more refined, her demeanor exuding elegance. After finishing the noodles, Lin Luo took out the flower tea that Zhu Feyuan had given him. First pouring a cup for Qian Rinxue, and then one for himself. This is the flower tea specially brewed by my uncle Yu. It tastes great and is good for your health. After the introduction, Lin Luo gulped down the flower tea, then poured himself another cup and continued to drink. This was the second bottle of flower tea Yueguan had given Lin Luo. The first bottle had already been finished. This second bottle was given to Lin Luo by Yueguan after he and Qian Renshua won their battle, and Mei took him to celebrate at Ling Shuiying's restaurant. Qian Renshua took a small sip, drinking tea with the same elegance and refinement, which made Lin Luo feel like a rough man in comparison. Being rough was fine. As long as he felt comfortable, Lin Luo, although attracted by Qian Renshua's elegance, did not yearn for it. He still thought that eating meat and drinking tea heartily was more enjoyable. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Luo prepared to pay. But Qian Renshua stepped in first. I said I would take you to eat something delicious, so of course, it's on me, Qian Renshua said. Lin Luo had no choice but to agree. Eating with such a little rich girl was truly enjoyable. She was beautiful, sweet-voiced, and even paid the bill. Although the soul coins were just a bunch of numbers to Lin Luo, they likely meant the same to Qian Renshua. The two of them walked out of the noodle shop and onto the street. With her mask on, Qian Renshua already attracted a lot of attention, and without it, she drew even more gazes wherever she went. Lin Luo, my soul power level has broken through to level 60. I might need to trouble you to accompany me to obtain a soul ring later, Qian Renshua said with a charming smile. She used her soul power to process her voice so that only Lin Luo could hear her. If the passersby on the street heard that Qian Renshua had already reached the soul emperor level, the rate of people turning to look at her would surely explode. Lin Luo nodded lightly. All right, but you have to treat me to a bowl of noodles. Qian Renshua smiled and said, it's a deal. The two walked from one end of the street to the other. Though they didn't hold hands again, they stayed very close. And Lin Luo could smell the faint fragrance on Qian Renshua, which made him a bit intoxicated. At this time, Ghost Douluo Mei and Snake Spear Douluo Shilong reappeared in front of Lin Luo and Qian Renshua. And Shilong's voice came through. Let's go to the Sunset Forest. Qian Renshua nodded lightly. Okay. The four of them walked a few steps forward. Then their figures disappeared without a trace. Sunset Forest. Amidst the dappled shadows of the trees, a few figures passed by. I was worried about how to find an excuse to wander around here, but unexpectedly, Qian Renshua broke through directly, thinking that my wish has come true. Walking among the trees in the Sunset Forest, Lin Luo felt quite good. After leaving Endowed City, they headed straight for the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest is the closest soul beast forest to Endowed City, and although it can't compare to the Stardew Forest, it is more than sufficient to meet Qian Renshua's needs for her 6th soul ring. Long before they left Wuhuan City for Endowed City, Lin Luo had imagined himself treasure hunting in the Sunset Forest. But let us not forget, the ice and fire yin-yang eye is right in this Sunset Forest. The resources of the ice and fire yin-yang eye are undoubtedly extremely rich. If he could seize them, it would greatly benefit his future development, not only affecting himself, but also those around him. Not to mention, the rare mushroom and heartbreaking red are enough to drive Zhu Yueguan crazy, let alone the other treasures within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. It's a rare